Where the leaves dance, the fire endures ceaselessly in the face of righteousness. In the presence of the village's safety and future, the interests of any clan or individual are trivial. What must be discarded should be discarded. This is the will of fire. Do you understand, Shisui? Shisui, the will of fire. Gazing at the back of Sarutobi Hiruzen, coupled with this strange yet familiar body, a look of confusion spread across Uchiha Shisui's face. Is this a transmigration? As I immerse myself in the Naruto mobile game, I find myself unexpectedly transported into another world. Moreover, I have become Uchiha Shisui, a person completely indoctrinated by the will of fire of the third Hokage. Ding! The divine sign-in system is binding. Ding! The divine sign-in system has been successfully bound. Ding! Congratulations. Host, you have obtained a random sign-in opportunity, valid for 1 hour. Sign in to receive rewards. After this, it's alright, there's no rush. I have faith that with your innate talent, you will certainly grasp the profound essence of the will of fire. By the way, deliver this letter to Uchiha Fugaku tonight. Remember, tonight, Sarutobi Hiruzen emphasized. Understood. Though somewhat reluctant, Uchiha Shisui acquiesced. Given the current circumstances, he must first learn to exercise patience. Ding! The next sign-in location has been refreshed. Sign-in location, Uchiha Itachi's room. Time limit, 1 hour. Itachi's room, you say? Perfect. After delivering the letter, he would proceed to sway Itachi's convictions, persuading him to abandon the so-called will of fire espoused by Sarutobi Hiruzen and join my cause. With this thought in mind, Uchiha Shisui briefly attuned himself to the power within, then instantaneously appeared atop a nearby mountain, gazing down at the village of Konoha. This overwhelming vitality, coupled with the wood release information coursing through my mind, feels exquisite. A faint smile crept upon Uchiha Shisui's lips. Indeed, with this wood release technique, certain endeavors that prove cumbersome under this identity will become significantly more manageable, for in that moment, he would no longer represent the Uchiha clan, but rather the will of the Senju clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzō, the days ahead are plentiful. We shall engage in this game at our leisure. Let us see who will ultimately emerge victorious. As night descends upon the Uchiha clan territory, the air resonates with laughter. Indeed, we Uchihas are the strongest family in Konoha. Look at our achievements on the battlefield. With the strength of our clan, we have thwarted the ninjas from the hidden mist of the land of water. Fire style overcoming water style. Who in all of Konoha and the shinobi world can claim such a feat? Indeed, one might say, especially of Shisui, who has carved out a reputation as Shunshin Shisui. He truly embodies the pride of the Uchiha clan. Yet, it is peculiar that the third Hokage has yet to arrive to commend us. We Uchihas have exerted tremendous effort to repel the ninjas from the land of water, and many of our kin have perished in the process. Amidst the pride and confusion on the faces of the Uchiha clan members, their leader, Uchiha Fugaku, gazes intently into the tea within his cup. Is it pride? Perhaps it is more accurately described as regret. Although Shisui bears the Uchiha name, he chose to follow the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, embracing the will of fire, after finally producing a genius. To see him poached is undoubtedly a grievous blow to the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku gently sets down his cup, turning away from the door as he speaks softly. You have arrived. Leader Uchiha Shisui inclines his head slightly, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. The moment he arrived, Fugaku sensed his presence immediately. Such is the intuition of the current Uchiha clan leader. However, understanding that Fugaku would ultimately prioritize familial ties over clan interests, which led to the downfall of the entire Uchiha, Shisui resolved to unseat Fugaku from his position as leader. He may be a competent father, but he is certainly not a suitable leader. To ensure the survival of the Uchiha, and for his own sake, he must remove Fugaku from power. It was the third who sent you, Fugaku states. Indeed, Shisui replies, nodding slightly as he presents the envelope given to him by Hiruzen Sarutobi to Fugaku. Fugaku glances at the envelope and then at Shisui, bowing his head. He opens the envelope and begins to read aloud. A public commendation? Huh. That is indeed a modest reward. Our Uchiha clan single-handedly obstructed the ninjas from the hidden mist, suffering heavy casualties, only to receive mere verbal praise from you. Hiruzen? What are you thinking? You are well aware of what the Uchiha require to quell internal strife and mend relations within Konoha, yet you sigh. The message has been delivered. Leader, I must take my leave. Shisui, unwilling to engage further with the currently feeble Fugaku, prepares to depart. If you wish to be a good father, then let the leadership be entrusted to someone more capable. As Shisui steps out of the room, Fugaku, having closed the envelope, timely inquires, Shisui, have you chosen the village? Perhaps, Shisui answers, leaving the door behind him. Uchiha Shisui left behind, but these 3 words before vanishing in a flash. Rather than confront Uchiha Fugaku, a man both perilous and absurd, it would be preferable to meet his younger brother, Uchiha Itachi. To alter his belief in the will of fire and to engage with him directly. Suddenly, a chime resonated, announcing, congratulations, host, on completing your check-in. Check-in location, Uchiha Itachi's room. Another chime followed, congratulations, host, for receiving the check-in reward. Mastery of wood release, wood clone technique. Yet another wood release. However, just as Uchiha Shisui completed his check-in, he overheard the 5 or 6-year-old Uchiha Itachi, looking forlorn as he murmured in the courtyard. So many clan members had perished for glory, yet the villagers' attitude towards the Uchiha remained unchanged. Perhaps, the will of fire is better suited for Itachi. Before Uchiha Itachi could finish his thought, an inexplicable hand struck his head. An afterimage flickered by, propelling him backward. Yet, despite having been struck by Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Itachi did not fall to the ground as before. Instead, he struggled to maintain his balance. Witnessing this, Uchiha Shisui's eyes flashed with surprise. Itachi, you've made progress. Of course, brother Shisui, I have been growing stronger all along. One day, I shall match your prowess. Steadying himself, Uchiha Itachi charged toward Uchiha Shisui. His concealed hand gripping a shuriken, launching a surprise attack aimed at Shisui's face. With both hands forming seals, he prepared to unleash fire release. To this, Uchiha Shisui merely smiled, his expression radiating kindness and warmth. According to the memories he inherited, Uchiha Shisui frequently sparred with Uchiha Itachi, almost always engaging in battle whenever they met. Naturally, the outcome was invariably one-sided. Stop it. You're being unfair. You clearly stated last time that I shouldn't be hit on the backside. Ouch. Brother Shisui, you're still as formidable as ever. Uchiha Itachi covered his backside with one hand, while giving Shisui a thumbs up with the other. You are impressive too, in a few years. Perhaps you will catch up to me. Indeed. Encouraged by Uchiha Shisui's words, Uchiha Itachi's eyes brightened momentarily before dimming as he rested his chin in his hands, gazing at the moon overhead. Alas, brother Shisui, what do you think is the best path for us Uchiha? Our pride. Yet, for this pride, we have sacrificed far too many clan members in this battle. If it is for the will of fire of Konoha, the third Hokage has shown no acknowledgement of our sacrifices. What should our Uchiha do moving forward? Observing Uchiha Itachi's furrowed brow, Uchiha Shisui smiled gently and made another move. His younger brother, Uchiha Itachi, possessed remarkable talent in ninjutsu and combat, yet he pondered far too much. Oh dear, brother Shisui, why do you keep tapping my head? It hurts. Itachi, having received numerous hints from you, yet still misjudging the situation, felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. Huh? I misjudged? Upon hearing Jishui's words, Itachi paused, momentarily forgetting the pain in his head, his eyes widening with anticipation as he gazed at Jishui. Brother Jishui, please don't keep me in suspense. Just tell me. You're indeed a challenge, Jishui replied, seizing the moment to speak earnestly. Itachi, did I not once tell you that perhaps the will of fire may be more fitting for the Uchiha at this juncture, capable of rescuing us from the flames? Indeed. Itachi nodded. But what do you believe constitutes the true will of fire? The true will? Jishui continued, the interests represented by the third Hokage, the future direction of Konoha. And, ouch, Itachi was struck again. Incorrect. Jishui's expression shifted to one of seriousness. That is not the true will of fire. It merely reflects the intentions of Konoha's current leadership. The genuine will of fire, worthy of our Uchiha faith, capable of extricating us from dire straits, is solely that of the first Hokage, not the current will of fire, but that of the first Hokage, the inheritor of the Senju lineage. Upon hearing Jishui's words, Itachi fell into contemplative silence. In the beginning, the representative of the Uchiha clan, Madara Uchiha, and Hashirama Senju, pursued a common goal. In that era, the Uchiha and Senju clans coexisted peacefully, working together to establish Konoha. Jishui's words seemed to resonate with truth. Noticing the determination gradually igniting in Itachi's eyes, Shisui nodded slightly, adding fuel to the fire. Itachi, I initially did not wish to disclose the answer directly, but I suspect that before long, Konoha's peace will be shattered by internal and external forces. The time remaining for our Uchiha generation is limited. Therefore, you must not remain lost. It will hinder your growth. In the future, I need you to join me in safeguarding our family, protecting the Uchiha. Hearing Jisui's words, Itachi, who had always held him in high regard and even admired him, now sparkled with excitement. Yes, Brother Jisui, I will not disappoint your expectations. I will strive to become stronger. Good. Jisui gently ruffled Itachi's hair, then addressed some of his questions regarding ninjutsu before turning to leave Itachi's residence. After all, he still belonged to the camp of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and staying too long might raise suspicion. He had to remain vigilant in the presence of that cunning old fox. However, before departing, he had also prepared a contingency plan for the events to come. Would release, would clone technique. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen could observe certain areas through a crystal ball, he dared not use it to spy during the night at the Uchiha clan leader's residence, where Uchiha Fugaku was stationed, concealing one of his wood clones in the darkness. Uchiha Shisui swiftly performed the body flicker technique, returning to report to the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. After completing his patrol duties, he nestled against a large tree nearby and fell asleep. To Hiruzen, he was an invaluable pawn, and thus he had no reason to fear any harm from his side. Furthermore, his actions would allow Hiruzen to grow increasingly complacent until the moment of opportunity arose for him to strike. Meanwhile, outside Orochimaru's residence, a shadow flickered through the night with astonishing speed, evading the relentless pursuit of the root ninjas. Orochimaru, my first ally, I have arrived. In a dimly lit chamber, a man with long black hair and fair skin, adorned with hook-shaped earrings, murmured softly while handling a test tube. Tangible things will eventually wither away, just as people do. Only the intangible can achieve immortality. This man was none other than Uchiha Shisui's target, Orochimaru. Yet, as he engrossed himself in his work, a blurred figure suddenly materialized on a chair within the laboratory. Hidden shadow snake ants. At the sight of this unexpected guest, Orochimaru's golden pupils narrowed sharply, and snakes erupted from his sleeves, lunging to attack. Orochimaru, is this your hospitality? With Shisui's voice echoing, the snakes abruptly froze, all severed in an instant. The only visible evidence of the encounter was the shuriken, slightly stained with blood, spinning in his hand, along with a youth wearing a wooden mask whose identity remained obscured. Damn it! Seeing his technique so effortlessly countered, Orochimaru set down the test tube, his voice laced with malice. Who are you? Do you not fear being trapped here forever? Brazenly intruding upon the leaf to assault the Hokage's disciple? Although Orochimaru had begun vivisection experiments, he had not yet fully revealed his hand. Officially, he remained the disciple of the third Hokage, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha. Thus, his claim was not entirely inaccurate. However, Uchiha Shisui, unfazed by Orochimaru's use of his identity as leverage, smiled nonchalantly and tossed aside several unconscious root ninjas. Threatening me? Perhaps reconsider. I am here to deliver experimental live materials to you, and furthermore, experimental live materials. Upon hearing this phrase, Orochimaru's golden pupils widened in shock. The intruder was aware of his clandestine experiments. No longer can we remain entangled with this individual. Seize the opportunity and flee. Yet, in the face of Orochimaru's current vigilance, Uchiha Shisui spoke with an air of unruffled composure. Orochimaru, I shall provide you with all the materials you desire. Shimura Danzō, that cowardly wretch, is unworthy to collaborate with a talent such as yourself. With these words, Uchiha Shisui gradually formed hand seals. Wood release, wood dragon technique. Roaring forth, a fearsome wooden dragon lunged from in front of Uchiha Shisui, its jaws wide open, aiming to devour Orochimaru. Witnessing this spectacle, the fear on Orochimaru's face vanished in an instant, replaced by a morbid frenzy. How do you possess such wood release? And the purity of this wood release? Could it be? My friend, grant me a drop of your blood, just a single drop. I am willing to atone for my previous recklessness. With that, Orochimaru spread his arms wide, a smile gracing his features, seemingly prepared to withstand Uchiha Shisui's wooden dragon with his flesh and blood. Observing this scene, a slight smirk appeared at the corner of Uchiha Shisui's mouth, just as he had anticipated, following his display of high purity wood release. Orochimaru could no longer suppress the greed swelling within him. Disperse. In response to Orochimaru's actions, Uchiha Shisui nodded slightly, dispelling the wooden dragon with a flick of his wrist. He drew a shuriken across his palm, letting a few drops of blood fly towards Orochimaru. In a flurry, Orochimaru seized a test tube, hastily collecting the blood and immersing himself in testing it. After a considerable time, Orochimaru suddenly raised his head, unleashing a maniacal laugh, his entire body trembling with excitement. This is precisely what I sought. This is what I desired. In the next moment, Orochimaru abruptly turned to Uchiha Shisui, his face alight with exhilaration. My friend, speak your desires. I am willing to do anything, as long as I can continue to obtain this high-purity blood infused with would-release chakra. At this moment, all he yearned for was immortality. I do not disdain conversing with the intelligent, particularly with capable individuals such as yourself. With that, Uchiha Shisui revealed the purpose of his visit. My name is Senju, a disciple of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. I have recently returned from my training, and I am profoundly dissatisfied with the current state of Konoha. How has the Senju clan fallen so low? Why is the Uchiha clan subjected to such exclusion? The current Hokage is a source of great disappointment. Thus, for the stability and strength of Konoha, I must eradicate all detrimental elements, and for this, I require your assistance in betraying Shimura Danzō at a specific time, ideally, ensuring his demise. Kill Danzō? You wish to betray Konoha? Orochimaru frowned slightly. Although Danzō's health had deteriorated with age, orchestrating his death without alerting anyone remained a formidable challenge. Aware of Orochimaru's concerns, Uchiha Shisui approached the experimental table, placing a reassuring hand on Orochimaru's shoulder, causing him to retreat slightly. Uchiha Shisui's smile remained unwavering. Do not fear. Had I intended to take your life, I would have acted long ago, sparing us both this unnecessary exchange. At this juncture, Uchiha Shisui shifted the conversation. Betray Konoha? That was never my intention, however. Shimura Danzō must perish. If he lives, the rift between the Uchiha and Konoha will only deepen, ultimately leading to betrayal and discord, which I cannot abide. Moreover, should anything befall the Uchiha, he too will suffer the consequences. In any case, I shall create the opportunities. You need only continue your experiments and bide your time. Very well, I shall place my trust in you for the moment. Orochimaru pondered briefly before conceding. However, should circumstances take a turn for the worse, I will terminate our collaboration without hesitation. I have no desire to lose my life due to the reckless impulses of a youth. Have you ever encountered a true dragon that breaks its word like a serpent? Orochimaru fell silent. In response, Uchiha Shisui merely shrugged. By the way, grant me a Kusanagi sword. His abilities extend beyond mere speed. He wields formidable swordsmanship. Therefore, he requires an exceptional weapon. Very well. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru hesitated for a moment before ultimately tossing forth a specially crafted Kusanagi sword. He was acutely aware that his relationship with the individual before him, who claimed to be a disciple of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, was purely transactional. To gain, one must be willing to relinquish. Whoosh. A fine sword indeed. With that, farewell. Uchiha Shisui appraised the Kusanagi sword, its gleaming edge eliciting a satisfied smile. In the next instant, his figure blurred, and only his calm voice echoed within the laboratory. I merely offer you a superior opportunity, not a demand. You may choose when the situation becomes more definitive. Orochimaru, I perceive great potential in you, and I hope your ultimate decision does not disappoint me. Days later, outside Konoha village. Lord Shisui, there are no anomalies surrounding the village. Uchiha Shisui regarded the Konoha ninjas accompanying him on patrol, a radiant smile gracing his face. Excellent, everyone. Ding. The sign and location has been refreshed. The site is a thicket 500 meters outside Konoha. The coordinates have been dispatched. Before Uchiha Shisui could complete his statement, the system's voice suddenly resonated. After days of waiting, a new sign and location had finally been established. However, he needed to send the ninjas before him back first. You have all worked hard. Let us conclude for today. I shall make another swift round. You may return to rest. Understood. Upon hearing Uchiha Shisui's words, the ninjas excitedly retreated. Truly, Lord Shisui is kind-hearted. Despite hailing from the same clan, the other Uchiha ninjas have been rather disappointing. Naturally, for Lord Shisui is one who has been nurtured by the Hokage himself. Indeed, as those ninjas departed, the smile on Uchiha Shisui's face abruptly vanished. For among those who had just left, several had suddenly halted mid-journey, concealing themselves within the shadows of the trees. Clearly, These were operatives dispatched by either Sarutobi Hiruzen or Shimura Danzō, those cunning old foxes, to tail him. But could they truly keep pace with his speed? In the next instant, Uchiha Shisui's form blurred before vanishing without a trace. Behind him, the pursuing ninjas froze in stunned disbelief. Where did he go? Such incredible speed. Truly worthy of the title Shunshin no Shisui. Enough gawking. Inform Lord Danzō at once. Uchiha Shisui has disappeared. Tap, tap, tap. Even as those ninjas retreated in haste, Shisui had already arrived at his designated checkpoint. System, check-in. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing today's check-in. Ding. Special forbidden jutsu acquired. Man and sword as one. Current mastery, 10. Special forbidden jutsu, man and sword is won by sacrificing a portion of one's life force. The user forcibly merges their essence with their weapon, unleashing a momentary burst of power equivalent to 300 of their normal capacity. Note, the life force consumed by this forbidden technique can be replenished through the Kekkei Genkai. Would release. A forbidden art that trades vitality for power? Intriguing. Others might hesitate to wield such a technique, but not him, for he had mastered would release. No sooner had Shisui obtained this forbidden jutsu than 3 black-clad ninjas emerged in the distance, advancing swiftly toward his position. Not bad speed. Footwork and chakra fluctuations are decent, likely low-level J-nin at best. Danzō's men? Or perhaps Hiruzen's? Though their allegiance remained unclear. One thing was certain, since they wore no Konoha insignia, eliminating them would raise no objections. Heh. A cold smirk flickered in Shisui's eyes as his form dissolved into a blur. Meanwhile, the 3 root operatives slowed their pace, creeping forward with heightened vigilance. Stay sharp. This is Uchiha Shisui we're dealing with. Understood. Understood. And what of Uchiha Shisui? The moment the lead root ninja finished speaking, an emotionless voice materialized behind him. Nothing much. Just Uchiha Shisui. Realizing his target had slipped past their defenses undetected, the leader's hands flew into seals, preparing a counterattack. But before he could complete them, a sharp pain erupted in his jaw as Shisui's kick launched him skyward. A flash of white light, swift as a blink, sliced across his throat. Uchihari, flash severance. Splurt. Blood gushed from the fatal wound, staining the grass crimson. With precision and lethality, Uchiha Shisui's ruthless actions instantly intimidated the 2 root ninjas. Who are you? What brings you to Konoha? Uchiha Shisui lightly wiped the blood from his grass-cutting sword, feigning ignorance of their origins, his gaze icy and unyielding. You won't get any information from us. We must fight him. If we can just hold him off for a moment, our master will arrive shortly. Kill. Hold him off? Uchiha Shisui merely cast a disdainful glance at the 2 root ninjas before his right hand rested upon the specially crafted grass-cutting sword by Orochimaru at his waist. In the next instant, as the 2 root ninjas had barely taken a step, a flash of white light sliced through their bodies before they could react. Special secret technique. Fusion of man and sword. Uchiha-style flash cutting. With a single stroke, the 2 root ninjas were severed in half. The terrifying speed and explosive power even caused Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was observing through a crystal ball, to furrow his brow slightly. Shisui's instantaneous explosive power seems to have intensified. He had barely glimpsed the true form of Shisui's sword when his brow relaxed considerably. After all, Shisui was now one of his own. The stronger Shisui became, the more satisfied he felt. Uchiha Shisui casually searched the bodies of the 3 root ninjas, but found nothing of value. As expected, the expendables carried no useful information. However, just as he was about to depart, several shuriken infused with wind chakra came hurtling towards him from a distance, aiming directly for his face. Yet, these shuriken struck Uchiha Shisui without drawing a single drop of blood, passing right through him. A mere afterimage? Seeing his attack fail, a bandaged arm man began to advance step by step towards Uchiha Shisui, shouting furiously, "Umph! Uchiha Shisui, you indiscriminately slaughter Konoha ninjas, a grave crime. Do you not realize your sins? Indiscriminate slaughter of Konoha ninjas? No, they are not. Konoha ninjas would never attack their own." Uchiha Shisui feigned righteousness, his expression resolute. Observing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded slightly in approval. To him, Uchiha Shisui appeared to have been thoroughly brainwashed. In contrast, Shimura Danzō's expression darkened significantly. If those individuals were indeed Konoha ninjas, what then of the attack on Uchiha Shisui? If they were not, how could his own men be so easily slain by Shisui? As Danzō's face remained grim, the root ninjas behind him also wore grave expressions. So ruthless. You truly live up to your name, Shisui the Instant. Then explain why you are patrolling so far from the village. Danzō pressed on with his inquiry. In the interest of safeguarding Konohagakure, I propose an expansion of our patrol range. Is there any objection? Had I not sensed something amiss, the infiltration of these other ninja villages would have gone unnoticed. An undercover agent. How audacious of that wretch to assign identities to the deceased, for the dead cannot speak. Nevertheless, today, there are no other Umbu members in the vicinity of Uchiha Shisui, providing me with an opportunity to gauge his intentions. With this thought in mind, Shimura Danzō maintained his stern demeanor, yet took deliberate steps towards Uchiha Shisui, placing a hand upon his shoulder, a faint smile breaking through his otherwise somber expression. I am well aware of the situation. You have performed admirably. Since these individuals are spies from other ninja villages, eliminating them poses no issue. And the village will remember your contributions. However, at this juncture, Danzō's tone shifted, lowering his voice to whisper in Shisui's ear. Shisui, you are aware that I have always held you in high regard. Regrettably, Sarutobi was the one who encountered you first. Nevertheless, I extend to you a formal invitation to join the route. Should you assent, your standing within route would be second only to mine, with all members at your command. This would enable you to better fulfill your duty of protecting the village and upholding the ideals of the Will of Fire. How do you find such an offer? The second in command of route? A tempting proposition, yet. Before the eyes of many, Uchiha Shisui shook his head. I must decline. Why? The smile on Danzō's face instantly froze, a flicker of malice flashing in his eyes. I am a member of the Umbu, sworn to obey only the third Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen. How dare he, Sarutobi, compete with me for the title of Hokage? Upon hearing Shisui's words, Danzō's expression darkened to its utmost, as he forcefully patted Shisui's shoulder thrice before turning to depart. Very well. Yet, as he stepped 5 meters away, he swiftly formed hand signs. Shisui, I have noticed that your ninjutsu has grown somewhat rusty of late. Today, allow me to provide you with guidance on behalf of the third Hokage. Wind release, vacuum wave. In the next moment, a torrent of wind chakra erupted from Danzō's mouth, transforming into a scythe-like gale that swept towards Uchiha Shisui. However, Shisui merely shook his head. Just as the gale's scythe was about to reach him, his hand, resting on the Kusanagi sword, flickered as he drew it. The blade spiraled forward, chakra swirling around it like a tempest, striking directly at the gale scythe. Uchiha-style, gale sword. With a resounding explosion, the gale scythe was obliterated by Shisui's gale sword. Witnessing this, Danzō clenched his teeth, a hissing sound escaping his lips. This brat's swordsmanship has grown stronger. Damn it, since I cannot obtain such talent, I shall destroy it with my own hands. In the next moment, Shimura Danzō lunged at Uchiha Shisui, his hands swiftly forming seals as a tempest of wind chakra surged forth. However, to his astonishment, Uchiha Shisui's form suddenly vanished. When he reappeared, it was behind Danzō, his right hand resting upon Danzō's shoulder. In an instant, Danzō's body slackened. Had it not been for the timely intervention of other root members, he would have surely collapsed to the ground. Do not be alarmed. It is merely an ordinary genjutsu. I must return to report the patrol status, and from here on, I shall rely on you. Continuing the battle with Danzō held no purpose. At this juncture, it was not the opportune moment to eliminate him. If action were to be taken, it must be thorough. He aimed to ruin Shimura Danzō utterly. Whoosh. Following Uchiha Shisui's departure, the supposedly unconscious Danzō gradually opened his eyes, a glint of malice flickering in his gaze. Uchiha Shisui, relish your triumph for now. In our next encounter, when you confidently believe I have fallen under your genjutsu, I shall strike you down with lethal precision. Those eyes of yours belong to me, Shimura Danzō. After his attempts at persuasion were rebuffed, Danzō refrained from further disturbing Uchiha Shisui in the ensuing days. The return of the chosen successor, Namikaze Minato, indicated that the competition for the position of the fourth Hokage was imminent. Thus, he resolved to support Orochimaru in the contest for the fourth Hokage of Konohagakure. Although his chances appeared slim, the allure of the Hokage position was simply too compelling for him to resist, even if only from behind the scenes. Regrettably, the ultimate outcome could be summed up in 2 words: failure. At the headquarters of Root, Shimura Danzō swept his hand across the table, scattering the documents in a fit of rage. Damn it. Why? Why can Namikaze Minato become the fourth Hokage while I cannot? That scoundrel. Why does Hiruzen oppose me at every turn? Only I can lead Konoha to a more prosperous future. Facing Danzō's current reaction, Orochimaru could only respond with a cold smirk. He held little illusion about his former teacher. The outcome of this election failure was anticipated. However, since his beloved teacher treated him thus, there was no longer any need for him to harbor reservations. As Orochimaru pondered this, a root ninja suddenly appeared before him and Danzō, speaking respectfully. Sir, the fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato, has just sent word for Uchiha Shisui to come personally. We have yet to ascertain the specific reasons. Uchiha Shisui? Upon hearing this name once more, Danzō could only slam his hand against the table in frustration. After gesturing for the root ninja to leave, he turned to Orochimaru. The failure in the Hokage election is but a setback. Regretting it now serves no purpose. At this moment, I must devote all my energy to research, for our time is running short. As he spoke, Shimura Danzō's hand clenched tightly, his eyes gleaming with insatiable greed. I must swiftly integrate the cells of Hashirama Senju to acquire the power of the Uchiha clan's Sharingan. Only then can we regain our footing. Only then can I fulfill my ambitions and ascend to the position of Hokage. Meanwhile, as Danzō conversed with Orochimaru, Uchiha Shisui turned his gaze towards the Hokage's office, his eyes sparkling with determination. The yellow flash, is it Minato Namikaze? To be honest, had it not been necessary, he would have preferred to avoid excessive contact with Minato. This man is excessively perfect and powerful, and Shisui feared that his own identity might be revealed, if exposed. Unless he resorted to his Mangeki Sharingan or revealed his would release, engaging in battle with Minato would leave the outcome fraught with uncertainty. For one of his greatest strengths was speed, and Minato excelled in that very domain. With that thought, Uchiha Shisui adjusted his attire slightly. In the next moment, his form became indistinct. Before long, he arrived at the door of the Hokage's office and politely knocked, announcing, "Fourth Hokage-sama, come in." With a creak, he entered without utilizing the body flicker technique, opting for a simple opening of the door. In the face of his own formidable power, he would not easily engage with Minato. However, his restraint did not guarantee that Minato would refrain from action. Whoosh! As soon as Uchiha Shisui stepped inside, a flurry of shuriken came hurtling towards him, targeting his vital points. TCH. Seeing Minato take the initiative, a glimmer of excitement sparked in Shisui's eyes. Sharingan, activate. In an instant, the 6 shuriken suspended in midair seemed to freeze before him. Evading them was now a trivial task. However, just as Shisui dodged the 6 shuriken, 2 preemptively aimed kunai appeared out of nowhere, their speed unprecedented. Are you testing my strength? At this juncture, if I do not reveal my abilities, it may provoke unnecessary suspicions from him. Shisui's mind raced, and in the next moment, he drew his Kazanagi sword. Uchiha style, flash cut, clang, clang. He didn't even resort to the body flicker technique. Truly worthy of the accolades earned during the Third Great Ninja War. The body flicker Shisui lives up to the third Hokage's words. You are quite formidable. Minato Namikaze, with his striking blonde hair, sat back in his chair, squinting slightly at Uchiha Shisui with a faint smile. Shisui, how about you join me and work by my side from now on? Why has Namikaze Minato resorted to such measures? Is he attempting to undermine Sarutobi Hiruzen? Given Minato's character, he would never engage in such treachery. If that is the case, it must be a proposition from Hiruzen, intended to gauge his response. That old fellow certainly harbors deep suspicions. Upon this realization, Uchiha Shisui slightly bowed his head and spoke earnestly. Lord Hokage, I am indeed a member of the Umbu, and it is my duty to heed your orders and protect the village. The implication of Shisui's words was exceedingly clear. The Umbu follows the Hokage's commands. And since you are the Hokage, I shall obey you. Excellent. Minato was quite pleased with his response, though the smile on his face remained undiminished. However, Shisui, I am genuinely curious about your true strength at this moment. What? At Minato's words, Shisui's eyes widened in shock, his muscles instantly tensing. In the next moment, his form began to blur. Body flicker technique. Simultaneously, as Shisui's figure became indistinct, a kunai sliced through the air, aimed at his last known position, followed closely by a streak of yellow light rushing towards him. Impressive speed. Having failed to land a hit, Minato swiftly utilized the Flying Thunder God technique. Reappearing beside the door of the Hokage's office, directly in front of Shisui, his eyes still narrowed, his face aglow with a radiant smile. Let us take this outside. Since becoming Hokage, it had been quite some time since he had sparred with Shisui. This opportunity, presented by the Third's Commission, was perfect for a spirited bout. Whoosh, whoosh. As Minato's voice faded, the 2 figures instantly materialized beside a tree outside the Hokage's office. Clash, clash. Their exchanges were quick and fluid, a continuous cycle of engagement. Passers-by could only catch fleeting glimpses of their blurred forms and hear the resonating clang of metal. They couldn't even discern who was fighting. What is that? Their speed is astonishing. I can barely see them. One of them appears to be the Hokage. What? The Hokage is engaged, but who is the other person? Capable of matching the Hokage to such an extent? Could it be a member of the Uchiha clan? It is indeed plausible, although the Uchiha clan is often deemed malevolent. There are exceptions. Shisui Uchiha, renowned for being on par with the Hokage during the Third Shinobi World War. As the villagers of Konohagakure debated the strength of Namake's Minato versus Uchiha Shisui, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly appeared at the entrance of the Hokage office. Gazing intently at the two flickering figures in the distance, reflecting, Shisui has indeed grown stronger. This is for the best. With a cigarette in his mouth, Hiruzen exhaled a puff of smoke towards the sky. With Minato and Shisui, maintaining a balance of power within the village should pose little challenge. As for the greatest uncertainty within the village, the Uchiha clan, let Danzō contend with them at his own pace. While Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered. The forest atop the Hokage rock in Konoha was littered with shuriken and kunai. Fire style, great fireball technique. A surge of immense chakra erupted from Uchiha Shisui's body. As he performed the hand seals, a colossal fire dragon, radiating intense heat, launched itself towards the flickering figure of Namake's Minato before him. Faced with the oncoming fire dragon, Minato chose not to confront it head-on. His body vanished once more, reappearing behind Uchiha Shisui. Flying Thunder God technique. Sizzling sounds filled the air. Simultaneously, a sphere brimming with violent chakra manifested in Minato's palm. After extensive probing, he was finally prepared to engage earnestly. What is that? Realizing something, the Tomo and Uchiha Shisui's Crimson Sharingan began to spin rapidly. 1 Tomo, 2 Tomo, 3 Tomo, 2 stages. Boom. A tremendous explosion resonated, engulfing a 10-meter radius. The ground gave way, forming a massive crater, dust swirling in the air. Yet, despite successfully striking Uchiha Shisui, Minato's expression bore no joy. His eyes widened, filled with grave concern, fixated on the imposing black silhouette emerging from the dust. That is, the Uchiha clan's exclusive ability, Susanoo. Step by step, Uchiha Shisui commanded the green giant to rise from the depths of the crater, an overwhelming aura of chakra wreaking havoc in all directions, including the area where Minato stood. Forgive my rudeness, Hokage-sama. However, Minato paid no heed to the chakra onslaught, deftly evading it with a series of swift movements. What truly occupied his thoughts was the figure before him, with eyes as crimson as blood, resembling a shuriken with 4 blades. The Mangeki Sharingan. In response to Minato's second stage of the Flying Thunder God technique, Uchiha Shisui activated his Mangeki Sharingan and manifested Susanoo. Wait. As Uchiha Shisui emerged from the crater, Minato noticed that the green skeleton seemed to possess only its upper half. The Susanoo was not yet in its complete form. Observing this, Minato, with a kunai marked by the Flying Thunder God seal in one hand, smiled and remarked, "Why only half-formed? This cannot be the complete Susanoo, can it?" Sarutobi Hiruzen had intended for him to gauge Uchiha Shisui's true strength. Yet now, the opponent had not even revealed their full potential, let alone the complete Susanoo. "You are not my enemy," Uchiha Shisui stated calmly. "Furthermore, Hokage-sama, you too have not exerted your full power, have you?" Facing an unserious Minato Namake's, he merely needed to shield his upper body with the Susanoo. Moreover, given the potency of that last strike, had he not been reluctant to reveal his identity, enduring it with his own body and weapon would hardly have posed a challenge. After all, since acquiring would release, his physical resilience and regenerative capabilities had far surpassed their former levels. He was strong now, even without unveiling his would release. He possessed the capability to stand his ground and defeat Konoha's yellow flash, Minato Namake's. Upon hearing those words from Uchiha Shisui, the Rasengan swirling in Minato's left hand trembled slightly, while the smile on his face deepened. Yet, in the next moment, the chakra within the Rasengan stabilized rapidly, swelling with increasing intensity. "Very well. Then, as the Hokage, I hereby command you, show me your true strength. This will determine the difficulty of the missions entrusted to you henceforth. If you truly stand for protecting the village and inheriting the will of fire, then fight me with everything you've got." Whoosh. The yellow flash darted forward. "Come at me." Shisui. Hehehe, bringing shame upon himself. As Minato launched his next move, elsewhere, outside the Hokage's office, Shimura Danzō approached Hiruzen Sarutobi's side. His face twisted in mockery. That boy is the Uchiha clan's strongest genius of this generation. His prowess speaks for itself, and his Mangeki Sharingan's ability, Kodo Amatsukami, is the ultimate genjutsu, capable of permanently altering one's thoughts. Even Minato Namikaze, the village's yellow flash, stands no chance against him. Hiruzen exhaled a slow stream of smoke, maintaining his silence, an implicit agreement with Danzō's assessment. Both Minato and Shisui shared similar combat styles, favoring swift, decisive engagements. But should the battle prolong, Shisui's advantages would far outweigh Minato's. The Susanoo bolstered both offense and defense, and with the Mangekyou's Kodo Amatsukami, unless Minato fought the entire battle with his eyes closed. A single opening seized by Shisui would end the fight instantly. To Danzō, Hiruzen's silence was contemplation, an acknowledgement of his earlier words. Thus, he fanned the flames further. His ability is far too dangerous. It must be secured under Konoha's control, our control. Yet, the moment Danzō finished speaking, Hiruzen's eyes flickered with a sharp glint. He set down his pipe and spoke in a low, firm tone. Shisui is Konoha's mine. If you dare lay a hand on him, you know the consequences. Humph. Danzō waved his hand dismissively, turning his back to Hiruzen as he gazed toward the Hokage monument, unimpressed. Uchiha Shisui, yours? Heh. It won't be long before those Sharingan eyes belong to me. With those eyes, I will seize control of Konoha. No, the entire shinobi world won't be beyond my grasp. As madness gleamed in Danzō's eyes, elsewhere. Once again, the illustrious Minato Namikaze executed the Flying Thunder God technique, instantaneously appearing beside the Uchiha Shisui. Multiple kunai, each marked with the Flying Thunder God seal, were simultaneously hurled from his grasp, targeting the myriad fissures adorning Susanoo's form. He himself thrust a kunai directly towards the vulnerable rear of Susanoo. Despite Susanoo's formidable defense, Minato's previous assault had already inflicted damage, creating cracks. He was certain that with continued powerful attacks, he could wound the Uchiha Shisui sheltered within. Witnessing this scene, Shisui felt a profound sense of disbelief. Kunai against Susanoo? This evoked memories of a certain individual. However, as Shisui remained composed, awaiting Minato's assault, a dazzling arc of yellow lightning suddenly coursed around him. At this sight, Shisui's crimson Sharingan narrowed slightly. The skeletal form of Susanoo was now rapidly enveloped by intricate veins and flesh. Following this, the Tengu armor materialized, encasing Shisui within its protective embrace. While others may have been oblivious to Minato's technique, Shisui was acutely aware. This was akin to the second stage of the Flying Thunder God, a signature ninjutsu of Minato. The spiral flash super will dance howl. Boom. Boom. What? It was once again thwarted? Such terrifying reflexes. Was this the enhancement bestowed by the Sharingan? Outside of the explosion's radius, Minato perched upon a branch, astonished. Regrettably, he could not fathom that Shisui's ability to thwart his attacks on both occasions had little to do with the Sharingan. The truth was that the present Uchiha Shisui was no longer the Shisui of yore. He had become a transcendent being, well-versed in the intricacies of all characters and the trajectory of this world. Not only could he intercept the opponent's signature ninjutsu, but he was also acutely aware of the unvanishing nature of the Flying Thunder God seal once left behind. Thus far, Minato had not once laid a hand on him. He was determined to avoid being ambushed by Minato utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique while secretly orchestrating his plans. Contemplating this, Shisui partially obscured his face with one hand and calmly spoke, "Hokage, do you truly wish to witness the full extent of my power?" After having endured Minato's formidable techniques, Shisui came to a realization. If he did not unleash a significant attack today, Minato would undoubtedly pursue him relentlessly. More precisely, it was the ancient Sarutobi Hiruzen who would not allow him to escape unscathed. "Oh, have you finally found your resolve?" Seeing Shisui prepared to engage earnestly, Minato tightened his grip on the kunai, a hopeful smile gracing his face. "Then let us proceed, without reservations." Boom. Before Minato could finish his sentence, Susanoo, clad in Tengu armor, suddenly drew forth a gleaming green weapon. The terrifying fluctuations of chakra raged like a hurricane, mercilessly ravaging the surroundings and violently uprooting every tree within a radius of several meters. Yet, this was merely the beginning. As the green weapon was drawn, an immense surge of chakra erupted from Uchiha Shisui, ultimately converging into that very weapon. Observing Shisui's actions, Minato Namikaze furrowed his brow, uncertain of his intentions. While Shisui was well aware of Minato's every tactic, the latter knew little of his adversary's capabilities. In the next moment, the formidable green weapon, enveloped in a colossal and potent chakra, was hoisted onto the shoulder of Susanoo. A terrifying aura began to emanate from it, creating ripples of energy that radiated outward. With each wave, the weapon's presence grew increasingly formidable, to the point that Minato's expression shifted in alarm. Indeed, you are taking this seriously. In that case, I cannot afford to lag behind, Minato declared, grasping a kunai and forming a series of seals. As he brought his hands together once more, brilliant yellow lightning flickered across the area in a frenzy. He understood that if he did not act swiftly, allowing Shisui to gather more power, he would be the one to suffer the consequences. Shisui, receive my next move. Spiral Flash Super Wool Dance. Empty. Before Minato could finish, Uchiha Shisui, wielding the green spiral sword, decisively thrust it towards a specific point where the yellow lightning flickered madly. Spiral sword. With a thunderous roar, the ground trembled violently the instant Shisui unleashed his strike. In the path of the spiral sword, trees shattered, and the earth was soon riddled with countless fissures. Earth and stone were sent flying in a chaotic explosion. Witnessing Shisui's terrifying attack, Minato, concealed within the yellow lightning and moving at high speed, was struck with disbelief. This guy, he actually perceived my true location? How was that possible? Despite his many doubts, Minato was acutely aware of what he needed to do. With a fierce determination, Minato clasped his hands together, and a dazzling yellow flash erupted directly in the path of the advancing green spiral sword. In that moment, their attacks collided head-on, resulting in a deafening explosion that resonated throughout the entirety of Konoha village. Boom, boom. Shortly after the tremendous blast, a throng of villagers gathered beneath the Hokage rock. The explosion seemingly originated from the forest above, prompting questions: what on earth had transpired? Why were the Hokage and Uchiha Shisui clashing atop the Hokage rock? Could it be that the nefarious Uchiha clan was finally making its move, prompting the fourth Hokage to act to protect the village? If this is truly the case, then what of the Umbu? Where are the members of the Umbu gone at this moment? Nevertheless, regardless of how the villagers responded, the sound of explosions continued to resonate from the woods behind Hokage rock. Dust billowed and stones flew in every direction, with some shops being completely buried by falling debris. Witnessing this scene, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned to the nearby Umbu member and commanded in a grave tone, "Quick, evacuate the surrounding villagers immediately." The reason for the urgency was that the fourth Hokage was assigning a special mission capability rating to Uchiha Shisui. Yes, Lord Third. After the Umbu members departed, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally raised his gaze toward the increasingly frequent explosions in the woods, covering his face with his hand and letting out a helpless sigh. What am I even doing? Why did I send Minato to assess Shisui's true strength? Had I known, I would have let the two of them fight outside the village. Then Hokage Rock wouldn't be riddled with cracks, and the several shops within the village wouldn't be completely engulfed. I hope it's not too late. Meanwhile, as the Umbu members hurriedly evacuated the crowd, a few minutes later, in the woods, at the end of an unfathomable ravine, the expression on Namake's Minato's face grew increasingly grave, cold sweat beading on his forehead. His eyes were fixed on the distant figure of Uchiha Shisui, who had not moved since summoning the Susanoo. Cough, cough, cough. Is this the true power of Susanoo? Not only can it find a way to counter my every impending attack, but it also wields such formidable strength. What a remarkable ability. While Minato continued to analyze to himself, Uchiha Shisui paid him no heed. Although the spiral sword had dissipated, the Susanoo clad in Tengu armor remained intact. Therefore, he needn't worry about a sudden strike from his opponent and could instead contemplate his own circumstances. From the commencement of battle utilizing the Sharingan to assist, to subsequently manifesting Susanoo and wielding the spiral sword. With such frequent use of the Sharingan, his eyes had not yet bled. It seems this is the advantage of wood release, allowing for a gradual restoration of his impaired ocular power. Thus, could he not continue to wield the spiral sword? Boom. In the next moment, a violent torrent of chakra enveloped Uchiha Shisui's green weapon once more. Spiral sword. Indeed, it is possible. But what of the Kodo Amatsukami? What is the cooldown period now? Such inquiries are best suited for a specialist. Orochimaru. Stop, stop, stop. Seeing Uchiha Shisui gathering the same formidable power beside his green weapon, Minato quickly interjected. I have already assessed your strength. Thank you for your cooperation, Shisui. We must prevent this. If we do not, the entire mountain will be obliterated. Upon hearing Minato's words, Uchiha Shisui paused, his Meijiki Sharingan spinning, as both the spiral sword and Susanoo simultaneously dissipated. Regrettably, he still wished to test himself, for his current ocular prowess and recovery speed enabled him to unleash powerful techniques multiple times without harm. Observing Uchiha Shisui's remarkable obedience, Minato Namake's nodded slightly. By the way, Shisui, as far as I know, prolonged use of the Sharingan can impose significant strain on one's body, correct? although I instructed you to exert your full strength. You are pushing yourself rather hard. Understand, this is merely a test of your capabilities. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Shisui feigned seriousness and replied, wherever the leaves dance. The fire burns eternally. For the will of fire and the protection of the village, I would sacrifice everything. Satisfied with Minato's response, Shisui nodded appreciatively. Truly, he was worthy of being trained by the third Hokage. Even though he hailed from the Uchiha clan, his profound understanding of the will of fire was indeed commendable. Contemplating this, Minato extended his right hand towards Uchiha Shisui. Shisui, come, let us safeguard Konoha together. From now on, I entrust the management of the Anbu to you. Entrust the Anbu to me? I would only agree to such a task if I wished to hasten my own demise. Shisui mused inwardly. For once he accepted the responsibility of the Anbu, Danzō's murderous intent towards him would intensify, possibly prompting an early strike against him. This was not a fate he desired. Moreover, who could say if this was yet another test from Hiruzen Sarutobi? With these thoughts in mind, Uchiha Shisui gently shook his head at Minato. Managing is best left aside. I am more adept at executing missions. However, Minato opened his mouth to speak, only to sigh and smile. In that case, I shall respect your choice. Should you ever reconsider, feel free to visit me at the Hokage office. The position of Anbu leader will always be yours. With those words, Minato swiftly activated the Flying Thunder God technique and vanished. Their earlier confrontation had stirred considerable commotion, and as the fourth Hokage, he now had to reassure the villagers and could no longer linger. Come find you? Alas, I may not have the time to seek you out again. Uchiha Shisui reflected silently. Ding! A new sign and location has been refreshed. Sign and location, the residence of Master Chin, the Konoha Dragon God. Time limit, 1 month. The residence of Master Chin, the Konoha Dragon God? How could he possibly know such matters? Never mind. When he visits Orochimaru to inquire about ocular abilities, he might as well ask if the latter has any knowledge of it. Days later, in Orochimaru's secret laboratory. Who goes there? Swish. Swish. As Uchiha Shisui stepped into the laboratory, Orochimaru immediately hurled several shurikens in greeting. Behind him, a multitude of white snakes with gaping jaws awaited. Hidden shadow snake hands. Regrettably, those shurikens had yet to strike their target before being swatted away by the rising branches. As for the few white serpents, they were cleaved into countless pieces by the Kusanagi, sword wielded by Uchiha Shisui. I remarked to Orochimaru, you always resort to the same tactic. It lacks novelty. Oh, it is you, Night Lord. Upon recognizing the person he had longed for, Orochimaru's eyes sparkled with delight as he fixed his gaze intently on Uchiha Shisui. Uchiha Shisui was well aware of Orochimaru's inclinations. Without a moment's hesitation, he brandished his sword, drawing forth several drops of his own blood along with a wooden fragment imbued with wood release. Is this what you desire? Orochimaru remained silent. Yet the fervor in his eyes spoke volumes. Since you wish for it, you must first assist me with an experiment. What kind of experiment? Does the wood release cell aid in the recovery of the Sharingan's ocular prowess for the Uchiha clan? And to what extent can it be achieved? Upon hearing this, Orochimaru paused. Could it be that the Senju Knight was indeed intent on supporting the Uchiha clan and governing Konoha? Nevertheless, he dismissed such thoughts. Science alone was paramount. Very well. Whoosh. Just as Orochimaru acquiesced, Uchiha Shisui flung all the materials outward. The Night Lord remained as forthright as ever. As long as you diligently attend to my needs, I shall provide ample materials. At this juncture, Uchiha Shisui casually remarked, by the way, it seems the guards here have increased. It took me many days to encounter a day with fewer guards. In response, Orochimaru, treating the items he received as if they were priceless treasures, explained, you see. A few days ago, Danzō's scheme to support me in running for the position of the fourth Hokage failed. Consequently, he has devoted all his energy to researching the first Hokage's cells, striving to acquire the strength of the Uchiha clan at the earliest opportunity, which naturally leads to an increase in guard presence. Uchiha Shisui fell silent, taking a languid sip of water from the table, seemingly deep in thought or perhaps supervising the experiment. Orochimaru, however, was unconcerned. As long as the other party could furnish him with materials, he was indifferent to any demands, let alone mere observation. After a considerable time, Uchiha Shisui feigned indifference and casually inquired, by the way, Orochimaru, have you heard of the Konoha's dragon, Teacher Chin? He should currently be addressed by that title. I wish to meet him. Him? Orochimaru paused before resuming his work. That fellow? It is said that he passed away from illness at home shortly after returning from the Third Great Ninja War. If you truly wish to pay your respects, I can guide you to his grave. Orochimaru casually sketched a map and handed it to Uchiha Shisui. Uchiha Shisui glanced at the map, and in the next instant, his figure suddenly became blurred. I hope you can give me a satisfactory answer when we meet next time. Of course, Lord Yoru, Orochimaru replied, licking the test tube containing Uchiha Shisui's blood with a look of intoxication. Meanwhile, after learning the location of Konoha's divine dragon, Master Chin's grave, Uchiha Shisui's wooden clone followed the map drawn by Orochimaru and arrived at a remote place. Is this it? Uchiha Shisui gazed at the weathered tombstone in the distance, surrounded by dilapidated structures, and fell into silence. Eventually, he stepped into the courtyard. To think the mighty Konoha divine dragon would end up in such a state. Pitiful. Just as he entered, a hoarse voice suddenly spoke from behind him. Little one, what are you doing here in the dead of night instead of sleeping? Before Shisui could respond, the old man appeared beside him in an instant, picking up a broom near the tombstone to sweep away fallen leaves as he spoke indifferently. Who told you about this place? Shisui remained silent for a moment before replying calmly. Elder, do you know Master Chin? Or perhaps, you are him. Whoosh. In the next instant, a fierce kick shot straight toward Shisui's face, astonishingly fast. Little one, there is no Master Chin here. Leave the way you came. Boom. Among the youth these days, there are still those who train in taijutsu? The old man sighed. Taijutsu has no future. It was true in the past. And it remains so now. Young man? Well, thank you for the compliment. Shisui, having effortlessly blocked the kick with one hand, glanced at his palm and shrugged. Currently, his identity was Senju Yoru, a disciple of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, placing him in the same generation as Hiruzen Sarutobi. So, strictly speaking, he wasn't exactly young. On the other hand, the old man was visibly surprised that his attack had been stopped barehanded. However, that didn't mean he would back down. Young man, taijutsu has no future. Only by mastering ninjutsu can one truly become a shinobi. Tap, tap. The old man, who had been holding the broom, suddenly set it aside and lunged forward with a spinning kick. Boom. This time, the kick carried tremendous force, striking with precision and speed straight at Shisui's face, swift, ruthless, and without hesitation. An ordinary shinobi hit by this would likely be incapacitated instantly. Is this the Konoha whirlwind? No. Its range and power far surpass it. Realizing this, a faint smile crossed Shisui's lips. From what he knew, Master Chin, the Konoha divine dragon, had three signature techniques of notable strength. The Great Konoha Whirlwind, an enhanced version of the Konoha Whirlwind, and the Konoha Gale. The most formidable technique that brought him fame during the Third Great Ninja War, the Leaf Dragon God. Alas, the technique that Teacher Chin is currently employing is merely the Leaf Great Whirlwind. In the face of such a move, he need not resort to ninjutsu. With that thought in mind, aided by the Sharingan, Uchiha Shisui simply shifted his right leg backward and slightly tilted his body, effortlessly evading Teacher Chin's Leaf Great Whirlwind. Indeed, you are the Leaf Dragon God. Now that I have found you, Uchiha Shisui remarked, leisurely forming hand seals. I shall indulge you in a little play. This brat. Observing the provocative speed at which Uchiha Shisui formed his seals, Teacher Chin furrowed his brow. In the next moment, his body surged forward, delivering a powerful kick aimed directly at Uchiha Shisui's head. At such close quarters, it was undoubtedly lethal for a ninja reliant on hand seals. Even Jinjutsu would be too late to execute. This farce must come to an end. Young man, I have told you, Teacher Chin is already dead. Just as Teacher Chin's attack was about to strike Uchiha Shisui, the ground beneath them suddenly trembled violently. Immediately, a row of wooden pillars erupted from the earth, curving to form an archway that shielded Uchiha Shisui within. What style? Wooden pillar wall? What? This? What style? How could this unknown young man wield with style? Is that not a technique exclusive to the first Hokage? While Teacher Chin pondered in disbelief, Uchiha Shisui leisurely dissipated the wooden pillar wall and began to approach him. Shall I execute a two-part hollow spinning kick, followed by a centrifugal third kick? Indeed, its power surpasses the previous technique by a considerable margin. Who exactly are you? Having had two consecutive attacks thwarted by a youth, even someone who believed that physical techniques were obsolete like him felt a surge of irritation. Moreover, the fact that his opponent could utilize wood style compelled him to ascertain the depth of his abilities and identity. Teacher Chin, if you can defeat me, or at the very least provide me with a worthy challenge, I shall reveal my identity. A worthy challenge? It seems this young man has not regarded himself with any seriousness throughout this encounter. Very well. Let him experience the wrath of a taijutsu master. With that thought crystallizing in Teacher Chen's mind, he forcefully stomped his right foot against the ground, unleashing his chakra with abandon. In the next instant, his body soared into the air, propelled by the tremendous force of his kick, spinning rapidly as a violent whirlwind began to take shape. As the whirlwind churned, the ground trembled violently, and in the blink of an eye, it was rendered into a state of utter destruction. Even the surrounding trees disintegrated upon the slightest touch. Young man, reveal your identity and depart from here, and I shall pretend that no one has come today. Young man. Upon hearing Teacher Chen's remarks, Uchiha Shisui scratched his head and sighed. I have already stated that I am not as youthful as you may believe. However, since you have chosen to engage earnestly, I too must offer a semblance of response. In the next moment, Uchiha Shisui's hands swiftly formed seals, moving with such speed that they appeared to leave afterimages. Teacher Chen, you consistently claim that taijutsu lacks a future. Then pray tell, what is it that you are employing? With a scoff, seeing that Uchiha Shisui had no intention of retreating, Teacher Chen ceased to hold back and unleashed a hurricane that descended with ferocity. The head of the hurricane spun with incredible velocity, taking on the visage of a fearsome dragon. Its presence and destructive force reached a critical threshold. Konoha, Dragon God! Roared the monstrous dragon-shaped whirlwind as it plummeted towards Uchiha Shisui below. Before it even reached the ground, it exerted tremendous pressure, causing the very earth to tremble violently. Its speed and magnitude were truly terrifying. Regrettably, such an assault was far from sufficient to vanquish Uchiha Shisui. Impressive power, commendable speed, yet, would dragon technique? It shall not suffice to defeat me. With a mighty roar, Uchiha Shisui summoned a wood dragon, formidable and spiked, that burst into Teacher Chen's line of sight. As the wood dragon took shape, it opened its gaping maw and lunged forward, ensnaring the wind dragon. Who are you truly? Teacher Chen's expression soured instantly upon realizing his wind dragon had been ensnared. To his dismay, he discovered that this wood dragon not only possessed formidable binding strength, but could also absorb his chakra, if he did not swiftly devise a means to overcome his opponent. The wood dragon's rate of chakra absorption would inevitably lead to his defeat. There's no choice left. After a moment of stalemate, Teacher Chen clenched his teeth. In an instant, the wind dragon's aura surged with ferocity. Was he preparing for a desperate gamble? Observing Teacher Chen's actions, Uchiha Shisui discerned his intent and swiftly formed seals anew. At the same moment, encumbered by the wood dragon, Teacher Chen commanded the wind dragon to charge forward with fury. It was evident that Teacher Chen intended for a mutual destruction. After all, a taijutsu ninja typically possess superior physical prowess compared to ordinary ninjas. If both were to be caught in such a devastating technique, it would undoubtedly be the taijutsu ninja who remained standing. You still lack the maturity to defeat me. With a thunderous roar, as the wind dragon and wood dragon collided upon landing, a colossal explosion engulfed the entire courtyard. Yet, before the devastation could expand outward and obliterate the gravestones, clusters of wooden spikes descended from the heavens, instantaneously forming a prison that enveloped the entire blast radius. Wood release, 4-pillar prison technique. Alas, it was truly a narrow escape. Had I delayed even a moment longer, I fear I would have been unable to extricate you in time. Uchiha Shisui gazed at Teacher Chen with a gentle smile. In response to his words, Teacher Chen neither denied nor resisted, for Uchiha Shisui's right hand had transformed into a colossal mallet, poised ominously above his head. Should he act recklessly, that wooden implement would undoubtedly spell his demise. It appears you have finally settled down. However, while we may spar, it is rather excessive of you to nearly destroy your disciple's gravestone, is it not? Though the gravestone appeared to belong to Teacher Chen, it concealed a far deeper sorrow, his guilt over the loss of his deceased disciple. Upon hearing Uchiha Shisui's remark, Teacher Chen's eyes widened in disbelief as he turned to gaze at the gravestone. Only after confirming its intact condition did he unleash a furious roar at Uchiha Shisui. How could you possibly know about this? Why, you ask? Seizing the opportune moment, Uchiha Shisui released the wood-release chakra from within him, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Senju, hailing from the Senju clan, and I am a disciple of the first Hokage, Lord Senju Hashirama. Thus, I reiterate, do not refer to me as a mere boy. We are of similar age, old Chen. As for your affairs, I have my own means of acquiring such knowledge. Teacher Chen, upon hearing this, was filled with incredulity. What? You are a disciple of the first Hokage? At such a young age? Yet, his expression quickly returned to normalcy, and he slumped dejectedly to the ground. He could hardly muster the energy to question why Uchiha Shisui donned a cloak, concealing his true visage. Indeed, the Senju clan is renowned for its formidable vitality. It is not surprising that you appear youthful. At this juncture, Teacher Chin's already fatigued body tensed suddenly, his muscles taut as he pounded the ground with his fists. I. Drip, drip. Tears cascaded down Teacher Chin's cheeks, soaking his garments and the fallen leaves around him. I am unworthy to be his teacher. I do not deserve it. Had I not taught him the physical arts, had I not sent him into battle as a taijutsu ninja, he would not have met such a tragic fate. Taijutsu, huh? My disciple faced an adversary who merely employed genjutsu, and it led to his untimely demise in a distant land. Observing the despondent expression and ashen gaze of Teacher Chin, Uchiha Shisui stepped forward, approaching the gravestone. His hand gently brushed the dust from its surface as he sighed deeply. In the midst of the fluttering leaves, the flames of life endure. You must understand that your disciple's death bears little correlation to you. However, there is no however. Old Shun, how much longer will you wallow in despair? Uchiha Shisui suddenly exclaimed with a sharp voice. Taijutsu is futile? Then how do you account for the power you unleashed moments ago? If it were not I who had just engaged you, but rather a common jonin, the victor would undoubtedly be you. Confront the reality. The martial arts are indeed formidable. As Teacher Chin lapsed into silence once more, Uchiha Shisui extended his right hand and continued, Come forth, old Shun, join me in extricating this village, which has decayed to its very roots, from the clutches of darkness, for the will of fire, for the village, and for the lives of countless students of our esteemed teachers that must not be taken unjustly. Upon hearing Uchiha Shisui's words, Teacher Chin slowly lifted his gaze to the figure standing by the gravestone, aligned with the full moon above, an unusual light flickering in his eyes. Come on, old Chin. Allow me some time to ponder this, Teacher Chin finally replied after a prolonged silence, his gaze fixed on Uchiha Shisui. Such a conclusion did not surprise Uchiha Shisui. However, he was not in haste, for the time frame allotted for the current task from the system extended over 20 days. Extracting the location of the other party within that span posed no significant challenge. In that case, old Shun, I shall return in a few days. Just then, as Uchiha Shisui prepared to depart, a familiar voice echoed from a distance. Was that the legendary Konoha dragon god? Such is the power of that esteemed predecessor. Oh, it feels as if I am ablaze. Let the youth burn bright. With those final words, a figure enveloped in chakra charged forth, crashing through the ground. Observing the approaching individual, Uchiha Shisui placed a hand to his forehead, shaking his head in resignation. Ah, confirmed, it is indeed that person. Knight. Do you know that little fellow? Uchiha Shisui nodded lightly in response. I suppose I know him. His name is Might Guy. A rather admirable individual who possesses a profound passion for martial arts, though he may be a tad. Eccentric. Passionate about martial arts, you say? Upon hearing Uchiha Shisui's words, Old Shin turned to gaze at the charging Might Guy, filtering out the latter part of Uchiha Shisui's statement. What significant flaw could a truly passionate martial artist possess? With a sudden burst of energy, Might Guy leaped forward, preparing to kneel before Teacher Chin and Uchiha Shisui. The next moment, he landed with a crash, beaming with excitement as he bowed to Teacher Chun. Teacher Chun, is it truly you? I had heard tales of your sacrifice during the Third Shinobi World War. I never expected to see you here today. By the way, that strike earlier was your doing, wasn't it? Truly worthy of the title Konoha Dragon God, the mightiest in martial arts. Ha ha ha. My plan for leg muscle training this evening was indeed the right choice. Teacher Chin opened his mouth, attempting to clarify the situation. However, it is evident that Might Guy has now fully embraced his fervor. Haha. I feel an exhilarating surge of energy coursing through me. Today I shall embark on a workout that targets my thigh muscles, doubling the intensity. No, thrice. Quintuple. Ignite. Youth. Ahem. What is going on with this person? Teacher Chin awkwardly turned to Uchiha Shisui, who merely shrugged in resignation. It was only at this moment that Teacher Chun comprehended the true meaning behind Uchiha Shisui's words prior to Might Guy's arrival. This young lad indeed possesses an unusual spirit. However, seemingly struck by an epiphany, a glimmer of hope rekindled in Teacher Chin's once dull gaze. It appears that there still exist ninjas who harbor a passion for taijutsu. Taijutsu undeniably has a promising future. Your name is Might Guy, correct? Keep it up. You are doing splendidly. Oh. Teacher Chin, you actually know me. I am utterly thrilled. No, tonight I shall undertake a tenfold thigh muscle workout. Let us go. Without hesitation, Might Guy commenced his training right there on the spot. While training, he flashed a radiant smile at Teacher Chen and exclaimed, "Teacher, I have always believed that taijutsu is the strongest. Rest assured, I will not let you down. I shall diligently hone my taijutsu and strive to grow stronger." Proclaiming to everyone that taijutsu reigns supreme. Very well, Teacher Chen nodded, his previously stooped figure now straightening as the sound of cracking bones echoed. A fierce light ignited in the depths of his eyes. "Might Guy, if you are willing, let us meet here weekly from now on." "What? Is that true?" "Teacher Chen, you can count on me. I will arrive punctually every day. Ignite youth." I meant once a week." Witnessing Might Guy's renewed fervor, Teacher Chen shook his head in exasperation. Yet, soon a faint smile graced his lips as he gazed up at the moon above. "In this manner, it seems rather delightful. My disciple, just watch. I shall carry on with your legacy, imparting the allure of taijutsu far and wide." Indeed. Several days later, in the village of Konoha. At Teacher Chen's residence. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the sign-in. Sign-in location, Teacher Chen's residence. Ding. Congratulations, host, on receiving the sign-in reward, Mastery of Wood Release, and the techniques of the Senju clan. Techniques of the Senju clan? Aren't those used for constructing buildings? Regardless, even though it is not a combat-oriented skill, I have at least fulfilled the sign-in task. Moreover, the true treasure of this endeavor was not merely the wood release, Senju techniques, but rather the fact that Teacher Chen is willing to re-emerge from retirement. After Might Guy's impassioned declaration that fateful night, coupled with the days spent at the gravestone, expressing his innermost feelings to his late disciple while guiding Might Guy in taijutsu, Teacher Chen finally took him to his residence to pack his belongings, preparing to descend the mountain in search of children suitable for physical training. He also promised to visit the Uchiha clan's territory to meet a child named Uchiha Itachi. Thus, he needed to return and persuade his younger brother, Uchiha Itachi, to learn some physical techniques from Teacher Chen to strengthen his physique. A fully developed Uchiha Itachi would indeed be formidable, undoubtedly a significant asset. However, Uchiha Itachi possessed a critical flaw. His physical condition was exceedingly poor, greatly affecting his combat endurance and potential. He pondered how powerful Uchiha Itachi could become if his physical fitness were enhanced. This thought filled him with anticipation. "Since you are preparing to descend the mountain, I should take my leave as well, old Chen." Upon noticing Uchiha Shisui was ready to depart, Teacher Chen set down his belongings and inquired, "Are you still planning to secretly guard Konoha without stepping into the light?" "Indeed. The level of decay within the village is of utmost importance. I need to observe discreetly to determine who is trustworthy and who inherits the will of fire from our teacher." Hearing Uchiha Shisui's words, Teacher Chen nodded. "If that is the case, may we meet again by fate." "Yes, I believe we shall see each other soon. Please take your leave first." "Of course." Whoosh. After bidding farewell to Teacher Chen, in the next moment, Uchiha Shisui's figure vanished without a trace. That afternoon, a simple shadow clone of his skillfully scaled the walls of Uchiha Itachi's residence, where Itachi was diligently training with shuriken. Whoosh. As Uchiha Shisui just cleared the wall, a shuriken suddenly appeared before him. "Not bad. You've made progress. Your reflexes have quickened." Uchiha Shisui beamed at Uchiha Itachi, who quickly ran over, his eyes shining with admiration and dependence. In response, Uchiha Shisui affectionately ruffled Itachi's hair, chuckling, "Itachi, have you considered a question during your recent training?" "What question, Brother Shisui?" Uchiha Itachi widened his eyes in curiosity. "What do you believe you need to improve the most at present? Your ocular power? Fire release? Or, ouch, Brother Shisui, why are you hitting my head again?" Uchiha Itachi rubbed his sore head, looking up at Uchiha Shisui with a pitiful expression. "Then what do I need to improve now?" "Your physical fitness." "My physical fitness?" Uchiha Itachi seemed to ponder something, but after opening his mouth, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. Noticing this, Uchiha Shisui gently ruffled his hair once more, smiling as he said, "It's exactly what you're thinking. I want you to learn some techniques to enhance your physical fitness." "What?" "However, Brother Shisui, our Uchiha clan's focus on physical training seems rather—" "Oh dear." Another bump has appeared on Itachi's head. Is the gaze of others truly of such significance? What we must do is to diligently enhance ourselves, and then protect our family and our village. At this point, Uchiha Shisui gazed up at the sky. "With your talent, Itachi, I believe you will soon grasp the fundamentals. When that time comes, the application of ninjutsu will likely require my utmost seriousness." Keeping pace with me, or even surpassing me, should not pose a challenge. Surpass Brother Shisui? Upon hearing those words, Itachi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Really? Can I truly surpass Brother Shisui? Certainly, as long as you are willing to strive and endure hardships. I will. Encouraged by Uchiha Shisui. Itachi's face was filled with enthusiasm. Yet, it quickly turned to a frown. But there are no ninjas in our Uchiha clan proficient in physical techniques. No one is here to teach me. How about you, Brother Shisui, teach me. I still have missions to undertake. And I cannot be by your side constantly to guide you. However, there is someone who would be an excellent teacher for you, and he will arrive shortly. Let us tidy up. We must prepare to depart. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Itachi scratched his head in confusion. Oh, Brother Shisui, please wait for me. You can't leave without me. Understood. Hurry and prepare. After Itachi departed, a faint smile appeared on Uchiha Shisui's face. I wonder how the Uchiha clan and figures like Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzō will react upon learning this news. Hiki, it truly stirs anticipation. In the Hokage's office, an Umbu member bowed his head to report to Minato Namikaze. Hokage-sama, a target previously mentioned by Lord Third has appeared on the streets near the Uchiha clan. Oh, Minato. While processing documents, set them aside and reached for the scroll to read. The figure illustrated on the scroll was none other than the legendary Konoha dragon god. Teacher-chan, it seems I must personally attend to this matter. Step aside, Minato, let me handle it. Just as Minato prepared to rise, Sarutobi Hiruzen opened the Hokage office door and spoke calmly. Since an old friend who has been in seclusion for so long has emerged, I must personally greet him. Very well, then I shall trouble you, Lord Third. Minato replied with a warm smile. In the next moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen swiftly departed the Hokage office with several Umbu members, his eyes gleaming with an unusual light. Old Chun, having been in seclusion for so long, why have you suddenly appeared near the Uchiha clan's territory? What is your true intention? Meanwhile, while Sarutobi Hiruzen and his team set off, Uchiha Shisui had already brought Uchiha Itachi to the predetermined location. Shisui, why aren't we leaving? It was because your teacher has arrived. Uchiha Shisui reached out and affectionately ruffled Uchiha Itachi's hair, smiling as he spoke. Arrived? Hearing Shisui's words, Itachi turned his gaze towards the figure of Master Chun not far ahead, disbelief filling his eyes. This elderly man is my taijutsu instructor? What is the matter, little one? Do you doubt my capability to teach you? Despite his advanced age, Master Chun, being a taijutsu ninja, possessed keen hearing. Itachi felt an acute embarrassment as the words struck home. If anyone else had introduced this old man as his taijutsu teacher, he would have vehemently opposed it. However, given that it was his brother Shisui making the introduction, he felt compelled to show at least a modicum of respect. With that thought, Itachi offered a slight bow to Master Chun. My apologies. Ha ha ha, the little one is quite polite. But since you doubt my abilities, let your brother test my strength. Boom. In an instant, Master Chin's eyes sharpened, and his body surged forward with unexpected speed, launching a whirlwind kick directly at them. Leaf, great whirlwind. What an imposing presence. Itachi was taken aback to see the once slightly stooped Master Chun radiating such power. However, he quickly raised his voice. Shisui, give it your all. Whoosh. Instead of confronting Master Chun head-on with wood release, Uchiha Shisui opted to evade the attack using body flicker technique. For now, he was not Senju, but Uchiha Shisui. In essence, he had to vanquish his opponent using the might of the Uchiha clan. Fire release, great fireball technique. Well done. Observing the massive fireball erupting from Shisui's mouth, Master Chin showed no sign of retreat. Instead, his excitement only intensified. Boy, such a fireball cannot deter me. Leaf, gale, boom. In full view of the onlookers, Master Chin effortlessly kicked Shisui's fireball into oblivion, his momentum unabated. Just as Shisui was preparing to weave another hand sign, a wall of earth abruptly rose between him and Master Chin. Earth release, earth flow wall, boom. After shattering the earthen barrier with a mighty kick, Master Chin landed gracefully and turned his gaze towards a certain direction along the street. What is this feeling? Sun slash? In the next moment, Master Chin tilted his head back and laughed heartily, lifting his foot to unleash another strike. This time, the very ground began to tremble violently. Ha ha, sun slash? It's been too long. Come, let us exchange a few blows. Ha, Leaf Dragon God. Witnessing Master Chin's full throttle display, Uchiha Itachi, who had previously underestimated his strength, felt his eyes widen with astonishment. This attack is formidable. You, my friend, are still as reckless as ever. Observing Teacher Chun unleashing his prowess upon the street, Sarutobi Hiruzen gently shook his head and swiftly unleashed the shuriken concealed within his sleeve. With both hands forming seals at an astonishing speed, he chanted, "Shadow Shuriken Jutsu." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the blink of an eye, the solitary shuriken multiplied into a veritable storm, raining down upon Teacher Chun's wind dragon in a terrifying onslaught. The sheer number was utterly daunting. Yet, Teacher Chun exhibited no trepidation, commanding the wind dragon to plunge downwards with resolute force. "Come on, Hiruzen. Here it comes, old Chun." The ground trembled with a thunderous roar, debris scattering in all directions, and the swirling dust momentarily obscured the view of the onlookers. Nevertheless, the members of the Umbu accompanying Sarutobi Hiruzen remained motionless, showing no intention of intervening. Their mission was to evacuate the crowd and remain vigilant for any potential threats. Sarutobi Hiruzen found Teacher Chun's appearance exceedingly peculiar, suspecting the intervention of other forces. Better to err on the side of caution than to overlook a danger. Cough, cough. Hiruzen, impressive. Your technique still possesses remarkable power. Emerging from the epicenter of the explosion, both Teacher Chun and Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared, albeit with tattered clothing. Yet their faces radiated with brilliant smiles. Witnessing this scene, Uchiha Itachi's eyes sparkled with astonishment. Could he truly contend with the third Hokage? I told you. He is formidable, Uchiha Shisui remarked, ruffling Itachi's hair with a grin. So what do you think of this taijutsu instructor now? Taijutsu instructor? Initially assessing Teacher Chun's current strength, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned in surprise towards Uchiha Shisui, who had mentioned this. Uchiha Shisui candidly replied, I believe Itachi's physique is lacking. So I thought it prudent to find him a taijutsu instructor. I initially intended for Guy to teach him, but now it seems there is a better option. Taijutsu instructor? Members of the Uchiha clan studying taijutsu, what's the rationale here? Indeed, Brother Shisui suggested that I need to learn taijutsu, which is why I'm here. Spotting the innocent smile on Uchiha Itachi's face, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in understanding. I see, that's splendid. Keep up the good work, little one. After all, the Uchiha clan's power was notoriously difficult to manage due to the formidable nature of their Sharingan. Should Itachi, the heir of the clan, be distracted by the pursuit of taijutsu, it could hinder his future accomplishments. This, in turn, would bode well for the peace of Konoha. With this thought in mind, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned to Teacher Chun. Itachi is the child of the current Uchiha clan leader. His talent is unquestionable. What do you think about taking him as your disciple? Don't give me any nonsense. Do you think I would concern myself with his clan when taking on a disciple? As the conversation unfolded, Teacher Chun waved his hand and offered a gentle smile to Itachi Uchiha. Young one, you exhibit remarkable politeness. How about learning some martial arts from me? Yes, Itachi exclaimed, his excitement evident as he waved his hands. Ha ha ha, my outing today has certainly not been in vain. I have swiftly gained a promising disciple. Very well. Let us endeavor together. I shall spread martial arts throughout the entirety of Konoha. Observing the budding camaraderie between Teacher Chun and Itachi, Sarutobi Hiruzen fell into a moment of silence. Ultimately, he approached Shisui Uchiha and discreetly handed him a scroll. Shisui, coordinate with the other members of the Umbu to manage this area diligently, and remember the task I have entrusted to you. Understood, Lord Third. Once Sarutobi Hiruzen departed, Shisui unrolled the scroll, a hint of irony flashing in his eyes. The third Hokage had tasked him with monitoring Teacher Chun, instructing him to report immediately should any suspicious individuals engage with him. This is what an old friend is like, at FA day in public. And a different agenda behind the scenes, truly distasteful. However, thanks to that old man's assistance, Itachi has successfully become a disciple of Teacher Chun. Hiruzen, before long, you shall realize how misguided today's decision truly is. For now, let us allow you a moment of pride. In a dimly lit chamber, deep within shadows, a voice echoed, you say the dragon god of Konoha has emerged, and has taken Uchiha Fugaka's child, Itachi, as his disciple? How foolish to abandon the cultivation of ocular power for martial arts. Shimura Danzō meticulously polished his katana, his eyes glinting with cold disdain. By the way, has Teacher Chun come into contact with any other suspicious individuals? Well, none have been discovered. Upon hearing the report from the root member, Danzō abruptly halted his actions. None discovered? By the way, you did not complete the last mission entirely, did you? Why yes, Lord Danzō. With a swift flash of the blade, the root member felt a sharp pain in his neck, blood gushing uncontrollably from the wound. In the next moment, the headless corpse crumpled to the ground, lifelessly resting in a pool of blood. In that case, you hold no further value. The root does not require useless individuals. Take him away and test that old man's remaining strength. As Danzō's command resonated, several root ninjas emerged silently from the darkness, dragging the corpse away. Yes, Lord Danzō, the dragon god of Konoha? Heh, anyone who dares to obstruct the smooth progression of my plans shall meet their demise. Later that night, outside the room arranged for Teacher Chun by Sarutobi Hiruzen, in the courtyard, young one, today's training concludes here. From now on, you may come to find me every afternoon. Indeed, you must remember that although you hail from the Uchiha clan, the physical techniques I impart to you are solely to enhance your physical prowess. However, this does not imply that you can forego diligent training. Do you comprehend my words? Teacher Chun spoke earnestly. Uchiha Itachi, upon hearing this, responded with utmost seriousness. Yes, teacher. Whiz. As the training session concluded, a shadowy figure swiftly appeared beside Uchiha Itachi. It was none other than Uchiha Shisui. Itachi, you're here? Yes, he replied. Yet, despite his verbal affirmation, Shisui instinctively positioned himself protectively in front of Itachi. Observing this, Teacher Chun promptly accelerated to shield Itachi from the opposite side. Shisui, from this moment forth, do not stray from your position. Uchiha Shisui simultaneously grasped 2 shuriken concealed within his sleeves. Teacher Chun, I entrust my brother's safety to you. I shall handle these unknown assassins. No. Just as Shisui prepared to engage, Teacher Chun interjected, halting him with a raised hand. The next moment, he slightly stretched his limbs, producing a series of cracking sounds, and grinned. Such an opportunity to provide on-the-spot instruction to my disciple is truly rare. With swift steps, Teacher Chun advanced and soon reached the base of a formidable tree. Itachi, observe closely. This is the essence of true physical technique. Leaf, great whirlwind. Fool, a member of the roots, concealed behind the tree, retaliated by hurling several shuriken while retreating and forming hand seals. Alas, his speed of incantation appeared sluggish in the presence of the physically adept Teacher Chun. Boom. With a thunderous sound, Teacher Chun planted his foot upon the head of the root ninja, casually flexing his hands. Truly, with such strength, you dare to play the assassin? Back in my day on the battlefield, you little ones were still playing in the mud at home. Night has fallen, I shall retire. Thus, bang. Before the watchful eyes of many, Teacher Chun unleashed a powerful kick, generating a formidable whirlwind that shattered the ground beneath. Subsequently, as the whirlwind morphed into a dragon form, he surged forward, sweeping toward the area where the root members lurked. It is time to conclude. Leaf Dragon God. After a brief moment, all 10 hidden root assassins in the forest lay defeated by Teacher Chun. Once this was accomplished, he gave Itachi a thumbs up. Itachi, what do you think? Incredible! Following this exchange, Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi engaged in pleasantries with Teacher Chun for a brief while before departing, returning to the Uchiha clan's stronghold. As for the corpses of those root assassins, Uchiha Shisui summoned nearby Umbu members to assist him in collecting them and delivering them to the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. However, shortly after the two vanished into the Uchiha clan's compound, 2 shadowy figures abruptly appeared atop a tree. One was inscribing a scroll, while the other observed the movements within the Uchiha residence, his face etched with irritation. The power of the Leaf Dragon God had already been tested. Had it not been for the orders of our master preventing us from intervening, that old man would surely have met his demise. The fatal flaw of taijutsu ninjas lies in their vulnerability to jinjutsu. Indeed, yet, since our master has instructed us thus, we shall refrain from undertaking any extraneous actions. Let us hasten back to report. The heads of the Leaf Dragon God and Uchiha Itachi will eventually be ours. Suddenly, the observing root ninja's words were cut short as his head exploded in an instant. What was that? Please, continue, Uchiha Shisui said coolly, wiping the blood from his hands, his voice chillingly cold. The remaining root assassin, seeing this, wasted no time in turning to flee. However, as he retreated, his eyes suddenly narrowed. An eerie sensation began to creep towards Uchiha Shisui. This is Jinjutsu? To toy with Jinjutsu in front of the Uchiha is truly laughable. Yet, just as Uchiha Shisui was about to eliminate the last root assassin, a shadow unexpectedly burst forth from the Uchiha compound. Without any superfluous movements, the newcomer merely spoke, and the final root assassin instantly lost his life. Attempt to harm my child, and you shall perish. Witnessing this, Uchiha Shisui turned to regard the newcomer, his expression grave. The one who had used Jinjutsu to slay the root assassin was none other than the current head of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku. Who are you? Why have you intruded upon the territory of the Uchiha clan? Moreover, why do you assist us? Uchiha Fugaku observed clearly that this unknown individual had just aided his son, Itachi, by eliminating those who were monitoring him. However, while ostensibly aiding his child, Fugaku was deeply concerned about the true intentions of this enigmatic figure. After all, no one could ascertain whether this unknown entity was a card held by Sarutobi Hiruzen or Danzō, of which he remained oblivious. Beneath the night sky, Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shisui stood upon two trees, their gazes locked in a tense standoff. The atmosphere grew increasingly frigid. Yet, Uchiha Shisui merely shrugged, his demeanor calm as he spoke softly. So you are the current head of the Uchiha clan? Huh. A coward like you has no right to inquire about my identity. Coward? You seek death. Upon hearing Uchiha Shisui's words, Uchiha Fugaku swiftly formed hand signs, his movements so rapid they left behind afterimages, as if he had unleashed them in an instant. Fire release, great fire dragon technique, roared the flames. In the next moment, a ferocious fire dragon erupted from Uchiha Fugaku's mouth, lunging ferociously at Uchiha Shisui. In response, Uchiha Shisui simultaneously formed the necessary hand seals, confronting Uchiha Fugaku. The current clan leader and a fellow Uchiha, he dared not harbor any sense of complacency. Would release, would pillar wall, a wall of wood surged from the ground, forcefully intercepting the fire dragon summoned by Uchiha Fugaku. Would release? You can utilize would release. Who on earth are you? Would release, would dragon technique? Ignoring Uchiha Fugaku's exclamation, Uchiha Shisui once again performed the hand seals. In the next instant, a colossal wooden dragon, rivaling the size of Uchiha Fugaku's fire dragon, and even larger than the one he had conjured during his battle with Teacher Chun, emerged. It collided directly with Uchiha Fugaku's fire dragon. Indeed, fire can consume wood. But if wood possesses the ability to regenerate endlessly, then this adversarial dynamic becomes irrelevant. Furthermore, his wood dragon technique has the capacity to absorb chakra, effectively countering Uchiha Fugaku's great fire dragon technique. Whoosh. The moment Uchiha Shisui summoned the wooden dragon, Uchiha Fugaku suddenly maneuvered to his side, unleashing a barrage of shuriken. Simultaneously, he hastily formed the hand seals. Fire release, great fire dragon technique. Is there nothing else? How tedious. Boom. As Uchiha Fugaku completed his hand seals, Uchiha Shisui also finalized his would release for pillar prison technique. In the blink of an eye, a flurry of wooden spikes rained down, swiftly constructing a prison that ensnared the fire dragon summoned by Uchiha Fugaku. His right hand transformed into a massive wooden spike, crashing down upon the fire dragon. Rumbling. Upon witnessing his fire dragon thwarted once more, Uchiha Fugaku began to comprehend the situation. The individual before him was undeniably his equal in strength, if not superior, unless he resorted to the power of his Mangeki Sharingan and unleashed abilities such as Susanoo. Victory was uncertain. However, should he employ the power of the Mangeki Sharingan, the pretense of weakness he had maintained for so long would lose all significance. Contemplating this, Uchiha Fugaku ultimately relinquished his intention to continue the assault, softening his tone. Who are you? Why do you possess the wood release of the first Hokage? Who I am is inconsequential. Simply remember this. I will not take action against the Uchiha clan. At this juncture, Uchiha Shisui paused momentarily. However, I am indeed perplexed. How did the once mighty Uchiha clan, renowned throughout the ninja world under that esteemed leader, become so marginalized? Even the current clan leader is a coward, concealing his Mangeki Sharingan. Upon hearing Uchiha Shisui's remarks, Uchiha Fugaku fell into silence. He was now pondering the true identity of the individual before him. Moreover, should one risk being discovered while wielding the kaleidoscopic Sharingan to eliminate the adversary with swiftness? Yet, just as Uchiha Fugaku hesitated, Uchiha Shisui gently shook his head. The overly tranquil existence and the bygone pride had rendered the Uchiha clan blind to their current reality. However, this state of affairs was but temporary. It would not be long before the Uchiha clan would experience a rebirth. At this juncture, Uchiha Shisui suddenly turned, presenting his back to the gravely contemplative Uchiha Fugaku. When that time arrives, should you still be unable to make the right choice, then perhaps it is best you relinquish your claim to the position of clan leader. With that, as Uchiha Shisui departed, Uchiha Fugaku could not help but exhale in relief. In the next moment, he turned his gaze towards the room of Uchiha Itachi. No matter what, I shall safeguard you, Itachi. Unbeknownst to Uchiha Fugaku, as he returned to the encampment, Uchiha Shisui, concealed in the shadows, observed him with a calm demeanor. Uchiha Fugaku, You remain as timid as ever. Given this, when the chaos of the Nine Tails arrives, it would be prudent to consider a change in leadership. Days later, at the residence of Teacher Chun, let youth burn bright. Itachi protested, not like that. Drink, drink. Teacher Chun, am I doing it right? Oh. Teacher Chun praised me. I feel as if I am ablaze. Uchiha Itachi awkwardly pointed at the exuberant might guy, casting an embarrassed glance at Teacher Chin. Teacher Chin could only respond with a sense of helplessness. Itachi, focus on your training. Meanwhile, Uchiha Shisui, tasked with protecting Uchiha Itachi, found himself enjoying a rare moment of tranquility, leisurely lying on a branch with a blade of grass in his mouth. In the external realm, prior to the imminent chaos of the Nine Tails, there was little for him to contend with. Internally, Danzō, eager to harness the Sharingan power of the Uchiha clan, fervently supported Orochimaru's experiments, leaving him no time to act against Shisui. As for the enigmatic figure tasked by Sarutobi to keep an eye on Teacher Chin, he chuckled softly. The individual would never suspect that the mysterious figure was, in fact, himself. Thus, this mission would inevitably sink into oblivion, yielding no results. In summary, Uchiha Shisui found himself in a state of leisure. Yet, just as Uchiha Shisui closed his eyes to rest, his form suddenly vanished. When he reappeared, he held a shuriken poised at the throat of the newcomer, his voice chillingly resonating in the intruder's mind. What is it? Though the newcomer donned the attire of the Umbu, Shisui had seldom encountered him, especially in light of the ambush. This individual was likely affiliated with Danzō. I am with the fourth Hokage. The Hokage requests your presence at his office. Lord Danzō and the third are waiting for you. People from Minato? He scoffed. Who would believe such a tale? Addressing Danzō as Lord and Hiruzen Sarutobi as the third, your discretion is rather lacking. Understood. Without further acknowledgement of his counterpart, Uchiha Shisui left a shadow clone in place to observe Uchiha Itachi, while his true self executed the body flicker technique to the Hokage's office. Shortly thereafter, Shisui arrived at the Hokage's office. As the Umbu member had indicated, the trio of Minato Namikaze, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and Danzō Shimura were indeed present. Hokage-sama, Third Sama, Lord Danzō, Shisui, your speed remains unparalleled. Shisui, you've arrived? Humph. The trio exhibited varying attitudes towards Uchiha Shisui. Minato wore a beaming smile. Hiruzen displayed a kindly demeanor, while Danzō maintained an air of superiority. Shisui, based on the intel relayed by our comrades stationed at the border, there have been unusual chakra fluctuations at the location marked on the scroll. However, the information is limited and we cannot ascertain its significance. Other Umbu members are either injured or occupied with missions. Thus, we require you to undertake this task. How can that location be so close to the hidden rain village? This implication suggested that he might have the opportunity to encounter the so-called pain of the six paths. He was quite eager to test the extent of his current mastery of wood release against this adversary. Could he potentially overpower him? After all, although his wood release techniques were not yet comprehensive, lacking the formidable jutsu and sage arts of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, he possessed the Manjiki Sharingan and the most potent Jinjutsu, which Hashirama lacked. With these thoughts, the depths of Shisui's Sharingan brimmed with intense battle intent. Meanwhile, as Minato finished speaking, Hiruzen added, Shisui, although the mission details are sparse, I have faith in your ability to complete it. It is my duty. Very well, let us discuss the current situation at the border. Hiruzen then proceeded to relay the information regarding the border. However, Shisui's interest waned, for the previously silent system had finally refreshed the sign-in location. Ding! A new sign-in location has been established. The sign-in point is the Akatsuki's base in the Hidden Rain Village. Time limit, 1 month. The Akatsuki's base in the Hidden Rain Village? This system intends for him to engage directly with the Akatsuki, regardless, should they be amenable to dialogue. Allowing him entry into their headquarters, it would be mutually beneficial. If communication proves impossible, he could always force his way in. After all, he merely needed to reach the designated location, complete the sign-in, and claim his rewards. As long as his identity remained concealed, he could afford to maneuver as he pleased. Well then, that is the current situation at the border. Shisui, do you have any questions? None, my lords. I shall return and prepare. Uchiha Shisui extended his hand to receive the scroll. At that moment, Shimura Danzō spoke up. Go ahead, but ensure you do not return without conducting any investigation. Danzō, I merely spoke the truth. Shisui replied before taking his leave. After casually addressing Minato and his companions, he turned away. As for Danzō's gaze, it was fixed upon him, or rather, upon his Sharingan. Shisui chose to disregard it. According to the timeline, Danzō was unlikely to act against him in the short term. However, judging by the veiled remarks earlier, it seemed this mission was orchestrated by that old man, aimed at diminishing Hiruzen Sarutobi's power to better facilitate Orochimaru's experiments. Yet, none of this concerned him. The system had assigned him a mission with a 1-month deadline, which was not particularly generous. If he utilized the body flicker technique and the formidable regenerative abilities of would release, he could potentially reach the Rain Village in a short time. Nevertheless, should he wish to adopt a courteous approach upon arrival, it would be wise to arrive early. Contemplating this, Uchiha Shisui dispatched a shadow clone to bid farewell to Itachi. That evening, he also sent a wood clone to discreetly guard Itachi. Once all preparations were completed, Shisui employed the body flicker technique to arrive at the gates of Konoha. Gazing at the moon overhead, a slight smile graced his lips. Rain Village, Pain of the Six Paths, I have arrived. At midday, Shisui, cloaked in black, finally reached his destination outside the Rain Village. After days of travel, he had arrived. Here, the rain indeed fell abundantly. He looked up at the sky, shrugged nonchalantly, and stepped into the territory of the Rain Village. However, as he entered, a pair of eyes within the village slowly lifted. This feeling, is that of the Abandoned One? Nagato stated calmly, his expression betraying no emotion. The Abandoned One, Uchiha Shisui had registered this name as a bounty hunter alias. He had actually arrived near the Rain Village some time ago, but had refrained from entering immediately. Instead, he had dispatched a shadow clone to patrol the borders of the Land of Fire while his true self, masked and incognito, ventured into the chaotic borderlands to accept various bounty tasks. The Abandoned One was his registered bounty hunter name. During this time, he had fervently taken on missions and accrued considerable bounty, giving those around him the impression that he was a man who would risk his life for money. Now, he had taken on the task of investigating information regarding the leader of the Rain Village. Conan, test his strength. If he proves adequate, grant him provisional member status to bolster our organization's power. To realize our ideals, we require more strength to join us. Understood. Upon hearing Nagato's words, the woman beside him, adorned in a black cloak embroidered with the red clouds emblem of the Akatsuki, possessing striking apricot-colored eyes and light blue-violet hair, with purple eyeshadow and a lip piercing, nodded gently. In the next moment, as the delicate lavender paper flower affixed to Conan's right temple swayed with her turn, her body transformed into sheets of white paper, soaring toward the gates of Amigakure. This was Conan's unique jutsu, the dance of the Shikigami, which allowed her to convert her body into paper, rendering her immune to all physical attacks during the transformation. However, as soon as Conan arrived at the entrance of Amigakure, she beheld Uchiha Shisui, who bore the bloodstained Kusanagi sword upon his shoulder. An outcast? What brings you to Amigakure? Conan's voice resonated as the sheets of paper halted in midair. 5 meters from him, coalescing back into her form. Behind her emerged a pair of white wings. Conan's jutsu not only enabled her to become paper, but also to manifest wings, granting her the ability to fly. It was this ethereal visage that rendered her akin to an angel in the eyes of the villagers of Amigakure. Look, it is the messenger of the divine, an angel. Let us hasten to pay our respects and seek a peaceful year ahead. Angel, please bless us with safety this year. The villagers lavished their veneration upon her as soon as she descended. In contrast, Uchiha Shisui merely shrugged, displaying indifference. It's nothing, really. I just wish to share a cup of tea with your leader, or perhaps have a chat with you. While your information may not be as valuable, it still holds some worth. During this period, Shisui had embodied the persona of an outcast, arrogant, dismissive, and unrestrained. To put it succinctly, he no longer felt the need to be as reserved as he had been in Konoha. Here, he relished the freedom to indulge in his whims. Upon hearing Shisui's audacious remarks, Conan's brow furrowed, instinctively wishing to expel him. The villagers of Amigakure were similarly incensed. How dare he show such disrespect to the divine envoy? The angel. He was doomed. Indeed, the angel would surely enact retribution. However, as the villagers clamored in fervor, recalling Nagato's words, Conan offered a slight nod to Shisui, her wings dissipating as she descended. I can join you for tea and share some information that may prove profitable for you. But should you wish to learn about our leader, you must first overcome me. Truly, the angel possesses a kind heart. Outrageous outsider. Should you dare to disrespect the angel, we shall expel you. Very well. Ignoring the villagers' threats, Uchiha Shisui stepped forward and casually draped his arm around Conan's shoulders, leading her toward a nearby tea house. Upon witnessing his actions, Conan's brow furrowed in evident displeasure. However, recalling Nagato's instructions, their shared aspirations, and the legacy of the deceased Yahiko, she ultimately chose to endure. Uchiha Shisui, for his part, was not taken aback. After Konan settled into her seat, he unexpectedly lifted her chin with a grin, exclaiming, "Now, let us converse about you and the Akatsuki leader. Personal life and measurements will suffice as well. Ha ha ha." In response to Uchiha Shisui's audacious demeanor, Konan's frown deepened. Yet, after a moment of cold scrutiny, she produced a slip of paper and slid a series of numbers towards him. Upon receiving the note, Uchiha Shisui paused briefly. 88, 58, 85. It seems rather credible, he remarked, assessing Konan with a smile. Now, can we discuss matters properly? What matters? Uchiha Shisui feigned ignorance as he took a seat across from her, shrugging casually. I shall not depart without meeting your leader. Of course, you could choose to defeat me. Defeat me, and I will leave at your discretion. Very well, abandoner. I hope you honor your word. May the stakes be respected. With that, Konan's back sprouted paper wings, propelling her skyward beyond the confines of the rain village. Let us battle outside the village. Observing this spectacle, Uchiha Shisui grinned and stamped his foot forcefully. Bang. What is the rush, woman? Let us amend the terms. Should you lose, you shall become my partner. I have never encountered such a dishonest woman as you. Ha ha ha. Paper rain. Just as she soared out of the rain village, Konan vigorously flapped her wings, unleashing a torrent of white paper that swiftly targeted Uchiha Shisui. With a mere shrug, Uchiha Shisui brandished the Kusanagi, sword resting on his shoulder, effortlessly slicing through the approaching sheets. Remarkably swift, I wonder how explosive her power truly is. Konan gradually raised her right hand, the scattered paper fragments swirling back to coalesce into 3 long spears, aimed directly at Uchiha Shisui's head. Observing this, Shisui smirked, disregarding the spears as he executed a standard body flicker technique to appear behind Konan. With a swift flash of his blade, Konan was cleaved in 2. Yet, despite her body being severed, the paper reassembled, swiftly restoring her form. Uchiha Shisui feigned ignorance, his hands already forming a secret seal. At that moment, he clapped his hands together. If swordsmanship cannot vanquish you, let us see how this technique fares. Would release. Would dragon technique? Roar. The summoning of a spiny wood dragon astonished not only Konan, who was engaged in combat with him. The previously unassuming Nagato now wore an expression of sheer astonishment. Would release? How could this bounty hunter, an aspirant, wield such a technique? Could it be that someone from the Hidden Leaf has arrived? Wait, that cannot be right. As of now, it seems no one in the Hidden Leaf village possesses the ability to utilize would release. Even the village's concealed combatants could not possibly master such an advanced technique. After all, this is the ninjutsu of the legendary sage of the shinobi world, the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. Who, then, is this individual before them? Hey, why do you look so distracted upon seeing my wood release? You all seem to be in a daze, making this fight rather unexciting for me, Uchiha Shisui remarked, perched atop the head of a wooden dragon, his shoulder bearing the weight of the Kusanagi sword, his tone dripping with impatience. If it weren't for my principle of not harming women, you'd already be finished. Understand? Quickly, reveal any remaining techniques you possess. If you lose, you will become my partner, and I expect your leader to join me for tea, perhaps for a chat, and to take some notes for my reward back home. Upon hearing Uchiha Shisui's still defiant words, the two initially doubtful of this outcast reached a preliminary conclusion. The outcast indeed possessed formidable swordsmanship and speed, yet his success in completing bounty missions, with each target never leaving alive, suggested a grim reality. Those individuals must have all been eliminated. As long as he silenced all witnesses, what did it matter if he exposed his trump card? Hey, why the silence? If you're not speaking, I'll assume you've agreed to become my partner. With little reaction from Konan, Uchiha Shisui deftly maneuvered the wooden dragon beside her. Seizing the moment of her distraction, he reached out and embraced her. Ah, you smell delightful. We shall be partners from now on. Before he could finish, however, Konan transformed into paper, escaping his grasp and reconstituting beside the wooden dragon, her expression grave. Hey, what's wrong? Are you reneging on our agreement? If that's the case, shall I raise your rain village? As he spoke, Uchiha Shisui's hands flew into a rapid series of seals. Would release. Suddenly, before Uchiha Shisui could unleash his attack, the animal path from the 6 paths of pain unexpectedly intruded upon the area. The animal path quietly whispered a few words to Konan. Moments later, she turned to Uchiha Shisui and said, "If you wish to meet our leader, you may. Follow us. We will take you there." Now that's more like it, our esteemed angel. By the way, what of your agreement to become my partner? That will only be decided once you earn the right to be a formal member from our leader. Without further ado, Conan and the animal path turned away, departing from Uchiha Shisui. Upon witnessing this scene, Uchiha Shisui shrugged and swiftly employed the body flicker technique to pursue. Moments later, guided by Conan and animal path pain, Uchiha Shisui arrived at the location where Deva Path Pain resided. As Conan and animal path pain landed, they retreated to Deva Path Pain's side, remaining silent. Abandoned 1. You have arrived? In response to Pain's greeting, Uchiha Shisui exhibited no inclination to acknowledge it. This indifference stemmed from the moment he entered the area when the system's voice suddenly resonated in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the sign-in. Sign-in location, Amigakure, Akatsuki's headquarters. Ding! Congratulations, host, on receiving the sign-in reward. Mastery of would-release ninjutsu, would-clone technique. Would-release, would-clone technique? A technique whose stature rivals that of Susanoo, capable of withstanding tailed beast bombs, embodying both offense and defense. This sign-in reward was indeed remarkable, justifying his arduous journey from Konohagakure to Amigakure. On the other side, seeing Uchiha Shisui's apparent disregard, the eyes of Deva Path Pain and his companions narrowed slightly. The atmosphere became tense. However, the next moment, Uchiha Shisui casually utilized the body flicker technique to approach Deva Path Pain. In full view of everyone, he placed a hand on the latter's shoulder and laughed heartily. I see you are about my age. I shall take the liberty of calling you little brother, haha. The architectural style here is quite impressive. Who designed it? Exceptional taste. Upon hearing Uchiha Shisui's remarks, both Nagato and Conan formulated a judgment in their minds. The Abandoned One possesses formidable strength but exhibits nearly zero emotional intelligence. They were currently backed by 6 paths of pain, alongside Conan, totaling 7. In contrast, while the Abandoned One wielded would-release, he stood alone. 1 against 7, with no knowledge of their secrets or intelligence, it seemed the odds were overwhelmingly in their favor. Yet, in such circumstances, this individual dared to approach them so closely. Nevertheless, the precise situation necessitated further observation. Of course, integrating into the organization first before observing was not out of the question. Kid, who do you think you are calling little brother? With this thought, Deva Path Pain brushed Uchiha Shisui's hand aside. I am the leader of this organization. If you wish to join, you must heed my commands. However, in the very next moment, Uchiha Shisui's aura transformed dramatically. One hand drew the Kusanagi sword, resting it against Deva Path Pain's neck, while the other pointed accusingly at Conan, declaring, to strike my hand in front of my future partner? Kid, you are showing me a lack of respect. Once again rendered speechless by Uchiha Shisui's focus, Nagato, controlling Deva Path Pain, shook his head. I have stated that I am the leader of this organization. If you wish to join or partner with her, both matters must receive my consent. Of course, you may also choose to defeat me. If you can defeat me, you shall naturally become the leader of the organization, replacing me to bring peace to the entire ninja world. However, swish. Before the words of Deva Path Pain could fully escape his lips, Uchiha Shisui had already swung his sword. Such needless chatter. Yet, at the very moment he made his move, Deva Path Pain, on the verge of having his neck struck, abruptly raised both hands. A powerful surge of chakra forcefully repelled Uchiha Shisui's Kusanagi sword. Moreover, at that moment, Deva Path Pain's body began to levitate slowly. Witnessing this scene, Uchiha Shisui seemed to grasp the situation and swiftly formed a series of hand seals, exclaiming, a bag of rice can bear several floors. Shinra Tensei, would-release, would-human technique. With a tremendous crash, a terrifying shockwave erupted from Deva Path Pain, wreaking havoc in all directions. The ground trembled, and massive boulders flew through the air. However, just as the overwhelming force was about to spread further, it was abruptly halted by a colossal figure, Uchiha Shisui's would-human technique. Oh dear, my young brother, you are unfit to be a leader if you resort to attacking your own members. Ignoring the wood-human that had been largely obliterated by Deva Path Pain, Uchiha Shisui pointed towards Conan behind him. Simultaneously, he unsheathed the Kusanagi sword and planted it firmly in the ground, declaring with authority, I have declared her as my chosen partner. No one shall lay a hand on her. Upon witnessing Uchiha Shisui's fierce protection of Conan, Nagato, controlling Deva Path Pain, furrowed his brow, feeling a twinge of displeasure. However, the anguish stemming from Yahiko's death, which had twisted his psyche to the extreme, soon erased that sentiment. In the next moment, Deva Path Pain spoke again. Very well. I can grant you the opportunity to partner with her. However, you must withstand the attacks of all four of us simultaneously." As his words fell, Deva Path Pain, Asura Path Pain, Animal Path Pain, and Hungry Ghost Path Pain stepped forward together. As for Human Path Pain and Hell Path Pain, since they were not combatants, Nagato chose not to engage them, a decision that would also keep the opponent on guard. Hearing Deva Path Pain's declaration, the corners of Uchiha Shisui's mouth curled slightly beneath his mask. "For if you think you can take me down, why not send 6 instead? If you wish to engage in a brawl, I shall gladly oblige, as long as you do not retract your words after the fight." Swish. Without granting them a moment's hesitation, Uchiha Shisui executed a basic body flicker technique, transporting himself to the open plains outside. "Let the battle commence. I do not wish for my partner to be harmed. Ha ha ha. This fellow." Observing the audacious Uchiha Shisui, Deva Path Pain and Konan exchanged glances. In the next instant, Deva Path Pain charged out with the other three. Hell Path Pain remained at the cave's entrance as a precaution, while Human Path Pain stayed inside to relay messages to Nagato. "What do you think of him? He possesses formidable strength. Yet it is evident that he cannot triumph over you. Subsequently, he entrusted you with oversight, during which you shall assess whether he can comprehend our principles. Understanding them would be ideal. If not, we shall not impose, as long as he is willing to serve the organization." Upon hearing the words of the Six Paths Pain, Conan's eyes widened in surprise. She never anticipated his willingness to accept the other into their ranks so swiftly. However, in the next moment, the tone of the Six Paths Pain turned icy. "If you detect any anomalies in his behavior, do not hesitate to eliminate him at all costs." "Understood." Conan nodded slightly, then transformed into scattered pieces of white paper, appearing beside the Hell Path Pain. She wished to observe how this audacious and impolite individual would fare against Nagato. Soon, Conan found herself astounded by the battle unfolding before her. Wood release, wood golem technique. Wood release, wood dragon technique. With a thunderous roar, as Uchiha Shisui clasped his hands together, an overwhelming surge of chakra erupted from his being, and one by one, colossal wooden figures arose, entwined with a fearsome wooden dragon. The moment 4 wooden figures and 4 wooden dragons materialized, they launched their assault without hesitation, except for the wooden figure and dragon beneath Uchiha Shisui's feet. The other 3 immediately targeted the Asura Path Pain, the Animal Path Pain, and the Hungry Ghost Path Pain. The wooden figure swung its fists with ferocity, while the wooden dragon lunged forward with its gaping maw. The spectacle was astonishing. "A group attack, my favorite," Uchiha Shisui said atop the wooden figure, gazing down at the Deva Path Pain, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. "What's the matter, little brother? Don't be afraid. I assure you, I will show restraint and not truly harm you." Ignoring Uchiha Shisui's boastful remarks, the Deva Path Pain observed the scene before him, his brow furrowing. This individual can summon such a multitude of wooden figures and dragons simultaneously? It seems he possesses a remarkably pure lineage from the Senju clan. This only piqued his curiosity regarding the true intentions of this newcomer to the Akatsuki. In the next moment, the Deva Path Pain levitated into the air, his voice booming across the plain. "Fear? I am pain, a god destined to bring suffering to this world, making people understand the importance of peace through their anguish. How could I possibly be afraid? A sack of rice can bear several floors, a sack of rice." Bang! Before the Deva Path Pain could finish his declaration, Uchiha Shisui directed the wooden figure to deliver a powerful punch. The terrifying blow, imbued with immense strength, sent the recently elevated Pain crashing into the ground. Rocks and dirt flying. And this was not the end. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. In no time, the Deva Path Pain was forcibly driven into an unfathomable pit, his fate uncertain. "I must ask, little brother, do you possess any semblance of sanity? Let the world experience suffering before it comprehends the significance of peace. Such matters can be approached in any manner, but one must be mindful of the occasion when speaking." In the next moment, the wooden dragon beside Uchiha Shisui soared directly behind the Asura Path Pain, seizing the moment of respite during the battle. The dragon's tail struck fiercely at its head. The Hungry Ghost Path Pain possessed the ability to absorb chakra, while the Animal Path Pain was protected by numerous summoned beasts. Without fully employing his instantaneous technique in Susanoo, it was evident that he could not prevail in a short time. Thus, he opted to confront the Asura Path Pain, which, while formidable, was comparatively easier to handle. When engaging in combat, one should not indulge in idle chatter. Does one truly expect everyone to wait for their words to conclude before striking? Observing Uchiha Shisui's decisive and lethal combat style, Conan's brow furrowed slightly. She had never anticipated such an outcome. Nagato, controlling the four puppet pains, found himself at a disadvantage despite the 4-to-1 odds. However, the human path pain within the cave nodded in acknowledgement, his voice imbued with approval. Although the Abandoned exhibited a somewhat arrogant demeanor and at times appeared dim-witted, his combat quality and prowess were undeniably commendable. Henceforth, he would be entrusted to your guidance, with the hope of enlightening him to the folly of humanity. Only through the profound experience of suffering will people grasp the true essence of peace. After imparting this sentiment, the human path pain retreated, merging into the shadows. Witnessing this scene, Conan understood that her next course of action was to prepare to intervene and rescue that individual, for Nagato was about to become serious. Shinra Tensei. Boom. While Uchiha Shisui jested atop the wooden figure, the Deva path pain, which should have been crushed, suddenly cried out from the depths of the pit. Accompanying this was an overwhelming force of repulsion. In an instant, the wooden figure beneath him was torn to shreds, scattering wood chips throughout the air. Has he finally become earnest? Sensing the dramatically altered aura of the Deva path pain and the astonishing chakra it exuded, Uchiha Shisui rapidly formed hand seals, instantly multiplying into 4. 3 wooden clones brandished the Kusanagi sword to block the massive boulders hurtling toward them, while his true form performed the hand seals to join his palms once more. Is this the true power of the Akatsuki's leader? Ha ha ha. Exhilarating, truly exhilarating. Behold my technique. Wood release. Shinjutsu, 10,000 realms. Before Uchiha Shisui could successfully execute the wood release, a terrifying force of attraction surged from the Deva path pain's hands, forcibly drawing him closer and interrupting his jutsu. Of course, Uchiha Shisui possessed the ability to escape this area using his instantaneous technique. However, such a level of instantaneous movement belonged to Uchiha Shisui and not the Abandoner's abilities. Thus, he could only feign a desperate flight toward the Deva path pain. You possess great strength, yet ultimately, it is time to conclude this. Abandoner, experience the essence of the organization through your suffering, and understand how profoundly correct it is to have joined the ranks. Drink deeply. Thunderous roars echo before the eyes of many. The shattered stones, dust, wooden figures, and wooden dragons upon this plane are all drawn skyward by a terrifying gravitational force. Among them, the severely depleted and wounded Uchiha Shisui is included. What is this? Uchiha Shisui feigns confusion as he gazes around, suddenly shouting aloud. Delightful. How exhilarating. Is it merely pain? Come forth. Satisfy your demands, Abandoner. A fierce glint flashes in the concealed eyes of pain, as blood spills from the corner of his mouth, and chakra begins to surge uncontrollably. To recruit such a powerful individual as his companion, he must pay a price. Planetary devastation. With those 4 words uttered by pain, every object influenced, including Uchiha Shisui, is compressed into a colossal meteorite. Then, an explosion. Boom. Witnessing the furious winds above and the incessantly falling boulders and wooden debris, Conan's form transforms into mere paper. Sheets of white paper glide past the obstacles, ultimately enveloping and shielding the wounded Uchiha Shisui. However, as soon as she encases him, her emotions are stirred. For this audacious individual, who should have lost consciousness, now dares to give her a thumbs up? How can he still engage in such futile actions at this critical moment? Unafraid that I might suddenly strike him down? Truly, foolish. A month later, outside the Akatsuki's headquarters, upon the battered plain. Shinra Tensei. Bensho Tenin. Planetary devastation. Boom. A figure wielding the Kusanagi sword, standing atop a wooden figure, is repeatedly brought down by pain. Yet, the frequency of his falls elongates as time progresses. This is a source of great frustration for Nagato. Since the other's arrival, the overall combat prowess of the organization has significantly increased, leading to fewer instances of Nagato personally engaging in battle. Everything seemed quite satisfactory. All the spies from the Land of Earth and the Land of Wind have been dealt with by Uchiha Shisui. As for the spies from the Land of Fire, with Uchiha Shisui's shadow clones on patrol at the borders of the Land of Fire, none of the tasks fall to the other ninjas of the Land of Fire. Uchiha Shisui handles it all alone. However, with benefits come inevitable drawbacks. Ever since joining the Akatsuki, Uchiha Shisui has sought out pain for battles at every opportunity. And when he can, he matches his strength against pain. To maintain the invincible image of the Akatsuki leader and avoid disgrace, Nagato must engage earnestly each time. This has left Nagato's already fragile body even more exhausted, to the point of near collapse. After Nagato unleashed several powerful techniques today, Uchiha Shisui abruptly waved his hand at him. Then, He plopped down onto the ground, tilting his head back and bursting into hearty laughter. How delightful! Seeing that Uchiha Shisui had finally ceased his actions, Konan skillfully presented the prepared fruits and placed a grape into his mouth. Uchiha Shisui, without hesitation, reclined against Konan's shoulder, wearing a contented expression. Indeed, joining this organization was a wise choice. Not only was there combat, but also a partner to feed him fruits. How delightful! As Shisui's attention was finally diverted by Konan, Pain quickly concocted an excuse and turned to leave. Take a good rest. By the way, I have matters to attend to in the coming days. Please extend your patrols. Going out again? Understood, understood. This place will be left to me and her. Uchiha Shisui nonchalantly waved his hand, feeling immensely at ease. Presently, in terms of combat, he had Nagato's 6 pads of pain as a sparring partner, allowing him to continuously familiarize himself with his would-release techniques and devise various combat strategies. As for tasks, his shadow clone was still meandering along the borders of the Land of Fire, engaged in that indefinite patrol assignment. Regarding his subordinates, he had left a wood clone in Konoha to collaborate with Teacher Chin, ensuring that Uchiha Itachi's safety was entirely secure. Now, he merely needed to await the imminent onset of the Nine-Tails turmoil, at which point he could bring dishonor upon that old coot Danzō. Everything was well within his grasp. While he pondered these thoughts, Konan suddenly spoke up. Outcast, what do you think of this world? She was once again preparing to impart her ideology to him. Alas, it would be futile. It's splendid. Why? Because there is conflict. In the words of our leader, it allows people to experience pain and understand the value of peace. Initially discomforted by the notion that the world was splendid, Konan's demeanor softened, and her mood lifted considerably. It seemed that despite his simplicity, he was indeed listening to her. And what do you think of the organization's mission? Others might be oblivious, but I find it quite appealing. When people are lost, I strike them, and when they awaken, I enjoy peace alongside you. Konan's eyes sparkled as if she had found a kindred spirit, a gentle smile gracing her face. Yes, I share your sentiments. I think the organization's mission is commendable. Thus, days passed. Nagato spent increasingly more time distancing himself from the Akatsuki to evade Uchiha Shisui, while Shisui's aura grew ever more relaxed. Until one day, a peculiar Mangeki Sharingan suddenly appeared in Konoha. In the village of Konoha, at the Hokage Rock, a peculiar whirlpool suddenly materialized atop the visage of the first Hokage, Senju. Moments later, a masked figure emerged from the vortex, gazing down upon Konoha. Shrouded in the cloak of night. Konoha, I have returned. Once, he was a member of the Uchiha clan, known as Uchiha Bido. Konoha was his home, primarily because of Rin's presence. However, ever since Rin's demise, everything in this world has lost its meaning. This includes his clan, the Uchiha, and his beloved Konoha. He comprehended that all of it was an illusion. To him, this family and this home had become nothing more than a place of sorrow. Uchiha Bido silently surveyed Konoha. His lone visible eye, a crimson Sharingan, radiating indifference. Aside from the recently re-emerged Shinsensei, the village's combat power remains unchanged, correct? Indeed, came the prompt reply from Kagaya, who had emerged from the ground. During this period, aside from Uchiha Shisui's journey to the Land of Fire, the movements and whereabouts of others remained consistent with previous intelligence. As his words faded, Obito began to contemplate the impending chaos destined to unfold when the Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails gave birth. With a slow, deliberate motion, he raised his right hand, enveloping the entirety of Konoha. Then, with a sudden, fierce grip, he declared, all can be obliterated. However, at that very moment, Uchiha Shisui, lying upon a branch in his wood clone form, abruptly opened his eyes. That presence, it's Uchiha Bido. Realizing Obito's return signaled the imminent turmoil of the Nine-Tails. He understood he must act swiftly. After a brief moment of hesitation, Shisui donned his Umbu attire and vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he found himself behind Uchiha Bido, swiftly striking with the Kusanagi sword. Foolish insects of this wretched world, utterly unaware of their own limitations. While Uchiha Bido felt a flicker of surprise at Shisui's appearance, astonished that anyone could detect his arrival, he dismissed it as inconsequential. Just a mere Umbu member posed no threat. With the mere activation of his Sharingan's ability, he could effortlessly eliminate the opposition. As Obito unleashed the power of his Sharingan, Kamui, the Kusanagi sword that was intended to sever his head merely passed through his form. What is this? Shisui feigned confusion, quickly retracting the sword and retreating. His purpose for this encounter was simply to gauge the capabilities of Obito's Mangeki Sharingan, preparing himself for the forthcoming conflict during the Nine-Tails tumult. The Sharingan, a unique bloodline limit of the Uchiha clan, is also known as the eye that reflects the soul. The evolution of the Sharingan from a single tomo to the 3 tomo, and even the Mangeki Sharingan, is invariably accompanied by suffering. To experience pain is to awaken the most urgently desired power within. This is the essence of the Uchiha, the legacy of the Uchiha clan's Sharingan. Consider, for example, Uchiha Obito's Kamui. Uchiha Obito rejects this world, deeming it false, and yearns to create a reality in which Rin exists. Thus, the ability of Kamui emerges. Having felt the proximity of Uchiha Obito's Kamui, he is now prepared to engage in serious matters. He aims to stir the attention of the one within the Hidden Leaf Village. A commendable reaction, though ultimately futile. While Uchiha Shisui feigns confusion, Uchiha Obito's form is already being drawn into that strange vortex. When he reappears, he is positioned behind Uchiha Shisui. His kunai is poised to pierce Uchiha Shisui's head. His voice dripping with cold sarcasm. Perish, insect. However, just as victory seems imminent, a flash of yellow materializes between the two. Clang. The sharp sound of metal colliding resonates as Uchiha Shisui's kunai is forcefully deflected. Indeed, he has arrived. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Upon seeing Minato's arrival, Uchiha Shisui swiftly retreats, pretending to call out in a grave tone, "Hokage-sama, be cautious. This one's abilities are peculiar. Leave it to me. You must return and inform Lord Third." Understood. Uchiha Shisui nods and departs from the Hokage rock, preparing to observe from a distance. As for relaying the message, hypnotizing a member of the Umbu will suffice. Whoosh. Just as Uchiha Shisui departs, Minato appears in an instant, grasping the kunai, now standing where Uchiha Shisui had just been. In the next moment, their kunai clash head-on. However, just as Minato prepares to press the attack, Uchiha Obito suddenly flashes a cold smile. Konoha will ultimately be destroyed. All is but an illusion. Foolish beings, cherish this fleeting time. Buzzing. Immediately, his form is absorbed before Minato's eyes by that eerie vortex. With Minato's arrival, Uchiha Obito recognizes it is time to withdraw. After all, the Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails has yet to give birth. The moment to unleash the Nine-Tails has not arrived, making it unnecessary to remain and engage Minato in combat. Witnessing this scene, Minato's brow furrows in concern. His eyes seem to reflect the Mangeki Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. A Mangeki Sharingan with space-time abilities, it appears there is no such individual within the Uchiha of Konoha. Furthermore, if this truly were a member of Konoha's Uchiha clan, upon being discovered, they would undoubtedly seek to eliminate him. Yet, that individual did not. Instead, they fled. Contemplating this, Minato's expression grows increasingly grave. The situation seems to be far more intricate than he had initially presumed. Whoosh. As the astute Minato Namikaze pondered, Hiruzen Sarutobi hastened to deliver news. Minato, have you dealt with that individual? Not yet. He possesses space-time ninjutsu, enabling his escape. However, rest assured, Lord Third, I shall exert every effort to apprehend him for the peace of the village. Hiruzen nodded, a look of satisfaction gracing his features. Minato, I appreciate your hard work. It is my duty. Yet, as Hiruzen observed Minato's departing figure, a sense of discontent brewed within him. Originally, he had envisioned supporting Minato's ascension to Hokage while maneuvering behind the scenes to retain control over Konoha's affairs, enforcing his own will. However, reality proved otherwise. Following Minato's inauguration as the fourth Hokage, it appeared that he had garnered even greater public support, aligning his actions more closely with the interests of the various clans within the village. This left Hiruzen in an awkward position, unless an extraordinary circumstance arose. Reclaiming his former authority seemed implausible. Perhaps if Minato were to encounter an unforeseen mishap, but with his mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique. Could such an incident truly occur? A month later, within the Root's secret chamber, you have yet to make any progress? So much time has elapsed, and this is all you have achieved? With a furious sweep, Danzō Shimura sent the documents strewn across the floor, bellowing at Orochimaru, his face a mask of madness. Orochimaru, are you toying with me? Pray tell, how many materials have you delivered to me recently? In the face of Danzō's anger, Orochimaru responded with calmness. With so few materials. Did you truly expect me to produce results swiftly, my esteemed Danzō? Naturally, my distractions with my experiments for Lord Yagami have consumed some time. Yet I have made strides. The power of wood release significantly mitigates the damage inflicted on the ocular prowess of the Sharingan. The effects are remarkably pronounced. Preliminary conclusions suggest that abilities with a stagnation period of several years could potentially be reduced to mere weeks or even days under the influence of wood release. However, this information will remain with me, as the materials provided by Lord Yagami are far superior and more valuable than yours. Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Danzō gritted his teeth, his expression shifting between anger and despair. Finally, he slammed his palm onto the table. Do you truly believe I desire to withhold more experimental materials from you? It is not a matter of will, but of capability. Recently, an individual wielding space-time ninjutsu has emerged in the village. Had it not been for him, I would not have intensified the patrols. Oh, did I hear my name mentioned? Just as Danzō finished speaking, a peculiar vortex materialized within the chamber, and Uchiha Obito emerged before Danzō and Orochimaru. What? Upon witnessing Uchiha Obito's enigmatic entrance, Shimura Danzō's expression darkened, and with a forceful wave of his right hand, members of the Root organization surged forth from the shadows. Protect Lord Danzō. You few follow me. 3 Root members, armed with kunai, charged directly at Uchiha Obito, thrusting their weapons without hesitation. The remaining members encircled Danzō and Orochimaru, vigilantly watching Obito. I'm not your enemy, Obito declared, disregarding the assault from the 3 Root members as he advanced toward Danzō. In the next moment, the attacks of the 3 members missed entirely. What is happening? Why can I not hit him? One of them exclaimed. I am experiencing the same issue, another echoed. Observing this, Danzō instinctively tightened his grip on the hilt of his weapon, his expression increasingly grave. He recognized that singular eye. This individual was from the Uchiha clan. Do not be alarmed. As I stated, we are not enemies. In fact, we could be the best of allies. My goal is the Uchiha clan. Allies? The Uchiha clan? Danzō furrowed his brow at Obito's words. Continue, but it would be best if you removed your mask. Understanding each other's identities is essential for collaboration. My identity? Haha. Each of you is already acquainted with it. Obito suddenly let out a chilling laugh, then slowly spread his arms, as if making a declaration. The crimson of the Sharingan flickered ominously within the dimly lit chamber. Madara, my name is Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara? Impossible. He has long been dead. Dead? Who proclaimed such a thing? Have you seen his corpse? Obito retorted scornfully at Danzō's rebuttal. I am Madara, the strongest ninja in the ninja world. Even though Hashirama defeated me once, I survived at a certain cost through the use of secret techniques, while he perished. Therefore, in that battle at the Valley of the End, the victor was indeed me. And today, I return to exact vengeance on the Uchiha, who betrayed me. At this juncture, Obito abruptly gestured with his hand. Danzō, as of now, I cannot utilize a vast amount of chakra all at once. But as you can see, I have acquired another form of invincible ocular technique. What say you? Let us collaborate to obliterate the Uchiha. Hearing Obito's proposition, Danzō hesitated for a moment. However, recalling Orochimaru's unfinished experiments, he ultimately clenched his fists and spoke solemnly. Madara, I can ally with you, but our sole target is the Uchiha. Konoha is mine. You must not touch it. In response to Danzō's insistence, Obito nonchalantly withdrew his hands and turned his back on them, as Danzō and his companions remained on high alert. The eerie vortex reappeared once more. Soon, I shall bring calamity upon the Uchiha clan, intensifying the discord between them and the prominent families of Konoha. When that time arrives, the manner in which I exacerbate the conflict and render the Uchiha the target of scorn will hinge upon your performance. Intensifying the discord? Pray, elucidate your intentions. Observing that Uchiha Obito was about to depart, without completing his discourse, Shimura Danzō hastily inquired. Regrettably, Uchiha Obito had no intention of providing a response. To annihilate the Uchiha. To obliterate those treacherous souls. I am Madara, Uchiha Madara, and I have returned for vengeance. Gazing at the desolate expanse before him, Shimura Danzō was engulfed in contemplation. Could this truly be his opportunity to strike against the Uchiha? In that familiar eye, could it be that Uchiha Madara is indeed not dead? Meanwhile, as Shimura Danzō pondered, Orochimaru remained silent, yet his eyes sparkled with intrigue. I seem to have discerned an intriguing piece of information. Should I share it with Lord Knight? And was the opportunity that Lord Knight previously mentioned this very moment? Never mind, I shall first endeavor to procure the experimental data that Lord Knight wishes to obtain. Everything appears to be growing increasingly fascinating. As Uchiha Obito and Shimura Danzō reached an accord, elsewhere in the Rain Village, a masked man bearing the Kusarigama sword upon his shoulder, aided by Konan, arrived near the borders of the Land of Fire. Have you truly resolved to venture to Konoha? The bounty there is substantial, I could easily slay a few Root A and Bu and present their remains, thus utilizing the reward to procure gifts of your liking. I desire explosive tags. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Shisui smiled and nodded. Indeed, you are my partner, with such unique tastes. Allow me to establish a modest goal, to acquire 6 trillion explosive tags for you. Why 6 trillion? Konan tilted her head slightly, puzzled. To this, Uchiha Shisui offered no explanation. Instead, he unexpectedly pressed a light kiss upon her cheek. Seizing the moment of her astonishment, he broke free from her embrace and descended from the sky. Because I like it. Ha ha, let us be off. In Konoha village, Uchiha Obito, the Nine Tails, I, Uchiha Shisui, have returned. A few days later, outside the Uchiha compound in Konoha village, Uchiha Shisui's wooden clone slowly opened its eyes, gazing in the direction of Konoha. What was that aura that just emerged? The chakra fluctuation of the Nine Tails. It seems that Kushina shall give birth tonight. Thus, Uchiha Obito will likely break the seal of the Nine Tails and unleash it upon Konoha this very evening. This day has finally arrived. In that moment, I shall strike when all attention is focused on the Nine Tails, assuming the identity of Senju. Let Uchiha Fugaku lead the Uchiha clan into battle against the Nine Tails, safeguarding the village of Konohagakure and thereby initially earning the villagers' approval. Subsequently, at a moment when Minato Namikaze sacrifices his life to seal the Nine Tails, as the village begins to rebuild, I shall reveal myself as a disciple of Hashirama Senju. I, Senju, will unite with Orochimaru to expose Danzō's heinous experiments with Hashirama's cells. Moreover, I will ensure that all blame for the chaos wrought by the Nine Tails falls squarely upon Danzō. At that time, Danzō will undoubtedly face utter disgrace and become the target of public ire. As for the Uchiha clan, following this incident, their conflict with the villagers will not escalate further. Rather, they will gradually integrate into the community. Regarding the night of the Uchiha massacre, my younger brother, Itachi Uchiha, has already been persuaded by me. How could such a tragedy possibly occur again? As I pondered this, the sound of the system unexpectedly resonated in my mind. Ding! A new sign-in location has been refreshed. The sign-in location is atop the head of the Nine Tails. The time limit is 1 day. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Shisui's eyes lit up with excitement. Although a day is a brief span, his true form is already on its way back. It won't be long before he returns. So this time constraint poses no challenge for him. What truly exhilarates Uchiha Shisui, however, is the reward for this sign-in. He hopes for a powerful wood release technique, enabling him to better execute his plans. As Uchiha Shisui sensed the Nine Tails chakra surging from Kushina, a peculiar vortex materialized in the shadow of a tree outside the village. Tonight marks the time of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki's delivery. I have finally awaited this day, Uchiha Obito stated calmly. The nearby white Zetsu nodded slightly, confirming that the target's location remained unchanged, indicating that Minato had not detected their presence. He chuckled. Since it has begun, let us proceed as planned. With Obito's final words, his body was once again engulfed by the mysterious vortex. Shortly thereafter, a tremendous explosion resounded suddenly within Konohagakure without warning. Boom. Following that, roars and cries of anguish filled the air. Instantly, chaos erupted throughout the village. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! What the hell is happening? Who dares to audaciously assault the village? Quickly, proceed to the location of the explosion and ascertain the truth. Such a colossal disturbance naturally stirred everyone in Konohagakure, including the Uchiha clan, the Hyuga clan, and members of the Umbu and Root. Even the members of the security team were roused, each dispatching shinobi to investigate the veracity of the explosion. After all, Konohagakure is the foremost village in the shinobi world. They simply cannot comprehend who would be reckless enough to brazenly attack the village. However, when those dispatched individuals witnessed the entity before them, swaying beneath the moonlight with its 9 colossal tails and wreaking havoc upon the structures, their faces froze in disbelief. The 9 tails? Was it not supposed to be contained within the Jinchuriki? How did it escape? As the overwhelming presence of the 9 tails and the terrifying chakra fluctuations petrified the onlookers, it recklessly lashed its tails, mercilessly crashing into the surrounding buildings and innocent civilians, leaving a scene of bloodshed and devastation. The anguished screams mingled with the sounds of explosions, creating a chilling atmosphere. It was at this moment that the arriving ninjas finally reacted, beginning to organize their actions with urgency. This must be reported to Lord Hokage immediately. You few, swiftly relocate the villagers to a safe area. As for us, we shall confront this beast. It cannot be allowed to continue its rampage. While the ninjas of Konoha fought valiantly against the Nine-Tails' onslaught, desperately striving to evacuate the populace, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, stood silently with his back to the hurried ANBU members. The rampage of the Nine-Tails had become evident to him the moment the explosions erupted. But what of it? Merely a few villagers would perish. To him, it would not constitute a significant loss. Before he could thoroughly analyze the best course of action for his own advantage, Sarutobi Hiruzen would not act recklessly. However, it seemed that the only ones capable of breaking the Nine-Tails seal and controlling its rampage were the Uchiha clan with their Mangeki Sharingan. Yet, it appeared that only Uchiha Shisui remained in the clan, and he had been dispatched to patrol the borders of the Fire Country, likely unaware of the turmoil within the village. Thus, this ruled out the possibility of internal conflict among their ranks. The one who had aided the Nine-Tails in breaking free and going berserk must be someone else. Perhaps it was that individual skilled in space-time ninjutsu. Suddenly, a realization struck Sarutobi Hiruzen, prompting him to turn and gaze out the window at the Nine-Tails, which was indulging in its slaughter and destruction. His mood unexpectedly lifted. Ever since Namikaze Minato became the fourth Hokage, the latter had gradually slipped from his control. If that were the case, then he could seize this opportunity during the Nine-Tails chaos to bring an end to Minato's tenure as Hokage. Ideally, he could become a glorious war hero in the process. With this thought, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression hardened. With the Hokage absent, I shall take command. Issue the orders immediately to organize the ANBU to evacuate the civilians. While instructing Danzō to lead the security forces, the command will rest entirely in his hands. Yes, Lord Hokage. Although this incident should not have been instigated by the Uchiha clan, given the magnitude of the situation, someone would inevitably bear the blame. And the Uchiha would be the prime scapegoat, as Sarutobi Hiruzen conveyed his orders. At the root base on the other side, Danzō abruptly slammed his hand on the table, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Fully entrusted to me? It seems that Hiruzen finally sees reason. He commanded, relay my orders to the security team and the Uchiha clan to remain on standby. They must not act without my directive. The Uchiha clan. This time I shall see how you manage to maintain your standing within Konoha after this incident. Meanwhile, as the Nine-Tails wreaked havoc upon Konoha, within the Uchiha stronghold, Fugaku Uchiha's expression darkened as he gazed at the scroll delivered by both the Umbu and Root members. Initially, due to Shisui's patrol, the Nine-Tails' unsealing and rampant destruction of the village should not implicate the Uchiha clan. This was also a prime opportunity for the Uchiha to protect the village and ease tensions with the villagers. However, under these circumstances, Hiruzen Sarutobi had ordered the Uchiha security team and all clan members to heed Danzō's command. Even more absurdly, Danzō's directive was to remain still. Remaining stationary would seemingly minimize the Uchiha's losses in this Nine-Tails incident, yet it would render them the target of blame afterward. I say, our clan leader Fugaku. The situation outside has descended into chaos. As Fugaku sat in the room, his expression grave, a voice unexpectedly resonated across from him. It's you. Upon recognizing the visitor, Fugaku's Sharingan abruptly narrowed, instantly transforming into his Mangeki Sharingan, showing no concern for exposure. For the individual who had suddenly appeared before him was none other than the enigmatic ninja who wielded would release. Did you release the Nine-Tails? The foe possessed formidable strength, and should they wish to forcibly unleash the Nine-Tails, it was within their capability. Yet, the purpose behind such an action eluded Fugaku's understanding. Not at all. Shisui Uchiha slightly shook his head, tossing a scroll to Fugaku. Observing carefully with his Mangeki Sharingan and confirming there was no danger, Fugaku unfolded the scroll to read. Moments later, he ignited it in flames. Why should I trust you? Why should I believe that Danzō is conducting that experiment? Because you have no choice. Shisui gazed out the window at the Nine-Tails battling Konoha's ninjas, his brow furrowing. Without further ado, he unleashed a torrent of powerful chakra. The opportunity was fleeting. Fugaku had to act swiftly with the Uchiha clan. If you lead the Uchiha into action now, though you would bear the guilt of disobeying orders, it would grant you the chance to gain the villagers' approval. Conversely, if you choose to remain idle and follow orders, once the Nine-Tails chaos subsides, the Uchiha clan would undoubtedly become the scapegoat, perhaps even face expulsion. Uchiha Fugaku fell into a heavy silence upon hearing those words. He knew the other spoke truth. Yet this decision bore the weight of life and death for the entire Uchiha clan. He had to deliberate with utmost caution. Which path truly serves the Uchiha's interests? The choice rests with you now, Fugaku. Having delivered this ultimatum, Uchiha Shisui fixed his piercing gaze upon the clan leader, his Manjiki Sharingan primed to awaken at any moment. Seizing the distraction caused by the Nine-Tails rampage, Orochimaru had already revealed to his wooden clone the miraculous restorative properties of wood style on ocular powers. Abilities that would normally require over a decade to recover could be restored in mere dozens of days, perhaps even less. With this knowledge, why should Shisui show Fugaku any courtesy? If the man complied and led the Uchiha into battle against the Nine-Tails, he would reserve his Koto Amatsukami for another. If not, then Fugaku would become nothing more than a puppet under his absolute control. As these thoughts raced through Shisui's mind, Fugaku remained silent for a long moment before finally shaking his head. No, I cannot risk the Uchiha clan on such perilous grounds. A pity, Shisui murmured, turning his back with a voice thick with regret. Fugaku lowered his head in wordless resignation, assuming the conversation had reached its end. Yet suddenly, Shisui whirled back to face him. Fugaku, have you ever wondered who I truly am? The question made Fugaku instinctively lift his gaze, only to witness the most inconceivable sight of his life. And the last, Shisui Koto Amatsukami, activate, without wasting another breath. Shisui seized control of Fugaku's will. His earlier revelation of identity had been but a ploy, a feint to lower the man's guard. After all, Fugaku too possessed the Manjiki Sharingan. Shisui could afford no carelessness. And now, he had succeeded. Gather every Uchiha shinobi at once and march to the battlefield. Engage the Nine-Tails without delay. As you command. My lord. The enthralled Fugaku bowed deeply before departing to execute his orders. All Uchiha, assemble at the gates. To the battlefield, we defend our village. The clan head has spoken at last. Now the village will witness the might of the Uchiha. Indeed, our Sharingan reigns supreme. As Fugaku led the Uchiha forces toward the chaos, an overwhelming exhaustion surged through Shisui's Manjiki. Yet simultaneously, an unseen force within his blood began tempering the fatigue, dulling its edge. It is evident that the power of wood release is restoring his diminished ocular strength. This temporary loss of ability is indeed quite uncomfortable. However, at this moment as Uchiha Shisui cast his gaze toward the direction of the root headquarters, a mischievous smile graced his face. Some individuals are bound to have a headache now. Allow me to stir the pot a little further. Whoosh. In the next instant, Uchiha Shisui vanished without a trace. Concurrently, Danzō, who had been leisurely overseeing the root headquarters, found it impossible to remain composed upon receiving intelligence from his subordinates. What did you say? Uchiha Fugaku has personally led the entire security force to the battlefield. Moreover, all the ninjas of the Uchiha clan have joined as well. The entirety of the security force. The strength of the entire clan? What on earth is happening? One might think the fourth great ninja war has commenced furthermore. How has the typically cautious Uchiha Fugaku suddenly become so aggressive? There must be an issue. Something is amiss. Danzō-sama. Uchiha Fugaku and his team have already crossed our surveillance perimeter and are swiftly approaching the battlefield. Should we intervene? Bang. Hearing his subordinate's words, Danzō seized the man and hurled him aside, roaring in fury. Intervene. What shall we use to intervene? Tell me, with what shall we stop them? They are the Uchiha clan, born for battle. Do you wish for me to march into my own demise? No. I must take action. I must do something. Hiruzen. I can seek out Sarutobi Hiruzen and enlist his aid to stop Uchiha Fugaku. Otherwise, if they truly make it through, who will bear the consequences? Just as Danzō was preparing to gather his forces to seek out Sarutobi Hiruzen, a figure unexpectedly materialized beside the gate. Danzō, where do you intend to go? Why not stay and have a chat with me? Who are you? Wood release. Wood dragon technique. You are. No, you are not him. Initially believing the individual to be his reinforcement, the masked man skilled in space-time ninjutsu left Danzō in a state of shock. This person possesses wood release. Could it be that the Uchiha clan's sudden actions are related to this individual? How fortuitous. Now there is someone to take the fall. Moreover, hasn't Orochimaru always sought the raw materials for wood release? This person before me is an entire resource, ample enough for Orochimaru to study until he produces a finished product. With this thought, greed filled Danzō's eyes. Ignoring the menacing wood dragon approaching him, he shouted, "What are you all standing around for? Everyone, attack together. We must capture this individual." Yes, Danzō-sama. Whoosh, whoosh. In the next moment, root ninjas surged forth one after another. Various jutsu and tools danced through the air, overwhelming Uchiha Shisui's wood dragon. Witnessing this scene, Danzō's eyes gleamed with excitement. What a splendid opportunity. With hands that had been previously sealed, they suddenly clasped together in a fervent gesture. Wind release, vacuum great sphere. In the next moment, Shimura Danzō inhaled deeply, his wind nature chakra surging wildly within him. Upon reaching a critical threshold, he locked onto Uchiha Shisui's form and unleashed a colossal blast of air. The ground shook with a thunderous roar. Ha ha ha. What if you can use would release? Do you fancy yourself as Hashirama Senju? How laughable. As the explosion echoed, Shimura Danzō threw back his head in raucous laughter, simultaneously gesturing for the root members nearby to advance. Thus, the scapegoat was established. Let us proceed. Since the plan has changed and the Uchiha clan has gone to provide support, we of the root cannot be absent. However, just as Shimura Danzō prepared to lead his members onto the battlefield, an enormous fist materialized out of thin air. The suddenness of the attack left 7 of his unprepared root members reduced to mere remnants, blood splattering gruesomely, a sight most chilling. What? You are still alive? Danzō's expression darkened as he beheld the wooden figure emerging from the smoke of the explosion, along with Uchiha Shisui, lazily leaning against a tree in Konoha. Why should I die? You. What do you mean by you? If you cannot articulate, then silence yourself. No one from your root will pass this way today. With that, Uchiha Shisui casually flung a kunai that embedded itself in front of Danzō. He tilted his head slightly, a frigid aura of murderous intent enveloping the area. The wood-released chakra erupted forth, a manifestation of overwhelming power. Do you understand my meaning? Gulping nervously, Danzō felt the immense chakra fluctuations radiating from Shisui and promptly abandoned any thoughts of a reckless advance. Yet, this did not signify his capitulation. Fine, we shall not retreat. Just as Danzō's words fell, a dense fog suddenly enveloped his vicinity. This scoundrel intends to use the smoke as a cover to stealthily escape? Observing this, Uchiha Shisui shook his head in disbelief, his eyes brimming with sarcasm. A feeble tactic. In an instant, Uchiha Shisui formed hand seals with remarkable speed. Wood release, 4-pillar prison technique. Shortly thereafter, numerous wooden spikes rained down, shaking the very foundations of the root headquarters. Having just discovered a secret passage, Shimura Danzō stood frozen, aghast. Wood release can be wielded in such a manner? Before him, the descending wooden spikes swiftly constructed a prison, ensnaring the entire root headquarters. With no means to fight back or flee, Danzō found himself in an unprecedentedly dire predicament since assuming leadership of the root. As his expression fluctuated between dread and despair, a sudden scream pierced through the air from beyond the prison. Uchiha Shisui appeared, clutching a bloodied head, and approached the prison's edge, retrieving a scroll that his adversary had intended to send away. Is this one of your people? The speed was quite remarkable as the message was dispatched, alas. With a swift motion, Uchiha Shisui crushed the scroll into fine powder before blowing it towards Shimura Danzō. Futile. You scoundrel. Such humiliation ignited an unparalleled fury within Shimura Danzō. Had it not been for the root members restraining him, he would have lunged at Uchiha Shisui in a fit of rage. Of course, one cannot dismiss the possibility of a charade. Thus, contemplating this, Uchiha Shisui turned his back to Danzō and his cohorts, beginning to compose a letter. Since you wish to summon that old coot, Sarutobi Hiruzen, for assistance, I shall play the benevolent role and inform him. Upon witnessing Uchiha Shisui genuinely aiding them in drafting a letter, Danzō exchanged glances with his subordinates. In the next instant, his hands swiftly formed a series of seals. Wind release, gale palm. Whoosh. Oh, has the moment finally arrived? In response to Danzō's attack, Uchiha Shisui merely commanded the wooden figure beside him to intercept with a swift slap. The other root members' ninjutsu would be handled by the wooden dragon, conveniently siphoning their chakra to sustain the wood release, for pillar prison technique. I knew it, Shimura Danzō would never concede so easily. However, just as Uchiha Shisui completed these actions and prepared to witness Danzō's final gambit, he paused in surprise. A kunai piercing the wooden figure? Indeed, it was a kunai. Behind him, Danzō wore a malevolent and confident expression as he wielded the very kunai he had initially thrown, plunging it into the wooden figure's back. His demeanor suggested victory was already assured. Ha ha ha, it is over. Uchiha Shisui could not fathom what was going through Danzō's mind. After so many ninjutsu had proven ineffective against him, he believed he could eliminate him with a mere kunai. Had he lost his sanity? Smack. In plain view of all, Danzō was swiftly struck back into the 4-pillar prison by the wooden figure, collapsing unconscious on the spot. Following this, Uchiha Shisui directed the wooden figure to lift and hurl a massive boulder down upon Danzō and his men. With a thunderous crash, Danzō and all members of the route were buried beneath the colossal stone. However, they were not dead after all. The repercussions of the Nine-Tails incident and other calamities awaited Danzō's reckoning. Cherish your elevated status while it lasts, Shimura Danzō, for your time is running out. As Uchiha Shisui's voice trailed off, he created a wooden clone to oversee the area, while his true self vanished in an instant, appearing atop a tree not far from where Danzō and his men lay entombed. Orochimaru, the moment has arrived. Now, you may reveal to me your choice. As Uchiha Shisui's words faded, a profound silence enveloped the area. The sound of a falling pin could be heard. It was terrifyingly quiet. Shortly thereafter, Orochimaru, who had just escaped amidst the chaos, emerged from the shadows of the trees with a broad smile. Hiss, it is indeed commendable of you, Night Lord, to have noticed this. Pray tell, what is your choice? Uchiha Shisui spoke with an impassive demeanor, his hand resting upon the hilt of his sword, suffused with chakra. His meaning was unmistakable: surrender or face execution. Upon witnessing this, Orochimaru retrieved a shard of wood, recently conjured by Uchiha Shisui's wood-release technique, from within his robes. A manic gleam in his eyes. Night Lord, tell me, in the presence of such exquisite materials, what choice do you think I shall make? Orochimaru, you are indeed a clever man. Hearing Orochimaru's ultimate decision, Uchiha Shisui nodded slightly. However, before long, the sound of hurried footsteps drew nearer. One of them exuded a chakra fluctuation that seemed rather formidable. Sarutobi Hiruzen, that old fellow has finally arrived. With this thought, Uchiha Shisui turned directly towards the Nine-Tails, his voice resonating in the area. These two wooden dragons and the wooden figure shall temporarily heed your commands to assist in stalling Sarutobi Hiruzen. I hope you do not disappoint me. On Sarutobi Hiruzen's side, a mere moment of delay would suffice. The paramount concern remained the safe escort of the Uchiha clan to the battlefield. Furthermore, a signature atop the head of the Nine-Tails. Upon hearing Uchiha Shisui's words, Orochimaru licked his lips with his tongue. Gazing at the two wooden dragons and the wooden figure before him, he caressed them gently, his eyes brimming with fervent excitement. My precious darlings, were it not for the necessity of your assistance in fending off my teacher and the Umbu, I would be loath to employ you in battle. Whoosh, whoosh. No sooner had Orochimaru spoken than Sarutobi Hiruzen and the Umbu members materialized before him. Before even arriving, commands were issued. Everyone, disperse as per the original plan to locate the wood-release ninja mentioned in the letter. As for Danzō's fate, do not concern yourselves with it. Yes, Lord Third. Roar. Yet, at the very moment the Umbu members began to separate, two massive tails and fists simultaneously descended upon Sarutobi Hiruzen. Protect the third Hokage. Protect the third Hokage. You handle the attacks from both sides. Leave the wooden figure in the center to me. Seeing that the surrounding Umbu members were caught off guard, Sarutobi Hiruzen gritted his teeth and began to frantically weave hand signs. Bang! Earth release, earth flow wall. In the next instant, a stone wall erupted from the ground, obstructing the path of the wooden figure's fist. However, just as Sarutobi Hiruzen prepared to seize the opportunity to retreat, the stone wall was suddenly riddled with countless cracks. What? Bang! Shattering Sarutobi Hiruzen's earth release, earth flow wall. The wooden figure's fist continued its relentless advance toward him. Damn it! How could it be so swift? Finding himself cornered with no escape, Sarutobi Hiruzen clenched his teeth and formed hand signs once more. Even the power of wood, when confronted with the principle of the five elements, cannot evade its inherent limitations. Let us attempt this technique. Fire release, fire dragon flame bomb. With a resounding incantation from Sarutobi Hiruzen, a searing fireball erupted from his mouth, swirling like a furious dragon as it collided fiercely with the wooden golem's fist. Although it successfully thwarted the wooden figure's assault, the force seemed somewhat lacking. Nevertheless, it proved effective. In light of this, let us try once more. As the wooden warrior's attack was repelled and its fist sustained damage, it was compelled to retract its hand, raising its foot with the intent to crush Sarutobi Hiruzen into oblivion. Just as that foot was about to descend, Hiruzen's hands flew into motion, rapidly forming seals. His speed had escalated to an entirely new echelon. Faced with the specter of death, Sarutobi Hiruzen was compelled to focus earnestly. Earth release, earth dragon bullet. Fire release, fire dragon bullet. This. Observing Sarutobi Hiruzen simultaneously executing two distinct elemental ninjutsu, Orochimaru's brow furrowed in contemplation. His mentor's combined ninjutsu, fire flow, earth flame bomb. Before Orochimaru, the earth adjacent to Hiruzen transformed into a dragon's head, which opened its maw to unleash a multitude of earthen bullets that surged toward the wooden figure's feet, effectively restraining it. Concurrently, a plume of flame erupted from his mouth, incessantly scorching the wooden warrior's feet. Everyone exerted their utmost effort, for the will of fire, for the peace of the village. Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's rallying cry, the Umbu members engaged in combat with the wooden dragon were invigorated, their eyes gleaming with determination as they unleashed an array of ninjutsu and defensive techniques without hesitation. They attacked relentlessly, heedless of defense. Indeed, the third Hokage's words rang true. For the will of fire, for the peace of the village. Charge. We shall confront these beasts head-on. In response to the sudden surge of fighting spirit among the Umbu, Orochimaru fell silent for a moment before gradually retreating into the distance. As long as the wooden golem and wooden dragon were defeated, he would make his escape at the earliest opportunity. After all, his mission was merely to delay Sarutobi Hiruzen and his companions, not to eliminate them. Thus, there was no need to risk revealing his identity by engaging them directly in combat. Meanwhile, amidst the chaos of battle on Orochimaru's front, the Nine Tails rampaged unchecked within the confines of Konoha village. In its wake lay a trail of dismembered corpses, a harrowing sight. Damn it, have we not located the Hokage yet? And what of the third Hokage? What on earth has transpired? Uncertain of the unfolding events, the beleaguered ninjas of Konoha, believing hope was lost, were on the brink of collapse, lamenting the lack of reinforcements from the village's prominent clans. Suddenly, those beleaguered civilians and ninjas, who had been valiantly resisting and had nearly surrendered to despair, found themselves momentarily stunned. For before them, fireballs of unknown origin surged forth from behind, intercepting the Nine Tails' relentless assault with fervent fury. Moreover, a middle-aged man, radiating powerful chakra fluctuations, leaped directly before all the battling ninjas. With swift hand seals, he united his palms, his voice resonating across the battlefield. Fire release, Great Fire Dragon technique. A fierce fire dragon unleashed its gaping maw, charging towards the Nine Tails. With a thunderous roar, an explosive blast erupted, sending waves of flame radiating outward, causing the cloak adorned with the Uchiha clan's crest worn by Uchiha Fugaku to flutter chaotically in the wind. Before the eyes of all, Uchiha Fugaku slowly turned, his crimson Sharingan eyes gleaming ominously in the blaze. The leader of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku, led his entire kin. Whoosh! As Uchiha Fugaku spoke, the Uchiha ninjas swiftly bypassed the civilian ninjas, positioning themselves beside him. A dense assembly of Uchiha ninjas drew their swords in unison, their spirits soaring high. Here we come. My goodness. That is indeed the current leader of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku. The Uchiha clan has arrived. Our reinforcements are here. Unexpectedly, during the village's most perilous hour, it was the so-called evil Uchiha who stepped forth to aid and protect us. What are you hitting me for? Evil? I believe someone has been deliberately tarnishing the Uchiha's reputation. Once we survive this, I shall sincerely apologize to them. You are absolutely right. Count me in. And I too. Witnessing Uchiha Fugaku accompanied by the entire Uchiha clan, the civilian ninjas were filled with exhilaration. Had it not been for certain Uchiha members restraining them, they would have rushed forward to fight alongside them, united in life and death. After all, this was not merely a handful of individuals offering assistance, but the strength of the entire clan. Such a monumental favor could not possibly go unappreciated. Roar! As the civilian ninjas trembled with excitement, the Nine Tails, momentarily pained by the sudden barrage of fireballs, finally regained its composure. However, as its massive head swung around to face the Uchiha clan standing before the civilian ninjas, especially the leading Uchiha Fugaku and his comrades, their crimson, three-tomo Sharingan glaring, its fury ignited. Roar! The sight of those eyes evoked haunting memories, stirring its wrath. In the next moment, the Nine Tails swung its colossal claws and tail, targeting the Uchiha clan. The battle resumed anew. In response to the Nine Tails' furious roar, Uchiha Fugaku, concealing the power of his Manjiki Sharingan, hesitated not a moment. Obeying the orders previously given by Uchiha Shisui, he led the Uchiha clan into the fray. After all, if Uchiha Fugaku were to directly employ his Manjiki Sharingan to subdue the Nine Tails, allowing others to escape with ease in the aftermath of the Nine Tails incident, the people would only remember the Uchiha clan for their gallant assistance. The heavens have been tested, and in the future, should one encounter even a slightly more favorable disposition, The circumstances would differ dramatically if the Uchiha clan were to mobilize their entire strength for support, only to return with significant losses. In such a scenario, the fallen Uchiha warriors would be interred in the sacred cemetery of Konoha, a hallowed ground reserved solely for those who sacrificed their lives for the village. Henceforth, the nefarious reputation of the Uchiha clan would undergo a profound transformation, becoming the esteemed Uchiha clan of heroes. Should there be any opposition at that time, Uchiha Shisui would merely need to rally the crowd, and the resounding support for the Uchiha would echo throughout Konoha. At that juncture, the Uchiha's rise to prominence would merely be a matter of time. Moreover, he could seize the opportunity on the night when the Uchiha heroes are laid to rest to bring ruin to Danzō's reputation. As for Sarutobi Hiruzen and the other prominent clans, the Elder Council, a mere chuckle, if they were wise. He might allow them to retire peacefully and enjoy their twilight years. However, should anyone dare to provoke fate and encroach upon matters beyond their grasp, he would no longer need to exercise courtesy. After all, he was already prepared to eliminate Shimura Danzō. A few more would be inconsequential. As Uchiha Shisui contemplated this, the Uchiha clan, under the leadership of Uchiha Fugaku, had commenced a fierce battle against the Nine Tails. Uchiha clan, remain calm. Follow my orders and divide into 3 battalions immediately. The 1st battalion shall escort the injured villagers away. This is our primary mission. The 2nd battalion will provide remote support with ninjutsu from the rear. The 3rd battalion. At this point, Uchiha Fugaku's left hand pressed firmly against his sword, and with a swift motion, he drew it forth. Blood stained his garments and palms. Let us battle this beast with our blood. The 1st battalion shall not return until their mission is complete. With the clan leader charging ahead, what was there to fear? Brothers, follow my lead. Indeed, we are Uchiha, a clan born for battle, Konoha's foremost clan. It is merely a beast. What do we have to fear? Kill. In an instant, the cries of battle reverberated through the air. The villagers being escorted away were moved to tears, profoundly touched by the sight of the Uchiha clan standing resolutely against the Nine Tails, securing their escape. Moments later, Uchiha Shisui gazed upon the Uchiha clan, which had suffered 1/5 of its strength and sustained heavy injuries. At last, he stepped forward. Body flicker technique. In the blink of an eye, Uchiha Shisui appeared atop the Nine Tails' head, coming into view of all present. Nine Tails, it is time for you to cease your rampage. This scene momentarily stunned everyone in attendance. Who is that? How did he get there? That is the Nine Tails. Can't they see that even the full might of the Uchiha clan could only barely withstand it? Is he seeking death by going there alone? Even the Nine Tails, perplexed, angrily extended its claws to strike. However, just as the Nine Tails raised its claws, its movements abruptly froze. Its eyes were filled with an unprecedented terror. Those eyes, those damned eyes, how could it be those same cursed eyes again? At that moment, as the Nine Tails was paralyzed by Uchiha Shisui's Sharingan, the voice of the system echoed in its mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the sign-in. Sign-in location, atop the Nine Tails' head. Ding! Congratulations, host, for receiving the sign-in reward. Would release. Advent of the Tree World. Upon hearing the system's voice, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Uchiha Shisui's eyes. Advent of the Tree World. How delightful. It is a pity it is not the enhanced version. Would release. Flowering Tree World. The latter amplifies the scale and introduces flowers that can subdue enemies. Nevertheless, at this thought, a faint smile graced Uchiha Shisui's lips, revealing a remarkably benevolent expression. Rather than subduing you, I would prefer to thoroughly convince you through sheer force. Wouldn't you agree? Nine Tails? Following this, Uchiha Shisui swiftly formed hand seals. Boom. The ground of the Hidden Leaf Village trembled violently once more, as vines and towering trees erupted from the earth, swiftly engulfing and ensnaring the enormous Nine Tails. No matter how it struggled, escape remained futile. Uchiha Shisui's instantaneous control over the Nine Tails astonished all the leaf ninjas present, their gazes converging in unison. Look, that is the wood release of the first Hokage. Good heavens, could it be the resurrection of the first Hokage? This is wonderful, we are saved. The first Hokage. The first Hokage. Amidst the excited shouts of the ninjas, Uchiha Shisui, while stepping on the Nine Tails' head, shouted loudly and swung his fist towards its face. I am Senju, disciple of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. Beast, you better lie down at once. Bang bang bang. Roar. Roar. Amidst the ruins, the Nine Tails raised its head and howled frantically, its expression filled with anxiety. For the being before it possessed not only those fearsome scarlet eyes, but also the ability to pin it to the ground with a mere clap of hands. This entity was absolutely not to be provoked. Even now, as it endured the humiliation of fists that bore no tangible harm. Realizing this, the Ninetales ceased its hesitation. Unleashing the vast chakra within its body in a desperate bid to break free from the binds of would release, advent of the tree world. In fact, a terrifying chakra-infused tailed beast bomb was now forming in its mouth. Witnessing this scene, the leaf ninjas who had managed to escape the area wore expressions of deep concern. Is this truly the legendary strongest tailed beast, the Ninetales? Such a terrifying fluctuation of chakra. Can that esteemed individual, the disciple of the first Hokage, truly withstand it? That is a tailed beast bomb. Retreat. A team, a second team, a third team, those remaining of the Uchiha clan, swiftly escort the villagers away from this perilous place. Yes, esteemed clan leader. In a moment, under the command of Uchiha Fugaku, the villagers of Konoha retreated in haste. Meanwhile, at that moment, the chakra coalescing within the tailed beast ball held in the mouth of the Ninetales was astonishingly immense. This deepened the worry etched upon the faces of the villagers. It's over, it's over. Look at that being. He appears to be paralyzed by the terrifying tailed beast ball. We are all doomed today. Wait, look quickly. The Ninetales is aiming towards Hokage Rock. That is the revered Hokage Rock, a symbol of all past Hokage. Beasts, Uchiha brethren, hasten to evacuate the villagers. Our lives hold little value. We might as well charge back to divert the Ninetales' attention. In stark contrast to the anxiety of the Konoha villagers and ninjas, Uchiha Fugaku remained unhurried, orchestrating the retreat of the masses. He simply needed to obey the commands of Uchiha Shisui. As for Uchiha Shisui, he had already observed the Ninetales' movements, yet chose to disregard them entirely, instead gazing into the distance. After all, could the Ninetales truly bring about death? However, in the next instant, his brow furrowed slightly. Since that rascal Minato has yet to arrive, I shall entertain you a little longer. Would release, would golem technique. Would release, would dragon technique. Roar, roar. In the next heartbeat, a colossal wooden figure and a wooden dragon suddenly intruded upon the Ninetales' line of sight, unleashing thunderous roars. Upon witnessing this scene, the Ninetales was thrown into disarray. He vividly recalled being struck on the head by that wooden figure and collapsing. With this thought, the Ninetales abruptly altered his attack trajectory, swinging his head to hurl the tailed beast ball towards Uchiha Shisui. Boom. In an instant, a terrifying wave of chakra erupted, igniting a cataclysmic explosion. The tailed beast ball, suffused with an aura of destruction, surged forth with a fearsome shockwave, devastating the surrounding structures and trees. Even the massive vines binding it began to tear apart. The spectacle resembled divine retribution descending from the heavens. Yet, before the Ninetales could emit a triumphant roar, a gargantuan hand suddenly lunged forward. Before the watchful eyes of all, it grasped the tailed beast ball, infused with an aura of annihilation, and forcefully shoved it back into the Ninetales' mouth. In response, the Ninetales' eyes widened in disbelief, astonished at such an occurrence. Can it truly be done this way? Boom. In the next moment, a tremendous explosion detonated within the Ninetales' mouth, causing its body to swell and then revert to its original form. Its surface became riddled with an array of cracks. However, just as the Ninetales believed the nightmare had come to an end and sought to flee, it remained oblivious that this was merely the prologue. Roar, roar. In the next heartbeat, two wooden dragons darted forth from either side, entangling its form and once again restricting its mobility. Oh, Ninetales, how mischievous you are! It seems that the admonitions from your teacher have yet to temper your foul temperament. Thus, with the resonant voice of Uchiha Shisui echoing, he clapped his hands forcefully. A thunderous sound erupted as wooden figures emerged one after another from the epicenter of the explosion, encircling the Ninetales. Witnessing this scene, the Ninetales was utterly bewildered. However, before it could gather its wits, the four surrounding wooden figures launched a barrage of punches to its head, uppercuts, hooks from both sides. Allow me to assist you in recalling your teacher's benevolent words. A fierce roar erupted, reverberating throughout Konoha, lingering in the air. Meanwhile, as the ninjas of Konoha gazed in disbelief at Uchiha Shisui's assault on the Ninetales, on another front, Uchiha Obito, pursued by Minato Namikaze, felt a flicker of crimson in his Sharingan. Ah, our esteemed fourth Hokage, listen to how exhilarated the Ninetales sounds. You should hasten back to safeguard your village. If you pursue any further, Konoha may very well be lost. Upon hearing Obito's words, Minato's expression soured considerably. The true villain stood before him. Yet he found himself powerless to apprehend him. There was no time to waste. It was time to make a decisive move. In an instant, Minato accelerated, preparing to thrust his kunai towards Obito's Sharingan as he drew near. Abandoning defense to hasten your assault? How foolish. Obito scoffed coldly, lifting his chin slightly as he activated Kamui, allowing Minato's kunai to pass harmlessly through him. Yet, just as Obito's kunai was about to pierce Minato's heart, the latter suddenly vanished. What? Flying Thunder God, second stage. A resounding boom followed as Minato unexpectedly reappeared behind Obito, catching him off guard. However, leveraging the power of Kamui, Obito swiftly distanced himself from Minato once more. Beneath his mask, his expression darkened ominously. Cursed yellow flash, you still possess hidden strength. But do you think this will secure your victory? Next, I shall demonstrate how your cherished Konoha can crumble before the might of the Nine Tails. In the next moment, Obito's body was absorbed by his Sharingan, reappearing atop the Nine Tails' head. Thud. He stood slowly upon the creature's massive cranium, dramatically sweeping his attire before extending his arms wide. Haha. Konoha, be obliterated. Vanish before the absolute power of the Nine Tails. However, before Obito could harness the strength of his Sharingan to direct the Nine Tails in wreaking havoc upon Konoha, his expression froze, confusion flooding his eyes. What were these wooden figures and wooden dragons surrounding the Nine Tails? Beside them, the group of Uchiha observing the spectacle with detached amusement were also a curious sight. Had he, perhaps, stumbled into the wrong place? As Uchiha Obito's voice rang out, all eyes converged upon him. The Nine Tails beneath his feet regarded him with an expression of disdain, amplifying his embarrassment. According to his intelligence, there were no ninjas in Konoha capable of wielding such formidable would-release techniques. Cursed White Zetsu, how did you gather such misleading information? However, if this individual were not a Konoha ninja to begin with, contemplating this possibility, Uchiha Obito feigned composure and inquired, who might you be? If not a Konoha resident, I am intrigued as to why you wield Hashirama's would-release. Who are you to dare invoke the name of the first Hokage? Uchiha Shisui feigned ignorance regarding the other's identity. Upon hearing Shisui's question, Uchiha Obito lifted his chin slightly, responding with gravity, I am Madara, Uchiha Madara. Would release, 4 pillars prison technique. With a resounding crash, as Shisui's words hung unspoken, wooden spikes descended from above, ensnaring both Uchiha Obito and the Nine Tails within a prison of timber. In the next moment, Shisui, balanced atop the wooden construct, transformed his right arm into a colossal wooden spike, mercilessly crashing down upon the ensnared Uchiha Obito and the Nine Tails. My mentor is Senju Hashirama. You claim to be Uchiha Madara? Imposter, perish. Uchiha Obito's eyes widened in shock, failing to notice the Nine Tails beneath and preparing to deflect the impending assault. Hashirama's disciple? He still has disciples alive. Cursed White Zetsu, what manner of intelligence gathering is this? With a tremendous explosion, the massive prison erupted, sending dust swirling as the Nine Tails' claws clutched its head in distress. As for the earlier figure, he had vanished from sight, seemingly obliterated in an instant. Truly, the strength of the first Hokage's disciple is formidable. Lord Senjumoku. Yet, amidst the excitement of the Konoha ninjas, Uchiha Shisui turned his gaze towards the Hokage rock, his hands forming seals once more. I ask, are you certain you wish to remain there? Hearing Shisui's words, Uchiha Obito, who had just activated his Kamui to escape, slowly emerged, his expression darkened. This individual had discerned his presence far too swiftly. I still need to subdue the Nine Tails. If you have any sense, you will leave now, and I may spare your life. Otherwise, at this juncture, Uchiha Shisui unleashed all the wood-release chakra within him, his aura shifting dramatically. This is fatal. Senjumoku, until we meet again. Though filled with reluctance, Uchiha Obito once again activated Kamui and departed from the scene. Today, an abundance of unforeseen elements had arisen in Konoha, compelling him to withdraw for the time being. Just as Uchiha Obito vanished, Minato Namikaze finally arrived at the battlefield. Upon seeing Minato's arrival, Uchiha Shisui slightly nodded in acknowledgement before turning to leave. His mission was to delay until Minato arrived. The subsequent task of sealing the Nine Tails would be entrusted to him. However, just as Uchiha Shisui was about to turn away, Minato called out anxiously, Senior, are you truly the disciple of the first Hokage? What else could I be? Uchiha Shisui replied nonchalantly. In that case, I would like to request your assistance. Moments later, the previously tumultuous Nine Tails was now subdued in a deep pit by Uchiha Shisui's wood release. Nearby, in the center of an altar, The newly born Naruto lay quietly. Naruto, Kushina gently called out to him from the edge of the altar, her pale face imbued with sorrow and tenderness. Witnessing this scene, Minato silently closed his eyes, and after a brief moment, he turned his gaze toward the restrained Nine Tails. With determination, he began to form seals with his hands, the sequence for the Reaper Death Seal. Why are you doing this? Uchiha Shisui watched Minato calmly. You clearly have better methods to seal the Nine Tails. Minato smiled softly in response. While other seals could indeed resolve the current crisis, as you can see, the true instigator will not relent easily and will undoubtedly return. Therefore, in order for Naruto to possess the strength to withstand him at that time, and to endure the impending transformation and accompanying calamity in the ninja world, as Jiraiya-sensei foretold, I must take action. For Minato, the unraveling of Kushina's seal meant her demise was certain. If that were the case, he would accompany her in death, aligning with certain individuals' wishes. As for his son, Naruto, Minato had faith that even without him and Kushina by Naruto's side, his son would grow to be a formidable man. At the very least, he would carry the legacy of a hero, ensuring that life would not be devoid of meaning. Hearing Minato's words, Uchiha Shisui nodded slightly before turning to leave. With the Reaper Death Seal already nearing completion, he felt no need to linger further. Observing Uchiha Shisui's departing figure, Minato smiled and gently shook his head before turning to Uchiha Fugaku and the others. This time, the Uchiha have sacrificed many of their clansmen to fend off the Nine Tails. As Hokage, I extend my gratitude to you all. I hope you can continue to uphold the will of fire, safeguarding the village with utmost diligence. As the words lingered, the presence of Minato Namikaze completely vanished, along with that of Kushina at the altar's edge. It seemed that something stirred within him. The once slumbering Naruto suddenly erupted into tears. Upon hearing Naruto's cries, Uchiha Shisui, who had blended into the shadows, abruptly halted, speaking softly. Let us return the child to the village. He is the scion of a hero and should not be forsaken here to weep. I understand, esteemed elder. Upon hearing Shisui's words, Uchiha Fugaku nodded and stepped forward to lift Naruto into his arms. Uchiha clan, heed my command. Clear the battlefield and return to the village. Yes. Clan leader. Yes, Lord Fugaku. As Fugaku's voice resonated, both the Uchiha clan and the common shinobi of Konoha began to clear the battlefield. Meanwhile, as the Uchiha and others tidied up, a peculiar vortex suddenly manifested in a certain area outside the village of Konoha. Uchiha Obito emerged from within. Senju Tobarama. Next time we meet, I shall not be defeated again. Outside the Hidden Leaf Village, White Zetsu emerged from the ground, appearing beside Uchiha Obito. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, had fallen, and he had performed the Reaper Death Seal. As for Senju Yagura, he seemed to have recently returned. Prior to this, we had no information regarding him. I understand, Obito murmured, nodding slightly. However, just as he was about to depart and proceed with his next scheme, he suddenly turned his gaze towards the direction of Uchiha Fugaku and others, his expression darkening considerably. Damn you, Danzō. Not only did you fail to impede the Uchiha clan, but you also directly allowed them to come here. How bold of you to plot against me. Just wait. I will ensure you pay for the actions you have taken today. Meanwhile, at the ruins where the Nine Tails was sealed, Danzō and Hiruzen Sarutobi stood before the wreckage, their faces etched with confusion. What had transpired here before their arrival? Where was the Nine Tails? Such a massive beast seemed to have vanished into thin air. Hiruzen, to be blocked at my own doorstep for so long and now to find no advantage is infuriating. Danzō shouted angrily at Hiruzen. Where is the Nine Tails? What have you done with it? And who is that individual wielding would release? You will not leave here until you clarify these matters. Clang, clang, clang. At Danzō's command, members of the Root organization unsheathed their blades in unison. In response, the Umbu members behind Hiruzen also drew their weapons, refusing to back down. Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly tense and hostile, Hiruzen suddenly called out, "Everyone, stand down." Danzō, can you truly not see that I am equally in the dark about what has transpired? I have also been deceived. As he spoke, Hiruzen took a deep drag from his pipe, his expression grave. He had just caught sight of Minato preparing to seal the Nine Tails with the Reaper Death Seal, which had initially lifted his spirits. However, upon arriving with his Umbu, eager to beat Danzō to the punch and claim guardianship over Naruto, he was met with the shocking sight of the Uchiha already present. How could this be? Why were the Uchiha here as well? Given Danzō's tendency to speak of the nefarious Uchiha daily, one would expect him to have staunchly prevented their arrival. Yet, when it mattered most, Danzō had seemingly delivered the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki to the Uchiha. This was highly suspicious. If Danzō were not standing right before him, Hiruzen would almost suspect that Danzō had been collaborating with the Uchiha behind his back. Then, they staged today's grand drama together. Shimura Danzō fell silent for a moment upon hearing this. He then gestured to the root members behind him, signaling them to retract their swords. Meanwhile, the Umbu members on the other side also withdrew their ninja tools. The entire venue was once again enveloped in silence. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzō were now both awaiting the return of the individuals they had dispatched to uncover the truth. Until the truth was revealed, they would not allow the individual before them to escape. Moments later, an Umbu member approached Sarutobi Hiruzen and respectfully reported, "Lord Third, the matter has been thoroughly investigated." Before the arrival of the fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato, a ninja claiming to be a disciple of the first Hokage, named Senjumoku, single-handedly subdued the Nine-Tails using powerful wood-release techniques. Subsequently, the fourth Hokage sacrificed his life to seal the Nine-Tails with the Shiki F-Gene technique. As for the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, he is currently in the hands of Uchiha Fugaku, a disciple of the first Hokage, Senjumoku. What is this nonsense? My own teacher is the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, yet I was unaware that the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, had a disciple. This must be a fabrication, undoubtedly an impostor. Bang! Upon this realization, Shimura Danzō struck the nearby tree with a fist, his face contorted with rage. Hiruzen, I believe we must put aside our mutual prejudices for now. While Uchiha Shisui has yet to return from the borders, we should act against the Uchiha clan. The custody of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki must not fall into the hands of the malevolent Uchiha clan. The Uchiha, with their Sharingan, are already formidable. If they were to fully seize the custody of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, would it not mean that the entirety of Konoha would be under Uchiha control, leaving me, Shimura Danzō, with nothing? Upon hearing Danzō's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent for a moment before nodding solemnly. Indeed, the custody of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki must not remain with the Uchiha clan, as it would threaten the peace of the village. Hiruzen then added, however, Danzō, we are merely going to retrieve the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, the child of the fourth Hokage, Naruto. We cannot act against the Uchiha clan. Haha. At Hiruzen's words, Shimura Danzō merely scoffed, choosing not to elaborate further. He had discerned that Hiruzen was not stating that they could not act against the Uchiha clan. Rather, they simply must not act yet. In short, after being ensnared in the plot devised by the Uchiha clan and that so-called Senjumoku, this obstinate man, Hiruzen, had finally come to his senses. Thus, any future actions against the Uchiha clan would likely be far less cumbersome. With this thought, Shimura Danzō's expression darkened significantly. The scene before them seemed to foreshadow a grim vision of the Uchiha clan stronghold, where rivers of blood flowed and no soul survived. However, just as Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzō reached a consensus to hasten towards the Uchiha residence, intending to seize Naruto's guardianship from Uchiha Fugaku, the conversations of the villagers and their scrutinizing gazes grew increasingly unsettling. With each step forward, their expressions darkened, as if pierced by a multitude of daggers. This time, they owed their safe return to the Uchiha clan. My son, too, had been unjustly critical of them in the past. They were, in truth, the rightful bearers of the will of fire and the guardians of the village. Indeed, it was the Uchiha clan that, in their valiant efforts to save us, had expended the full might of their lineage, sacrificing over a fifth of their kin and suffering countless casualties to ensure our survival. This was certainly preferable to those so-called prominent clans. Outside the Uchiha residence, members of the Umbu and Root slowly approached. Yet, upon reaching the entrance, they were met with disdain from both Uchiha clansmen and civilian ninjas. What business did the Umbu and Root have at the Uchiha? Surely, they were not here to cause trouble? Trouble? Impossible. That would be utterly unthinkable. Do you not realize that before his sacrifice, the fourth Hokage personally acknowledged our Uchiha clan? Indeed. Moreover, the Uchiha's courageous actions have garnered praise from the first Hokage's disciple, Lord Senjumoku, who entrusted our clan with the upbringing of our little hero, Naruto. What an honor it is! Undoubtedly, the Uchiha remains the foremost clan in the village, a truth that endures through the years. Hearing the murmurs of the Uchiha and civilians, the expressions of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzō grew increasingly grim. Particularly, Danzō shot a fierce glare at Hiruzen and hissed, "Hiruzen, I have long warned you that the malevolent Uchiha clan is an uncontrollable force, ambitious and deserving of eradication. They should have been firmly kept in check long ago." You refuse to believe me, and now look at the extent of support they have garnered. Ignoring Danzō's grievances, Hiruzen focused on the entrance, taking a deep drag from his cigarette before solemnly stating, "At this point, words bear no significance. Our primary objective is to reclaim Naruto's guardianship." "Humph. I am well aware of that," Danzō retorted, dismissively waving his hand as he led the root members forward. However, just as they attempted to pass through the gate, they were halted by two Uchiha guards, who were currently bandaging their wounds. "Please stop. Without the orders of the clan leader or the Hokage, no one may trespass into the Uchiha stronghold." "You too," Danzō exclaimed, incredulous that mere injured Uchiha ninjas would dare obstruct their path. Shinmira Danzō ignited with fury, his palm pressing down on the hilt of his sword, producing a series of sharp cracks. "The Hokage? The fourth Hokage has already sacrificed himself. Within Konoha, the most formidable entities now are the Umbu and Root. Are you certain you wish to obstruct our path?" However, in the face of Danzō's menacing threat, the two Uchiha guards, despite their grievous injuries, stood resolutely in place. Where were you from Root when we Uchiha battled the Ninetales?" "Indeed. Now that the Ninetales have been resealed, you emerge to prance about? If a confrontation is inevitable, let it be. We fear not death. Nor will we cower before you cowards." The unabashed shouts of these two Uchiha guards prompted the surrounding civilians, who had chosen to remain, to gaze uniformly at Danzō and Sarutobi Hiruzen, their eyes brimming with inquiry and skepticism. Indeed, when danger looms, you vanish, yet when peril subsides, you brandish your authority. This is the current state of the Umbu and Root? Hush! Are you courting death by speaking so audaciously in front of the third? Speak as you will. Can he truly kill me? My parents perished on the battlefield. Had the Umbu and Root been able to provide support, they would certainly have survived. Danzō, initially prepared to force his way through, found his expression darkening at the sight of the agitated crowd. He cast a glance at the Uchiha, then retreated beside Hiruzen. "Hiruzen, what shall we do now? These Uchiha are no longer susceptible to the old tactics. Are you only just realizing that the Uchiha have changed? Where were you long before this?" Danzō's provocation of the Uchiha's emotions, followed by his inquiry of what to do next, left Hiruzen in a state of profound exasperation. Yet, given the stakes surrounding the Jinchuriki of the Ninetales, he had no choice but to step forward. "Gentlemen, might you relay a message to your clan leader? I, Sarutobi Hiruzen, have matters of great importance to discuss with him." Upon uttering these words, Hiruzen feigned a sorrowful demeanor, deliberately lifting his bandaged left hand, and sighed. "The recent breach of the Nine-Tail Seal is undoubtedly more complex than it appears. I must urgently meet with him. The true instigator lurks in the shadows. I have encountered him before and possess experience that could be shared unconditionally with your clan leader to safeguard him from harm." "Very well." Seeing the troubled expression on Hiruzen's face, the two Uchiha guards exchanged glances and ultimately decided to send someone to convey the message. After all, the safety of their clan leader was at stake, necessitating caution. "Lord Third, please wait here for a moment. It is our duty. We cannot afford to offer you excessive convenience. I understand. You are commendable. With you in Konoha, the future shall undoubtedly become ever more peaceful and prosperous." "Thank you, Lord Third." Having successfully swayed the two Uchiha guards with his performance, Hiruzen turned to glance at Danzō. Observing this, Danzō merely snorted and turned his head away in silence. "Old fox, how pretentious." After a brief moment, Uchiha Fugaku, whose hands and neck were bound with bandages, arrived at the entrance accompanied by two elder members who bore the three tomo. Patriarch, Lord Fugaku. Upon his arrival, all Uchiha clan members present bowed in reverence. Even the ordinary citizens of Konoha looked upon him with gratitude. Look at Lord Fugaku. Despite his esteemed position as clan leader, he leads by example. He nearly sacrificed his life to save us, which is far more commendable than those who merely resort to intimidation. Indeed. At the sound of these remarks, Shinmira Danzō's expression darkened considerably, yet he restrained himself from reacting in that moment. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen discreetly withdrew his bandaged arm, astonished that Uchiha Fugaku had not only appeared on the battlefield but had also taken a position at the forefront. Observing the blood seeping through Fugaku's bandages, he realized that his own injuries were trivial by comparison. "Ahem, Fugaku, are you all right?" Hiruzen approached, expressing his sentiments. "Thanks to your assistance, I managed to survive." "Ah, that is good. Fugaku's response left Hiruzen feeling quite awkward. "Thanks to my own merits?" Hiruzen pondered, feeling he had contributed little, if anything. He had allowed the Uchiha clan to fight alone. It was evident that, despite his outward composure, Fugaku was displeased with Hiruzen's actions. Notably, he had ceased addressing Hiruzen as Third Hokage, now simply calling him Third. Ahem. Aware of the discomfort in his current situation, Hiruzen nonetheless mustered the courage to speak again. After all, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki must not fall into the hands of the Uchiha clan. By the way, Fugaku, how is Naruto? I wish to see that child. Before Hiruzen could finish his sentence, the two elders beside Fugaku interrupted him. Fugaku, I apologize. Naruto has already fallen asleep alongside my son Sasuke. It's fine. I only wish to take a look. He's truly asleep. Third, if you wish to see Naruto, please come back tomorrow, Fugaku stated earnestly. If you truly doubt this, you may call out now and see if he responds. To think of calling out in such a manner. He was the revered Third Hokage, even though he had stepped down. His stature in the village was undeniable. Moreover, the distance from the Uchiha clan's gate to the Patriarch's residence was such that unless he shouted like a banshee, Naruto would surely not hear him. Upon pondering this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened considerably. Even the smile that lingered upon his lips was becoming increasingly difficult to maintain. Observing that his attempts at persuasion were futile, Shimura Danzō stepped forward once again, intending to bolster Hiruzen's resolve. After all, the notion of allowing the Uchiha clan to acquire the nurturing rights of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was utterly unacceptable to him. However, before Danzō could articulate his thoughts, Hiruzen's left hand grasped him firmly. In the next moment, Hiruzen took a deep drag from his cigarette to steady himself, then nodded slightly at Uchiha Fugaku. Very well. We shall return another day. Safe travels, no need for formalities. Uchiha Fugaku regarded their departing figures with an impassive expression. After watching Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzō completely leave, Uchiha Fugaku returned to his residence. Upon entering, he respectfully saluted the man who was preparing tea before him. My lord, they have departed. And I can confirm there are no spies. I understand. Uchiha Shisui replied with a slight nod. He then turned his gaze to the room where Naruto, who had fallen asleep alongside Uchiha Fugaku's young son, Sasuke, lay. Given Naruto's new status as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, he undoubtedly became a focal point of concern for the various clans and the Umbu of Konoha. This was akin to holding a hot potato. However, if the Uchiha clan could legitimately retain him for an extended period, it would certainly give Hiruzen and Danzō pause before attempting any actions against them. After all, Naruto was no longer merely a fox demon. He was regarded as a hero, a fact that had become common knowledge within Konoha. Even in the areas of Konoha that had sustained minimal damage, Fugaku had instructed the civilians who chose to remain to disseminate Naruto's identity. As long as they survived the night, by the dawn of the next day, everything would fall under his control. At that time, Fugaku could proclaim that Uchiha Shisui and the other clan members who were on missions were all en route back to participate in the funeral of the heroic fourth Hokage, Namake's Minato. This would instill a sense of trepidation among the Umbu, Root, and the various clans within Konoha regarding the strength of the Uchiha, preventing them from making overt moves. Then, at the fourth Hokage's funeral, he could begin to shift the blame for the Nine-Tails onto Danzō, thereby ensuring his complete disgrace. Not long after Uchiha Shisui contemplated this, his crimson Sharingan suddenly flickered with a sinister light. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzō were indeed swift. It had not been long before they had organized a contingent to return. Among these individuals, there might even be members from other prominent families within Konoha. Fugaku, you shall remain here to guard Naruto and Sasuke. Should anyone approach, eliminate them without hesitation. Of course, it is unlikely anyone could evade my watchful gaze. As the voice of Uchiha Shisui faded, his figure vanished without a trace. Body flicker technique. When Uchiha Shisui reappeared, he found himself behind two ninjas burdened with great swords. Do you believe there is any merit in the Patriarch's actions? Even Uchiha Fugaku has sustained severe injuries. It is implausible that the other Uchiha are faring any better. Indeed, we are undoubtedly witnessing the Uchiha clan at its most vulnerable. If we, the prominent clans, unite our Umbu and Root forces, we can surely eradicate the malevolent Uchiha clan once and for all. Several clans, Umbu Root. It appears that upon witnessing the Uchiha clan's significant losses on the battlefield, those old-timers are eager to seize their share of the spoils. I must ask, are you so impatient to test how much power the Uchiha still possess? What? The moment Uchiha Shisui's voice echoed, the expressions of the two ninjas from Konoha's major clans shifted dramatically. Without hesitation, they quickly retreated to either side, hands forming seals in unison. Yet, before they could successfully cast their jutsu, two flashes of sword light swiftly severed their necks. "Ah, you fools!" Puff. The sword light flickered, and blood blossomed in the air like a crimson flower, illuminated by the moonlight that reflected the icy gaze of Uchiha Shisui. "You were far too hasty. Am I not correct in saying that there are still 34 spirited friends present?" Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As Uchiha Shisui's voice resonated, all the ninjas gathered to gauge the current strength of the Uchiha clan turned their gazes in unison toward him. Weapons were drawn, exuding a chilling, murderous intent. "Since our presence has been detected, we must eliminate this Uchiha brat. Indeed, as long as we prevent him from returning to relay information, we can proceed with our mission." "Proceed?" Uchiha Shisui let out a cold chuckle. In the next moment, he slowly drew the Kusanagi sword gifted by Orochimaru. The Kusanagi sword lay before him, reflecting the scarlet hue of his Sharingan. A terrifying chakra surge, both in quality and quantity, erupted from him, overwhelming everyone present. "You should all prepare to leave your lives here." Upon sensing Uchiha Shisui's formidable chakra, the remaining ninjas were thrown into disarray. Such a terrifying chakra. Could this be Uchiha Shisui? Impossible. Uchiha Shisui has long been assigned to the border. He could not possibly appear here. Do not lose your composure. Let us attack together. Indeed, he is but one man. He cannot. Puff. Before the remaining 34 ninjas could react, their bodies were instantly cleaved in two. The assailant seemed to multiply from 1 into 10. It was the shadow clone technique. Impossible? Uchiha Shisui, while wiping the Kusanagi sword in his hand, spoke calmly. Before him, the 9 shadow clones were methodically retrieving cloth bags, placing the severed heads of the ninjas within. It was understandable for the Umbu and Root to take action, considering that their animosity towards the Uchiha clan had been long-standing. Furthermore, he had already devised a plan to counter their moves. However, he was genuinely taken aback by how swiftly the prominent clans within Konoha had allied with the Umbu and Root to probe the strength of the Uchiha. Nevertheless, since the clan leaders were so fervent, the Uchiha would naturally reciprocate with a few tokens of appreciation. In the depths of the night in Konoha, outside the chambers of various clan leaders, a bloodied bag containing a severed head lay quietly, exuding a repugnant stench. This is outrageous. Uchiha, how dare you slay my people? Uchiha, indeed, has the audacity to deliver a head right to my doorstep. I must inform Lord Third Hokage about this. Alas, it seems the strength of the Uchiha clan cannot be underestimated. However, I am somewhat taken aback that he could recognize the elite assassins dispatched by my clan. The Uchiha clan, with their ruthless methods, eliminated all those who previously tested their might, sending back the severed heads as grim tokens. This brutal act greatly exceeded the expectations of the clan leaders within Konoha, instilling fear in the majority. Consequently, following this incident, aside from a select few clans who chose to report to the Third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the vast majority remained silent. After all, the Uchiha clan currently enjoys a formidable reputation. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, publicly acknowledged them before his demise. The Uchiha clan, in their efforts to fend off the Nine Tails and safeguard Konoha, suffered significant losses, with many perishing and others grievously injured, including their leader, Uchiha Fugaku. This garnered them considerable public support. Moreover, Naruto, the host of the Nine Tails, is a powerful shinobi capable of wielding wood release, entrusted to the Uchiha by the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Regardless of the authenticity of their identity, it is evident that such strength, capable of single-handedly subduing the Nine Tails, is not an adversary they can afford to provoke. Given these factors, the Uchiha clan must not be trifled with. Following Uchiha Shisui's decisive actions, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the head of the Umbu and Root, along with Shimura Danzō, swiftly recognized the gravity of the situation. Thus, for their mutual benefit, they convened a meeting with their trusted subordinates. Present were also 2 other elders from Konoha, Tsunade and Mito, who felt a sense of unease due to the Uchiha clan's formidable standing. Bang! The meeting had scarcely begun when Danzō slammed his hand on the table, radiating an aura of menace. This is intolerable. The malevolent Uchiha dares to openly demonstrate their might against the clans. If this continues unchecked, Konoha will descend into chaos. Indeed, the Uchiha have gone too far this time. Observing that Tsunade and Mito concurred with his sentiments, Danzō turned to the side where Hiruzen, pipe in mouth, sat, and coldly remarked, "Hiruzen, This is the culmination of your policy of balance. Look at the Uchiha now. What defense can you offer? This is not the time for infighting. In response to Danzō's challenge, Hiruzen exhaled a puff of smoke and solemnly added, "At present, our foremost priority is to reclaim the custody of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki." With a forceful demeanor, no one could predict whether that enigmatic figure known as Senju would strike again. He lurked in the shadows while we stood in the light. Engaging in conflict would yield no benefits. Upon hearing this, Tsunori Kohara furrowed her brows. Thus, we are left to seek other legitimate justifications? Indeed. Sarutobi Hiruzen rapped his fingers against the table, his brow knitted in contemplation. In contrast, Shimura Danzō and his companions remained silent, awaiting the outcome. For when it came to strategy, Sarutobi Hiruzen was undoubtedly the most calculating among them. After a brief moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his gaze towards Shimura Danzō. Danzō, in the next 2 days, ensure that your subordinates remain composed and refrain from engaging in any futile endeavors. Channel all our efforts towards the funeral of Minato in 3 days. The mention of Minato's funeral caused a flicker of realization in Danzō's expression, his brow furrowing slightly. Indeed, it is on that very day. From a relational standpoint, Naruto's father was Minato, Minato's mentor was Jiraiya, and Jiraiya's mentor was myself. It is only reasonable that I assume custody of Naruto in front of everyone. This is the power of connections. Even that Senju cannot undermine us. Although this would ultimately lead to Sarutobi Hiruzen acquiring custody of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, which irked Danzō, he preferred to entrust it to Hiruzen rather than that brute Senju. However, are you not concerned about him acting forcefully? At that moment, Mito Menka spoke up, his face etched with worry. Were it not for the intelligence indicating that Senju possessed the strength to subdue the Nine-Tails, he would never have allied himself with Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others. Hiruzen clearly had anticipated this concern. You need not worry. According to the information we have, even if Senju is not a disciple of the first Hokage, he certainly shares ties with him, serving as a hidden guardian of our Leaf Village. After all, if he were truly a member of the Uchiha clan, he would not have waited until their losses were so severe before making a move. The cost of such theatrics is exorbitant, nearly costing Uchiha Fugaku his life. Moreover, Senju watched as Minato, who had a favorable disposition towards the Uchiha, sacrificed himself without any intention of intervening. This is likely due to his sole mastery of wood release, leaving him inept in sealing techniques. Upon hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, the eyes of Shimura Danzō and his companions brightened. Indeed, if that individual were truly from the Uchiha clan, he would have no reason to desire Minato's demise. After all, with Minato's death, the position of Hokage would be vacant. How could he be certain that the next Hokage would treat the Uchiha favorably? With this realization, the previously somber mood among Shimura Danzō and his companions lightened considerably. Particularly, Tsunori Kohara and Mito Menka even wore faint smiles, beginning to discuss their own descendants. In such a manner, it seemed as though they could already foresee, 2 days hence, their public acquisition of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Naruto, within the cemetery. However, as Tonari Kobayashi and Mito Menka held such thoughts, a peculiar glimmer flickered in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes. Although he had just spoken, none could ascertain that those theoretically improbable possibilities would indeed remain elusive. Therefore, for the sake of prudence, he felt compelled to discreetly undertake a certain task over the next 2 days, away from the eyes of the other 3. He intended to meet Uchiha Fugaku and extend his overtures of goodwill towards the Uchiha clan. Very well, with that established, let us conclude today's meeting. Until we meet again in 2 days' time. Shortly thereafter, the 4 departed with their respective escorts. Yet, not long after they vanished into the shadows, Shimura Danzō regarded Hiruzen's retreating figure with a chilling gaze. You wish for us all to cooperate so that you may effortlessly claim the rights to the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? Impossible. Hiruzen, mark my words. The ultimate victor on that day shall be none other than I, Shimura Danzō. 2 days later, at the root headquarters, dozens of fully armed root members knelt before Shimura Danzō, their expressions as cold as ice, acknowledging their presence with a slight nod. Danzō drew his gaze towards the direction of the Konoha cemetery, murmuring, Uchiha, your days of prosperity have come to an end. By the way, has Uchiha Shisui returned yet? Not yet. Even better, this enhances my odds. In the next moment, Danzō abruptly unsheathed his katana, commanding, proceed as planned, move out. With that decree, the numerous root members vanished without a trace. Before long, they infiltrated the various streets of Konoha, merging seamlessly with the ebb and flow of the populace. Their mission was to collaborate with their long-embedded comrades from the Umbu, striking against the village's civilians to replace them with imposters, and to target all of Hiruzen's subordinates near the cemetery. Once all of Hiruzen's men were eradicated, the rights to the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki would rightfully belong to Shimura Danzō. With this thought, Danzō stood tall, accompanied by a few trusted aides, as they made their way towards the Konoha cemetery. Hiruzen, I am coming. Simultaneously, within the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed out at the streets below, inhaling deeply from a cigarette and exhaling a plume of smoke. After days of reassurance and the rebuilding of their homeland, alongside the relentless patrols of the Uchiha clan overseeing the security division, the hospital had been in a state of perpetual demand, with doctors and nurses tirelessly attending to the needs of the people. Nevertheless, despite the overwhelming workload, the situation in Konoha had stabilized considerably. This is the power of the will of fire, supporting us in the reconstruction of our homeland, enabling Konoha to rise anew amidst the ravages of war. With this newfound strength, and with all of you, the future of Konoha is destined to flourish. Upon hearing the words of Sarutobi Hiruzen, the nearby members of the Umbu, including Kakashi, lowered their heads in tacit agreement. Kakashi, has Shisui not returned yet? According to the messages from the borders, he should be back within a day at most. A day? It seems we shall not wait for him. Sarutobi Hiruzen set aside his pipe and turned his gaze toward the cemetery. Although Shisui's absence deviated slightly from the plan, as long as Kakashi and the others remained, the situation was still manageable. As for Shisui, with his body flicker technique, he should have reached the village by now. It was evident that Danzō's influence was at play here. However, to delay Shisui would require a substantial allocation of forces from Root, which would ultimately benefit Hiruzen tonight in securing the rights to raise Naruto, the Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails. In that case, let us proceed as planned. Should anyone from Root exhibit any suspicious behavior, you are authorized to take immediate action. Yes, Lord Third. Kakashi responded respectfully before leading several Umbu members away. As he glanced back at the remaining Umbu members, Sarutobi Hiruzen calmly opened the door to the Hokage's office. Danzō, I hope you refrain from making any rash decisions, otherwise you shall bear the consequences alone. As Shimura Danzō and Sarutobi Hiruzen set forth, the heads of the various clans within Konoha also began to mobilize. Now, aside from the ninjas on duty in the village, all of Konoha's shinobi, jonin, chunin, and genin, alongside willing civilians, were converging upon the cemetery. The news had spread throughout the past few days, and everyone in Konoha was now aware of the tragic sacrifice made by their fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Alongside him, his wife also perished, leaving only their young child behind. The hero's legacy, Naruto. Grief enveloped the entire village, with an overwhelming animosity towards the Nine-Tails surging to its peak that night. Within the cemetery, as all had gathered, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, accompanied by the elders such as Kohara Udatane and Hamura Midokado, approached the grave of Minato Namikaze. With a sorrowful demeanor, he solemnly proclaimed, Minato, Kushina, may your journey be peaceful. Your child will be nurtured to grow healthy and happy in Konoha. Where the leaves dance, the flames of life shall never extinguish. It is because of heroes like the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and the legacy of the will of fire that Konoha endures to this day. Now, let us all mourn our hero. As Sarutobi Hiruzen concluded his eulogy, all present bowed their heads in silent tribute. Moments later, when the crowd lifted their gazes once more, it was Shimura Danzō, whose eyes had been fixed on Naruto, cradled in Uchiha Fugaka's arms, who finally made his move. It is well known that the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and his wife sacrificed their lives to seal the Nine-Tails and protect the village. Undoubtedly, they are heroes. As soon as Shimura Danzō finished speaking, numerous ninjas and villagers around were stirred. Indeed, the fourth Hokage is our hero. What is happening? Upon witnessing the sudden commotion in front of them, both Tsurugi Kanoharu and Mito Monrin looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with puzzled expressions. According to their earlier discussions, wasn't it supposed to be Hiruzen who first approached Uchiha Fugaka with suggestions? Why is Danzō starting this now? Noting the questioning gazes of Tsurugi and Mito, Hiruzen subtly shook his head, indicating his ignorance of the situation. Yet, a flicker of unease crossed his eyes. Tsurugi and Mito were left bewildered. What on earth is happening? Danzō, what are you trying to accomplish? Indeed, they are heroes. However, what you may not know is that the Nine-Tails, after being sealed, was not immediately annihilated. It still exists. At this, a smirk crept onto Danzō's lips. Let the chaos ensue. As expected, after his words, the ninjas and villagers of Konoha were thrown into a frenzy.
Some ninjas even drew their weapons, their faces aflame with righteous indignation. What? The Nine Tails is still a threat? Where is it? I will kill it to avenge my parents. Calm down. Since Lord Danzō has said this, he must know the whereabouts of the Nine Tails. Lord Danzō, please tell us where that beast is. We shall avenge the fourth Hokage and Lady Kushina. Avenge. Avenge. Seeing the atmosphere he desired finally materialize, Shimura Danzō disregarded the increasingly troubled expression of Sarutobi Hiruzen. In plain view of all, he pointed directly at Uchiha Fugaku. It is currently sealed within the body of that child in Uchiha Fugaku's arms. What? The Nine Tails is sealed within that child? Kill him. Kill him. Kill him to avenge the fourth Hokage and Lady Kushina. Kill. 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 In the face of the enraged Konoha ninjas and civilians, the sacrifices and contributions of the Uchiha clan became utterly insignificant. The cemetery echoed with cries for blood, the fervor seemingly capable of tearing Uchiha Fugaku apart. At this moment, the Uchiha clan's presence consisted solely of Fugaku and a few guards. Such meager strength was dwarfed by the multitude of Konoha ninjas wielding weapons around them. Observing this scene, the satisfaction on Shimura Danzō's face deepened. Hurry and become the target of their wrath, and let yourself be slain here, Uchiha Fugaku. Once Fugaku falls, the Uchiha clan will lack a leader, and combined with the existing trust issues, Uchiha Shisui will undoubtedly seek him out for negotiations. At that moment, his eyes, the most potent illusion of the celestial being, would belong to me. Once Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shisui fall, the name Uchiha shall no longer echo through the halls of Konoha. As for whether the enraged ninjas and civilians could contend with Uchiha Fugaku, there was no need for concern. He had meticulously orchestrated the events. Once chaos erupted, his allies would seize the opportunity to launch a surprise attack on Uchiha Fugaku. After the deed was accomplished, even if Sarutobi Hiruzen and the prominent clans within Konoha discovered something amiss, he could easily shift the blame onto the ninjas and villagers present. However, the smile on Shimura Danzō's face quickly froze. It was strange. Despite the clamor for bloodshed, no casualties had yet occurred. With so many people gathered, not a single soul had dared to strike at Uchiha Fugaku and his companions. Where had all the individuals I had prepared beforehand vanished to? Could it be that Hiruzen had intervened? As a realization dawned upon him, a ruthless glint flashed in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes. You again, Hiruzen. No, to thwart him, one would need to exhaust the full strength of the Umbu and the Sarutobi clan, in conjunction with the other prominent families within the village, to achieve such a flawless interception. Curiously, what benefits had Hiruzen promised those prominent families to garner their unwavering support? Hiruzen, what have you done? Meanwhile, as Shimura Danzō pondered the unfolding situation, Sarutobi Hiruzen, although his expression remained composed, was rife with confusion. What was going on? Why had only Kakashi and a few others arrived? Where was everyone else? Could it be that all had fallen prey to that scoundrel Danzō? Impossible. The Umbu members infiltrating the crowd had been meticulously selected, his most trusted confidants, whose prowess was beyond question. Yet now, not a single one was in sight. The atmosphere became increasingly awkward. In front of the graves of the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze and Kushina Izumaki, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzō were left in a state of bewilderment, uncertain of the unfolding events. Meanwhile, not far from the roots of the main base, Uchiha Shisui regarded the few ninjas before him and nodded slightly. Return and inform your clan leader that I have sensed their sincerity. I shall not hold their previous transgressions against them. Henceforth, contribute to the future of Konoha in earnest. 2 days prior, after Uchiha Shisui had dealt with the ninjas from several prominent clans within Konoha and returned their heads, he left a wood clone beside each clan to oversee them. Those clans that did not approach Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzō were all met again by his wood clones. The purpose of these encounters was straightforward, to urge them to unite with him against Danzō's roots. In return, the streets and external trade secretly controlled by the roots could be shared with them, with a consideration period of 1 day. Ultimately, those clans agreed. Because, firstly, Sarutobi Hiruzen unexpectedly met Uchiha Fugaku the day after the arrival of Senju. Despite the clan leaders attempting to subtly hint at their desire to ascertain the relationship between the Uchiha clan and Senju, Sarutobi remained silent, his reticence laden with unspoken significance. Secondly, the individual known as Senju possesses an unfathomable strength. Not only can he single-handedly suppress the Nine Tails, but he can also appear before them undetected, making him a perilous adversary. Finally, the request from the opposing faction was merely for their cooperation, dispatching personnel to discreetly maintain order at the cemetery and sending a few ninjas to the vicinity of the root headquarters to demonstrate compliance. Such a cost was trivial for their prominent clans, merely requiring the dispatch of expendable warriors. Even in the event of failure, they could easily extricate themselves from this affair. Yes, my lord Senju. Upon hearing the words of Uchiha Shisui, the ninjas bowed respectfully before vanishing into the forest to report back. After their departure, Uchiha Shisui turned to the shadows on the other side, where countless dark figures loomed. As he glanced over, a multitude of crimson Sharingan eyes slowly rose to meet him. This represented the entirety of the Uchiha clan's battle prowess that was currently available for combat. Even the task of protecting Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke had been entrusted to Master Chin, with the aim of exterminating all of Danzō Shimura's minions hidden within Konoha. Under the watchful eyes of all, Uchiha Shisui swiftly formed hand seals, declaring, would release, advent of the world of trees. Would release, would golem technique. Would release, would dragon technique. With a thunderous roar as Uchiha Shisui unleashed successive wood releases, the root headquarters trembled as great vines and trees erupted from the ground, ensnaring both the ninjas within and those ambushed outside, laid in wait by Danzō Shimura. Gigantic wooden figures rained down merciless blows upon the root headquarters, the sound of explosions echoing incessantly. After executing these maneuvers, Uchiha Shisui suddenly bellowed, Danzō Shimura, who recklessly broke the seal to unleash the Nine Tails, slaughtering comrades and causing the demise of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and his wife. Such a beast, along with his vile underlings, shall not be forgiven. Clang, clang, clang. As Uchiha Shisui's words resonated, a series of blades were drawn by the Uchiha ninjas. The crimson Sharingan glimmered fiercely at that moment. Witnessing this scene, Uchiha Shisui unsheathed his Kusanagi sword, roaring, brave Uchiha, now is the time to demonstrate your strength and loyalty to Konoha. Kill, kill, kill. In an instant, all Uchiha ninjas surged forth, driving back the root ninjas who sought to escape amidst the chaos. After the Uchiha clan made their move, the ninjas from other prominent families exchanged glances and then unleashed their unique skills to join the fray. For the peace of Konoha, they would fight. As he beheld the throng of ninjas rushing forth, Uchiha Shisui turned his gaze towards the cemetery. His form began to blur, signaling that the captivating spectacle was about to commence. In the Konoha cemetery, as the cacophony of insults persisted, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzō sensed something amiss. Both men acted in unison. Hiruzen discreetly gestured to a nearby guard. Naturally, they had prepared for such unforeseen circumstances in advance. After all, both were cunning old foxes, not relying solely on a single plan. Upon receiving Hiruzen's signal, Kakashi swiftly mobilized several Umbu members by his side to investigate the surroundings. Moreover, one individual, unnoticed by Kakashi, turned and dashed toward the Sarutobi clan's encampment. To ensure safety, Hiruzen intended to call upon the strength of the Sarutobi clan as a backup, a decision he kept concealed even from his closest confidants. As for Danzō's guards, upon receiving the signal, none of the root members took any decisive action. In truth, they were incapacitated, quietly subdued by the ninjas from several prominent clans present, without alerting anyone to the situation. Could Danzō's trusted subordinates possibly outnumber the collective might of the major families within Konoha? Meanwhile, Tirun Koharu and Mito Kazuki discreetly withdrew under the protection of their respective guards. For them, maintaining their positions as elders and safeguarding their vested interests sufficed. They were willing to partake in additional gains without risk, yet when their lives were at stake, they would rather abstain. The departure of these two ineffectual old men did not go unnoticed by Danzō, but he chose not to dwell on it. Even if the individuals he had brought were all neutralized, his previously embedded informants among the civilians were sufficient to throw the situation into chaos. Ultimately, victory would still belong to him. However, after some time, Danzō found himself increasingly anxious. The informants who had masqueraded as villagers failed to act according to plan. Reluctantly, he turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen and hissed, "Hiruzen, how did you discover this?" Upon hearing Danzō's words, Hiruzen suddenly realized something and swiftly turned to the ever-composed Uchiha Fugaku. "Fugaku, what exactly are you doing?" The expression on Fugaku's face prompted Danzō, who had faced Hiruzen for years, to turn to him as well. Could it be that everything unfolding was orchestrated solely by Uchiha Fugaku? Such a notion seemed implausible to both Hiruzen and Danzō. They could not fathom how Fugaku had achieved this feat even with the assistance of the so-called first Hokage's disciple, Senju. It should not have been possible for a single clan to contend against both of them simultaneously, unless he can persuade the other clans within Konoha. What right does he have? Sarutobi Hiruzen could not comprehend this, nor could Shimura Danzō, and they would forever remain in the dark. The reason Uchiha Fugaku was able to achieve all this was entirely due to the contributions of Uchiha Shisui behind him. No, to be precise, it was Uchiha Shisui's absolute advantage of knowing all the storylines of this world. As the expressions on Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzō's faces grew increasingly grim, Uchiha Fugaku, who had been standing still, finally began to take a step forward. With his advance, the commoners blocking his path instinctively parted, creating a clear passage for him. Witnessing this scene, Hiruzen and Danzō's faces changed dramatically. They could no longer maintain their composure. So that earlier chaos was orchestrated by you, Uchiha Fugaku. The last 5 words were articulated by Danzō with great reluctance, yet he found himself retreating even as he spoke. Given the current circumstances, it was clear he could not remain here any longer. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen, while attempting to feign calmness, could not diminish the gravity in his eyes as he remained vigilant towards Uchiha Fugaku. Tonight, Uchiha Fugaku's demeanor was exceedingly strange, a stark departure from his previous conduct. He no longer easily compromised and had calculated against all of them. Or perhaps, this individual had been biding his time, waiting for the opportunity presented by the Ninetales incident? If this were indeed the case, then the depth of Uchiha Fugaku's scheming was truly terrifying. In full view of the crowd, Uchiha Fugaku made his way unobstructed to the side of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzō. In unison, the two retreated. For the crimson tomo of his Sharingan was anything but trivial. Just as Hiruzen and Danzō fixated on him, Uchiha Fugaku suddenly halted. At that moment, his Sharingan transformed into the Manjiki Sharingan. What? Your eyes are not. Impossible. This is absolutely inconceivable. Seeing a once underestimated individual now possessed of the same Manjiki Sharingan as Uchiha Shisui left Danzō feeling utterly foolish about his previous strategies regarding Uchiha Fugaku. As for Sarutobi Hiruzen, while his expression remained grave, he secretly sighed in relief. Regardless of whether Uchiha Fugaku's Manjiki Sharingan evolved that night during the Ninetales incident or had already been awakened, it mattered little to him. For he had sought to communicate with him in advance. As long as he could endure through this evening, once Uchiha Shisui returned, he would ensure that Shisui engaged in thorough negotiations with Uchiha Fugaku. At worst, the inconsequential industries at the roots can be handed over to the Uchiha clan. However, all of this hinges on surviving tonight. Contemplating this, Sarutobi Hiruzen promptly chose his allegiance, slightly leaning closer to Uchiha Fugaku, striving to maintain a calm demeanor as he spoke. Fugaku, use silence. A commanding presence emanated from Uchiha Fugaku, whose formidable chakra and ocular power momentarily silenced Hiruzen, causing the words that were poised on his tongue to be swallowed back. After subduing Hiruzen, Fugaku, with his back turned to the citizens and ninjas of Konohagakure, let his Manjiki Sharingan revert to its 3-tomo form. Under the watchful gaze of both, Uchiha Fugaku slowly turned, lifting Naruto high above his head. Before all, he proclaimed, "This child indeed harbors the Ninetales within him, yet he is also the child entrusted to me by the 4th Hokage and Kushina Uzumaki before their sacrifice. I, Uchiha Fugaku, may lack great power, but having promised the 4th Hokage to protect his child, both I and the Uchiha clan shall ensure this child's safety for a lifetime." As Fugaku concluded his declaration, the nearest civilians and ninjas subtly raised their heads, revealing their crimson Sharingan. Not only that, but an array of ninja tools were drawn in unison, gleaming ominously. Now, anyone who dares to harm the hero's legacy, step forward. The Uchiha clan shall take you all on. Observing the Uchiha ninjas before him, exuding an aura of lethal intent, with blood still fresh upon their blades, Sarutobi Hiruzen's countenance darkened significantly. Each of these individuals possessed the 3-tomo Sharingan, clearly indicating they were a formidable trump card of the Uchiha clan. However, while the strength of these Uchiha ninjas was notable, what truly instilled dread in Hiruzen was Fugaku's Manjiki Sharingan. Without knowledge of its abilities, Hiruzen dared not act recklessly. Should Fugaku's Manjiki Sharingan possess the power to manipulate thoughts, akin to Itachi's, then any impulsive action on Hiruzen's part would spell his own doom. As Hiruzen opted for silence, Shimura Danzō slowly retreated under the guard of his protectors. Meanwhile, the villagers and civilian ninjas below erupted in a frenzy. What did Lord Fugaku just say? That child is indeed the offspring of the 4th Hokage and Lady Kushina. It cannot be true. No parent would willingly make their newborn a Jinchuriki. Such a thing is utterly unimaginable. Yet, the child was indeed born on that very day, and upon closer inspection, he bears a striking resemblance to the one entrusted to Lord Fugaku by Lord Senju Yagami. Could it truly be that he's the child of the fourth Hokage and Lady Kushina? As we previously discussed, is this not somewhat? Upon realizing certain possibilities, both civilians and ninjas began to feel conflicted, unsure of whom to trust. Amidst the maneuvering of the Uchiha clan and representatives from various prominent families, the atmosphere, though still somewhat tumultuous, remained in a delicate balance. However, witnessing the scene before him, Shimura Danzō, who had initially believed that the Uchiha clan would truly rise with the support of Uchiha Fugaku, suddenly found his eyes gleaming with renewed hope. Given the current circumstances, it seemed he had not yet lost, and that a chance for a comeback still existed. Although Uchiha Fugaku had concealed his intentions well and made a strategic move, he lacked the finesse to deftly manipulate people's hearts and incite fervor. It was truly absurd that such a favorable situation could merely be sustained in its current state. Without hesitation, Danzō turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen and spoke in a low voice, "Hiruzen, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki must be protected under the auspices of the Umbu en route to maintain the village's peace." Hiruzen remained silent, quietly puffing on his pipe. "Hiruzen, what are you still hesitating for? Do you wish to expose the identity of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, thus plunging the village into crisis once more?" Hiruzen continued to maintain his silence. He was acutely aware that, with the power he currently wielded, opposing the Uchiha alone was nearly impossible unless he could ally with the majority of the prominent families within Konoha. As for Shimura Danzō, his insatiable thirst for power was too overwhelming, coupled with numerous uncontrollable factors. Following this incident, Hiruzen felt a degree of disappointment towards him and decided to gradually retract the power he had once relinquished. Nevertheless, one aspect of Danzō's earlier statements rang true. The identity of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki must remain concealed. Once revealed, those with ulterior motives from other ninja villages would undoubtedly seize the opportunity. After all, with the recent sacrifices of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and Kushina Izumaki, along with the severe blow dealt to the Uchiha clan, these circumstances presented a rare opportunity for those who had long coveted Konoha. Reflecting on this, Hiruzen sighed in resignation and turned to Uchiha Fugaku, advising, "Fugaku, I can help stabilize the current situation. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki can be raised by your Uchiha clan, while the Umbu will merely be responsible for providing protection from the sidelines. Furthermore, whenever we have any dealings involving the Jinchuriki, we will inform the Uchiha in advance." Raised by the Uchiha clan? The Umbu providing protection? What about root? Hiruzen's audacity to exclude himself from the struggle for the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki's guardianship infuriated Danzō. "Hiruzen, you." Ignoring Danzō's increasingly grim expression, Hiruzen continued, "My conditions are simple. The true identity of Naruto must not be exposed. Certainly, rest assured, I shall soon issue a directive that the villagers refrain from referring to the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki with derogatory terms such as beast or fox demon." As he spoke, Sarutobi Hiruzen adopted a serious demeanor, raising his pipe slightly to take a deep puff, releasing a ring of smoke. "Fugaku, what do you think of my proposal?" In response to Hiruzen's words, Uchiha Fugaku remained composed, gazing at the tumultuous crowd before him, unperturbed. Observing this scene, Shimura Danzō couldn't help but exhale softly in relief. As long as these two individuals did not join forces, there remained a sliver of hope for him in the root organization. However, Hiruzen, I shall remember this incident. You would do well to avoid giving me an opportunity. Once the moment is ripe, I will ensure that you lose any chance of competing for the position of Hokage. Seeing that Uchiha Fugaku still disagreed with his proposal, Hiruzen's brow furrowed in concern. This was the utmost concession he could offer, and he would have to explain it to the families he had allied with. Yet, the other party seemed unsatisfied. Could it be that this individual still coveted the position of Hokage? Uchiha, do not overreach your ambitions. If you are wise enough to play along in due time, I shall provide Shisui a chance to become Hokage. Otherwise, be wary of the repercussions that could lead to your utter ruin. Just as Hiruzen and Danzō awaited Uchiha Fugaku's response, a faint voice suddenly emerged from the crowd below. "No." Upon hearing this voice, all present, ninja and civilians alike, including Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzō, and Uchiha Fugaku, turned in unison toward its source. Expressions varied. Some even erupted in furious protests. "Who dares to speak so insolently here? Speak up. Indeed, who is it? Step forward. This is the resting place of Lord Fourth Hokage and Lady Kushina, and you dare to be so disrespectful, unafraid of the consequences. However, when those who had been boasting saw the figure approaching, their expressions shifted dramatically. The newcomer was none other than Senju Hashirama's disciple, Senjumoku. In response to this, Uchiha Shisui vanished from sight, reappearing beside Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzō, speaking calmly. As I just mentioned, your proposal is inadequate. Now, whether you have opinions or not, I grant you a chance to speak. Oh my, that person seems to have single-handedly subdued the Nine Tails. It is Lord Senjumoku, the disciple of the first Hokage. It is he. Had it not been for Lord Senjumoku's timely arrival, I would have perished at the hands of that beast. Lord Senjumoku, observing that so-called Senjumoku garnering such favor, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a twinge of displeasure. Yet, after a brief, awkward cough, he managed to conjure a smile and endeavored to engage Uchiha Shisui in friendly banter. Ah, Senjumoku, it is you. Initially, Hiruzen presumed that Senjumoku was a guardian force left behind by the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, operating in the shadows of Konoha. However, given the timing of his sudden appearance, it became evident that this individual leaned more towards the Uchiha clan. This revelation was not favorable news for him. Thus, he felt compelled to speak first, seizing the initiative to discern the true stance of his counterpart. Truly, as a disciple of the first Hokage, you embody the essence of youthful heroism. By age and lineage, you ought to address me as. I have expressed my discontent with your proposal. Do you not comprehend? Sarutobi Hiruzen's attempts at camaraderie were met with Uchiha Shisui's utter disregard for idle chatter. A terrifying surge of wood-released chakra erupted from Shisui, causing both Hiruzen and Shimura Danzō to grunt in unison under the weight of its power. Your words are excessive. Understanding the implications, Hiruzen conceded, from this moment forth. My involvement with the Nine Tails Jinchuriki matter shall cease, along with that of the Umbu. Experiencing the overwhelming chakra of Uchiha Shisui firsthand, Hiruzen recognized the need for temporary submission. Such a formidable chakra fluctuation indicated that this individual's strength surpassed his own. With Uchiha Fugaku possessing the Mangeki Sharingan in the presence of Senjumoku, who wielded would release, the Uchiha clan was poised for a complete resurgence. Alas, it seemed time for him to choose a side to safeguard his power and interests. With this realization, and without needing a reminder from Uchiha Shisui, Hiruzen took the initiative to step forward and speak. Senjumoku is correct. The child in Fugaku's arms is indeed the offspring of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and Kushina Uzumaki, the true heir of heroism, Naruto. Upon hearing Hiruzen's proclamation, the crowd of civilians and shinobi stirred restlessly. Yet, before anyone could voice their thoughts, Senjumoku commanded silence, his powerful chakra resonating in his voice. Silence. Do you comprehend the anguish that gripped the fourth Hokage and Kushina Uzumaki when they resolved to seal the Nine Tails within their child? They were acutely aware of their identities and responsibilities. In service to the will of fire, to protect Konoha, they ultimately chose to sacrifice themselves, even their own child, to contain the beast. As he spoke, Uchiha Shisui pointed directly at Naruto cradled in Fugaku's arms, continuing, "But what of you? Each of you clamoring for violence against the heir of heroes. Do you still consider yourselves human? Do you possess the right to stand here and pay tribute to the fourth Hokage and Kushina Uzumaki? A throng of ingrates, you are unworthy to remain here. Unworthy to tread upon this hallowed ground where heroes lie in eternal slumber. Begone." With this thunderous proclamation from Uchiha Shisui, the villagers and shinobi of Konohagakure trembled slightly, their hearts swelling with guilt. Before long, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the Uchiha clan's ninjas knelt before Naruto, bowing their heads in solemn tribute. Witnessing this, the members of various clans, along with the very villagers and shinobi who had just uttered harsh words, promptly followed suit, kneeling in unison, their voices rising in lamentation. What? He is indeed the child of the fourth Hokage and Lady Kushina, our little hero. Yet, how could we have treated him thus? What folly have we committed? We were wrong, profoundly wrong. Fourth Hokage, Lady Kushina, we have failed you, and we have failed the heir of a hero. Forgive us. Forgive us. In that moment, a cacophony of confessions and remorse echoed throughout the cemetery. Observing this scene, both Shimura Danzō, who had retreated to the fringes, and Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had chosen to side with the Uchiha, wore expressions of grave concern. They understood that following this night, the villagers would formally acknowledge the Uchiha clan. The conflicts and animosities between them would face a monumental shift. However, just as Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzō believed the matter would soon conclude, Uchiha Shisui abruptly turned his gaze towards the retreating Danzō. Simultaneously, several Uchiha ninjas brandished their swords, blocking Danzō and the root members' path of exit. Danzō, do not be so hasty to depart. I sense a familiar aura emanating from your arm. As he spoke, Uchiha Shisui extended his right hand. Chakra of the wood release surging forth. That sensation evokes memories of my departed mentor. This is dire. Initially intending to concede and relinquish his claim to the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Danzō's eyes narrowed in sudden alarm. Could it be that this individual is truly a disciple of Senju Hashirama? How else could he possess such formidable perception to detect the anomaly in his arm? Following Shisui's revelation, Uchiha Fugaku, cradling Naruto, stepped forward, his tone icy. Lord Senjuyato, I sense the presence of our clan's long-lost member, Uchiha Kagami, emanating from him. Uchiha Kagami? Upon hearing Fugaku's words, Shisui feigned ignorance, inquiring, Fugaku. Are you certain? I am certain, Fugaku affirmed gravely. Witnessing this, Danzō was thrown into utter disarray. One Senjuyato was already enough to give him a headache, making it difficult to find an escape. Now, with the addition of Uchiha Fugaku, who possessed the Mangeki Sharingan, his predicament had grown dire. These two scoundrels do not wish to contest the nurturing rights of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki today. Rather, they seek his life. In that moment, Uchiha Shisui slowly turned to face Shimura Danzō, a terrifying wave of chakra surging violently from within him. Danzō, come. Enlighten us about your actions in contrast to Danzō's ever-shifting expression. Sarutobi Hiruzen quietly stepped back. He had long been aware of the experiments conducted by Danzō and Orochimaru, yet he had remained silent until now. However, he would never admit to such matters. If someone were to perish, let it be Danzō alone. He would not risk alienating himself from Senju Tobarama and Uchiha Fugaku. Danzō, for the peace of Konoha, bear this burden well nonsense. You are all spouting absurdities. You merely seek to seize control of the root organization from me. I assure you, that will never come to pass. I am a member of the Council of Elders. Having made significant contributions to Konoha, you have no right to touch me. Faced with the pressing inquiries of Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Fugaku, Danzō suddenly raised his voice, while simultaneously ensuring the root members encircled him. He would never confess to the experiments involving the cells of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, or the transplantation of the Sharingan from Uchiha clan members. Moreover, as an elder, he believed they would not dare to assault him openly in front of witnesses. If he could endure this confrontation, he could return to Root and destroy all incriminating evidence. Should he still be exposed, he would shift all blame onto Orochimaru. After all, Orochimaru was merely a pawn in his game. When necessary, sacrificing him for self-preservation would be a privilege for the latter. As for whether Senju Tobarama and Uchiha Fugaku would strike against him, Danzō felt no fear, as long as he could successfully return to Root tonight. Unless those two clans were prepared to expend their entire strength to annihilate him, they would not be able to breach his stronghold. The last time he was so easily subdued was due to the absence of his strongest forces. However, after that incident, he had summoned most of his remaining power back, save for a few hidden pieces. In short, his root was as impenetrable as a fortress. No one could breach it. Meanwhile, the civilians and ninjas below began to murmur once more. Indeed, Lord Danzō is a member of the Council of Elders. Even Lord Tobarama would not have the right to act against him, would he? Yet, do you think what Lord Tobarama and Lord Fugaku say is true? Could Lord Danzō truly be so deranged as to lay hands on the body of the first Hokage or attack members of the Uchiha clan? I do not believe this to be entirely false, especially since it was stated by Lord Senjuyaru. Amidst the fervent roars of Shimura Danzō and the murmurs of those present, Uchiha Fugaku abruptly turned his gaze towards a certain direction. It was none other than the current head of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hisashi, who, under the scrutiny of all, approached Uchiha Shisui and offered a slight nod. Lord Senjuyaru, Hyuga Hisashi? Indeed, the ordinarily neutral Hyuga clan has chosen to make their stance known at such a crucial moment, leaving both Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzō momentarily taken aback, their expressions a mixture of disbelief. Their attention quickly returned to Uchiha Shisui. This fellow, Senjuyaru, has managed to sway even someone as elusive as Hyuga Hisashi. How has he accomplished this? As long-term custodians of power and privilege within Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzō are well aware of Hisashi's penchant for maintaining neutrality. He only intervenes when the tides are unmistakably in his favor. Whatever the prevailing sentiment in Konoha is, that is the side he will take. For this reason, both Hiruzen and Danzō, along with the other elders, have often regarded Hisashi with indifference. In his eyes, as long as the Hyuga clan endures, he will not involve himself in Konoha's affairs or contend for power and influence. Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzō were grappling with their incredulity, Uchiha Shisui suddenly turned and called out to the Konoha villagers and ninjas below. If there are doubts among you, let the current head of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hisashi, utilize their clan's bloodline limit, the Byakugan, to reveal the truth. At Shisui's proclamation, a wave of support surged from the crowd. The Byakugan of the Hyuga clan? Indeed, should Lord Hisashi personally intervene, the truth would undoubtedly come to light swiftly. Naturally, our Byakugan, a bloodline limit revered alongside the Uchiha clan as Sharingan, will suffice. Quite right. With Lord Hisashi's intervention, we can remain assured. Damn it. As the crowd began to tacitly accept Hisashi's involvement, Shimura Danzō cast a furtive, threatening glance in his direction. What benefits has Lord Senjumoku promised you to compel your participation? Benefits? None are required. Even had this Senjumoku not approached me personally, I would have risen to assist at this juncture. Not long ago, an intelligence report from our clan's operatives reached me. Danzō's root, which he has cultivated for years, has been entirely uprooted. In short, Danzō's downfall is now inevitable, and my actions align with the prevailing interests of Konoha. With this understanding, Hyuga Hisashi offered a subtle nod towards Danzō. What benefits have been promised to me? Lord Danzō, you have misunderstood. I merely emerged to unveil the truth that everyone yearns to know, without any promises from Lord Senjumoku. In the next moment, Hyuga Hisashi's eyes widened in alarm. Byakugan, activate. Witnessing Hyuga Hisashi's intent to employ the Byakugan against him, Shimura Danzō swiftly pulled a root member in front of him and shouted, "Attack!" Yes, Lord Danzō. As the root members sprang into action, Danzō, having already sealed his hands within his sleeves, abruptly brought them together. Wind release, vacuum sphere. In the next instant, Danzō unleashed a barrage of chakra projectiles, akin to bullets, towards the Uchiha ninjas obstructing his path. Whoosh! Boom! With the sound of explosions ringing out, Danzō accelerated his escape, fleeing without a backward glance. Uchiha Fugaku, a suspect in the Nine-Tails incident, had incited Hyuga Hisashi, the clan leader, to attack the elders, raising suspicions about his whereabouts. Root members, apprehend him at once. Show no mercy if he resists. Upon witnessing the root ninjas rushing towards him and Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Shisui regarded the panicked Danzō with a calm demeanor, his expression laden with significance. He sought not only to ruin Danzō's reputation but also to plunge him into utter despair. The method to induce complete despair in a person is simple: offer them hope in their darkest hour, then snatch it away just as they believe salvation is at hand. Meanwhile, Danzō, who had narrowly escaped, felt his countenance darkening. Senjumoku, once I return to root, you'll witness the true extent of my terrifying power. Who will ultimately prevail? We shall see. Eh? Why did Lord Danzō flee? So, did Hisashi-sama uncover the truth? Who is truly right? I don't know. Let us retreat behind Lord Fugaku. He is far more reliable than the Umbu and Root. Indeed, my life was saved by them. I trust the Uchiha clan, especially since Lord Senjumoku is present. Hearing the words of the civilians and ninjas, a cold smirk flitted across Uchiha Shisui's eyes. The truth? Hisashi, you may enlighten them. Yes, Lord Senjumoku. Hyuga Hisashi nodded slightly before turning to address the crowd. Just now, I employed the Byakugan unique to my clan to examine Shimura Danzō. I discovered certain things concealed beneath the bandages on his arm and eye. His arm contained cells from the first Hokage. That eye is a Sharingan belonging to the Uchiha clan, likely originating from Uchiha Kagami. Boom. As Hisashi's words echoed, the crowd of civilians and ninjas erupted in uproar. Their faces suffused with rage. Even the Uchiha ninjas arranged by Shisui, alongside those from various clans, were no exception. Because of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. He embodies the faith of all Konoha's inhabitants and serves as their pride. He is revered as the god of shinobi, bestowing immense honor upon Konoha. Due to his existence, Konoha ascended to the status of the foremost shinobi village in the world. As for Uchiha Kagami, he is a member of the Uchiha clan. Even when the Uchiha were subjected to severe ostracism by the villagers of Konoha and various clans, they managed to endure under the command of Uchiha Fugaku. Their pride, the Sharingan, remained intact, and no one dared to cross their boundaries. However, now, someone has dared to assault their kin, even going so far as to transplant their proud Sharingan. Such an affront is utterly intolerable. Shimura Danzō, that wretch, has the audacity to show disrespect to the remains of the first Hokage. Such a disgraceful being deserves to die. Indeed, anyone who dares to touch the Sharingan of our Uchiha clan, no matter where they flee, shall undoubtedly meet their demise. Kill him! Kill him! Kill him! The cries for blood echoed thunderously. Observing this scene, Senjumoku and Uchiha Fugaku exchanged glances, their brows furrowed in confusion. If this was indeed part of Senjumoku's calculations, then there was no reason for him to let Danzō escape. Precisely, let him escape. Just moments ago, when Shimura Danzō broke through with his root guards, the ones who intervened were merely ninjas from the Uchiha clan. Fugaku and Yura had refrained from taking action. Did he intend to spare Danzō's life for some ulterior motive? As this thought crossed his mind, a cold sweat broke out on Sarutobi Izashi's back. The man he had contended with for nearly his entire life had now been reduced to a figure of public condemnation in such a short time. If the next target were to be himself, then despite his backing from the Sarutobi clan, wielding the umbu, and the support of the Elder Council and several prominent families, it seemed he would still be unable to withstand it. Realizing this, Sarutobi Izashi hesitated momentarily before finally stepping forward resolutely. Uchiha Shisui did not prevent him. He understood how Izashi would proceed given his character. Silence. Silence. After calling for quiet twice, Sarutobi Izashi's expression turned grave as he addressed the crowd once more. As you all can see, Shimura Danzō, the head of the village's root, wields significant power, yet is oblivious to his responsibilities and obligations. He has conducted inhumane experiments in secret, ruthlessly turning against his comrades. Today, at the cemetery, he not only insulted our heroes, but also spoke ill of the Uchiha clan, who played a crucial role during the Ninetales incident. Such a presence is undeniably a malignant tumor for our village. For the sake of Konoha's peace and the will of fire, we must publicly eradicate him. At this point, Sarutobi Izashi suddenly turned to Senjumoku and whispered, Senjumoku, could you perhaps release my men? I will have them cooperate with you to bring down Shimura Danzō. Certainly. Uchiha Shisui smiled enigmatically. The next moment, at the prompting of Uchiha Fugaku, one by one, the umbu members were released from their restraints. Witnessing this scene, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded at him, then turned once more to face the civilians and shinobi below, his expression intricate. Indeed, this Senjumoku must possess hidden cards unknown to me, otherwise the opponent would not be so foolish as to allow Uchiha Fugaku to release his men so easily. In that case, Danzō, do not blame me. If blame is to be assigned, let it be directed at the monster you provoked. Umbu members, assemble. Lord Third, one by one. The umbu members surged forth from the crowd, kneeling on one knee before him. Shimura Danzō's insurrection is unforgivable. I command you to cooperate with Senjumoku's actions and eradicate him along with his minions. Yes, Lord Third. Upon receiving the orders, the umbu members turned to Uchiha Shisui, their expression solemn, awaiting his command. Observing this, Uchiha Shisui nodded slightly, then walked forward, passing by Sarutobi Hiruzen, and spoke softly. You have made a prudent choice. As long as you continue to act wisely, perhaps I can offer you a chance to enjoy your twilight years. Upon hearing Uchiha Shisui's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen stiffened suddenly, his countenance darkening. For from the earlier exchange, it seemed that this individual intended to take further action after purging Danzō and the root. Could it be that he plans to redistribute the existing power within Konoha? He aims to reform all of Konoha. Yet, should he pursue such a course, it would inevitably infringe upon the fundamental interests of several prominent clans. Such matters cannot escape Senjumoku's awareness. He must have already prepared other countermeasures. However, it remains perplexing. Where will he find sufficient benefits to satiate the appetites of the various clans? Such immense demands seem insatiable, even if he were to seize all control over the umbu from both himself and Danzō. As Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered this, Uchiha Shisui's voice rang out clearly amidst the crowd. All umbu members of the Uchiha clan, heed my command. Hearing Uchiha Shisui's words, Hyuga Hizashi and several other clan heads who had already gathered spoke in unison. Hyuga clan, heed my command. Yamanaka clan, heed my command. Akimichi clan, respond. At once, a multitude of ninjas answered in unison. In the next moment, Uchiha Shisui clapped his hands. Would release, would golem technique. Shimura Danzō, a criminal of grave offenses. All of you, follow me to eradicate him and his root minions. Kill, kill, kill. In the dense forest near the headquarters of the root, fire release, great fire dragon technique. Wood release, wood dragon technique. Protect the Lord. Oh. The two wooden clones of Uchiha Shisui, one to the left and one to the right, unleash their ninjutsu, mercilessly eradicating the subordinates of Shimura Danzō. Casting a glance at the lifeless bodies strewn across the ground, Uchiha Shisui spoke calmly. Maintain our current pace. Remember, do not accelerate too much. Understood, Lord Senjumoku. The reason Uchiha Shisui spared Shimura Danzō was to gradually drive him into a corner. Only in such dire straits would the opponent be compelled to reveal all hidden powers in a desperate bid for survival. As it turned out, his strategy was indeed sound. In order to preserve his life, Danzō had dispatched numerous uniquely attired ninjas along the way, all of whom were at the elite Jonin level. These individuals donned various outfits, some resembling civilians, others in ANBU garb, and even a few from other ninja villages, their numbers swelling to several dozens. Observing the beleaguered Shimura Danzō fleeing ahead, Uchiha Shisui's bloodstained visage broke into a slight smile. Danzō, let us engage in this game at our leisure. With a hand pressed against his shoulder wound, Danzō hastened his escape, shielded by several of his clandestinely trained bodyguards. Behind him lay countless cold corpses, bloodied and pooling into shallow crimson puddles. In this attempt to break free, Danzō had nearly exhausted all of his long-hidden pawns, incurring substantial losses. However, as long as he could escape, he was confident in his ability to rise again. Damn you, Senjumoku. Damn you, Uchiha Fugaku. Remember this grudge from tonight. I will settle it with you sooner or later. Especially you, Senjumoku. After the Ninetales incident, you should have been incapable of unleashing powerful ninjutsu. Yet you dared to strike against me. Truly laughable. In Danzō's eyes, the only reason Senjumoku spared him was due to his current weakened state. Otherwise, if Yoru still possessed the strength he had during the suppression of the Ninetales, there would have been no reason to grant him the opportunity to regroup at the root headquarters. Senjumoku, enjoy your moment of triumph while it lasts. Soon, you and the Uchiha clan will face true annihilation. After all, based on his understanding of Sarutobi Hiruzen, once Hiruzen realized that Senjumoku's power was not as formidable as before, he would undoubtedly begin to act covertly. At that juncture, all Danzō needed to do was collaborate with Hiruzen to eliminate Senjumoku without expending much effort. And then there was Uchiha Fugaku, with his double Mangeki Sharingan. That power was essential. However, just as Shimura Danzō continued on this path of vengeance, nearing the root headquarters, a multitude of Uchiha clan ninjas suddenly appeared along his route. Fireballs erupting in succession. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Retreat. Quickly, retreat. As Shimura Danzō retreated with his remaining loyal subordinates, the Uchiha clan's ninjas, who had long been waiting in the shadows, emerged from the dense forest. Particularly haunting were the weapons in their hands, stained with still fresh blood, coupled with their crimson Sharingan eyes, which appeared especially menacing under the cloak of night. Witnessing this scene, Danzō's countenance darkened significantly. However, just as he instinctively attempted to retreat, Uchiha Shisui, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the heads of various prominent clans within Konoha arrived on the scene, effectively sealing off all of Danzō's escape routes. Perched atop a wooden figure, Uchiha Shisui gazed down upon the disheveled Danzō with an air of calm authority. Danzō, you have lost, he stated coolly. Upon hearing Shisui's words, Danzō clenched his teeth, gripping his shuriken tightly, his expression twisted in fury. I have not lost. I am an elder of the Konoha Council, the leader of Root. You possess no substantial evidence to act against me. With no means to break through back to Root, he resolved to capture Senjumoku and await reinforcements from headquarters. Yes, Lord Danzō. At his command, the last few loyal subordinates brandished their weapons and prepared to strike alongside him. Yet, Shisui merely shook his head in response. Fire release. Great fire dragon technique. Before Danzō and his men could close the distance, a fearsome fire dragon charged at them, shattering their formation. Two unfortunate souls were engulfed by the flames, their agonized screams piercing the night. Upon witnessing Uchiha Fugaku's involvement, Danzō's expression soured further. If he were to face the weakened Senjumoku alone, he might have a chance with his subordinates. But against Fugaku, who wielded the powerful Mangeki Sharingan, alongside the other clan leaders of Konoha, the situation had become dire indeed. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Fire release. Great fire dragon technique. Despite being outnumbered, with the aid of his Mangeki Sharingan, Fugaku expertly evaded each of Danzō's subordinates' attacks while delivering lethal counterstrikes, as he witnessed his men fall one after another to Fugaku's blade. And with each of his own ambushes proving futile, Danzō gritted his teeth, resolve hardening in his eyes. With a sudden burst of speed, he charged towards Uchiha Shisui atop the wooden figure, dramatically unwrapping the bandages from his body. Senjumoku, you are but a shadow of your former self. Yet you dare to be so arrogant before me. If that is the case, allow me to take you down first. When reinforcements arrive from headquarters, none of you will be able to do anything to stop me. In response to Shimura Danzō's furious outburst and actions, the heads of the prominent clans in Konoha, already privy to the situation at the root headquarters, were filled with scorn and derision. The arrival of those from the headquarters? How utterly ludicrous! As these thoughts swirled in their minds, Shimura Danzō finally charged towards Uchiha Shisui. Ha ha ha, success at last. Just as he was about to employ the power of the Sharingan against Uchiha Shisui, a shadow suddenly manifested before him. Who are you? The shadow offered no answer, drawing its sword with thunderous swiftness. In the next instant, the sound of gushing blood resonated throughout the area. With a sickening squelch, Shimura Danzō beheld his severed arm spinning through the air, disbelief etched across his face. At that moment, the assailant's hand plunged into his eye socket, extracting the Sharingan with ruthless efficiency. Aya! It was only then that Shimura Danzō recognized the true identity of the figure before him. This individual was none other than Uchiha Shisui, who ought to have been at the border of the Land of Fire. Aya! Before the astonished crowd, Uchiha Shisui's shadow clone delivered a decisive kick, sending the blood-soaked Shimura Danzō sprawling amidst the corpses of his loyal subordinates. After executing this act, he paid no heed to Danzō's wretched state, and in the next moment, he utilized the body flicker technique to appear before his original self, offering a slight bow. I apologize for the delay in my support, Lord Senjumoku. No matter, your return is most timely. As Uchiha Shisui's shadow clone had just symbolically reported the situation, Sarutobi Hiruzen arrived with the ninjas and civilians of Konoha. Is that Shisui? Initially, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a great burden with so many civilians. Protecting them would undoubtedly demand considerable manpower. Yet, he had to remain vigilant of Senjumoku's side to avoid a sudden ambush. The resources at hand were woefully insufficient. However, with the return of his trusted ally, Uchiha Shisui, bolstering their combat strength alongside Kakashi and others, his security level surged dramatically. With this thought, Sarutobi Hiruzen's spirits lifted considerably. Without hesitation, as Uchiha Shisui's shadow clone withdrew beside Uchiha Fugaku, Sarutobi Hiruzen ascended the hill, adopting a concerned demeanor. Shisui, just back? You must have had a hard time on your journey. Are you alright? I'm fine. Uchiha Shisui's shadow clone offered a slight bow and nodded. Witnessing Shisui's continued respect towards him further elevated Sarutobi Hiruzen's mood. However, he soon realized a pressing question. By the way, Shisui, how do you know Senjumoku? Have you met before? Indeed, we have. On my way back, I was ambushed several times by unknown ninjas and sustained some injuries. It was Lord Senjumoku who intervened to save me. Otherwise, it might have taken me several more days to return. Unknown ninjas attacking? Upon hearing the words regarding Uchiha Shisui's shadow clone, Sarutobi Hiruzen's brow furrowed in profound concern. In the next moment, he turned to Shimura Danzō. Taking a deep drag from his cigarette, his expression grave. Could it be Danzō? Surely, it must be. After all, Danzō had long harbored intentions towards Uchiha Shisui's eyes. Such treachery could only be attributed to him. With this realization, Hiruzen initially felt a twinge of sorrow for the lost. Yet now, chuckling softly, he thought, "You have dared to strike against my own. Why should I concern myself with your fate?" Once this matter reached its conclusion, he could facilitate Uchiha Shisui's negotiations with Uchiha Fugaku, while he himself would engage with the Senju clan. By then, once both parties had reached an accord, all issues would naturally resolve themselves. In his eyes, all conflicts were intrinsically linked to interests, as long as he was willing to concede sufficient benefits. Even the formidable Senju would not pose a threat to him. However, an excellent opportunity had now presented itself to curry favor with Senju. Resolute, Sarutobi Hiruzen stepped forward into the limelight, seizing the moment while the villagers and shinobi behind him were still lauding Uchiha Shisui's triumphant return in the swift defeat of Danzō. In an instant, he pointed an accusatory finger at the blood-soaked Danzō and bellowed, "Shimura Danzō, you have secretly desecrated the remains of the first Hokage for your experiments. Ruthlessly slaughtered members of the Uchiha clan, colluded with rogue shinobi to break the seal of the Nine Tails, caused the demise of the fourth Hokage, and sullied the name of a hero, all while disrupting the peace of our village. For these heinous crimes, you deserve nothing less than death." The crowd gasped in disbelief at the charges laid before Danzō. Once focused on signaling for help from the root headquarters, Danzō's eyes widened in shock. And he sputtered with rage, "Sarutobi Hiruzen, how dare you betray me?" He had never anticipated that his greatest rival, Hiruzen, would ultimately ally with an outsider whose allegiance had yet to be verified. This realization ignited an unprecedented fury within him. Before Danzō could respond further, The citizens and shinobi of Kanehagakure behind Hiruzen instantly reacted. Without any courtesy, they surged forward, cursing as they aimed to execute Danzō on the spot. Beast! After committing such unspeakable acts, you still seek to defame the third Hokage. Spit! They rallied, emboldened by their desire for vengeance for the fallen fourth Hokage and Kushina. Indeed. Let us unite. In a fervor, the villagers charged forward, unleashing a flurry of fists and kicks upon Danzō. Meanwhile, the shinobi were restrained by members of various clans and the Umbu, for this is the meaning of their esteemed lord, Senju. Shimura Danzō cannot perish just yet. Uchiha Shisui gazed calmly at the wretched Shimura Danzō, who resembled a lost dog in this moment, revealing no intention to speak. He was biding his time, awaiting the intervention of a certain individual. Meanwhile, as Uchiha Shisui remained silent, a peculiar vortex appeared abruptly amidst the ruins of the root headquarters. I ask, why have you returned to Konoha so hastily? It seems we do not possess much information regarding the enigmatic Senju emerging from nowhere. Are you not afraid of recklessness? Just as Uchiha Obito touched down, White Zetsu emerged from the ground and inquired. To this, Uchiha Obito merely responded with a cold smile. Who says I intend to oppose Senju? I am here to augment Nagato's Akatsuki with talent. Talent? White Zetsu looked puzzled. Orochimaru. Uchiha Obito uttered those 3 words with indifference. Danzō is effectively rendered useless now. The Nine Tails incident, the death of the 4th Hokage, and the crimes of experimenting with the first Hokage's cells, all these burdens now rest upon his shoulders. However, if he is willing to shift all the blame onto Orochimaru, he may yet survive and seek an opportunity for resurgence. Upon hearing this, White Zetsu immediately understood. I see, given Orochimaru's nature, he would undoubtedly evade capture in the face of Konoha's condemnation. At that moment, we simply need to assist him in escaping while informing Nagato of Orochimaru's situation, thereby allowing Orochimaru to be absorbed into the Akatsuki. Precisely. Uchiha Obito nodded, his crimson Sharingan gleaming in the night, as the eerie vortex reappeared. The time for idle chatter is drawing to a close. If we do not act soon, that worthless Danzō will be trampled to death by those civilians. How amusing this situation has become. I have a premonition that with Senju's presence, Konoha will descend into further chaos. Trample him. Trample this beast. How vile. As the enraged civilians continued to kick at the blood-soaked Shimura Danzō, a strange vortex suddenly manifested beside him. How the once arrogant Lord Danzō has fallen to such depths. Hearing this voice, the blurry-eyed Shimura Danzō could only rely on his hearing, grasping Uchiha Obito's clothing desperately. Help me. The conditions are yours to dictate. Conditions yours to dictate? Truly befitting of our esteemed Danzō, even in such dire straits, his resolve remains formidable. Uchiha Obito chuckled coldly. In the next moment, he flicked several shurikens, targeting the heads of the surrounding civilians. Deal. Seeing the shurikens so perilously close, the civilians, who had been filled with rage moments ago, now panicked and fled in terror. Who is this person? He's coming for us. Run for your lives. Lord Senju, please save us. Save us. Yet, amidst the anguished cries of the common folk, Uchiha Shisui remained seated serenely upon the shoulder of the wooden figure, exhibiting no intention of intervening. Observing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was etched with confusion, unable to comprehend Shisui's demeanor. After all, he had painstakingly established such authority and reputation. Would he truly forsake it so easily? Given the distance, only a swift intervention from Senju could suffice, or perhaps a timely action from his trusted aide, Uchiha Shisui. Otherwise, the fate of those villagers seemed sealed. However, Uchiha Shisui was indeed a loyal subordinate, and Senju had only recently repaid a debt of gratitude to him. In essence, Shisui remained bound to his commands. Yet, this situation could prove advantageous for Sarutobi. The more mistakes Senju made, the more it would benefit him. Just as Sarutobi contemplated this, the shuriken thrown by Uchiha Obito was about to strike the innocent villagers. At that moment, a calm voice suddenly emerged beside him. Shisui, go. Understood, Lord Senju. With a swift motion, a blurred figure appeared abruptly before Uchiha Obito. By the Lord's command, you shall retreat. Clang, clang, clang. In an instant, the crisp sound of metal clashing echoed throughout the vicinity. All shuriken cast by Uchiha Obito were deftly deflected to the ground. Even the shuriken gripped in his hand was intercepted by Shisui's shadow clone. Witnessing this turn of events, the rescued villagers erupted with excitement. Their expressions filled with gratitude as they shouted in unison. Look, it is Uchiha Shisui who has come to our aid. Truly deserving of the reputation that matches the fourth Hokage's yellow flash. How swift. I just heard it was Lord Senju who commanded Uchiha Shisui to save us. Indeed. Lord Senju does not abandon us, unlike the Umbu and Root. Lord Senju. Lord Senju. As the villagers' cheers filled the air, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened considerably. He could hardly fathom Uchiha Shisui's unwavering loyalty to Senju, which far exceeded his expectations. Shisui, have you lost your senses? Though he felt a deep-seated frustration. The situation had already unfolded, and there was no choice but to proceed cautiously. Clang, clang, clang. As Sarutobi pondered, the sharp sound of metal clashing resonated once more in the area. Sparks flew, and shadows danced, despite the rapidity of Uchiha Shisui's shadow clone's movements. Each time it seemed poised to strike Uchiha Obito, the attack would pass harmlessly through him, failing to inflict any genuine harm. As Uchiha Obito's assault struck him, it tore through his clothing, leaving him in a somewhat disheveled state. Yet, despite this, Uchiha Shisui's shadow clone persisted, wielding shuriken and performing ninjutsu. The individual before him had deliberately avoided his gaze from the very beginning. It was evident that Uchiha Obito was apprehensive, fearful of Shisui's Manjiki Sharingan and the unparalleled Genjutsu, Kodo Amatsukami. Time-space abilities? Indeed formidable, but, in the next moment, Uchiha Shisui's shadow clone and his original perched upon the wooden figure's shoulder. Both activated their Sharingan at an accelerated rate. The three tomos swiftly transformed into the Manjiki Sharingan. The crimson gaze radiated an irresistible allure in the darkness of night. Sensing a shift, Uchiha Obito hastily employed Kimui, attempting to whisk Shimura Danzō away from this perilous situation. However, realization dawned too late. It was evidently too late. Not yet. Whoosh. Just as Uchiha Obito was on the verge of vanishing, Uchiha Shisui's shadow clone instantaneously appeared before him. Following this, a colossal skeletal form materialized, unleashing a terrifying force that shattered Obito's palm. Meanwhile, Shimura Danzō plummeted helplessly downward. Before he could touch the ground, Uchiha Obito, having summoned Susanoo, forcefully stepped down upon him. Boom. The overwhelming power instantly rendered him unconscious, blood splattering in all directions. Witnessing this scene, Uchiha Shisui, seated upon the wooden figure's shoulder, spoke with a calm demeanor. Medical team. Retrieve that wretch. He still holds value. Uchiha will ensure protection. Understood, Lord Senju Yagami. Upon hearing Shisui's command, the Konoha medical team, escorted by a contingent of Uchiha ninjas, retrieved Shimura Danzō. This was an order from their esteemed Lord Senju Yagami, and none dared to question it. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen and the heads of various clans remained silent, bowing their heads in submission. As the medical team and Uchiha guards dragged Shimura Danzō away, Uchiha Shisui's shadow clone continued its work. The immense skeletal form of Susanoo had now intertwined with dense veins and flesh, and the dark Tengu armor was donned. Susanoo? Observing the Susanoo wielding a verdant weapon before him, Uchiha Obito glanced at the Uchiha guards flanking Danzō and the figure named Senju Yagami standing nearby. Ultimately, Uchiha Obito, unwilling to accept defeat, let out a disdainful snort. An eerie vortex re-emerged, indicating his intent to depart. However, just as Obito's form began to dissipate, Uchiha Shisui's shadow clone commanded the green Susanoo, drawing forth the emerald weapon and surging forward. Simultaneously, an immense chakra erupted from the weapon. Spiral sword. Swift, precise, and lethal. One decisive strike. Kill. With a piercing sound, a tremendous explosion ensued, dust swirling, trees shattering, and the very earth trembled in response. Before long, a narrow, grim chasm appeared before the crowd, leaving them awestruck. Ahem, what is the current outcome, Lord Itachi? Need one even inquire? It is undoubtedly over, after all. That was the full-force strike from the most formidable genius of the Uchiha clan in this generation, Uchiha Shisui. Indeed, the power of that blow was such that I dare say few among us could withstand it, let alone that cowardly figure lurking in the shadows. Amid the praises from various clans, both Sarutobi Hiruzen and the Uchiha ninjas relished the accolades, their spirits soaring. Yet, for Hisashi Hyuga, a frown creased his brow. His Byakugan narrowing, his expression darkening. Seemingly sensing something amiss, Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired gravely, Hisashi, have you discerned something? The battle, it seems, has not yet concluded. With Hisashi's words echoing in the air, Uchiha Obito emerged from the explosion zone, calm and unperturbed, before the eyes of all, aside from a fresh scar on his face. He appeared entirely unscathed. How could this be? The faces of the clan heads from Konoha turned ashen at this sight. The strongest genius of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Shisui. Having activated his Susanoo, had failed to eliminate his opponent, nearly leaving him with a cut on his face? Impossible. Yet, while disbelief washed over the faces of the Konoha clan leaders, a peculiar glimmer flickered in Obito's eyes. The next moment, he applauded while stepping toward the Susanoo-clad Uchiha Shisui, his face radiating admiration. Truly, he was worthy of being mentioned alongside Konoha's former fourth Hokage, the Yellow Flash, Minato Namikaze. His speed was indeed remarkable. Alas! At this juncture, Uchiha Obito gestured a thumbs up toward the shadow clone of Uchiha Shisui, then executed a 180-degree turn. Yet, it still fell short. Obito was confident that as long as he did not meet his opponent's gaze and was not ensnared by that strongest genjutsu, Kodo Amatsukami, he would not afford Uchiha Shisui any opportunity to gain the upper hand in the ensuing battle. He chuckled, "The Yellow Flash cannot retain me, and neither can you." This instant Shisui. The audacity of Obito's actions shocked the majority of Konoha's ninjas and civilians present. They could scarcely fathom that anyone in the shinobi world would dare to openly disrespect their ninjas. Was this fellow seeking his own demise? Before long, several ninjas from various clans stepped forward, incensed, to reprimand Uchiha Obito, simultaneously imploring Uchiha Shisui to engage. He is but a mere ninja from another village. Let him not be deceived into thinking that by acquiring one of our Sharingan through deceit, he is truly invincible. Lord Senju, allow me to confront this fool. I shall surely make him realize the might of Konoha. And we too. We shall join. However, in stark contrast to the fury evident on the faces of some, the leaders of various clans within Konoha, including Sarutobi Hiruzen, found themselves engulfed in deep contemplation. This mysterious individual, emerging from the shadows, possessed an extraordinary ability granted by his Mangeki Sharingan. Thus, as they endeavored to devise a strategy to counter his powers, they refrained from making any hasty moves. Yet, just as Konoha's members were either being restrained by their clan heads or were still grappling with how to respond, a voice resonated from the center of the crowd. "Since today's youth are brimming with fervor, allow me to test the capabilities of your Mangeki Sharingan." Upon hearing Uchiha Shisui's declaration, all the Konoha shinobi turned their gazes toward him, their eyes glimmering with excitement. "Ha ha ha, Lord Senju is personally stepping in. That overconfident fool is doomed." Nonetheless, even Uchiha Shisui could only leave a mere scratch on the opponent's face. As for Lord Senju, trust in Lord Senju. He will surely prevail and uphold the honor of our esteemed village of Konoha. One could only hope, sigh. As Uchiha Shisui leaped down from the wooden figure and began to approach Uchiha Obito, the latter's brow furrowed slightly, his focus and muscles instinctively tensing. Knowing the formidable powers bestowed upon him by his Mangeki Sharingan, he could hardly believe that Shisui dared to engage him. Was this a forced confrontation, or had he truly discovered a means to counter his abilities? No, this individual, capable of dispatching Danzō in mere days, was not one to act recklessly. For the sake of his future plans, he could not afford to be careless. A brief probe into the opponent's strength would suffice before seeking an opportunity to withdraw. However, just as Uchiha Obito contemplated this, the figure before him momentarily blurred. A harbinger of danger. In that fleeting instant, as the thought crossed his mind, he instinctively activated the power of his Mangeki Sharingan. Regrettably, while this action allowed him to evade Uchiha Shisui's full-force body flicker technique and the sweeping strike of the Kusanagi sword, he could not escape the two subsequent attacks, a slap and a shuriken. Crack. Thud. As Uchiha Obito endured the impact of Shisui's shadow clone, a spray of blood erupted from the wound on his back, deep enough to reveal bone. Your abilities are impressive. Regrettably, they still fall short. Uchiha Obito seethed internally at Shisui's taunt, yet he chose to endure. So swift, truly astonishingly swift. He had never anticipated that the Senju, who was supposed to excel solely and would release like the first Hokage, would possess such terrifying speed, even surpassing that of Uchiha Shisui. Moreover, the two shadow clones of the opponent exhibited a speed that rivaled that of Uchiha Shisui. Could it be that this individual is indeed a direct disciple of the first Hokage? Had he not adjusted his condition to an optimal state, it would have been impossible for him to narrowly evade the attack from the opponent's main body, as well as the lethal strike from the shadow clone aimed to cleave his heart in twain. In the next moment, his form was once again engulfed by that enigmatic vortex, denying Uchiha Shisui any opportunity to continue his assault. Subsequently, a somewhat feeble roar echoed between Uchiha Shisui and his two shadow clones. "Ah, remember this, Senju. I shall return shortly. When I do, Konoha will be reduced to ruins beneath my power, and all shall perish. To this, Uchiha Shisui merely cast a disinterested glance at the departing figure, then turned his attention to Shimura Danzō. With Uchiha Obito's commotion, his subsequent plan should now commence. Thud, as Uchiha Shisui advanced step by step towards Shimura Danzō. Within the Kamui space, Uchiha Obito suddenly plummeted from the heavens, crashing heavily to the ground. Uchiha Obito gasped in pain, rising from the earth with beads of cold sweat adorning his forehead. Such astonishing speed. It is no wonder that he could have decimated Danzō in mere days. Indeed, he harbors other cards, yet unknown to us. How wretched. I should not have returned so hastily. Look, my body nearly split in two. White Zetsu emerged from the ground, grinning as he spoke. In response to his words, Uchiha Obito glanced at the injured half of his body devoid of White Zetsu, his expression darkening. Indeed, were it not for the presence of White Zetsu, whose remarkable recovery abilities bolstered his vitality, he might have succumbed to excessive blood loss by now. Nevertheless, even so, he would not be able to traverse the ninja world freely for some time. Cough, cough, cough. Though I sustained some unexpected injuries, they remain within tolerable limits. Moreover, our expedition yielded significant gains. At this juncture, Uchiha Obito's eyes sparkled with confidence. Following this encounter, the next time we meet, I will ensure that Senjumoku shall not come near me again. As for Orochimaru of Konoha, if all goes as planned, he should be on the verge of being exposed by that old coot, Danzō. Indeed, although Uchiha Shisui and Senjumoku unexpectedly disrupted his original scheme, while evading Shisui's spiraling blade, he had already seized the opportunity provided by the dust to approach Danzō, conveying to him the means of escape. In summary, Danzō is likely now publicly denouncing Orochimaru amidst the curses of all present. The disciple of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and one of Konoha's legendary Sannin, Orochimaru. Ultimately, he will defect from Konoha, becoming one of their formidable combatants. Senju, I hope you can plunge Konoha into further chaos. Meanwhile, Uchiha Shisui, on the other side, has already approached Shimura Danzō. The surrounding Konoha ninjas and civilians, finally coming to their senses, or expressions of incredulity. Goodness, did you just witness that? Even our strongest genius from the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Shisui, was unable to subdue the enemy, yet Lord Senju effortlessly dispatched him in an instant. He nearly obliterated him. Truly, as long as one follows Lord Senju, any adversary will crumble into dust. Lord Senju is the mightiest. Indeed, however, don't you feel that the speed exhibited by Lord Senju just now seemed to surpass even that of Uchiha Shisui's body flicker technique? It does seem so. Upon hearing the murmurs of those around, Sarutobi Hiruzen and the heads of various clans silently nodded in agreement. Indeed, Lord Senju's speed was astonishing, incredibly so. The velocity he displayed was undoubtedly beyond that of Uchiha Shisui, of that there is no doubt. Yet, upon further reflection, if Lord Senju's mentor truly is the first Hokage, it would be entirely plausible for him to have acquired advanced speed-enhancing jutsu from the second Hokage. Contemplating this, Sarutobi Hiruzen and the clan leaders exchanged glances at the cheers of the crowd, sighing inwardly. They understood that from the moment Lord Senju repelled that formidable foe, his prestige within Konoha had ascended to new heights. If this trend continues, it is likely that the name of Senju will echo throughout Konoha. It is not inconceivable that he may one day become the fifth Hokage. As the crowd pondered this, at that moment, two Uchiha ninjas, under Uchiha Shisui's signal, seized Shimura Danzō, forcing him to kneel before them. Realizing his predicament and sensing the absence of Uchiha Obito's presence, Danzō hastily bowed his head in supplication. You cannot kill me. I am an elder of Konoha's council. If you spare my life, I am willing to relinquish all authority of root. Only asking for mercy. The man who had previously identified himself as Uchiha Madara had informed him that as long as he publicly betrayed Orochimaru, he would still have a chance to survive, if he could manage to stay alive. With the power he held over Root and the assistance of the one claiming to be Uchiha Madara, a collaboration could be forged. There remains a chance for him to rise again, to see that Senju becomes the next Minato Namikaze, to meet an untimely demise in some unforeseen incident. In the face of Shimura Danzō's current disheveled state, the heads of the prominent clans of Konoha, along with Sarutobi Hiruzen, chose to observe with indifference. Not a single soul stepping forward to defend him. Shimura Danzō had become the target of universal scorn, verging on ruin, and his survival through the night was in grave doubt. Offending the formidable Senjumoku for the sake of rescuing him would be unwise. However, As Senjumoku placed his hand upon the hilt of his sword, poised to draw it before all, Danzō abruptly bowed his head, his forehead striking the ground with a thud. Please, spare my life. If you let me live, I can reveal to you a secret that no one else knows. A secret unknown to all? Initially disinterested in Danzō's fate, Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others now exchanged glances filled with veiled intrigue. Who would not desire such an unearned advantage? Upon this realization, Hiruzen took the lead in speaking. After all, he had served as Hokage for many years and understood the thoughts swirling in the minds of those present. Ahem, Lord Senjumoku, considering that this sinner, Shimura Danzō, is destined for judgment, it may be prudent to hear what he has to say next. As anticipated, following Hiruzen's words, one clan leader after another chimed in. The third Hokage is correct. I share the same sentiment. Indeed, it would be wise to learn the nature of this sinner's secret before deciding on his fate. Uchiha Shisui had already surmised the reactions of those behind him. In fact, he had deliberately afforded Danzō this opportunity to speak, as both he and Orochimaru required such a chance. Go on, speak, he urged. Realizing he had indeed been granted a moment to plead, Danzō, bowing repeatedly, uttered his words with a tone of profound despair. In truth, the mastermind behind the experiments involving the first Hokage's cells is not I, but Orochimaru. Please, do not be alarmed. I have evidence, genuine evidence. It resides within the root headquarters. If you do not believe me, take me there. The drama unfolds. Upon hearing Danzō's proclamation, the Konoha clan leaders fell into a brief silence before casting subtle glances at Sarutobi Hiruzen, eager to observe his reaction to this revelation. For them, the veracity of Danzō's claims regarding Orochimaru's involvement, or whether he was indeed the true puppet master, held little significance. What mattered to them were the potential benefits and alliances at stake. In essence, the righteousness or wrongness of the matter largely hinged upon whether Hiruzen would believe in his former student, Orochimaru, and choose to protect him. Should he extend his trust, Orochimaru would be deemed innocent, with all blame falling squarely upon Danzō. Conversely, if not, Orochimaru would meet the same fate as Danzō, utterly ruined. In the next moment, under the gaze of the assembled crowd, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke with a grave expression. If the mastermind truly is Orochimaru, then even if he is my disciple, I shall not show him any leniency. As the third Hokage of Konoha, I cannot allow any individual who poses a threat to the village to be sheltered for any reason. Upon hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's declaration, Shimura Danzō felt a surge of elation within, though he maintained a facade of fear on his visage. As long as these individuals chose to temporarily trust him, upon returning to the roots, he could employ the power of his faction to shift the blame onto Orochimaru. The truth? The one with the strongest fist dictates what is considered the truth. However, Shimura Danzō was unaware that the reason the various clan leaders of Konoha were standing up to speak on his behalf, unafraid of any potential backlash, was entirely because the roots had already been eradicated. In simple terms, Danzō posed no threat to them whatsoever. Even his lies served merely to prolong his existence for a brief moment. Unfortunately, Shimura Danzō did not comprehend this. You assert that the true mastermind is Orochimaru? Are you certain? Indeed, the evidence lies within the roots. Then let us proceed. As a cold sweat trickled down Danzō's back, he answered nervously. In the next moment, Uchiha Shisui gestured for the Uchiha ninjas beside him. You four, keep watch over him. Yes, Lord Senjuya. Witnessing this scene, Shimura Danzō's joy surged instantaneously, while a flicker of concealed malice danced in his eyes. Senjuya, is it? Once I return to the roots, I shall covertly hinder everything you attempt to accomplish in Konoha. Do you think you can seamlessly claim the entirety of Konoha? Not a chance. Following this, under the guidance of Senjuya, the people of Konoha finally arrived at the outer perimeter of the root stronghold. Before them stood a colossal wooden wall, soaring skyward. What is this? Gazing at the immense wall crafted from countless trees, both Sarutobi Hiruzen and the clan leaders of Konoha exhibited expressions of astonishment. Could a wall made of chakra truly reach such staggering heights? This is the might of the Senju clan would release Kekkei Genkai. It is formidable indeed. At that moment, Shimura Danzō finally comprehended why the signal he had previously dispatched had received no response from those within the root stronghold. It was not that they were unwilling to act. It was simply that they could not be seen. A mere wall, effortlessly conjured, could be shattered in an instant. In contrast to the astonishment surrounding him, Uchiha Shisui remained calm and composed as he spoke softly. The next moment, he pressed his hands together to form a seal. would release, would Golem technique. With a resounding boom, wooden figures began to rise from the earth, and under Uchiha Shisui's command, they swung their fists to strike against the wooden wall, producing a series of explosive sounds. Yet, the wall only bore numerous cracks, remaining unbroken. As Senjumoku found himself unable to breach the wooden wall with a single strike, the heads of the various clans in Konoha exchanged glances, and in unison, they rallied their respective members to take action. The opportunity to share in the glory and demonstrate their prowess before Senjumoku had arrived. Lord Yuru, having just vanquished a formidable foe for Konoha, your chakra has yet to replenish. Allow us to handle this trivial task of breaking the wall. Indeed, leave it to us. And us as well. In a moment, a myriad of ninjutsu surged towards the wooden barrier, causing the existing fissures to multiply, yet the wall remained unyielding. This disconcerting situation rendered the clan leaders' expressions grim, and they discreetly gestured to their trusted aides to convey a message. Was it not a disgrace that such a multitude could not dismantle a mere wall? This was tantamount to conveying to Senjumoku that their clans were utterly ineffectual. They needed to demonstrate their true capabilities. However, before they could act further, Uchiha Shisui turned to his shadow clone and spoke calmly. Shisui, the final blow is yours. Yes. Lord Yuru. Uchiha Shisui? It appeared that Senjumoku intended to nurture Shisui, granting him ample opportunity to shine. Yet, Shisui was not a disciple of Sarutobi Hiruzen. His current actions were puzzling. In an instant, the clan heads shifted their gazes towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. Although he maintained an outward composure, internally, he was far from pleased. He was acutely aware that while the enterprises beneath Konoha's roots might be distributed among the clans present after tonight, the power over those roots would undoubtedly remain firmly in Senjumoku's grasp. As for the position of Hokage and the Anbu, it would depend on the extent of Yoru's ambitions. If it were merely to preserve his current interests with Shisui, he could acquiesce. However, if Yoru sought to seize both the Anbu and Hokage positions entirely, that would be an insatiable appetite. At that point, it was likely that the clans would begin to feel uneasy, fearing they might become the next target of Yoru's ambitions. And Senjumoku would, like Uchiha Madara of old, possess formidable combat prowess yet ultimately be forsaken by all of Konoha. As Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered this, all eyes were upon Uchiha Shisui as he summoned Susanoo. Clad in the armor of the dark sky, he wielded the spiraling sword, with powerful green chakra surging forth. It was all infused into the weapon at the waist of Susanoo. In the next moment, the colossal Susanoo thrust its sword forward. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted, instantly reducing the already cracked wooden wall to a cloud of splinters. Truly, the might of the Uchiha clan's Susanoo was awe-inspiring, evoking envy no matter how often one beheld it. Indeed, it was no wonder they proclaimed themselves the foremost clan in Konoha. As the crowd marveled at the power of Shisui's strike, Shimura Danzō discreetly signaled with a unique root sign. His complexion transformed into an exceedingly grotesque expression. After enduring humiliation for so long, he had finally awaited this moment. His reinforcements were at last arriving. However, in the next instant, as the dust that obscured his vision began to settle, Shimura Danzō found himself frozen in place, utterly bewildered. What on earth was happening? Where were the headquarters and the ninjas of Root? How had it come to this? Could it be that this place had also fallen victim to the assault of that outsider? Damn that intruder! How dare they strike against us from Konoha time and again? Wait, if that were the case, wouldn't Danzō's supposed evidence be impossible to locate? Gazing at the debris scattered across the ground and the nearly dried pools of blood, the faces of the Konoha civilians and those ninjas who had not participated in the attack en route were filled with gravity. Yet, when they turned to look at Shimura Danzō, hoping to glean any further words from him, they were met with the sight of Danzō sitting on the ground, his expression vacant as he murmured to himself, "Impossible, this could not be happening, absolutely not witnessing this scene." Sarutobi Hiruzen and the heads of the various clans in Konoha felt a wave of incredulity wash over them. Who could have anticipated that the man who once wielded immense power over Konoha's root, managing a vast array of ninjas and enterprises, who could stand toe-to-toe with the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and largely disregard the influence of the various clans within Konoha, would now be driven to madness by someone who had only appeared before them a few days ago? Truly, the vicissitudes of life are unpredictable. However, regarding Danzō's ultimate fate, everyone had already resigned themselves to the notion that he was as good as dead. The crux lay in how Senju intended for him to meet his end bang. At a certain moment, before the eyes of the gathered assembly, Danzō suddenly lunged forward, desperate to grasp what had been reduced to mere ruins. Yet, He stumbled and fell to the ground. Even so, he still shouted in fury, his face a mask of unwillingness. My root possesses so many ninjas. How could it simply vanish? Jinjutsu. Yes, this must all be an illusion. Jinjutsu in the next instant. Danzō whipped his head around to face the shadow clones of Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shisui, along with the throng of Uchiha ninjas behind them. His countenance contorted in savage rage. Thud, thud, thud. Before the astonished crowd, Danzō suddenly began to sprint, his face becoming increasingly grotesque. It is you. It is you who have obscured my vision. Return it to me. Return to me my root, my power. In this frantic endeavor, the wounds adorning Danzō's battered body burst open anew, blood gushing forth and staining him crimson. Yet even in this state, Danzō continued to run towards the Uchiha clan. Observing this, Uchiha Shisui's Sharingan began to rotate silently. Jinjutsu. Ugh. Ah. As Danzō surged forward, the path before him began to skew. Ensnared by the illusion cast by Uchiha Shisui. Ultimately, he charged forward to a distance of 10 meters before Uchiha Shisui. The wretched sinner dared to launch a final counterattack. Threatening Lord Senjumoku. Where was the honor of the Uchiha clan? Protect Lord Senjumoku. The members of the Hyuga clan, heed my command. Safeguard Lord Senjumoku. And us. In an instant, one by one, the Leaf Ninjas stepped forward to shield Uchiha Shisui, forming a protective barrier around him. However, just as Shimura Danzō was about to advance and confront the multitude of Leaf Ninjas, a light chuckle suddenly echoed from behind him. Oh dear, Lord Senjumoku. You have finally arrived. I was beginning to worry I might be mistakenly killed by my own. With that, let us allow this rude fellow to lie here for a while. With a splatter of blood, a crimson blossom erupted behind Shimura Danzō. Yet, Orochimaru had no intention of appreciating this scene. He simply kicked Danzō's body toward the Uchiha's guards. What a waste. You can't even keep a single fool in check. Seeing the sudden appearance of Orochimaru, who had just incapacitated Shimura Danzō, Sarutobi Hiruzen and the clan heads of Konoha regarded him with caution. The moment Lord Senjumoku spoke, they would immediately act to subdue him. As for Orochimaru's public disposal of Danzō and his remarks, the majority present dismissed it entirely. After all, Danzō was now in such a state, his roots reduced to ruins, and any evidence proving Orochimaru's identity had vanished. In this situation, no one could discern whether this Orochimaru was friend or foe. While these thoughts occupied their minds, Orochimaru continued to advance, disregarding the vigilant ninjas gripping their weapons. 8 meters, 7 meters, 6 meters, 5 meters. Orochimaru. Moments later, when Orochimaru stood 5 meters before Uchiha Shisui, nearly brushing against a Leaf Ninja's weapon, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke in a grave tone. You are now suspected of colluding with the sinner Shimura Danzō, desecrating the body of the first Hokage and engaging in heinous acts. Surrender at once and cease your futile resistance. Resistance? Why would I resist? Orochimaru replied, a playful glint in his eyes as he regarded Sarutobi Hiruzen, his smile unwavering. Oh, my teacher, are you worried about me? I am truly touched, reminiscent of the time during the 4th Hokage selection. Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen's brow furrowed slightly. Danzō had previously supported Orochimaru, and no one knew if the latter had obtained any leverage from Danzō. Thus, this individual needed to be subdued by his men. Only then would he have the opportunity to erase any such leverage and prevent Senjumoku from using it to extort him. In the next moment, he signaled for the Umbu members beside him to take action. Orochimaru, the tranquility of Konoha must not be jeopardized. The will of fire requires our unwavering commitment. How can someone like you, who fails to comprehend the will of fire and aids in the tyranny, possibly become Hokage? Cease your futile resistance and surrender at once. Hee. As Kakashi, wielding his ninja tools and accompanied by several Umbu members, charged towards him, Orochimaru merely responded with a cold smirk. Before long, Kakashi stood before Orochimaru, brandishing his weapon in an attempt to subdue him alongside the Umbu. Just as he was on the verge of success, several indistinct shadows suddenly materialized before him. Clang, clang, clang. Were those ninjas from the Uchiha clan? Why are you protecting Orochimaru? He is an accomplice of Danzō. In response to Kakashi's inquiry, the Uchiha ninjas blocking his path remained expressionless, wielding their bloodstained swords to force him and the Umbu back. The crimson tomo of their Sharingan flickered in the darkness as one spoke. Lord Senjumoku has issued orders. Orochimaru has been an undercover agent within Root for many years and has made significant contributions. We are here to secretly protect him and escort him back to the village. What? Orochimaru is actually an undercover agent for Lord Senju. Orochimaru is an undercover agent. Orochimaru is an undercover agent. After the Uchiha ninja spoke, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly felt overwhelmed as his mind echoed the 6 words repeatedly. His disciple, one of the legendary 3 of Konoha, is indeed the undercover agent working for this Senju. Moreover, he has been an undercover agent for many years. If that is the case, then all his actions over the years, weakening the power of the various clans and tacitly allowing Danzō to act against the Uchiha, would have been known to Senju. Upon realizing this, although Sarutobi Hiruzen was in a state of inner turmoil, he maintained an air of composure and addressed Kakashi and the others. Since we are all on the same side, Kakashi, please bring everyone back. Yes, third Hokage. Kakashi, upon hearing this, promptly led the Umbu members back to Sarutobi Hiruzen's side, resuming their roles as protectors. Once they returned, Sarutobi Hiruzen's demeanor transformed from stern to one of heartfelt relief, and he spoke with a beaming smile. Orochimaru, you truly are one of Konoha's legendary 3, my most cherished disciple. I never believed you would betray the village. I was just about to bring you back and gather evidence to clear your name. In response to Sarutobi Hiruzen's swift change of attitude, Orochimaru merely chuckled coldly. In the next moment, he produced a large stack of documents from his robes and, adopting a respectful posture, presented them to Uchiha Shisui. Upon seeing this, Uchiha Shisui glanced at his shadow clone and signaled for it to take the documents. Orochimaru, you have worked diligently over the years. You have performed exceptionally well. Indeed, subsequently, you shall entrust all the intelligence and information acquired over these years to Shisui. This child possesses a profound understanding of the will of fire, and I am confident in his ability to manage the intelligence. Pray tell, whom could one trust more with vital information than oneself? Moreover, I have bestowed the authority of the root upon my shadow clone, and Shisui, being a trusted confidant of Hiruzen Sarutobi, further solidifies this arrangement. In the eyes of the prominent clans in Konoha, Hiruzen has become the wielder of both the Umbu and root, inevitably attracting undue complications. Thus, my subsequent endeavors to assume control of the Umbu will be considerably eased. After all, the current route is no mere delicacy but a perilous undertaking. Yes, Lord Senju, replied Orochimaru. Although a hint of surprise flickered across his face, he complied and handed over all the documents to the shadow clone. However, in the next moment, Shisui's shadow clone performed an act that left most observers in disbelief. He declined the vital intelligence offered by Orochimaru. Then, before the watchful eyes of the assembly, Shisui's shadow clone suddenly knelt on one knee. My lord, I am but an ordinary member of the Umbu. Receiving such crucial intelligence makes me apprehensive. What are you afraid of? Afraid of mishandling it? Orochimaru chuckled, shaking his head at Shisui's words. Since Lord Senju has entrusted the root to you, accept it with assurance. His judgment in such matters is always astute. Recall how Lord Senju previously appointed me to Danzō's side. I spent years there and ultimately returned, having fulfilled my mission successfully. As Shisui's shadow clone feigned hesitation, Fujitaka Uchiha and the Uchiha ninjas behind him interjected, urging him, Shisui, this is the Lord's goodwill. You should accept it. Indeed, Shisui, the Lord's trust in you reflects his faith in our Uchiha clan. Do not refuse any longer. Yes, yes. With the situation firmly established, all the major clans within Konoha began to advocate for Shisui's shadow clone's acceptance of the intelligence. Although conceding both the Umbu and root to Hiruzen seemed somewhat advantageous to him, they believed that it would not be long before Hiruzen relinquished control. Even the power of the Umbu would likely follow suit. After all, this sudden emergence of Hashirama Senju's disciple, Senju, is not to be underestimated. Have you not noticed Danzō lying on the ground? Should Hiruzen become too reckless, it would not be long before he met a similar fate. Amidst the fervent encouragement of the crowd, Shisui ultimately accepted all the intelligence and assumed the role of root leader. Very well. I shall temporarily manage the root on behalf of the Lord. If a more suitable candidate is found later, I will return the position to the Lord. Indeed. Upon seeing his shadow clone agree, Uchiha Shisui nodded slightly, and then turned to face Sarutobi Hiruzen and the heads of the various clans in Konoha behind him. Now that the leader of Root had completed his tasks, it was time to elevate another individual into a position of power. However, before that, some preparations were necessary. As everyone knows, our fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, sacrificed his life to seal the Nine Tails, leaving behind only his child with Kushina Izumaki. He is a hero of our village. And we must not forget. Nevertheless, the village cannot operate without a Hokage at the helm. At this point, Senju Yagura deliberately paused, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. In response to his actions, Sarutobi Hiruzen and the clan leaders appeared to listen intently, but in reality, they were indifferent, fully aware that the position of Hokage was irrelevant to them. Yet, the moment Uchiha Shisui spoke, confusion filled the faces of everyone present. I have decided to appoint Orochimaru as the temporary 5th Hokage to manage the affairs of the village and contribute to its peace. What? Upon hearing Uchiha Shisui's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen and the clan heads were utterly bewildered. Wasn't Orochimaru a disciple of Hiruzen? How could he be granted the position of Hokage? This arrangement seemed absurdly improbable. Sarutobi would oversee the Umbu, his trusted Uchiha Shisui would manage Root, and his disciple Orochimaru would take on the role of 5th Hokage. Such a situation was more ludicrous than a pie falling from the sky. It was utterly unreasonable. Did he perhaps possess some benefits that others could not fathom? No. If that were the case, what could his true intentions be? As for Uchiha Shisui's decision, not only were Sarutobi Hiruzen and his companions shocked, but even Orochimaru himself wore a puzzled expression. Had he not come merely to go through the motions and return to his research with Senju Yagura's cells and blood? How had this mere formality transformed into an appointment as the temporary 5th Hokage? Nevertheless, Uchiha Shisui had already anticipated the confusion of those present and chose not to enlighten them. Instead, he turned to Uchiha Fugaku. Fugaku, please send a few Uchiha ninjas to assist Shisui in escorting Danzō back to Root for interrogation. As for the new Root, in the next moment, Uchiha Shisui formed a hand sign and slammed both hands onto the ground. Coming right up, would release the technique of the linked pillars. Boom. With a tremendous sound echoing through the ruins of Root, the earth trembled violently. One by one, brand new structures began to rise from the ground, including protective walls and barriers. This scene prompted gasps of astonishment from all the ninjas and civilians present. Indeed, it is truly worthy of the legacy inherited from the first Hokages would release such formidable ninjutsu. I must admit, I did not foresee the extent of its capabilities. Undoubtedly, had Lord Senju Yagura not just emerged from a recent battle, his current state would be far from optimal compared to his peak. I would have even considered requesting his assistance in reconstructing our family's yet-to-be rebuilt establishment. I feel the same. However, just as the crowd marveled at Uchiha Shisui's remarkable wood release, Shisui's voice suddenly resonated through the dust-laden roots. The subsequent cleanup efforts will be undertaken by you all in collaboration with Orochimaru, Shisui, and Hisashi. I shall escort the villagers back to the village alongside the Uchiha ninjas while simultaneously restoring the various family residences that remain in disrepair. Whoosh. As Shisui's words echoed, the surrounding dust completely settled, and his figure vanished without a trace. Behind him, Uchiha ninjas were already leading the civilians back to the village. Wait. Upon hearing Shisui's statement, Sarutobi Hisashi seemed to have an epiphany, his demeanor shifting to one of urgency. As his gaze flicked about, he began to search for any remnants left behind. Hisashi was eager to inquire why the roots had been entrusted to Uchiha Shisui. Did he not fear being overshadowed by his command over the Umbu and the roots? Such confidence. Moreover, did he not harbor concerns about Orochimaru's potential betrayal as the 5th Hokage? After all, this disciple was notoriously difficult to control. What intricate web of interest had he overlooked? Hisashi pondered, still in the dark about the underlying dynamics. Regrettably, Uchiha Shisui's true self would not afford him the opportunity to inquire. Leveraging the commotion caused by the wood release technique, he had already made his departure. Henceforth, all he needed to do was feign injury as an excuse while discreetly manipulating events from the shadows. Utilizing Uchiha Shisui's identity to observe the movements of the prominent clans through Orochimaru's keen eyes, he was more than willing to collaborate with those who could be allied. As for those who sought to thwart his grasp on the entirety of Konoha's power, Shimura Danzō would ultimately meet his downfall. As Uchiha Shisui departed, Orochimaru, who had just appointed him as the 5th Hokage, found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Yagura truly left just like that. Was he serious? Though he had indeed participated in the Hokage election, it had been at Danzō's insistence, merely to gauge his mentor's disposition towards him. However, having gleaned the insights he sought, pursuing the Hokage position now seemed less meaningful than delving into research. Just as Orochimaru prepared to take his leave, Shisui's shadow clone presented him with a scroll. "This is from the Lord," it stated. Orochimaru instinctively reached out to accept it. However, when he unfurled the scroll and beheld the 7 prominent characters inscribed upon it, the enigmatic Orochimaru, with his back turned to the crowd, revealed a subtle smile. Sacrifice and gain, the will of fire. Sacrifice and gain. Is this truly your will of fire? Night Lord? You bear little resemblance to the esteemed disciple of the first Hokage. Rather, you resemble a cunning old fox. Nevertheless, your true identity matters not. What is essential is your willingness to provide me with what I desire. Within the scroll lay the details of the mission that Uchiha Shisui was tasked with, along with the corresponding rewards upon completion. Mission: temporarily halt the experiments, assume the role of Hokage for a time, and act as an inconspicuous informant to grant Sarutobi Hiruzen the utmost convenience. Any significant intelligence should be relayed directly to the previous laboratory prior to the route. Reward: material supply, double. Double materials. It was precisely this enticing reward that caused Orochimaru to pause. He chuckled, if this is indeed your will of fire, Night Lord, then what harm is there in testing the position of Hokage? However, seemingly struck by a thought, Orochimaru cast a glance at the Uchiha Shisui shadow clone beside him, a hint of envy flickering in his eyes. It was perplexing why he placed such unwavering trust in you. Nonetheless, as he dictates, so shall I comply. In response to Orochimaru's remarks, Uchiha Shisui's shadow clone remained silent, quietly observing his subsequent actions. In the next moment, under the watchful eyes of all present, Orochimaru turned to face Sarutobi Hiruzen and the clan leaders, offering a faint smile. In the days to come, I kindly request the guidance of my esteemed teacher and all the clan heads. Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, the clan leaders, who had previously marveled at Uchiha Shisui's recent display of wood release, suddenly recognized the distinction of his current status. Indeed, the Orochimaru of today was no longer merely the one who failed in his bid for Hokage. He had become the designated 5th Hokage of Konoha. With this realization, the clan heads, led by Hyuga Hizashi of the Hyuga clan, began to curry favor with Orochimaru. You are too modest, Lord Orochimaru. Ha. With the support of Lord Senju, you are destined to become the 5th Hokage of the village. Hizashi, should you not address him as Lord 5th Hokage from now on? Indeed, we shall look to you for guidance in the future, Lord 5th Hokage. In contrast to the overt flattery of the clan leaders, Sarutobi Hiruzen merely nodded in acknowledgement, offering a token smile before lapsing into silence. It was evident that he was still contemplating the implications behind Uchiha Shisui's decision to decentralize power. Meanwhile, as Orochimaru engaged in polite conversation with the clan leaders, Uchiha Shisui's shadow clone discreetly handed a scroll to Uchiha Fugaku, who had remained silent throughout. Observing this, Uchiha Fugaku feigned curiosity as he unfolded the scroll to read its contents. In the next moment, he deliberately paused before calmly speaking. Now that the 5th Hokage has assumed office, the Uchiha clan shall present a token of goodwill for the peace of the village. Hearing this statement from Uchiha Fugaku, everyone turned to him in unison. The Uchiha clan is willing to cede half of the powers of the security department and all non-Uchiha personnel to the root, which is currently short-staffed, in order to facilitate its cooperation with the Hokage in managing the aftermath of the Ninetales incident and the village's reconstruction. What? At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen and the heads of various clans were struck dumb, their expressions filled with astonishment as they gazed at him incredulously. Was Uchiha Fugaku truly out of his mind? Just moments ago, the heads of the various clans who were congratulating Orochimaru and Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had yet to comprehend Uchiha Shisui's previous decision, were now rendered speechless by the shocking revelation. What on earth was happening today? Why were such extraordinary occurrences unfolding one after another? First, Senju Tobarama appointed individuals associated with Sarutobi Hiruzen to key positions, and now, the Uchiha clan's leader, Uchiha Fugaku, was willingly relinquishing the long-held authority of the security department. Neither of these events was in any way normal. In response to their astonishment, Uchiha Fugaku calmly elaborated, since the Ninetales incident, our clan has lost over 30% of our members, with 50 to 60% sustaining varying degrees of injuries. Given the current circumstances, it is increasingly untenable for us to maintain our previous security duties. Even if we were to cling to the power of the security department, it would be fruitless, only exhausting our clan further and worsening our situation. Upon hearing his words, the crowd began to emerge from their confusion. Indeed, the Uchiha clan had already suffered around 20% casualties in the Ninetales incident, compounded by the losses incurred during the recent skirmish involving Shimura Danzō's confidants. It could be said that nearly all Uchiha ninjas were now injured. The defense of the surrounding areas of Konoha would indeed be difficult to sustain alone. Should they continue to stubbornly hold their ground, they would likely face a rapid decline in their fortunes if another enemy were to attack. Compromising and relinquishing a portion of their power was, therefore, the most prudent choice. However, if the Uchiha clan were to cede half of their authority and the non-Uchiha ninjas in the security department, they would likely lose their claim to being Konoha's foremost clan. The title of the leading clan would then be seized by the Hyuga clan. This long-standing threat that loomed over everyone's minds had finally diminished to a level that was acceptable to all. Moreover, should the Uchiha clan relinquish half of the security department's power, the beleaguered root would undoubtedly begin to expand its personnel to some extent. In this way, wouldn't each prominent family be able to send their own members into the fray, thereby amplifying their influence in the decision-making processes of Konoha? In essence, the choice made by Uchiha Fugaku at this moment is indeed a fortuitous development for all the distinguished clans. After a brief pause, the heads of the various clans turned their attention toward Uchiha Fugaku, offering him words of consolation, as if fearful of any change in his resolve. Do not be too sorrowful, clan leader Fugaku. Those Uchiha members who have met their demise are heroes of Konoha. Though they have sacrificed their lives, they will forever reside in the hearts of us all. Indeed, clan leader Fugaku, I am aware that your clan still has many injured members, and that medical supplies may be severely lacking. Upon returning today, I shall immediately send assistance your way. We, too, share this responsibility. The heroes of the Uchiha have bled and sacrificed for our village, and caring for the injured is our duty. Absolutely, absolutely. However, the response of the clan leaders did not seem to capture the attention of Sarutobi Hiruzen in the slightest. His gaze was ensnared by the third scroll being unfurled by Uchiha Shisui. Every bewildering decision made thus far appeared to be intricately linked to the contents of the scrolls in Shisui's possession. Clearly, once today's events conclude, he must seek an opportunity to consult with Shisui. If possible, he must secure the entirety of the scroll's contents. Lord Senju had left a decree regarding the scrolls. Should the Uchiha clan voluntarily relinquish their authority over the security department, they would be eligible for the following rewards, regardless of the extent of power surrendered. Indeed, it was as such. Upon hearing Shisui's words, a glimmer of concealed brilliance flickered in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes. It seemed that the scrolls in Shisui's hand contained the decisions and actions following Senju's directives. If he could acquire this knowledge, he would gain foresight into the adversary's forthcoming moves. In summary, he must obtain the remaining scrolls. As for Sarutobi Hiruzen's current demeanor, while Uchiha Shisui's shadow clone observed him, he remained calm and continued to recite the contents of the scroll in hand. In light of the Uchiha clan's valorous efforts during the Ninetales incident, their unyielding spirit and commitment to the will of fire of Konoha, we shall bestow upon them the closest plot of land to the hospital in the newly established residential area, ensuring the best possible care for the injured. Initially, the leaders of the prominent families harbored some resistance to Lord Senju's decision. After all, the Uchiha clan had persistently sought various means to re-enter the core areas of Konoha, vying for high-level authority within the village. Their avaricious ambitions necessitated vigilance. However, now, the Uchiha's entry into Konoha's core was not motivated by a quest for power, but rather to secure better treatment for the wounded. This reality rendered it difficult for them to oppose the matter, especially considering that the Uchiha had, in a roundabout way, offered them half of the security department's quota prior to their entry into Konoha's core. However, in contrast to the indifference of other clan leaders, Sarutobi Hiruzen sensed something amiss. Yet, he couldn't pinpoint exactly what was wrong in such a short time. Never mind. After all, most of the Uchiha clan's ninjas were injured, posing little threat. The key concerns were the attitude of Senju and Uchiha Fugaku, who possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan. As long as these two were closely monitored, Konoha would remain firmly in his grasp. Subsequently, Orochimaru engaged in further discussions with Sarutobi Hiruzen and others as they walked back to Konoha. Only Uchiha Shisui's shadow clone remained at the root headquarters, ostensibly to handle documents. Hehehe, Sarutobi Hiruzen. You could never have imagined that the half of the police force's authority you stripped from the Uchiha has ultimately returned to my hands. Now, Uchiha Shisui controlled all the Uchiha clan's power within Konoha, the entirety of the police force's authority, the complete dominion over the root, and even the Hokage himself. Thus, no matter how much police authority he delegated to the root, it would still remain under his control. Moreover, This maneuver had even granted the Uchiha clan the privilege of returning to Konoha's central district free of charge. In short, all he needed now was to gradually seize the ANBU's authority, and the entirety of Konoha's power would be his alone. As for the clan leaders of Konoha, a bunch of opportunists. As long as he ensured their clan's survival, safeguarded their interests, and occasionally tossed them a few crumbs of power, there would naturally be no issues. The ANBU's authority would soon fall into his hands as well. Let us wait and see, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Several days later, through the collective efforts of Konoha's inhabitants, the village had finally regained its former appearance. Thanks to Uchiha Shisui's wood release, multi-storied building technique, the shops were swiftly restored. Combined with the temporary operational concessions provided by various clans, the village's commerce quickly returned to normal. The streets bustled with activity, bearing no traces of the recent battle. Yet, within the highest-level conference room of the Hokage Tower, the atmosphere was grave. Due to the need to reselect the Hokage successor, nearly all of Konoha's high-ranking officials had gathered here today. The leaders of the Uchiha, Hige, Aburame, and Akimichi clans, among others, were present to cast their votes. There were two candidates for the fifth Hokage, one of the legendary Sannin, the third Hokage's disciple, Orochimaru, and Konoha's former top clan Shunshin no Shisui, Uchiha Shisui. Although Orochimaru was already the de facto fifth Hokage due to Senju's influence, the formalities still had to be observed. Shortly after, the voting concluded. Orochimaru secured nearly two-thirds of the votes, officially becoming Konoha's fifth Hokage. However, although Uchiha Shisui faced defeat, it is evident to any discerning observer that, following the Nine-Tails incident and the subsequent relinquishing of power, the rift between the Uchiha clan and the other prominent families and civilians of Konoha is gradually dissipating. In this recent Hokage election, Uchiha Shisui indeed did not succeed. Yet, no one can predict whether the Uchiha clan will triumph in the next election. Now, I hereby announce that the individual who has ultimately ascended as the fifth Hokage of our village is none other than Lord Orochimaru. Fifth Hokage. Fifth Hokage. As he gazed upon the fervent assembly of Konoha's esteemed families, Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself devoid of joy. Had Uchiha Shisui emerged victorious, he could have utilized his influence and the powers of the Umbu to reclaim control over Konoha. Furthermore, with Uchiha Shisui's youth, he could have been easily manipulated until his complete retirement. Thus, prior to the election, he endeavored to garner support for Uchiha Shisui. Regrettably, his efforts proved futile. Though the barriers between the Uchiha clan and the other families are diminishing, there still exists a lingering apprehension towards them, rendering it improbable for one of their kin to become the fifth Hokage. As for Orochimaru, despite being his disciple, with commendable strength, achievements, and contributions to Konoha, he remains a challenge to control. For instance, had it not been for Danzō's reckless actions, he might have remained oblivious to Orochimaru's true intentions. Who could have anticipated that Orochimaru had been a covert operative beside Danzō for several years, dispatched by Senju Yagura? Nevertheless, even amidst these revelations, the next moment saw Sarutobi Hiruzen ascend the stage to conduct the handover of Hokage duties. However, as all present anticipated his forthcoming congratulatory speech, his expression suddenly shifted to one of solemnity. First and foremost, I extend my heartfelt congratulations to my most esteemed disciple, Orochimaru, on his honorable ascension as the fifth Hokage of Konoha today. This recognition is a testament to his years of dedication and contributions to our village, as well as an acknowledgement of his formidable prowess. Hearing this, the onlookers, who were predominantly supporters of Orochimaru among Konoha's elite families, nodded in agreement, some even bearing smiles. Yet, soon enough, their expressions began to freeze. However, I believe it is essential for everyone to understand that the position of Hokage is of paramount importance to Konoha. Every word spoken and every decision made will have profound implications for the village. Unlike a battlefield where personal misjudgments may only lead to one's demise, the decisions made by the Hokage will shape the destinies of all within Konoha. At this juncture, Sarutobi Hiruzen disregarded the increasingly uneasy expressions of the clan leaders below and continued to speak. As the teacher of the fifth Hokage, Orochimaru, and having once held the esteemed position of the third Hokage, I shall personally assist him, fulfilling the responsibilities of a mentor. When he truly matures, I shall retire. The words of Sarutobi Hiruzen resonated like thunder, reverberating throughout the area. Those from prominent clans present exchanged uneasy glances laden with discontent as they regarded Sarutobi Hiruzen. They had invested substantial resources to promote Orochimaru, offering numerous benefits in hopes of securing his favor. Now, With Sarutobi Hiruzen's intervention, their efforts seemed utterly in vain. Though their dissatisfaction simmered beneath the surface, they refrained from expressing it openly, mindful of Hiruzen's stature as the third Hokage. Meanwhile, the other influential clans of Konoha, particularly the esteemed Hyuga and Uchiha clans, chose to observe the unfolding drama. They noted that the newly appointed fifth Hokage had yet to voice his thoughts. Thus, there was no need for haste on their part. As the atmosphere in the conference room grew increasingly peculiar, many speculated that Orochimaru might acquiesce to Hiruzen's guidance, similar to the deference shown to the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. At that moment, Uchiha Shisui, who had intended to check on the training progress of his younger brother, Uchiha Itachi, found his steps abruptly halted. A notification chimed. A new sign-in location had been refreshed, the podium of the conference room on the highest floor of the Hokage building, with a time limit of 1 minute. After several days of waiting, a new sign-in opportunity had finally arrived. 1 minute? Quite a rush. It seemed the body flicker technique would be necessary. With that thought, Uchiha Shisui vanished from sight, only to reappear at the entrance of the Hokage building's highest conference room. Upon his sudden arrival, the Uchiha ninjas and root members, who had just emerged to seek him out, hurriedly relayed the events transpiring within. "I understand," he replied. And without further hesitation, Uchiha Shisui delivered a powerful kick to the conference room's door, unleashing a terrifying surge of wood-release chakra. With a resounding crash, the door exploded inward. He had already gleaned the unfolding events through information relayed by his shadow clone, so he had no intention of being courteous to Sarutobi Hiruzen. In full view of the assembly, Uchiha Shisui entered the room, embodying the persona of Senjumoku, accompanied by Uchiha clan ninjas and root members. His chilling voice echoed throughout the hall. "Assist? Sarutobi Hiruzen, are you questioning my judgment?" At that moment, an overwhelming aura of chakra enveloped the room, compelling the attention of every individual present. Nevertheless, not a single soul in the room dared to utter a word to Uchiha Shisui at that moment. The conference room was engulfed in an oppressive silence, so profound that one could hear a pin drop. After all, the individual before them was none other than Lord Senju, a disciple of the first Hokage, capable of subduing the Nine Tails with mere personal might. Given the current volatile disposition of the other party, speaking up now would surely invite trouble for oneself and one's clan. No one wished to find themselves in the unfortunate position of being the second Shimura Danzō to be utterly discarded. Amidst the collective gaze of the assembly, Uchiha Shisui advanced step by step toward the podium. The sound of his footsteps echoed, tap, tap, tap. Every leaf ninja encountered along the way, whether a clan leader or a Nin, dutifully stepped aside with forced smiles. This was particularly true for those clan heads who had believed that their gifts to Orochimaru would yield benefits, only to see those prospects dashed by Sarutobi Hiruzen's intervention. Their faces now wore smiles of feigned friendliness as they retreated, beckoning their subordinates to clear the path for Uchiha Shisui and his entourage. The prominent clans, such as the Hyuga and Uchiha, may not have been overly concerned with whether Sarutobi Hiruzen would interfere in the authority of the fifth Hokage, Orochimaru. However, the smaller clans certainly were. "Sarutobi Hiruzen, if you intend to sever our financial lifeline, it appears you have finally met your match. It would be best if you ended up like Shimura Danzō, as that would grant us greater opportunities to share in the power." As these thoughts swirled in their minds, Uchiha Shisui finally reached the podium. However, just as he prepared to step onto it, the figures seated in the front row, namely Haru and Mito Gate, simultaneously interjected. "Senju, we respect your collaboration with the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, in sealing the Nine Tails during the incident. However, do not forget that you are merely an ordinary ninja, without any credentials to prove your allegiance to Konohagakure." A collective gasp resonated from the gathered clans at the audacity of Haru and Mito Gate to address Lord Senju in such a manner. However, it didn't take long for them to realize aspects they had previously overlooked. Wait, something seems amiss. The instances where Lord Senju had intervened in the past were primarily in informal settings or against those who had committed heinous acts. The Root, after all, was an organization that Lord Senju had quietly dismantled. Shimura Danzō was targeted due to his undeniable transgressions. In short, Lord Senju's formidable methods were not something to be employed lightly. With this realization, the leaders of the prominent clans turned their gaze towards Sarutobi Hiruzen, who remained impassive upon the stage. Indeed, experience often outshines youth. Sarutobi Hiruzen, that old fellow, surely anticipated that Lord Senju would refrain from taking action against him in public. As the expressions of those present fluctuated between light and shadow, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly intervened from the podium. Elders, your assertion seems somewhat misplaced. Although Senju is not a ninja of our hidden leaf, he has undeniably contributed to our village's survival during this crisis. Therefore, I believe that after some time has passed, we should grant him the opportunity to become a citizen of the hidden leaf. Of course, the review process must adhere to established protocols. At this juncture, Sarutobi Hiruzen offered a slight nod to Uchiha Shisui, feigning an apology. Senju, I sincerely apologize. This has been the practice since the village's inception, and I am merely following the rules. The review will indeed proceed according to protocol, yet the duration of this process is determined by the Elder Council. Thus, Sarutobi Hiruzen aimed to collaborate with the Elder Council to temper the meteoric rise of Senju within the hidden leaf. He asserted that Senju had merely assisted in the sealing of the Nine Tails alongside Namake's Minato, rather than single-handedly subduing it. He claimed that Senju possessed no evidence to substantiate his identity as a citizen of the hidden leaf, and that his role during this crisis was merely supportive. All of this was orchestrated to diminish Senju's acclaim in the Nine Tails incident while simultaneously constraining his agency. As for why Sarutobi Hiruzen had suddenly adopted such a firm stance, it was naturally because he had secretly conferred with his trusted ally, Uchiha Shisui. Amid the reconstruction of the Hidden Leaf's order, after a thorough enlightenment from the Will of Fire, Sarutobi Hiruzen had finally grasped the entirety of the scroll's contents. Oh, Senju, while others may remain oblivious to your forthcoming actions, I am acutely aware. Your imminent focus will be on the reconstruction of the Hidden Leaf, followed by your deployment to the borders to safeguard the Land of Fire. You are not preoccupied with the village's power, rather, you seek to fulfill your promise to your mentor and maintain peace in the Land of Fire. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt an increasing sense of triumph, though he maintained an appearance of amiability. He was unperturbed by the possibility of Senju suddenly turning against him. For the scroll left by Yoru's confidant, Uchiha Shisui, indicated that there was no incriminating evidence against him, only that which implicated Shimura Danzō and the other elders. In essence, should unforeseen circumstances arise, he could easily deflect blame onto Uzumaki Kushina and Mito Gate-in, maintaining his strategic position. Meanwhile, as Sarutobi Hiruzen mulled over these thoughts, Uchiha Shisui, who had remained silent beneath the podium, vanished in an instant. When he reappeared, he stood atop the conference room podium. Hiruzen, your dialogue with the elders is indeed quite cogent. He had barely released his words when Sarutobi Hiruzen, that old fox, had already felt compelled to act. Upon reflection, it is evident that Sarutobi Hiruzen possesses an unwavering obsession with the position of Hokage. Having served as the third Hokage and assisted the fourth for an extensive period, it is likely that had he not met an untimely demise, he would have continued to aid the fifth, sixth, and seventh Hokages. In essence, both Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzō belong to a similar ilk, individuals profoundly infatuated with power. Uchiha Shisui does not harbor disdain for such people. Rather, he finds them manageable, for their obsession renders them predictable. However, allow me to share my perspective. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the sign-in. The sign-in location is the podium in the conference room on the highest floor of the Hokage building. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving the sign-in reward, the forbidden technique, Edo Tensei. In response to Uchiha Shisui's unexpected ascent to the stage, Sarutobi Hiruzen became flustered, momentarily at a loss for words. The hand seals he had prepared beneath his sleeves were nearly unleashed. Such terrifying speed. Could this be the prowess of the disciple of the first Hokage, capable of subduing the Nine Tails single-handedly? Regardless of how many times he demonstrates his power, it remains formidable. Regrettably, the current Leaf Village is not the same as it was during its inception. Strength alone does not guarantee success. Gaining the people's trust and adhering to the established rules is the rightful path. Did he not observe that after delivering his speech, the immensely powerful Senju ultimately chose to compromise? Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen assumed that Senju was preparing to acquiesce following his remarks, Uchiha Shisui began to leisurely form hand seals while calmly stating, Hiruzen, your words to the elders were indeed insightful. I have only contributed a mere fraction to the Nine Tails incident. Furthermore, I am not a formal leaf ninja and should not linger here for long. The previously intimidating and imposing Senju had suddenly adopted a conciliatory demeanor, leaving Sarutobi Hiruzen momentarily disoriented, even causing beads of sweat to form on his back. Something felt amiss. No, Senju, that was not our intention. You need not feel compelled to, he stammered. Not only Hiruzen, but also the recently reprimanding Tien Komatsu and Mito Kazan were equally perplexed. According to their plan, there should have been some back-and-forth confrontation, perhaps even a skirmish. Yet, the reality was that the opposing party had capitulated outright. This unexpected turn of events rendered all the meticulous planning and discussions of the past few days utterly futile. The members of various prominent families in the Leaf Village shared the same bewilderment, as Senjumoku's temperament today contrasted sharply with his prior disposition. While Sarutobi Hiruzen and his companions grappled with their confusion, Hyuga Hayashi, the head of the Hyuga clan, and Uchiha Fugaku, the leader of the Uchiha clan, exchanged glances. The two individuals, utilizing the advantage of their ocular techniques, promptly discerned the truth. They recognized that the hand seals being formed by Uchiha Shisui were intended for a particular jutsu, the forbidden technique, Edo Tensei. Just as the onlookers were taken aback and Sarutobi Hiruzen prepared to diffuse the situation with kind words, Uchiha Shisui interrupted him. Hiruzen, I am aware of your unwavering dedication to Konoha, and I do not harbor any resentment towards you or the elders. However, to abandon the village at a time when Konoha is in disarray and retreat into seclusion weighs heavily on my conscience, as it feels like a betrayal of the promise I made alongside my mentor. Therefore, at this juncture, several members of the Root organization brought forth the imprisoned Shimura Danzō, gagged to prevent any disruptive outbursts that could thwart Shisui's plan. They also placed an already open document on the podium, clearly indicating that Shisui had meticulously prepared these materials in advance. I believe I can act as a disobedient disciple and utilize Edo Tensei to summon my mentor from the Pure Land for a brief period, allowing him to take charge. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen, having quickly perused the document, finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Without a moment's hesitation, he seized Shisui's arm, leaning in to offer a feigned smile, attempting to interrupt his hand seals. The document detailed the myriad transgressions committed over the years, each revelation sending shivers down his spine. Individually, these missteps might seem trivial, yet when compounded, they rendered even him incapable of defending himself before the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. At that moment, he realized he might lose control of the Umbu and be mired in infamy, a conclusion he could not accept. Cough, cough, Senjumoku. You must understand that this is not my true intention. I am merely putting on a fade. Your contributions to the village are evident. You are a hero of Konoha, having fulfilled your promise to the first Hokage by safeguarding the village. Therefore, I believe there is no necessity for you to summon the first Hokage back from the Pure Land. In response, Uchiha Shisui continued to form his seals, exhibiting no signs of halting. Witnessing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his gaze downward at the oblivious Shimura Danzō. Moreover, how could Danzō, a sinner, be deemed worthy to serve as a sacrificial vessel for the return of the first Hokage? And as for the Edo Tensei, it would be prudent to refrain from employing such a forbidden technique. Ah, your words carry a semblance of reason. Upon hearing Hiruzen's remarks, Uchiha Shisui abruptly ceased his hand seals. Yet, before Hiruzen could feel a sense of relief, Shisui's next statement sent chills down the spines of those who had previously thought him amenable. In light of this, let us not allow the sinner Shimura Danzō to serve as a sacrifice. Surely one of the clan leaders present would suffice. Upon hearing Uchiha Shisui's words, a cold sweat broke out among the majority of clan leaders in attendance. Sacrificing them? What a jest. Soon, several clan leaders shifted the blame towards Tkk Rin and Mito Gate, for they had not provoked the others. Cough, cough, Lord Senjumoku. We are merely humble clan leaders. How could we possibly deserve the honor of having the first Hokage deign to involve himself with us? Indeed, how could we be worthy? Among those present, only the two elders from the council and the third Hokage are fit for such a role. This reasoning seemed quite sound. Upon hearing the words of the Konoha clan leaders, Tkk Rin and Mito Gate became incensed, ready to reprimand them. You people. However, before they could voice their indignation, Uchiha Shisui's gaze shifted towards the two elders. Why the agitation? I believe the statements made by the clan leaders are quite valid. The most esteemed individuals in Konoha are indeed you two, and Lord Hiruzen. It is only fitting that you serve as the sacrifice. Upon realizing that Uchiha Shisui had turned his focus upon them, Tkk Rin and Mito Gate's expressions soured significantly, and they turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen for assistance. Yet, Sarutobi Hiruzen averted his gaze, clearly unwilling to speak amidst their heightened tensions. Indeed, the atmosphere was charged. Although Senjumoku spoke in a calm tone, it was evident to any observant individual just how furious he truly was. After all, the prospect of being offered as sacrifices could not fail to ignite such anger. Observing Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had previously assured them of the success of their endeavor, now seemingly abandoning them, Tkk Rin and Mito Gate were filled with a mixture of rage and helplessness. They dared not unleash their fury directly, for the figure before them had just resumed forming hand seals, clearly unwilling to relinquish his intent to employ the impure world reincarnation technique. At this juncture, the priority was to halt his actions. However, disregarding the formidable strength of Senju, the presence of the root members and Uchiha ninjas made it impossible for them to subdue him swiftly. The situation had grown quite dire. Noticing Hiruzen's demeanor, it appeared he was reluctant to hasten to the afterlife to converse with the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and his wife. In that case, it seemed the two of them would have to confer among themselves. Tkk Rin and Mito Gate exchanged glances before letting out a resigned sigh. There was no alternative. They would have to compromise for the time being. After witnessing the formidable methods employed by Senju against Shimura Danzō, both of them felt a sense of trepidation when faced with further confrontation. They dared not wager their lives against him. Senju, we acknowledge that our previous remarks were somewhat excessive, but our intentions were solely for the stability of Konoha. We are here to apologize. As for your status, once this matter concludes, we will promptly arrange for you to receive the title of Konoha Jonin, without any need for scrutiny or mandatory assignments. How does this arrangement sound? Upon hearing the words of T-Runkash and Midogate Kinzuya, Sarutobi Hizashi observed Uchiha Shisui pause in silence, mistakenly believing he was contemplating the offer. Seizing the moment, he interjected, "Ahem, Senju, there is truly no need for such drastic measures. Let us allow this incident to pass. Everyone is watching, and prolonging this will benefit no one. After all, one of our own, Shimura Danzō, has already fallen. If T-Runkash and Midogate Kinzuya were to meet a similar fate, we would lack the strength to contend with Senju, and our ability to restrain the Uchiha and Hyuga clans, among other prominent families, would be severely compromised. In such a scenario, it would not take long for our interests to be gravely threatened. In essence, while T-Runkash and Midogate Kinzuya could offend Senju and face a reduction in power or influence, they absolutely could not perish. However, just as Sarutobi Hizashi anticipated an acquiescence, Uchiha Shisui unexpectedly uttered a calm statement, one that only the two of them could hear. Allow me to become an elder of the council, without the need for any power. A mere title will suffice. Elder of the council? That is out of the question. Upon hearing Uchiha Shisui's proposal, Sarutobi Hizashi immediately shook his head in refusal. What a ridiculous notion. To grant him a position as an elder of the council without any power? The title of elder itself is a symbol of authority. If I were to acquiesce today and allow Senju to become an elder, it would bind our faction in countless ways in the future. Furthermore, Senju could shift from covertly directing his loyal Konoha shinobi to openly rallying supporters. In short, this condition cannot be accepted. Yet, just as Sarutobi Hizashi voiced his rejection, Uchiha Shisui's eyes subtly shifted. In the next moment, his shadow clone hastily commanded several root members and Uchiha shinobi to approach T-Runkash and Midogate Kinzuya. If there's no desire to negotiate, then so be it. Let the teacher handle this mess. As Uchiha Shisui uttered these words, the speed of his hand seals accelerated dramatically. In the blink of an eye, he had completed 1/3 of the hand signs. Witnessing this, Sarutobi Hizashi felt a surge of panic, for it appeared that Uchiha Shisui was not jesting. Not only did they encircle no Komatsu and missing-nin, but their hand-sealing speed also accelerated. Most importantly, none of the clan leaders from Konoha present intervened in the actions of the root members and Uchiha ninjas. In fact, they even subdued those who instinctively sought to act with mere glances. What are you all planning? Let me remind you that we are elders of the Konoha Council. You have no authority to act against us. Guards, quickly, restrain them. However, although no Komatsu and missing-nin were the first to call for action, the ninjas surrounding them were utterly incapable of halting the root and Uchiha clan members. It was laughable. According to an anonymous informant, Konoha elders no Komatsu and missing-nin were suspected of colluding with Shimura Danzō to undermine Konoha from within. Now, they were here to arrest them. Uchiha Shisui's shadow clone solemnly announced the contents of the scroll and then forcefully gestured towards the ninjas before him. Upon witnessing this scene, no Komatsu and missing-nin grew anxious. Sarutobi Hiruzen was equally alarmed. He had never anticipated that his trusted subordinate, Uchiha Shisui, would take such action. However, upon reflection, He realized that he had only assigned Shisui to maintain order in the meeting room and ensure his safety. He had not prohibited him from undertaking other tasks. Moreover, Uchiha Shisui was heavily influenced by the will of fire, making him quite easy to control. Yet, in many matters, he was rather single-minded, unlike Kakashi, who possessed a broader perspective. Had he known, he would have entrusted Kakashi with maintaining order and safeguarding his security. This was indeed a grave oversight. While the trio of Sarutobi Hiruzen was in a state of panic, the clan leaders present remained remarkably composed. Furthermore, Uchiha Shisui himself completed the final 3 hand seals for the Impure World reincarnation technique. With each movement of his fingers, Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart raced violently, and cold sweat trickled down his back. Third to last. Thump, thump. Second to last. Thump, thump. The last. I promised to allow you to become an elder of the council. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed helplessly, his expression turning despondent. He had never expected that after so much effort over the past few days, the outcome would result in this. They had failed to reclaim any power while the Sannin Orochimaru was still establishing himself as the 5th Hokage. Instead, they had found themselves in a position equal to that of Shimura Danzō back in the day, which weighed heavily on his heart. Regrettably, Uchiha Shisui showed no trace of sympathy for Sarutobi Hiruzen's current predicament. In the next moment, before the eyes of all, he directly tossed a scroll to his shadow clone. Shisui, Tino Kamatsu, and Missing-nin are esteemed elders of Konoha. How can you act with such disrespect? This serves as evidence. In the future, do refrain from such impulsive actions. As the inheritor of the will of fire, you must learn to exhibit composure. Yes, my lord. In response to Uchiha Shisui's earnest words, his shadow clone replied with utmost seriousness. It is now appropriate to address him as elder. Yes, elder. Witnessing this scene, T-Rune Kamatsu, Mito Bontan, and Sarutobi Hiyori felt an overwhelming urge to curse, their expressions darkening significantly. Indeed, the report originated from Senju. They had all been ensnared in the opponent's machinations. Outside the hospital building in Konoha, a flurry of activity ensued. Careful, careful. Where are the casualties to be sent? That is the exclusive passage for the Uchiha clan. Rest assured, we shall take charge of them. They are the heroes of the village, and we will ensure their care. Following Orochimaru's successful appointment as the 5th Hokage, a steady stream of injured Uchiha began to be admitted to the hospital for the finest treatment. Orochimaru, astute as ever, discerned that his Night Lord shared the same trust in the Uchiha clan as the 1st Hokage, Hashirama Senju. Thus, he understood precisely how to proceed, especially under the impetus of double research materials. With fervor, he tackled the affairs and documents of Konoha. Meanwhile, the medical standards at the Konoha hospital were not at their peak, largely due to Tsunade's absence. Nevertheless, it was far superior to remaining at the Uchiha compound, where only rudimentary bandaging could be administered. As one Uchiha ninja after another was ushered into the hospital, Uchiha Shisui, tasked by Sarutobi Hiruzen to maintain order, leaned leisurely against a tree, observing. Since the last incident of confusion, Hiruzen had entrusted all personal tasks to Kakashi, aside from missions and patrols. Shisui remained unperturbed, as this arrangement afforded him a rare opportunity to observe everyone discreetly. For the time being, no reckless individuals would dare disrupt the peace in Konoha, especially considering the fate that befell Danzō and the events that transpired in the conference room, which were still fresh in everyone's memory. With the influx of Uchiha casualties into the hospital, the number of ninjas available for combat from the Uchiha clan was alarmingly scarce, leaving their defensive capabilities riddled with vulnerabilities. This reality was not lost on Shisui, nor on Hiruzen, and the other prominent clans of Konoha. Yet, despite their awareness, none dared to act at this juncture. For they knew there were 2 formidable figures supporting the Uchiha. The disciple of the 1st Hokage, the Elder Council leader, Senju, and the Uchiha clan leader, the wielder of the Manjiki Sharingan, Uchiha Fugaku. Now, all I need to do is patiently await the next move from that old fox, Hiruzen. If my intuition serves me right, he will soon summon that individual back. Hiruzen, you believe you have found a powerful ally. Yet you remain oblivious to the fact that it is merely another instance of being handed a gift. The reinforcements Hiruzen has called upon are none other than one of his 3 disciples, Jiraiya, one of the legendary 3 of Konoha. As time swiftly passed, the year drew to a close. Within the Hyuga clan's compound in Konoha, the sound of a baby's cry heralded a celebration among the clan members. Oh, how wonderful! The clan leader. It's a girl. My wife has given birth to a daughter. A daughter. Quickly inform all the clansmen. The clan leader has welcomed a daughter. A daughter. I have given birth to a daughter. Upon hearing the midwife's words, Hinata Hisashi furrowed his brow momentarily. In the next instant, as if struck by a thought, he stepped forward to kiss both his wife and newborn daughter, his expression revealing an excitement that was difficult to contain. A daughter. I have indeed been blessed with a daughter. How splendid. How splendid. Initially, everyone presumed that Hinata Hisashi was genuinely elated at the birth of his daughter. However, not long after, during a dinner gathering with the Uchiha Fugaku family, as Naruto and Sasuke exchanged glances from their cradle, Hinata Hisashi directly visited, accompanied by his daughter. Hinata Hyuga and several elders of the Hyuga clan. Each person carried red bags filled with gifts, quietly awaiting their turn. The clan leader, Hinata Hisashi, along with several elders, had come to present their gifts. Presenting gifts? Upon hearing the report from his clansmen, Uchiha Fugaku turned to Uchiha Shisui, seated beside them, with a puzzled expression. Elder Senjumoku? We should meet. Hisashi is a clever man, and I am equally curious about the purpose of his visit. To be honest, Uchiha Shisui could not decipher the intentions behind Hisashi's visit. Nevertheless, since he had come, it was only appropriate to meet him. Very well. Shortly thereafter, Hisashi and his companions, under the guidance of an Uchiha elder, arrived at Uchiha Fugaku's chamber. As they made their entrance, Uchiha Shisui, initially unaware of their purpose, quickly comprehended the situation upon seeing the festive characters adorning their gifts. Truly impressive, Hisashi, delivering the announcement of a daughter at lightning speed. Indeed, this was a declaration of his daughter. If he was not mistaken, Hisashi had come to arrange a betrothal for his daughter, Hinata, with Naruto. Hisashi clan leader? What brings you here? Fugaku clan leader. Ah, Elder Senjumoku is also present. What a coincidence. Noticing Uchiha Shisui's presence, Hisashi offered a slight bow, accompanied by a smile. Ha ha ha. It is as follows. We recently welcomed a daughter, and I am overjoyed. Subsequently, we consulted a specialist who proclaimed that my daughter Hinata and the fourth Hokage's child, Naruto, are a match made in heaven. Thus, I have come to seek your agreement, Fugaku clan leader, in arranging a betrothal for these two children. Hisashi explained with a composed demeanor. An elder from the Hyuga clan gently placed Hinata in a cradle, pushing it between Naruto and Sasuke. The three children, still unable to speak, exchanged curious glances, their eyes brimming with wonder. Witnessing this scene, as Uchiha Fugaku fell into silence, Hisashi turned to Uchiha Shisui. Smiling as he spoke, Elder Senjumoku, observe how well these three children interact. Their bonds will undoubtedly flourish in the future. Hinata and Naruto should establish a betrothal, while also recognizing Sasuke as an elder brother. If they exhibit suitable potential, they may seek you as their mentor later on. What do you think of this arrangement? The Hyuga clan has already solidified our relations on this end. However, considering that Naruto and Hinata are already a pair, the betrothal hardly alters their fate. With this thought, Uchiha Shisui gave a slight nod. I have no objections. As for the matter of disciples, we shall discuss it later. No worries. Hyuga Hisashi nodded repeatedly before turning to Uchiha Fugaku beside him. Lord Fugaku, what is your perspective? Under the scrutiny of many, Uchiha Fugaku pondered momentarily before eventually nodding. Very well, these two children do seem quite fated for one another. Haha. Indeed, I share the same sentiment, Brother Fugaku. Come, let us toast to this. From now on, we shall be one family. In the Umbu office, Lord Third, several days ago, Hyuga clan leader Hisashi brought a few elders to the Uchiha clan to betroth his daughter Hinata to Naruto, and Uchiha Fugaku consented. What did you say? Upon hearing the news of Hinata and Naruto's betrothal, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes widened in disbelief. Had it not been for his desire to maintain composure, he would have spluttered his tea. His daughter, barely born, already forging a betrothal with Naruto from the Uchiha clan. Truly, Hisashi prioritizes family interests, and his speed is remarkable. A betrothal? Unfortunately, I have no granddaughters. Otherwise, it might have been a viable option. After all, Naruto is no mere fox spirit, but the son of the heroic fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. His influence is monumental. Establishing a betrothal with him could undoubtedly ensure the prosperity of their clan for decades. Forget it. Since this matter has already solidified, there is no need to pursue it further. Yes, Lord Third. Moreover, it is merely a betrothal, which signifies little. As long as, during this period, anyone from our camp has a daughter born, we can contend with the Hyuga clan. Ultimately, It is imperative to prevent the Uchiha and Hyuga clans from becoming too closely intertwined. Otherwise, all of my previous efforts to diminish the power of the various clans in Konoha would be in vain. With this thought, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned to another individual present and spoke warmly. Shisui, Lord Third. Uchiha Shisui, upon noticing, feigned a respectful response. Witnessing this exchange, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt immense satisfaction. Initially, he had worried that Shisui might act like that rascal Minato when he summoned him. After sitting in a position of power for too long, the desire to break free from his control and cease obeying Sarutobi Hiruzen began to blossom, instantly elevating his spirits. That younger brother of yours, the child of Uchiha Fugaku, is none other than Uchiha Itachi. I have heard that during his time studying under Master Chin, he has displayed physical prowess that rivals his ninjutsu talents. Truly, he embodies the genius of the Uchiha clan, much like yourself. At this juncture, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep drag from his cigarette, adopting an expression brimming with anticipation. With children like you, the village is destined to flourish. By the way, Shisui, do bring that boy over to me when you have the chance. I wish to personally guide him, imparting to him the true essence of our village's will of fire. Indeed, I refer to Uchiha Itachi. With Shimura Danzō's downfall and Senju Yagura becoming the Elder Council head, fortifying my position has become imperative. Although Uchiha Itachi hails from the Uchiha clan, being the offspring of Uchiha Fugaku, I am confident that with the indoctrination of the will of fire, it will not be long before I gain a loyal confidant. After all, Uchiha Shisui, standing before me, is also a prodigy of the Uchiha clan, yet what was the outcome? He too is easily swayed by the will of fire. However, Itachi is currently under the watchful eyes of Elder Yagura and clan leader Fugaku, so I may need to consult them. Initially brimming with pride, Sarutobi Hiruzen's smile faltered upon hearing Uchiha Shisui's words. Well done, Uchiha Fugaku, well done, Senju Yagura, for guarding Uchiha Itachi so diligently. Not even Shisui can approach him. Ahem. In that case, do your utmost to try. Yes, Lord Third. Just as Uchiha Shisui departed the Umbu office, the cold voice of the system suddenly resonated. Ding. A new sign-in location has been refreshed. The sign-in location is Uchiha Itachi's training courtyard. Time limit, half a day. The sign-in location is at Itachi's? It seems I must find time today to return and check on my little brother. With this thought, Uchiha Shisui swiftly utilized the body flicker technique to leave. Whoosh. After a while, Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired of Kakashi regarding recent events in Konoha before allowing him to depart as well. Moments later, when the Umbu office was left in solitude, Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly retrieved a letter from his hand, gently sighing. Jiraiya, the power of the Uchiha clan grows ever stronger. Even Orochimaru has been drawn to their side. My dear disciple, your strength is urgently needed now. Do return promptly. Uchiha clan's residence. Drink. Drink. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Uchiha Itachi swiftly maneuvered within the courtyard, expertly throwing shurikens that struck their targets with precision. In the midst of this, he employed the fire style, fireball jutsu to incinerate the wooden stumps Master Chin had tossed his way. Had it been in the past, faced with such a physically demanding training regimen, Uchiha Itachi would likely have faltered before long, his stamina exhausted. However, in the present, Uchiha Itachi not only demonstrates the ability to accelerate frequently, but also engages in various precise attacks along the way. Truly, he is a remarkable prodigy. As introduced by the Night Lord, observing Uchiha Itachi, Teacher Chin could not help but sigh softly in admiration. In the next moment, Teacher Chun turned to the other side where Might Guy stood, suddenly shouting, Guy, Itachi, today's basic training is concluded. We shall now commence combat training. Yes, Teacher Chun. The two replied in unison. Whoosh. Hardly had their voices faded when Uchiha Itachi surged forward, hurling a flurry of shurikens toward Might Guy. Unwilling to be outdone, Might Guy responded with a powerful kick, meeting the shurikens head-on. Let youth burn bright. Itachi, receive my move. Leaf Whirlwind. With a resounding clash, the force of Might Guy's kick sent all the shurikens flying. Uchiha Itachi, undeterred, skillfully evaded Guy's onslaught while keenly searching for an opening. At a certain moment, he deftly threw a shuriken at a large tree behind him, using the impact to leap onto it and springboard over to Might Guy's head. Watch out, senior guy. Fire style, great fireball technique. Not bad, young one. Might Guy exclaimed, his excitement unabated as he braced for the impending danger. His expression grew increasingly animated, brimming with fighting spirit. In the next instant, Might Guy initiated a spinning kick with astonishing speed, turning to face the oncoming fireball. Before the gazes of all present, he unleashed a powerful upward kick. Let youth burn bright. Leaf, great whirlwind. Boom. With a thunderous explosion, Uchiha Itachi was propelled backward by the shockwave, dust enveloping him, lending an air of disarray to his demeanor. Yet, his gaze remained remarkably calm as he regarded Might Guy. Witnessing this, Might Guy charged forward, launching a front kick. Itachi. This is the end. But just as Might Guy believed victory was assured, Uchiha Itachi, struck in the abdomen, suddenly erupted into a cloud of smoke. A clone? No. This is the shadow clone technique. Danger. Realizing the situation almost instantaneously, Might Guy's right hand shot out in a powerful elbow strike toward his side. I've got you, Itachi. Leaf Rising Rock. Though airborne, Might Guy's fierce elbow strike still bore tremendous power, crashing down towards Uchiha Itachi. Regrettably, just as he was about to strike, a shuriken suddenly shot from beneath the tree towards his back. The figure before him was still not the true Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi had not departed from that tree since the moment he approached it. This was something Might Guy evidently failed to notice. This child possesses boundless potential for the future. Teacher Chen sighed gently, his face filled with nostalgia and pride. In the next moment, he turned to look at Might Guy, who was suspended in the air, unable to evade. Another shadow clone? Having missed the attack once more, Might Guy was momentarily taken aback. Subsequently, before the eyes of the onlookers, his body suddenly spun in mid-air, accelerating. In no time, he transformed into a whirlwind that sent the shuriken Uchiha Itachi had thrown flying. However, although he landed unharmed, Might Guy shook his head gently. He had just exerted power beyond the agreed limits. In simple terms, he had lost this match. But what of it? Youth is about continually overcoming setbacks and failures. In the next moment, Might Guy gave Uchiha Itachi a thumbs up and grinned. Amazing. With your current strength, Itachi, you could easily defeat the vast majority of upperclassmen and even challenge early graduation without any issue. It was indeed so. Teacher Chen nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Meanwhile, Uchiha Shisui had finally reached his destination. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the check-in. Check-in location, Uchiha Itachi's training courtyard. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving the check-in reward, Forbidden Technique, Shadow of Darkness. Another forbidden technique? This reward is quite commendable. With this thought, Uchiha Shisui turned to glance at the true Uchiha Itachi, who was approaching with 4 cups of tea. Indeed, the Uchiha Itachi in the courtyard was not the actual Uchiha Itachi. Itachi? Alas, I am truly aging. I failed to discern that was also a shadow clone. Seeing that he too had not noticed when Uchiha Itachi had employed the shadow clone technique, Teacher Chen couldn't help but reflect on this. Not at all, Teacher Chen. You are still quite young. Uchiha Itachi politely bowed and approached Might Guy and Teacher Chen with the tea tray. Teacher Chen, senior guy, enjoy your tea. How considerate, Itachi. Ha ha ha. This is the essence of youth. In contrast to Teacher Chen's satisfaction, Might Guy was energetically drinking tea while performing a handstand, brimming with determination. Meanwhile, Uchiha Itachi sat on a stone bench in the courtyard, gently sipping from his cup, his little feet swinging in the air. His gaze remained fixed on the last teacup on the stone table, lost in thought. Has Shisui not come today either? Recently, it seems that Uchiha Shisui has been exceedingly busy, making it difficult to catch a glimpse of him. Observing the current state of Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Shisui offered a slight smile. Ah, my dear little brother, your strength has indeed surged remarkably. Therefore, as your elder brother, allow me to lend you a hand and help you awaken your eyes ahead of time. In an instant, Uchiha Shisui's form vanished, only to reappear behind Uchiha Itachi, his hands deftly forming a series of seals that culminated in a prayer-like gesture. Forbidden Technique, Art of Darkness. As Uchiha Shisui unleashed the illusion known as the Art of Darkness, Itachi's surroundings were engulfed in an impenetrable blackness. Reacting swiftly, he performed a backflip to land safely on the ground, shuriken in hand, ever vigilant. The Forbidden Technique, Art of Darkness, is designed to create an environment of utter darkness, blinding the opponent and extinguishing all light. Witnessing Uchiha Shisui's direct assault on his comrade, Might Guy grew alarmed. Itachi, however, before he could rush over, he was forcefully intercepted by Teacher Chen's powerful leaf great whirlwind. Bang! Teacher Chen? Did you not see? Shisui is here. They must be engaged in some form of specialized training with illusions. Specialized training? Very well. Although he remained perplexed, Might Guy ultimately chose to trust Teacher Chen and continued with his own exercises. Meanwhile, within the illusion, Uchiha Itachi cautiously surveyed his surroundings, shuriken in hand. Thump, 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 thump. His heart raced as he remained acutely aware of his surroundings, refraining from making any impulsive moves. Suddenly, his expression shifted dramatically, and his body trembled slightly. For at that moment, the very person who should have been confined within the root prison, Shimura Danzō, was dragging a bloodied Uchiha Shisui toward him. With each step, blood-stained Shisui's garments, his breath shallow as if it could cease at any moment. His eyes, too, had been ruthlessly gouged out. Drip, drip, drip. Ha ha, those fools. Hisashi and Senju thought they could confine me within mere prison walls, unaware that I had a backup plan. Yet, I must express my gratitude for them placing Uchiha Shisui so close to me, granting me such exquisite eyes. Shimura Danzō's face twisted in rage as he hurled Uchiha Shisui at Uchiha Itachi's feet. Drawing his katana slowly, he taunted, You would dare to harm Shisui. Do not be alarmed. Your turn will come soon enough. Not just you, but the entire Uchiha clan is now encircled by my forces. Today marks the end of your clan. As Uchiha Itachi trembled violently before him, Shimura Danzō approached with a cold smirk, intentionally stomping down hard as he neared Uchiha Shisui. Blood splattered, staining Uchiha Itachi's youthful visage. In that moment, Itachi's eyes narrowed sharply, his heart racked with anguish, as if something profoundly significant had been wrested from him. Simultaneously, his eyes transformed into the vivid crimson of the Sharingan. You scoundrel, I shall avenge brother Shisui. Itachi, has he awakened his eyes? Awakened at nearly 7 years of age, this surely marked a historic milestone within the Uchiha clan, perhaps the strongest ever. Such is the essence of youth. Witnessing Uchiha Itachi break through a genjutsu and awaken his eyes, both Teacher Chin and Might Guy wore expressions of disbelief. They were equally curious about what Itachi had perceived within that illusion. In the next instant, Uchiha Shisui dispelled the forbidden technique, the darkness technique. I shall kill you. Huh, brother Shisui, you're unharmed. The once fierce Uchiha Itachi, upon seeing that Shisui was unscathed, instantly transformed back into the innocent, harmless little brother he had always been. He tugged at Shisui's clothing, glancing around, and after a moment of excited movement of his vivid Sharingan, he leaped forward. It truly is brother Shisui. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean it. I thought you. I know, it's all right. Shisui, having been preoccupied with matters concerning the route and the village, had not been able to visit him. That was a gift for you. Did you like it? Observing Itachi's pitiful expression, Shisui gently ruffled his little brother's head, his face adorned with a warm, sunny smile. I loved it. As long as it's from brother Shisui. I cherish it. Meanwhile, as Itachi reveled in Shisui's affectionate gesture, Might Guy strode confidently before them, giving a thumbs up. To awaken the Sharingan with just a genjutsu is impressive. Oh, come now, Guy-sensei, it was merely a small trick. By the way, Shisui, although the village has stabilized, the affairs are still quite complex. You must have come for a purpose, right? In contrast to Guy's exuberance, Teacher Chin, having lived for several decades, perceived the situation with greater clarity. Uchiha Shisui nodded slightly in response to Chin's comment. You are correct. I have returned to invite Itachi to join the route and accompany me on missions. I see. Teacher Chin paused briefly but soon nodded with a smile. Indeed, unless this little one intends to pursue the path of taijutsu exclusively. He is certainly ready for practical combat, and with you by his side, we can rest assured. After all, the individual before them was renowned, comparable to the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, who perished during the Nine-Tails incident. He was a genius ninja who had carved out a reputation as Shunshin Shisui during the Third Shinobi World War. Recently, he participated in the election for the fifth Hokage of Konoha. Although he did not succeed, his significance within Konoha was clearly evident. Indeed, the Hokage election is not an opportunity afforded to just anyone. Rest assured. Haha. The route? In stark contrast to the smiles on the faces of Teacher Chun and Might Guy, Uchiha Itachi blinked his crimson Sharingan, gazing at him with eager anticipation. Does this mean I can embark on missions alongside brother Shisui? For now, you will undertake missions with my shadow clone. Once you have awakened both of your Sharingan to 3 Tomo and can wield them with proficiency, I shall personally take you on missions. MHM. After receiving Uchiha Shisui's promise, Uchiha Itachi blinked his eyes, his excitement illuminating his gaze like twinkling stars, as he affectionately leaned against his arm. Observing this, Uchiha Shisui's lips curled into a slight smile. Although Uchiha Itachi had already activated his Sharingan and was undeniably a prodigy with considerable combat prowess, he was still merely approaching the age of 7, and his physical capabilities had yet to reach their zenith. Furthermore, he had only awakened one Sharingan to 3 tomo and the other to 2 tomo, and he had not yet mastered their use. Under such circumstances, allowing him to traverse the ninja world with himself was clearly not a judicious choice. Indeed, one was 3 tomo and the other 2 tomo. The reason why Teacher Chun and Might Guy perceived Uchiha Itachi as possessing 2 single tomo was due to the Jinjutsu I cast upon them. After all, if Sarutobi Hiruzen and the other elders were to learn that Uchiha Itachi had awakened 1 3 tomo and 1 2 tomo, they would undoubtedly be unable to remain composed. Until Uchiha Itachi fully activates and masters the Mangeki Sharingan, the truth must remain concealed from others. A little more time must pass, shortest a year, longest 3, when Itachi turns 10. Konoha will be entirely under my control. In the Umbu office, Itachi awakened his Sharingan before the age of 7, and he joined Shisui's route? Truly, he is a remarkable young talent I have placed my trust in. Splendid, splendid. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at the report delivered by Kakashi, a look of satisfaction adorning his face. Clearly, he had received the news sent back by Uchiha Shisui. Although Itachi joined the route rather than the Umbu, he could not be directly managed. However, the leader of the route, Uchiha Shisui, is one of his own, as long as he desires. Opportunities to meet Uchiha Itachi and instill the will of fire into him will be abundant. Of course, he would not take action personally for the time being, as the Uchiha clan and the recent prominence of the Senju clan were too formidable. After some time, when the contributions of the Uchiha clan during the Ninetales incident have faded from memory, he would act upon Uchiha Itachi. A talent such as awakening the Sharingan at nearly 7 years of age must not remain within the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Itachi must be utilized for his purposes. After enduring several betrayals, Sarutobi Hiruzen fell into a brief silence before finally speaking. Kakashi, I need you to make a trip to the route. First, extend my congratulations to Uchiha Itachi on successfully awakening his Sharingan, and simultaneously assess his current strength. Inform Shisui that this is my directive. Understood, Lord Third, Kakashi replied. Bowing his head slightly, his eyes clouded with shades of gray. It was evident that he had recently lost his 2 closest friends, Uchiha Obito and Rin, and now his mentor, Minato Namikaze. This left Kakashi in a state of profound melancholy. At that moment, all he desired was to exist as an emotionless shell, numbing himself through an endless cycle of missions. Initially, Hiruzen offered him some comfort, but soon realized that Kakashi's current state was, in fact, rather beneficial. He possessed sufficient combat prowess, was obedient, efficient in his tasks, and posed no objections to the assignments given to him. Such a subordinate was indeed convenient for Hiruzen to control and utilize. After watching Kakashi depart, Hiruzen finally unrolled a scroll on his desk, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Tomorrow, Jiraiya will arrive. With Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Itachi, and now Jiraiya on our side, even Senju Hashirama would think twice before making a move. Moments later, atop a grand tree outside the Konoha route headquarters, Kakashi exclaimed, "Is this the place?" Observing the reconstructed route facility, he prepared to advance. Just as he was about to move, a pair of cold, crimson eyes suddenly appeared behind him. Who goes there? Without hesitation, Kakashi swiftly threw several shuriken from his sleeve. The shadow did not engage directly. Instead, it leaped into the shadows among the branches, quickly forming hand seals. Noticing this, Kakashi wasted no time and mirrored the speed of his opponent's hand seals. Fire style, fireball jutsu. With a resounding boom, 2 fireballs collided, unleashing a torrent of flames that erupted violently. The overwhelming explosion sent both combatants flying. The target has revealed itself, though his body had yet to touch the ground. Kakashi's mind raced with thoughts. Here he comes. Just as Kakashi uttered these words, Uchiha Itachi propelled himself towards him using the tree trunk for acceleration. At first, Kakashi suspected it was a ninjutsu and prepared to counter accordingly. However, as he recognized Itachi's familiar midair movements, realization struck him. What technique is this? Leaf whirlwind. Earth style, earth flow wall. The ground beneath Kakashi trembled violently as a wall of earth, adorned with 4 canine heads, surged upward. While Kakashi could indeed match Itachi in taijutsu, his objective was to verify whether Itachi had truly awakened the Sharingan and to gauge his current strength, not to defeat him. Bang! Under the watchful eyes of many, Uchiha Itachi executed the Leaf Hurricane, forcefully striking the earthen wall. However, the impact merely caused the wall to tremble slightly and resulted in a few insignificant cracks, failing to create even a single hole. Was he truly so feeble? Itachi's display elicited a flicker of doubt on Kakashi's face, but he soon recognized the anomaly. This was not the genuine body. Without hesitation, Kakashi swiftly formed a series of hand seals. At that very moment, Uchiha Itachi, who had been lying in wait, pierced through Kakashi's form. Thud. Yet, although Kakashi's body was penetrated, no blood flowed forth. Instead, it transformed into a block of wood. A substitution technique. The moment Itachi's attack missed its target, Kakashi reappeared behind him, a shuriken poised at Itachi's head. Nevertheless, Itachi remained calmly rooted in place, exuding an air of composure. Indeed, it had come to an end. Upon hearing Itachi's words, Kakashi initially felt perplexed until he caught sight of the shuriken hovering before his heart. What was the meaning of this? Though incredulous, Kakashi ultimately retracted his shuriken, casting a scrutinizing glance at Itachi, and nodded slightly. It was evident that Itachi had awakened his Sharingan, significantly surpassing the strength of many ordinary genin. My apologies. I was sent by Lord Third to congratulate you on successfully awakening your eyes and to assess your abilities. Kakashi explained. Oh, Itachi replied nonchalantly, then turned his gaze towards the gate of the route. In the next instant, his expression transformed into one of excitement. Shisui, brother. As he watched Uchiha Shisui approach, Kakashi offered a slight nod in greeting, preparing to take his leave. After all, his mission had been accomplished, and there was little reason to linger. Yet, in the very next moment, his eyes widened in astonishment. In the blink of an eye, Shisui had brought Uchiha Itachi before him. What incredible speed! It had only been a short while since their last encounter, and Shisui seemed to have grown even stronger. Shisui, you, Kakashi, I appreciate your efforts in coming here, Shisui said warmly. Just doing my duty. Despite being filled with astonishment, Kakashi nodded and silently prepared to depart. However, before he could make his exit, Shisui's form darted forward once more. In an instant, he was at Kakashi's side, his hand resting on Kakashi's shoulder, his face adorned with a sunny smile. Kakashi, since you've come all this way, would you indulge me in a spar? It would greatly benefit my brother's experience. Well, rest assured, I shan't inform Lord Third. This is merely a private exchange between us, unnecessary to disturb him, Shisui reassured, his crimson kaleidoscope Sharingan gleaming. Ultimately, Kakashi acquiesced with a nod. Very well. After all, he does not believe in the nonsense of gaining experience. The reason his opponent wishes to engage in battle with him is undoubtedly to avenge his younger brother. Shisui has always been quite protective of him. If Rin and Obito had not encountered any mishaps, our relationship would have likely flourished as well. While Kakashi was lost in thought, he noticed Shisui preparing to fight, and Itachi stood nearby, exuberantly cheering him on. Go, brother Shisui. You can do it. Look, Itachi is quite interested in our battle. I shall make my move. Whoosh. As Shisui's voice faded, his form vanished from sight. Kakashi, having collaborated on several missions with him, reacted without hesitation, swiftly forming hand seals. Earth release, earth flow wall. Crack, crack, crack. Almost instantaneously, a formidable earthen wall emerged, riddled with numerous fissures. Bang. In the next moment, Shisui burst through the wall, his right hand gripping the hilt of the Kusanagi sword, channeling fire chakra into it. At a decisive moment, he drew the blade. Uchiha style, blade of fiery leap. In an instant, a searing flame blade surged toward Kakashi. Kakashi's expression turned grave, for after executing that strike, Shisui's two shadow clones had already flanked him. Fire release, great fireball technique. Fire release, great fire dragon technique. Utilizing the insight of the Sharingan to identify all possible escape routes, he simultaneously deployed two fire techniques to seal them off. Was this an attempt to force him to confront the fiery blade head-on? However, Kakashi was not without countermeasures. In the next moment, he pulled down his eye mask, swiftly forming hand seals. Water release, water formation wall. Splash, splash. In an instant, a towering wall of water surged upwards, shielding him from the approaching flames. As for the fiery blade surging toward him, there was indeed a method to counter it. Kamui, an enigmatic, invisible vortex materialized, instantly devouring the flame blade. Seeing that Kakashi had finally utilized the power of his Sharingan, Shisui ceased to hold back. In the next moment, his form vanished again. Uchiha style, solar halo sword. Whoosh. As Kakashi consumed the flame blade with Kamui, Shisui, accompanied by his two shadow clones, charged forward toward Kakashi's water formation wall using taijutsu. The trio pressed their hands against their sword hilts and simultaneously unleashed blazing flame blades from three different angles. The speed was astonishing, nearly reaching Kakashi in the blink of an eye. Boom, boom, boom. Damn it. Witnessing the scene before him, Kakashi realized that his opponent was truly serious about this fight. Aware of this, he dared not relax in the slightest. Forming hand seals, he too conjured 2 shadow clones, each employing a distinctly different ninjutsu. Earth release, earth flow wall. Water release, water barrier. Fire release, great fireball technique. With a resounding boom, a cloud of white steam and dust enveloped the entire area in an instant. The resulting commotion drew the attention of all the root members. Had it not been for Uchiha Shisui's prior command to remain still, it is likely that they would have all rushed into the fray. Who do you think will emerge victorious, Lord Shisui or Kakashi? It goes without saying, of course it is Lord Shisui. After all, not only does Lord Shisui command the roots, but he also possesses the capability to contend for the position of Hokage. Can someone of weak prowess truly lead the roots and vie for Hokage? That is a valid point. Moreover, Kakashi possesses but one Mangeki Sharingan, while our Lord Shisui wields a pair. Victory is assured for Lord Shisui. In stark contrast to the cheers of the Umbu members, Uchiha Itachi was tense, clenching his small hands as he strained to catch glimpses of the 2 figures flickering amidst the dust and fog. Although the current environment posed significant challenges for ordinary ninjas, it was unfortunate that both Uchiha Shisui and Kakashi were men endowed with the Mangeki Sharingan. For them, battling within such conditions presented no difficulties whatsoever. Clang, clang, clang. Boom. At a certain moment, the 2 clashed once more, retreating to stand firm and gaze at one another. However, compared to Uchiha Shisui, Kakashi appeared considerably more disheveled. His forehead glistened with sweat, his attire bore several rips, and a fresh scar marred his face. It was evident that Uchiha Shisui had gained the upper hand in their recent exchange. Cough, cough, Shisui, it seems you have grown stronger since returning from your patrol, Kakashi remarked, touching the bloodstain on his face with a hint of resignation. He and Uchiha Shisui had previously served as members of the Umbu and had engaged in combat before, but the intensity of today's battle was rare and unprecedented. Furthermore, it was the most precarious situation he had ever faced. It is not that I have grown stronger. Rather, you have stagnated, Kakashi, Uchiha Shisui replied, his hand gently caressing the hilt of his sword as he turned away from Kakashi. You are well aware of the reason, even without my saying it. The swordsmanship of Elder White Fang was undeniably formidable, yet it has been squandered in your generation. What do you think? Enough, Kakashi suddenly interjected, his voice a sharp command that halted Uchiha Shisui's words. His eyes shifted from a state of dull surprise to one of complexity and anguish, as memories of his sacrificed father flooded back to him. Very well, I shall say no more, Uchiha Shisui replied, gently shaking his head. But allow me to leave you with this thought. Kakashi lifted his gaze slightly, curious. Ninjas who cannot complete their missions are worthless. But those who abandon their comrades in pursuit of their missions do not even deserve the title of ninja. What I can do is limited to this. As for whether you choose to cultivate the blade techniques of the esteemed White Fang in the future, you must ponder that deeply. With measured steps, Uchiha Shisui silently departed from the realm of poor visibility. Kakashi, being one of the key combatants of Konoha, was reluctant to see his companion abandon the White Fang's techniques. Hence his earlier attempt at persuasion. Imagine the formidable prowess that would arise from the combination of the copy ninja Kakashi and the White Fang's techniques. The fact that the other party is not currently under his command is not a cause for excessive concern. For just because they do not comply now does not imply they will not in the future. Shortly after Uchiha Shisui's departure, Kakashi, who remained behind, felt his body tremble slightly, tears escaping his eyes uncontrollably. A ninja who cannot complete a mission is deemed worthless, however. One who forsakes their comrades in the pursuit of duty is unworthy of the title of ninja. This sentiment had once been imparted to him by Obito. Reflecting on this, Kakashi silently lifted his gaze towards a certain direction outside the village of Konoha, the site of a past tragedy. Obito, are you urging me to regain my resolve? Boom. As the confrontation between Uchiha Shisui and Kakashi came to a close, elsewhere, near the border of the Land of Fire along the path to Konoha, a man leaned leisurely against a tree, sipping from his flask. He was tall, adorned with a forehead protector inscribed with the kanji for oil. His long white hair cascading down to his waist, and distinctive red markings beneath his eyes. Clad in a striking red robe and wooden clogs, his appearance was quite remarkable. Yet, this seemingly inebriated individual was currently subduing several ninjas adorned with Konoha forehead protectors. To be precise, they were infiltrators from other ninja villages. Although this world is rife with animosity, I still hold on to the belief that there will come a day when mutual understanding prevails. Would you not agree? Regarding Jiraiya's drunken remarks, the infiltrators yearned to retort but ultimately gritted their teeth and endured. They needed to identify a flaw in their adversary and seek an opportunity to escape. Otherwise, when the Konoha Anbu arrived, they would find themselves in dire straits. As for the root, well, it had already perished alongside Shimura Danzō, a piece of intelligence they were obliged to report upon their return. However, just as these thoughts crossed their minds, a group of root ninjas suddenly approached from a distance. Whoosh! Upon catching sight of Jiraiya, the ninjas promptly bowed in respect. Lord Jiraiya. Lord Jiraiya. Ah, these sneaky fellows are ones I encountered along the way. Take them back for interrogation. Yes. Recognizing their attire, Jiraiya set down his flask and inquired, "Oh, you are from the root? I thought it had been disbanded." The root has since been restructured, and the leader is Lord Shisui. Upon hearing these words, Jiraiya nodded thoughtfully. Ah, how surprising it is to realize that the young Uchiha has grown to such heights. It seems imperative that I return to witness it for myself. In the next moment, Jiraiya unleashed his formidable chakra, hastening his journey onward. Laughter reverberated through the forest. Of course, the primary motivation remains to extend my sincerest blessings to my dear friend Orochimaru. Haraha. In the Hokage's office, a curious sensation plagued him. His eyelids fluttered incessantly over the past few days. Could it be that something momentous is about to transpire? Orochimaru gazed at the towering stack of documents before him. His hand pressed against his forehead in evident fatigue. Alas, is it truly necessary for the Hokage to grapple with such an overwhelming multitude of affairs? It baffles me why so many vie for this position. What is the utility of power? Science, it seems, holds far greater promise. Since ascending to the role of Hokage, each day has begun with the presence of several Anbu members and ninjas from the Uchiha clan stationed at his door, claiming to provide protection. Upon arriving at the Hokage's office, unless summoned for a special meeting, he found himself inundated with an unending stream of paperwork. After addressing the documents from the village hidden in the leaves, he would then tackle those pertaining to the borders of the Land of Fire. Once those were completed, he faced the intricacies of inter-village relations by the time the Anbu members and Uchiha ninjas at the entrance called out to him. Night had already enveloped the sky. Home to sleep, only to repeat the cycle anew. What an unrelenting loop. Bang. At a certain moment, Orochimaru slammed his hands on the desk and sprang to his feet. Gritting his teeth, I can no longer endure this. For the sake of Lord Knight, I shall persevere for just 1 year. And then I will abscond with the double materials. This Hokage position is utterly unmanageable. In response to Orochimaru's exclamations, the Anbu members and Uchiha ninjas stationed at the door merely glanced his way before resuming their stoic vigil, their expressions devoid of surprise. Such outbursts from the 5th Hokage were a common occurrence, happening every few days. It had become routine. Initially, they would rush in to check on him, but now, they had grown accustomed to it. As anticipated, moments later, Orochimaru surveyed the latest pile of documents he had just processed, shaking his head in exasperation. Although he refrained from another outburst, his hands began to form seals with remarkable speed. Shadow clone technique. In an instant, he left behind a shadow clone to manage the workload while he stealthily scaled the wall and made his escape. After all, he is one of the legendary 3 of Konoha, renowned throughout the shinobi world. With his strength, unless confronted by the other members of the legendary 3 or a select few formidable Konoha ninjas, how could the Anbu members and Uchiha ninjas ever detect his departure? Upon leaving the Hokage building, Orochimaru deftly donned a cloak and sprinted towards the outskirts of Konoha. Even the chakra and basic body flicker techniques were employed, executed with remarkable agility. It was evident that this was not the first time such actions had been undertaken. As I distanced myself from the Hokage building, I could finally seek a tranquil place to indulge in my preferred research. But where to go? Ah, yes, within the confines of Konoha. There are scarcely any locations deemed safe for me. After all, not only have I ascended to the position of Hokage, but I had also garnered a multitude of admirers due to my association with one of the legendary Sannin. In Konoha, I am undeniably a celebrity. However, there remains a clandestine base, known only to myself, Tsunade, and Jiraiya, located at the outskirts of the village on a desolate patch of grassland. Unless an invasion necessitates a village-wide patrol, that place is typically devoid of visitors. Unbeknownst to Orochimaru, as he hastened towards that location, the gates of Konoha were bustling. Thud. Thud, thud. Jiraiya, with his waist-length white hair, donned in a vibrant red cloak and wooden sandals, swaggered into the village. Upon his entrance, his gaze immediately fixated on the Hokage building, his expression brimming with exhilaration. Ha ha ha, Konoha, I, Jiraiya, have returned. However, his eyes soon wandered to the side. Well, that young lady is dressed so lightly, and she looks splendid. And that one too, quite appealing. Young ladies, over here. Look this way. Upon witnessing Jiraiya's true nature emerge at the sight of youthful maidens, all attention gravitated towards him. After all, his presence was undeniable. Isn't that Lord Jiraiya? He has returned. Have you forgotten? Lord Jiraiya is an old friend of our 5th Hokage. Just like Lady Tsunade, he was also a disciple of Lord 3rd. Indeed. Lord Jiraiya's return must surely be to extend his congratulations to the 5th Hokage. In contrast to the villagers' excitement, the Umbu members, root operatives, and spies from various prominent clans within Konoha, such as the Uchiha, swiftly turned to report the situation after leaving a few behind. After all, this was one of the legendary Sennin, a disciple of the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. His return could potentially instigate subtle shifts in the power dynamics among the factions in the village. As for the ninjas hastily departing, Jiraiya merely cast a glance their way before striding towards a different destination, one entirely opposite to the Hokage building. A bunch of bothersome fellows. Well, let them follow if they wish. It's fortuitous that before visiting the Hokage, I can first check on our secret base and see how it fares now. Jiraiya paid no heed to those covertly tailing him. Should he desire, he could effortlessly elude them. Huh? That individual looks oddly familiar. As Jiraiya sought the fleeting shadows of beautiful women along his path to the secret base, a figure cloaked in a mantle suddenly appeared before him. I say you. What voice is that? Jiraiya. Orochimaru, who had intended to visit the secret base, was taken aback to find Jiraiya returning at this moment, his expression freezing. A multitude of black lines etched across his forehead. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned to unleash his chakra and flee. Yet, in the very next instant, Jiraiya swiftly reacted, his countenance alight with excitement as he released his chakra to pursue, exclaiming jubilantly, Orochimaru, I never expected you would come to greet me personally. I am truly touched. No. Wait. I should now address you as the 5th Hokage, ha ha ha. Don't be shy. It's been a while. Let us sit down and have a chat. That scoundrel. Upon hearing Jiraiya call out his name in full view of the public, Orochimaru muttered a curse under his breath and hastened his pace. In response, Jiraiya, refusing to be outdone, quickened his speed, his laughter growing ever louder. Orochimaru, shall we have a race? Come. Let us engage in a long overdue duel to determine who truly holds Tsunade's heart. Ha ha ha. What did Lord Jiraiya just say? The figure he pursued was none other than the 5th Hokage. What are those tasked with protecting the Hokage doing? They must swiftly relay this information back to the organization. We cannot allow the 5th Hokage to come to harm. And you lot, regardless of your clan, hurry back and summon assistance. The paramount concern is to safeguard the Hokage's safety. Protect the Hokage. Protect the Hokage. In an instant, those ninjas who had merely been shadowing Jiraiya for reconnaissance transformed into a rescue team. Meanwhile, Jiraiya, oblivious to the situation, continued to accelerate in excitement as he chased after Orochimaru. However, upon noticing the increasing number of ninjas behind him, even the ever-composed Orochimaru found himself momentarily stunned. This fool has utterly disrupted my leisurely plans. Jiraiya, you idiot. Ha ha ha, those familiar words. Indeed it is you, Orochimaru. As the two sped along, they suddenly encountered several ninjas blocking their path. At this sight, Orochimaru's expression darkened. After a fleeting change of demeanor, he surveyed the surrounding plains and abruptly came to a halt. He then opened his mouth and summoned a Kusarigama, gripping it firmly. Fool! Imbecile! I commanded you to pursue. Orochimaru realized that his plans for leisure today were irrevocably thwarted. However, there was no way he would simply withdraw. Ha ha ha! Orochimaru, you have finally made your move. In response, I shall join the fray. As Orochimaru launched his attack, Jiraiya's face radiated with excitement. He rushed forward, unleashing a spray of toad oil from his mouth. Immediately, the fire-release chakra combined with the toad oil, transforming into a fierce flame that surged towards Orochimaru. Fire release, fireball jutsu. However, Orochimaru remained unfazed, effortlessly splitting into two. One shadow clone brandished the Kusanagi sword, swiftly maneuvering around Jiraiya's flank, while the original rapidly formed hand seals. Wind release, great breakthrough. In an instant, a powerful gust erupted from his mouth, forcefully countering the oncoming flames. Seizing the opportunity while Jiraiya was entangled with the shadow clone, Orochimaru formed hand seals once more. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. A single shuriken sliced through the air, descending upon Jiraiya from above. It began with 1, then 10, 100, thousands, tens of thousands. Swish, swish, swish. Observing the multitude of shurikens before him, Jiraiya, who had just dispatched Orochimaru's shadow clone, wore an exhilarated grin. Ha ha ha. It seems you are finally taking this seriously. Orochimaru. In that case, I shall also rise to the occasion. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. In an instant, an innumerable array of shurikens flickered between the two combatants. The sound of metal clashing echoing through the air. Clang, clang, clang. Gurgle, gurgle. Witnessing this spectacle, the recently arrived Leaf Ninja swallowed hard, marveling at the display. Is this the might of the fifth Hokage and Jiraiya-sama? Truly impressive. But who do you think will emerge victorious? It goes without saying the fifth Hokage, of course. As he observed the chaotic collision of shurikens, Jiraiya grasped the Kusanagi, sword held by Orochimaru's shadow clone, laughing heartily. Here, your weapon returns to you. Let us continue our duel. As the Kusanagi sword soared through the air, spinning gracefully, both fighters once again formed hand seals. Bang! The sword struck the ground. Jiraiya. Orochimaru. Ninja Art. Serpent Hand of the Hidden Shadows. Ninja Art. Wild Lion's Main Jutsu. Under the scrutinizing gaze of many, a multitude of snakes erupted from Orochimaru's sleeves. Their jaws wide open, lunging at Jiraiya. At that moment, Jiraiya's hair began to grow at an astonishing rate, ultimately transforming into a lion's mane. With a vigorous toss of his head, the attacking snakes were ensnared, soon to be cleaved in two. Jiraiya's hair, akin to a serrated rope, exhibited extraordinary strength. Ha ha ha. Orochimaru, it appears I am the superior one here. Oh, is that so? In response to Jiraiya's triumphant demeanor, Orochimaru merely regarded him with a cold smirk. As yet another swarm of snakes surged forth from his sleeves. Observing this, Jiraiya assumed Orochimaru was unwilling to concede and thus unleashed the wild lion's main jutsu once more. Yet, in the next moment, his expression shifted dramatically. As the serpents lunged towards him, they suddenly expelled the Kusanagi swords just as they were about to reach his hair. With so many blades aimed at him simultaneously, Jiraiya couldn't help but exclaim, "What the hell? When did you change your tactics? That's cheating. But that won't deter me. Since I can't block them with my hair directly, I shall adopt a defensive stance for the time being. After all, I am here to celebrate your ascension as the fifth Hokage. I cannot overshadow your glory." Shadow Needle Technique. In an instant, Jiraiya's hair transformed into needles, enveloping his body and shielding him from the oncoming Kusanagi swords. Yet, despite the advantage that Orochimaru had in their battle, Jiraiya's mouth was far from silenced. Ha ha ha, Orochimaru. Seeing our current selves must remind you of our school days. A flicker of confusion crossed Orochimaru's face as he wondered what Jiraiya was up to now. However, his eyelids began to twitch involuntarily. Something was amiss. He needed to silence this fool quickly. Remember, Orochimaru, that time we went to watch the village girls bathe? Yes, that very occasion, large and round. Does it bring back memories? I certainly think so, ha ha ha. With those words, every ninja present turned their gaze toward Orochimaru, their eyes brimming with a myriad of emotions. Wait, did I hear that correctly? The fifth Hokage once watched village girls bathe with Jiraiya? No way. The fifth Hokage couldn't he possibly have engaged in such behavior. Surely, Jiraiya must be jesting. Yes, that has to be it. The fifth Hokage is not that kind of person. However, no matter how desperately the Umbu members attempted to explain, they could not keep pace with Jiraiya's rapid-fire commentary. And then there was the time we agreed that you would disguise yourself and distract Tsunade, while I would swoop in to rescue her. Only for you to be dispatched by her with a single kick. Ha ha. And, ha ha ha. Those were truly unforgettable times. Jiraiya continued to share what he deemed amusing anecdotes, growing more animated with each passing moment, his laughter becoming uncontrollable. This only served to infuriate Orochimaru even more. Jiraiya, you bastard, what are you back for? I'm going to kill you. Boom. At the entrance of the Umbu office, Sarutobi Hiruzen strolled out leisurely, taking a casual puff from his cigarette and exhaling a smoke ring. What is the fuss? It's merely Jiraiya reuniting with Orochimaru. It's a joyous occasion among comrades. Why the panic? But Lord Third, it seems that Jiraiya has gotten a bit too excited. Yes now. Too excited? Upon hearing the words of his trusted subordinate, Sarutobi Hiruzen initially displayed a nonchalant demeanor. However, as he reflected on the temperament of his disciple, he soon set down his tobacco pipe and, feigning composure, declared that someone should be dispatched to quell the altercation. How could grown individuals engage in such childish brawls? It is truly disgraceful. Just as Sarutobi finished his statement, the passing citizens of Konoha regarded him with expressions of skepticism. Hey, have you heard? Regarding the third Hokage. It is said that during his tenure, he concealed such literature within the first drawer of his desk. Such literature? Surely not. It must be true. This was recounted by Jiraiya himself, and I've heard that the third has a penchant for women who are ample and curvaceous, preferably. Chuckling at the villagers' gossip below, Sarutobi turned to Kakashi, firmly patting his shoulder with a grave expression. Kakashi, I trust you with this task. Go fetch Shisui and bring a few others to ensure they cease this ruckus. Yes, Lord Third. Kakashi replied, nodding, ready to depart. However, Sarutobi suddenly grasped his shoulder. Wait. Prioritize silencing their chatter about me. As for other matters, assess the situation as it unfolds. Understood. Shortly thereafter, in the Umbu office, Jiraiya arrived, comfortably settling into the sofa with an expression of long-awaited relaxation. Teacher, you remain as spirited as ever. Alas, I am aging. I can hardly withstand the antics of you young ones. Sarutobi shook his head while rearranging a certain book in his cabinet. Once finished, he turned his attention back to Jiraiya. Are you planning to depart again after this visit? At Sarutobi's query, Jiraiya's smile faded, and he gazed up at the ceiling of the Umbu office. You see, unless I find a suitable disciple who can usher peace into the ninja world, my journey shall continue. Perhaps, in some distant place, I might encounter a student capable of transforming this world. After all, he wished fervently to prevent the tragedies of the Rain Village and the loss of his disciple, Minato Namikaze, from recurring in the future. Observing Jiraiya's current state, Sarutobi fell into a brief silence. After a moment, he spoke softly. Why not stay in the village for a few years? Don't you wish to meet Minato's child, the new host of the Nine Tails? We'll see, Jiraiya ultimately replied, shaking his head in refusal of Sarutobi's suggestion. He then produced a scroll containing his recent findings and intelligence gathered at the borders of the Land of Fire, placing it upon the table. This is what I have encountered and learned. Since the conclusion of the Third Great Ninja War, the borders of the major nations have remained relatively stable. However, following the Nine Tails incident, circumstances appear to have undergone a significant shift. I must uncover the truth behind these changes. Perhaps I shall return to see Naruto's child. With that, Jiraiya fell silent, a flicker of guilt and complexity illuminating his eyes. Observing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen deemed it inappropriate to continue the conversation. Although Jiraiya ultimately resolved to depart, he felt there remained a way for him to contribute. It seemed a thought had crossed Sarutobi's mind, prompting him to speak once more. If you wish to see Naruto's child, it would be the Uchiha clan, would it not? The mention of the Uchiha clan elicited a look of surprise from Jiraiya. After all, the Uchiha had faced oppression for quite some time. Even with their recent notable contributions, it was unlikely they would directly acquire custody of Naruto. What then had transpired that he was unaware of? You have been away from the village for too long and are thus oblivious to its recent developments. Let me begin with what you should be familiar with. The Uchiha clan suffered numerous casualties during the Nine Tails incident and the confrontation with the rogue Danzō Shimura. You are aware of this, I presume? Jiraiya nodded slightly. As for that individual, due to the village gradually stabilizing, he has begun to live in seclusion, which is why you have not heard any news of him. Who? The disciple of the first Hokage, Senju. Subsequently, Sarutobi Hiruzen shared all pertinent information regarding Senju with Jiraiya. He understood that his disciple would soon venture to the Uchiha clan's stronghold to meet Senju. He did not wish for Jiraiya to triumph. Rather, he hoped that Jiraiya could exhaust Senju's strength, thereby slowing his recovery. Upon hearing the details about Senju, Jiraiya's expression shifted from calm to one of profound interest and delight. How intriguing to wield the first Hokage's would release, and like the first, to extend care towards the Uchiha. With that, Jiraiya gathered his belongings and forcefully pushed open the door to the Umbu office. In that case, Master, allow me to meet Naruto's child, and perhaps encounter this disciple of the first Hokage, Senju. In the blink of an eye, Jiraiya vanished, his voice echoing faintly in the distance. Yo, Naruto, I'm coming. Watching Jiraiya's retreating figure, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed softly and then waved his right hand. Moments later, Kakashi, who had been perched atop the Umbu office's roof, leapt through the window and knelt before the third Hokage. Lord Third, Kakashi, you possess the Meijiki Sharingan. And since Shisui himself is a member of the Uchiha clan, I must rely on your assistance. Utilize your Meijiki Sharingan to observe the battle between the two, and then relay the outcome to me. Upon hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Kakashi nodded solemnly before vanishing without a trace. Gazing at the vacant Umbu office, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep drag from his cigarette. Jiraiya, I hope you can do your utmost to weaken Senju before you depart. This would facilitate the subsequent plans to balance the power of the various clans. Outside the Uchiha compound, Jiraiya leaped from a tree, landing heavily on the ground with a broad smile. Ha ha ha, Naruto, I have arrived. Stop. Halt. Just as Jiraiya was about to step through the gates of the Uchiha clan, he was intercepted by two guards. Seeing this, Jiraiya shrugged helplessly. Oh come on, we are all villagers here. Can't we let a friend in? Impossible. The clan leader has issued a strict order. To protect the legacy of the fourth Hokage, no one may enter without his command. We are merely following orders. So please do not make this difficult for us, Lord Jiraiya. Then when will your clan leader arrive? Jiraiya inquired. Unknown. Ever since the Nine Tails incident, he has been recuperating within the clan and has not ventured outside for several days. This is quite troublesome. Upon hearing the guard's response, Jiraiya scratched his head. He understood that he could not blame them, yet he was in a great hurry. At a certain moment, a spark of inspiration ignited in his mind. Politely excusing himself from the two Uchiha guards, he swiftly made his way to a section of the Uchiha compound's wall, a triumphant smile gracing his features. After all, he was Jiraiya, renowned for scaling numerous walls and witnessing the village girls bathing. Scaling this mere Uchiha wall would surely pose no challenge. If the front gate denies me entry, surely I can scale the wall. I am truly clever. Ha ha ha, but I must prioritize my mission. I need to find Naruto. Jiraiya's return to Konohagakure was primarily for two purposes: to congratulate Orochimaru on his ascension as the fifth Hokage, and to take Naruto to pay respects at the graves of his parents, Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. After accomplishing these two tasks, he intended to leave without delay. Thus, he had no time to waste here waiting for Uchiha Fugaku to emerge and persuade him. After a moment, having successfully scaled the wall, Jiraiya surveyed the surrounding courtyard and scratched his head. Is the Uchiha clan this fast? Nevertheless, I am already here. Surely I can find someone. Ha ha ha, Naruto, I have arrived. Some time later, Jiraiya wiped the sweat from his forehead, his face a canvas of bewilderment. How could the Uchiha clan resemble a labyrinth? Just as he was about to continue his search, a powerful voice erupted from the direction he was obliged to pass. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. At that moment, searing flames clung to the shuriken that danced in the air, scattering in every direction. The breadth of the attack had effectively sealed off all paths of advancement for Jiraiya. Without my permission, none may tread upon the grounds of the Uchiha clan, declared Uchiha Fugaku. Considering you are a disciple of the third Hokage, I shall overlook this transgression this time. I urge you to leave at once. However, Jiraiya had no intention of acquiescing to Fugaku's admonition. With a flick of his white hair, he transformed it into a spiky barrier before him. Ninjutsu Needle Jizo. I wish to take Naruto to pay respects at Minato's grave. Clan leader Fugaku, I ask for your understanding. Upon hearing Jiraiya's words, Uchiha Fugaku fell silent for a moment before shaking his head once more. Without the command of Uchiha Shisui, I cannot allow anyone to approach Naruto. That is unacceptable. Naruto is currently asleep, and only a select few from the Uchiha clan are aware of his location, all for his safety. If you truly wish to see him, you may return in 7 or 8 days. By then, some of our injured ninjas will have returned, enabling us to manage any unforeseen circumstances. 7 or 8 days. That is far too long. Jiraiya responded, gently shaking his head. Clan leader Fugaku, Minato was my disciple, and Naruto is his child. How could I possibly harm him? What if this? You hold him while a few Uchiha guards accompany me to pay respects to Minato, and afterward, I shall ensure your safe return. That is out of the question, Fugaku replied, directly rejecting Jiraiya's proposal. If they could not even meet, how could he allow Naruto to be taken away? In that case, clan leader Fugaku, I have no choice but to offend you. All losses incurred by the Uchiha today shall be accounted to me. Jiraiya shook his head in resignation, his expression suddenly turning grave. He swiftly formed hand seals, palms pressed together, and simultaneously expelled toad oil from his mouth. Fire release, great fireball technique. In the face of a clan leader like Uchiha Fugaku, even Jiraiya could not afford to be the least bit careless. The next instant, a torrent of scorching flames surged toward Uchiha Fugaku, a fearsome spectacle. A greater fireball than the fireball technique? Observing the approaching fireball, Fugaku did not retreat. Instead, He formed hand seals and clapped his hands together. For the Uchiha clan, aside from the power of the Sharingan, their most familiar and adept ninjutsu was fire release. Fire release, great fire dragon technique. With a roar, a fearsome dragon of compressed flames materialized under Fugaku's control, charging directly at Jiraiya's great fireball. Witnessing this scene, Jiraiya was somewhat taken aback by the formidable power of Uchiha Fugaku's fire release, great fire dragon technique. Yet, he promptly unleashed the pre-sealed jutsu. Earth release, swamp of the underworld. Gurgling sounds erupted as the ground beneath Fugaku's feet instantly transformed into a murky bog. Fire release, don't even think of escaping. Seeing Fugaku attempt to leverage the force of his fire technique to break free, Jiraiya gathered an immense surge of chakra in his right hand and lunged forward. The torrent of chakra in his palm accelerated violently, compressing until it reached a critical threshold, Rasengan. Whoosh! Jiraiya hurled the spiraling sphere directly above Fugaku's head before swiftly retreating. Clan head Fugaku, my apologies this time. Once I pay respects to Minato with Naruto, I'll return immediately to make amends. He had already discerned that Fugaku seemed deliberately intent on blocking his path, specifically the narrow trail behind him. In short, the likelihood of Naruto being there was exceedingly high. If Fugaku refused to disclose the truth, then Jiraiya had no choice but to gamble. However, just as he was about to charge forward, an overwhelming sense of peril surged through him. Without hesitation, Jiraiya sidestepped. A colossal crimson skeletal hand crashed down precisely where he had stood moments before, triggering a deafening explosion that sent dust billowing into the air. Emerging from the haze, a towering skeletal giant clad in crimson armor advanced step by step. This is the Uchiha clan's Susanoo. Jiraiya, I warned you, under no circumstances will you take Naruto. If you refuse to listen, then I shall have no choice but to expel you by force. Susanoo? Manjiki Sharingan? Fugaku, have you lost your mind? The sight of Fugaku activating both the Manjiki Sharingan and Susanoo sent Jiraiya into a frenzy, so much so that he abandoned formalities, addressing Fugaku by name alone. Though Fugaku's Susanoo was not yet in its complete form, its power was undeniable. More critically, from this moment onward, Jiraiya would not only face an opponent whose offensive and defensive capabilities had been amplified by Susanoo, but he would also need to remain vigilant against the Manjiki Sharingan's formidable abilities. Under such circumstances, the swiftest resolution would be to enter Sage Mode, or simply retreat and return in a week's time. Sage Mode? Wait 7 or 8 days. The mere thought made Jiraiya's head throb. Before him, Fugaku, now freed from the swamp by Susanoo's skeletal grip, narrowed his crimson Manjiki Sharingan. In the next instant, the colossal crimson Susanoo swung its massive skeletal fist once more, hurtling toward Jiraiya with devastating force. Jiraiya leave the Uchiha at once. There was no other choice. Given the circumstances, Jiraiya could only, as he gazed at the menacing red skeletal hand hurtling towards him. He clenched his teeth and prepared to summon the toads of Mount Myaboku to momentarily shield him from the impending attack. Only then would he have the time to enter Sage Mode. Meanwhile, Uchiha Fugaku, shielded by Susanoo, seemed to sense Jiraiya's intentions. As he formed hand seals, flames roared, ready to erupt from his mouth. However, just as both were about to unleash their techniques, a powerful voice resonated outside the Uchiha clan. Would release, would golem technique. Would release, would dragon technique. The ground shook violently beneath the Uchiha clan, as colossal wooden figures and dragons manifested, forcefully pushing the two combatants apart. This surge of chakra could only belong to Senju. As Jiraiya contemplated this, Uchiha Shisui appeared unexpectedly on the shoulder of the wood golem, looking down upon Jiraiya and Uchiha Fugaku with an air of authority. What transpired here? Though aware of the events, Uchiha Shisui feigned ignorance and spoke calmly. Elder, the situation is as follows. Following Uchiha Fugaku's account, Shisui nodded and then turned his gaze toward Jiraiya. Perverted sage, why have you returned from Mount Myaboku? Causing such a commotion? What do you mean, perverted sage? I am cough cough. In the next moment, Jiraiya straightened his expression, donned his wooden sandals, and struck a peculiar pose for his introduction. I am the Toad Sage of Mount Myaboku, known as the Toad Sage, at your service. Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Fugaku silently observed Jiraiya's self-introduction, not uttering a word. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Jiraiya cleared his throat and leaped once more. Of course, the Toad Sage is merely a title concealed from the world. There is nothing to hide. I am one of the legendary 3 ninjas, the white-haired boy, the Toad Messenger. A handsome figure who can silence even the weeping child. Lord Jiraiya, it is indeed I. The atmosphere remained silent. Unable to endure the awkwardness any longer, Jiraiya suddenly shouted, "I say, you two, could you at least react? After all, I am one of the 3 ninjas." Indeed, perverted sage, Uchiha Shisui nodded slightly. Jiraiya opened his mouth, and after a moment, he placed his hand on his forehead, sighing in resignation. "You two are terribly unamusing. Very well, to the matter at hand. I wish to take Naruto to pay respects to his father, Minato. I kindly ask for your cooperation, clan leader Fugaku and elder Senju. If it were only Uchiha Fugaku, Jiraiya might have pushed harder. However, now, with the addition of Senju, who is exceedingly considerate of the Uchiha clan and claims to be a disciple of the first Hokage, it becomes apparent that any attempt to confront him directly would yield no advantage whatsoever. Is it merely a matter of waiting for 7 or 8 days? Is there some urgency?" Uchiha Shisui spoke calmly. "Indeed, my mission is to continue my journey in search of disciples who can usher in peace for the world. Therefore, after I pay my respects to Minato with Naruto, I shall depart from Konoha." Upon hearing Jiraiya's words, Uchiha Shisui fell silent. From a strategic standpoint, Jiraiya's departure from Konoha would undoubtedly be more beneficial, given his ties to Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, should Jiraiya choose to remain, he would naturally become Naruto's mentor, alleviating the need for Fugaku to assume the role of caretaker and allowing him to assist with other matters. Moreover, if Jiraiya does not leave Konoha, he will not encounter Nagato and Konan and Amigakure. This would facilitate his infiltration into the Akatsuki, ultimately granting him control over the organization. In short, the advantages of Jiraiya's presence in Konoha outweigh those of his departure. Yet, one cannot simply state the desire for him to stay. He must cultivate reasons for this. With that thought in mind, Uchiha Shisui spoke up. "I need you to accomplish one task first. Once completed, you may meet Naruto and take him to pay respects to Minato." "What task? Speak." Upon hearing Uchiha Shisui's words, Jiraiya's face lit up with excitement, stepping forward eagerly. However, just as Jiraiya was prepared to proceed, the wooden figure beneath Uchiha Shisui suddenly swung its massive fist to block his path. "Elder Senju, what do you mean by this? Complete the task I've assigned first. Speak." Jiraiya furrowed his brow slightly. "It's quite simple. Unleash all your strength against me and defeat me, including the sage arts you command." "Why?" Upon hearing Uchiha Shisui's request, Jiraiya frowned, puzzled by the reasoning behind it. Uchiha Shisui, however, had already devised a suitable explanation. "Your desire to see Naruto and take him to pay respects to Minato is entirely reasonable, and I should not impede you. However, Fugaku and I also have our responsibilities. We have taken Naruto under our care for Minato, and we must ensure his safety without allowing any mishaps." At this, Uchiha Shisui released all that would release chakra within him and spoke coldly. "How does that reasoning strike you?" Jiraiya, upon reflection, remained silent for a moment before finally gritting his teeth. A subtle shift occurred within his chakra. "Very well. In that case, I shall not hold back. Come today. It is I, Jiraiya-sama, who shall demonstrate my sage mode. Watch me." Wait, what are you doing? Is this an ambush?" Bang. Jiraiya had yet to complete his sentence when the wooden giant beneath Uchiha Shisui's feet forcefully swung its fist. Had he not evaded in time, he would have been reduced to mere rubble. "I am aware that your sage mode requires time to activate. I shall grant you that time. Hurry." Upon hearing Shisui's words, Jiraiya yearned to inquire how he knew this, yet at this juncture, such a question bore no significance. What he needed to focus on was vanquishing his opponent. With this thought, Jiraiya dedicated himself to entering sage mode. "You keep watch over the surroundings, ensure no one approaches. I shall ensure Jiraiya has the utmost fairness in this battle." "Yes, Elder." Acknowledging Shisui's command, Uchiha Fugaku nodded and promptly turned to depart. Moments later, Jiraiya, whose eyes had been tightly shut in his pursuit of sage mode, suddenly opened them wide, now adorned with 2 toads perched upon his shoulders. "Hey, kid. You always summon us amidst chaos. It's no wonder that Wana is irked." "Do not speak so, mother of the child. Young Jiraiya's actions are for a reason." "Father of the child, silence yourself." Truly, as Jiraiya summoned the 2 sages, Fukasaku and Shima, they began to bicker atop his shoulders. Witnessing this spectacle, Jiraiya awkwardly smiled and gestured towards his adversary. "I sincerely apologize for meeting you in such a state. However, my actions are necessitated by circumstance. To enable Minato's son, Naruto, to pay his respects to you both, I require your assistance to enter sage mode and defeat his current guardian." Upon hearing Jiraiya's explanation, Fukasaku and Shima fell silent. Ceasing their quarrel, Minato? A fine young lad, indeed. Such a pity. But you mentioned that boy. In the next moment, both Fukasaku and Shima turned their gaze toward Uchiha Shisui. However, upon witnessing the colossal wooden figure, expressions of surprise crossed their faces. This level of wood release? This boy must have ties to Hashirama Senju. He claims that the first Hokage is his mentor. It stands to reason. He does not permit me to take Naruto away because he has promised Minato to protect Naruto. Thus, we must first defeat him. That explains it. After listening to Jiraiya's elucidation, Fukasaku and Shima nodded slightly. Very well. Then, let us commence, young one. Let us begin, young Jiraiya. All right. Upon hearing Fukasaku and Shima's words, Jiraiya activated Sage Mode with their assistance. Before long, Uchiha Shisui narrowed his eyes slightly. This surge of power. Although he had yet to engage Jiraiya formally, he could distinctly sense the escalating danger posed by his opponent. But, what of it? Very well, Jiraiya. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Uchiha Shisui spoke softly. His wood-released chakra surging intensely within him. Meanwhile, Jiraiya, having entered Sage Mode, tossed his long white hair and clasped his hands before him, his expression grave. Indeed, to take young Naruto to pay respects to Minato, he must triumph in this contest. In the next moment, Jiraiya, wearing his wooden sandals, leaped into the air. Elder Senju, should I inadvertently injure you, I ask for your understanding. Fear not, with your incomplete Sage Mode, you cannot harm me. Though his words pierced through the air, Jiraiya exhibited no sign of displeasure. Instead, while suspended in midair, he fervently gathered a dense concentration of Sage Chakra in his right hand. The Sage Chakra accelerated and compressed violently, soon transforming into a spiraling sphere. Elder Senju, receive my technique. Supergiant Rasengan. As Jiraiya's voice resonated, the originally head-sized Rasengan began to expand rapidly at the moment it left his hand, swelling to several times its original size in an instant. Furthermore, bolstered by the Sage Chakra, this technique was now imbued with a qualitative enhancement in power. However, in the face of Jiraiya's formidable move, Uchiha Shisui displayed no fear, instead clapping his hands together with vigor. Wood release. Advent of the tree world. What? Witnessing Uchiha Shisui unleash such a powerful jutsu, even Jiraiya, in Sage Mode, revealed a look of astonishment. In the next moment, before the eyes of the crowd, the ground began to tremble violently. Countless trees and vines erupted from the earth, obscuring the sky and enveloping the area entirely. Even Jiraiya's supergiant Rasengan appeared minuscule amid the towering trees. With a thunderous roar, the supergiant Rasengan detonated upon striking a colossal tree, dissipating into nothingness. At that moment, Uchiha Shisui stood calmly behind a myriad of trees, observing him. Jiraiya, if this is all your capability, then young Naruto shall not be leaving with you today. Perhaps you should return in 8 or 9 days. Upon hearing Uchiha Shisui's words, Jiraiya gritted his teeth and utilized the shadow clone technique, splitting into 3 to navigate through the trees, seeking his opponent's true form. After all, with the activation of wood release, Advent of the Tree World, this area had essentially become Uchiha Shisui's domain. For Jiraiya to claim victory, he had but 2 options: to obliterate the entire forest or to meticulously strike at Shisui's true form. Meanwhile, as Jiraiya and his shadow clones moved at high speed, searching for Uchiha Shisui's whereabouts, Uchiha Fugaku, on the other side, joined forces with his clan to establish a barrier, confining their battle within half of the Uchiha compound. Thus, no matter the intensity of the fight, it would not endanger the Uchiha clan members or young Naruto. I have found you. After a brief moment, Jiraiya finally located the true body of Uchiha Shisui. Without any hesitation, Jiraiya leaned forward, his white hair transforming into a formidable weapon. Senjutsu, Hair Needle Thousand Blades. In the next instant, a multitude of hair needles locked onto Shisui's position and began to launch furiously. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The white hair needles descended like a tempest, swiftly engulfing all of Uchiha Shisui's escape routes with astonishing speed. Quick, accurate, ruthless. Witnessing this scene, Uchiha Shisui clapped his hands together. Would release. Wooden barrier. Immediately, walls of wood appeared one after another before him. Despite the successive explosions of the wooden walls, they ultimately succeeded in blocking all the hair needles. Observing this, Uchiha Shisui placed his hand on the hilt of the Kusanagi sword and spoke coldly. Jiraiya, if you do not reveal your true abilities, then what? In the next moment, Uchiha Shisui instantly materialized behind Jiraiya, his chilling voice causing Jiraiya's muscles to stiffen. Please lie down. Whoosh. Boom. As a sharp blade of light flashed by, a deafening explosion resonated in the area. At that moment, Jiraiya's body froze, and he turned with a grave expression to the area behind him, rendered speechless. There, a menacing scar from the sword stretched across the ground, leaving deep, fearsome crevices, while a few strands of white hair floated down from the sky. It was evident that the powerful strike just now had been deliberately misdirected. Otherwise, he would not be standing there, unharmed, with merely a few fallen hairs. Upon realizing this, Jiraiya stood upright once more, gazing solemnly at Uchiha Shisui as he spoke. Boss. Big sister, we may need to give it our all from here on out. Otherwise, we won't be able to take Naruto to pay respects to Minato today. Though reluctant to admit it, the current situation was undeniable. Without the assistance of these two sages, it would indeed be impossible to defeat the opponent here and successfully bring Naruto to honor Minato. Indeed, this disciple of Senju Hashirama possesses remarkable strength, my dear. Understood. Enough of your rambling. Since that is the case, let us employ that technique. As the sage Fukasaku and the sage Shima agreed, Jiraiya joined his hands in a prayer position, his gaze fixed intently on Uchiha Shisui. Elder Senju, I will give it my all from here on out. Please be on guard. As Jiraiya and the sages on his shoulders assumed their sealing postures, Uchiha Shisui's eyes flickered with a hint of intrigue, and he began to retreat swiftly. For the technique that Jiraiya and his companions were about to unleash, he had no intention of confronting it head-on. Rather, it would serve as an excellent opportunity to test the limits of his would release, Tree World descend against a sage technique that possessed opposing attributes. At the very moment when Uchiha Shisui was contemplating, Jiraiya, along with Sage Fukasaku and Sage Shima, finally made their move. Sage Art, Gomen, with Jiraiya's voice resonating. He unleashed a torrent of toad oil from his mouth, while Fukasaku and Shima employed wind release and fire release techniques respectively. In an instant, the three forces merged, engulfing the ground before them in scalding oil, reaching temperatures soaring into the thousands of degrees. Sizzle, faced with such terrifying heat. Even the towering trees summoned by Uchiha Shisui through wood release, Tree World were rapidly withering and shriveling at a visible pace. Impressive power. Acknowledging the attack executed in unison by Jiraiya, Sage Fukasaku, and Sage Shima, Uchiha Shisui nodded slightly in affirmation. As he had anticipated, the Sage Art, Gomen unleashed by Jiraiya and the two sages possessed formidable strength. Although it could not entirely obliterate his wood release, Tree World, it could certainly erode and dissolve it. The complete dismantling was merely a matter of time. Whoosh. Not only that, just as Uchiha Shisui was about to speak, Jiraiya surged forward, rapidly closing the distance between them. In Sage mode, his speed had received a remarkable enhancement. Elder Senju, you have lost the advantage of the terrain. Now, it is my turn to counterattack. In the very moment Jiraiya reached Uchiha Shisui, he opened his mouth and expelled an enormous, searing fireball. Fire release, great fireball technique. However, Uchiha Shisui remained unperturbed, retreating while forming hand seals with both hands. Just as Jiraiya's fireball was about to make contact, a gentle voice echoed throughout the area. Forbidden technique, dark travel technique. In the next instant, Jiraiya's vision was engulfed in darkness, rendering him unable to see anything. As a result, his advancing body came to an abrupt halt, cautiously scanning his surroundings. This is the forbidden technique of the second Hokage. No wonder he is the disciple of the first Hokage. He has even mastered this technique. Sage Fukasaku and Sage Shima nodded slightly in agreement. Kid, don't let your guard down. All right. What a hassle. Just at that moment, as Sage Fukasaku and Sage Shima reached a consensus, a shadow suddenly appeared behind Jiraiya. Silently and stealthily. Even Jiraiya remained oblivious to it. After all, Uchiha Shisui had not drawn the Kusanagi sword nor exuded any hint of murderous intent. In such circumstances, Jiraiya could not rely solely on instinct for a reaction. However, just as Uchiha Shisui was about to approach Jiraiya, the eyes of Sage Fukasaku and Sage Shima subtly exchanged knowing glances. In the next moment, before Uchiha Shisui could act, the two sages simultaneously emitted a powerful croak, creating an overwhelming auditory impact. Instantly, Uchiha Shisui was ensnared within the illusionary barrier conjured by Sage Fukasaku and Sage Shima, rendering him immobile. Even his forbidden technique, the Dark Path technique, was undone due to the caster being controlled. As Jiraiya regained his sight, he clasped his hands together in a series of seals while explaining. Elder Senju, you have fallen victim to the sage's technique, the frog's chant. You are now trapped in an illusion and unable to act. In other words, this duel is yours to lose. As Jiraiya finished speaking, he forcefully clapped his hands together. Sage art. However, before he could unleash his fireball, Sage Fukasaku and Sage Shima simultaneously pivoted and delivered a swift kick to his face. This is the frog's duet. What a poor memory you have. Little Jiraiya. Don't make that mistake again, or I shall not assist you in the future. Understood, Jiraiya thought, suppressing the urge to retort. After all, had Sage Fukasaku truly helped him? Or had he simply received a kick akin to that from Sage Shima? Nevertheless, now was not the time for such musings. He needed to resolve this battle swiftly. Yet, just as Jiraiya prepared to launch his fire release, great fireball technique, he was utterly astonished to discover that his opponent had vanished from beneath the watchful eyes of Sage Fukasaku and Sage Shima. What? As Jiraiya pondered this, the expressions of Sage Fukasaku and Sage Shima turned grave. Little Jiraiya, this student of Senju Hashirama, is rather formidable, they remarked. Indeed, he must possess a more potent illusion technique or perhaps a special ability akin to the Uchiha clan's Sharingan or the Hyuga clan's Byakugan. Jiraiya's countenance darkened at this revelation. Could they truly win this battle today? He turned to regard Uchiha Shisui, who stood upon a tree within the nearly dissipated wood release. Advent of the tree world. His expression a tapestry of complexity. Initially, Jiraiya had believed that with the combined efforts of Sage Fukasaku and Sage Shima, victory would be swiftly attained. Yet now, not only had they not triumphed, but the situation had reverted to square one. At present, it appeared that both sides were evenly matched, unable to gain the upper hand. However, Jiraiya was acutely aware that given his current mastery of Sage techniques, even with the assistance of Sage Fukasaku and Sage Shima, he could scarcely endure much longer. In stark contrast, their opponent, endowed with the Senju clan's bloodline, could sustain the fight indefinitely. In summary, although the final outcome remained uncertain, it was evident that they had already lost this encounter. As Jiraiya stood alongside the solemn faces of the Sage Fukasaku and the Sage Shima, Uchiha Shisui rubbed his ears and halted 5 meters before them. Truly, the illusion conjured by the combined efforts of two sages was formidable. I nearly fell victim to it. Impressive indeed. However, Jiraiya, I believe you are already well aware of the ultimate outcome of this duel. Upon hearing Shisui's words, Jiraiya felt an immense sense of reluctance, yet he could only nod in silent acknowledgement. Elder Senju, there is no need for further words. I am acutely aware of my circumstances. The duel is one I have lost. Since I have been defeated, I shall remain in Konoha for a few more days and refrain from causing further chaos, as I did today. After uttering these words, Jiraiya turned to the sages, expressing his sincere remorse. I deeply apologize, my mentor and sister. Despite my unwillingness to admit it, this duel has indeed ended in my defeat. I am sorry for my embarrassment once again. Jiraiya sighed and lowered his head. Witnessing this scene, the sages Fukasaku and Shima shook their heads but offered words of comfort. Little Jiraiya, although you have lost this time, it was merely a matter of endurance. There is no reason you cannot reclaim victory next time. Quite right, young man. Focus on mastering Sage Mode. Once you have fully grasped it, my sister and I shall accompany you to reclaim your honor. Thank you, my mentor and sister. As Jiraiya looked at them with gratitude, a subtle smirk crept across Shisui's lips. He recognized that his opportunity had arrived. Ahem, Jiraiya, according to our prior agreement, you indeed must leave this place now. But actually, here, Uchiha Shisui deliberately paused. As expected, in the next moment, Jiraiya abruptly turned around. His eyes fixed intently upon him. He sensed that despite his defeat today, there might still be an unexpected twist. Elder Senju, what do you mean by that? Clap. Just as Jiraiya finished speaking, Fukasaku and Shima delivered a swift kick to his backside. Young man, no matter how excited you are, you must allow others to finish their words. Why the rush? The old woman is right, little Jiraiya. Why the haste? My meaning is quite simple. Facing the chastised Jiraiya, Shisui decided to forego any further teasing and explained, it is for you to become young Naruto's teacher and, from this moment until Naruto can stand on his own, his guardian. Guardian? You want me to raise a child? Hearing Shisui's condition, Jiraiya was momentarily taken aback, unsure whether he should agree. While he had taken on disciples before, he had never raised a child. However, Elder Senju, I still have my mission to embark on a journey within the ninja world to seek out disciples who can bring peace to it. Therefore, I fear I cannot accept this condition. Regarding Jiraiya's current refusal, Uchiha Shisui had evidently anticipated it long ago. Thus, in the next moment, he calmly continued to persuade him. Jiraiya, You claim you have been searching for a disciple who can bring peace to the ninja world. So, may I ask, why cannot that disciple be Naruto? This statement left Jiraiya momentarily speechless. Indeed, having traversed various regions of the ninja world in pursuit of a disciple who could usher in peace. Why couldn't that disciple be Naruto? Possessing the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan, being the son of his own student, the fourth Hokage of Konoha, Minato Namikaze, and now directly serving as the host for the Nine Tails, Naruto might indeed be the very disciple Jiraiya had been seeking to bring tranquility to the ninja world. However, while he had no qualms about teaching Naruto, the prospect of becoming a father figure was daunting. Ahem, it seemed he lacked any experience in that regard. Perhaps Naruto is the disciple you have long sought, one capable of bringing peace to the ninja realm. Give it a try, should you encounter any issues along the way. Feel free to consult me. In my absence, you may seek out Fugaku. Seeing that Uchiha Shisui had reached this point, it would be disingenuous for Jiraiya to claim he was not moved. Yet, internally, he was still grappling with his reservations. Elder Senju, I still have the task of investigating the unknown threats at the borders between the great nations. This is straightforward, leave it to me. Is there anything else? Every reason he presented was deftly countered by Uchiha Shisui, leaving Jiraiya with no choice but to sigh in resignation. No, nothing else. Upon Jiraiya's agreement, Fukasaku and Shima exchanged glances before bidding farewell. Since the matter is settled, we shall take our leave. Young man, we will await you at Myoboka Mountain. They needed to relay the information regarding the individual claiming to be Senju to their leader, the Toad Sage. As Jiraiya observed their departure, he expressed his gratitude. This time, thank you both for your efforts. Moments later, as Jiraiya began to collaborate with the Uchiha clan to rebuild the other half of the outpost, Sarutobi Hiruzen stood solemnly at the entrance of the Umbu office, listening intently to the report from his subordinates. You mean to say, after entering Sage mode, even utilizing the principles of elemental advantages, Jiraiya was only able to reach a stalemate with Senju? Yes, Lord Third. A gleam of sharp insight flashed in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes upon hearing the Umbu member's response. Thus, if Jiraiya was to engage while also having Kakashi and Shisui on their side, their combined strength would likely surpass that of Senju and Uchiha Fugaku. This news was indeed delightful for him at this moment. However, another issue still loomed ahead. How can I persuade Jiraiya to willingly remain by my side as an aide? In the Uchiha clan's residence, within the reception room, Jiraiya cradles young Naruto in one arm while covering his mouth with the other, repeatedly seeking assistance from Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Mikoto beside him. What is happening now? Am I holding the wrong child again? Oh dear, please don't urinate on me. Especially not in my face. Stop laughing and help me out. Observing the situation, Uchiha Fugaku nodded towards Uchiha Mikoto before continuing to play chess with Uchiha Shisui. Lord Jiraiya, I shall assist you, Mikoto offered, prompting a sigh of relief from Jiraiya. However, as he glanced at Uchiha Shisui, his brows furrowed slightly. Why does it feel as if he has boarded a pirate ship? Sensing Jiraiya's gaze, Uchiha Shisui, while continuing his game, calmly elucidated. Now you understand the hardships of caring for a child? Given your current state. What if you were ambushed by a spy from the Hidden Leaf Village on your way to the cemetery? How confident are you in safeguarding Naruto while ensuring your own escape? Initially skeptical, Jiraiya was rendered speechless, turning away from Shisui. He locked eyes with little Naruto in Mikoto's arms and began to bounce in his wooden clocks. You little rascal, I am one of the legendary Sannin. Unmatched across the lands. The white-haired Toad Sage, even a crying child will be silenced by my charm. Lord Jiraiya. That's me, Just as Jiraiya proudly proclaimed his name, misfortune struck as his hair faced the wrath of Naruto. Upon hearing Jiraiya's cry, Naruto clapped his hands joyfully, laughing. Wow. Seeing this, a gentle smile graced Mikoto's face as she tenderly remarked, Lord Jiraiya, it seems this child truly adores you. Adore me? Humph. More like he enjoys mischief. In response to Mikoto's praise and Naruto's wide-eyed gaze, Jiraiya turned his head away, feigning disinterest. Noticing his reaction, Naruto's big eyes filled with a sense of injustice. Yet, Jiraiya remained unresponsive. Moments later, he sighed softly before finally turning to face Naruto. You little rascal. This is your last warning. If you dare to urinate again, I shall spank you. Oh, you become obedient, huh? Hehehe, truly worthy of being my what? Just as Jiraiya proudly lifted his chin, his expression morphed into one of despair as he slowly turned to face another cradle beside him. Before him, Uchiha Sasuke opened his mouth, ready to bite his backside. Witnessing this scene, Mikoto Uchiha smiled awkwardly yet courteously. Lord Jiraiya, it seems you are indeed quite popular with the children. Just look at how much Sasuke adores you. Jiraiya glanced at Mikoto Uchiha and then at Sasuke, who was playfully biting his backside, and fell silent for a moment. Suddenly, he erupted in a thunderous roar. Ah, you little rascal, let go of me. Naruto, why have you urinated on my face again? However, despite Jiraiya's furious antics, Naruto continued to spray with a beaming smile. As for Sasuke, he had never released his grip. Although Shisui Uchiha observed the unfolding chaos, he showed no inclination to intervene. After all, the rapport between Jiraiya and his student was quite harmonious, and he felt no need to meddle. He merely needed to wait a little longer. Once Jiraiya fully acclimated to his role as a caregiver, he could depart from Konoha to seek out Konan and Nagato of the Akatsuki. As for Konoha, it was unlikely that any major events would transpire in the near future, and leaving behind a shadow clone would suffice to handle any matters. Time passed, and after changing into clean clothes, Jiraiya finally left the Uchiha compound, cradling the exhausted Naruto, who had succumbed to sleep. Upon entering the Konoha cemetery and seeing the two gravestones before him, his eyes involuntarily closed as he silently mourned for Minato and Kushina. Moments later, when Jiraiya reopened his eyes, a profound melancholy enveloped his expression. Minato, Elder Senju has informed me about that day. You sacrificed yourself to ensure Naruto could survive the impending upheaval in the ninja world and protect the village, didn't you? You remain as steadfast and reliable as ever. At this point, Jiraiya's eyes glistened with unshed tears, but he quickly brushed them away, his gaze resolutely firm. Minato, Kushina, you can rest easy. I shall ensure that Naruto grows up healthy and becomes an exceptional ninja, just like you both. If he truly is the prodigy destined to bring peace to the ninja world, as Elder Senju suggested. In that moment, Jiraiya lifted his gaze towards the direction of Amigakure, where he had once taken Nagato and his companions as disciples, his expression resolutely determined. I will clear all obstacles for him, even at the cost of my own life, for I can no longer bear the pain of losing a disciple. After an unknown stretch of time, as night descended, Jiraiya finally departed the cemetery with Naruto in tow. Shortly thereafter, backed by the endorsements of Senju and Uchiha Fugaku, Jiraiya announced to the entire village of Konoha that he would suspend his travels. He also declared Naruto his disciple until the young boy could stand on his own as a formidable ninja. With this announcement, joy once again enveloped the village of Konoha. After all, although Jiraiya possesses a certain penchant for frivolity, he is nonetheless one of the legendary three ninjas. His presence would undoubtedly bolster the defensive capabilities of Konoha, a fact that brought immense joy to all. However, upon the revelation to the Umbu that Jiraiya had taken young Naruto under his wing and vowed to cease his wanderings, a wave of incredulity and deep concern washed over Sarutobi Hiruzen as he perused the contents of the scroll in his hand. It was perplexing. Why had Jiraiya chosen to accept Naruto as his apprentice and abandon his travels? Such a development would certainly resolve the dilemmas that had previously occupied his mind. Yet, he remained baffled as to why Senjumoku and Uchiha Fugaku would assist him in this manner. Did they not comprehend the potential disadvantages Jiraiya's stay would pose for them? After much contemplation, Hiruzen decided to relinquish his worries and took a deep drag from his cigarette. Perhaps it was prudent to refrain from action during this period, for he was genuinely apprehensive of the traps laid by Senjumoku and Uchiha Fugaku. With Jiraiya's definitive decision to remain, the various hidden villages that had intended to exploit Konoha's weakened state by intensifying their infiltration efforts were compelled to abandon their plans. After all, this was one of the legendary three ninjas, Jiraiya. Engaging him directly would be futile, as they would hardly measure up. As for Sarutobi Hiruzen, he had also opted for a more cautious approach, refraining from reckless actions. Experience had taught him wisdom. Until he could fully ascertain the origins of the enigmatic Senjumoku, he would not act indiscriminately. If action were to be taken, it would require a span of 3 years. In 3 years, Uchiha Itachi, under the guidance and training of Uchiha Shisui, would undoubtedly evolve into a staunch believer in the will of fire and a formidable ally. By then, he would have the support of Jiraiya, the legendary three ninjas, Uchiha Shisui and Itachi from the Uchiha clan, and Kakashi, the son of White Fang. Such a formidable ensemble would assuredly enable him to reclaim the position of Hokage. In this context, Uchiha Shisui, having left behind a wood clone, stealthily departed from Konoha under the cover of night. However, at the very moment he executed the body flicker technique, traversing swiftly through the darkness, the voice of the system resonated unexpectedly in his mind. Ding! A new sign and location has been refreshed. The sign-in location is the largest black market near Amigakure. Time limit, 5 days. 5 days, you say? At this announcement, the corners of Uchiha Shisui's mouth curled into a subtle smile. The distance from here to the Akatsuki organization or to the largest black market near Amigakure was considerable. For others, 5 days might seem lengthy, but for him, it was ample time. In fact, he hardly required the full 5 days. 3 days later, at the gates of Amigakure, Uchiha Shisui sat gracefully upon the shoulder of a wooden figure, effortlessly shouldering the Kusanagi sword as he meandered into the village. The villagers of Amigakure instinctively parted to make way for him, not a single soul daring to obstruct his passage. It was evident that his identity had been disclosed to the entire village by Nagato and Konan. Suddenly, at a certain moment, Konan, adorned with angelic wings, soared from the distance. Upon seeing that Uchiha Shisui was unharmed, a sigh of relief escaped her lips. "You've been gone for so long, I thought you. What did you think I was?" Uchiha Shisui inquired, noticing the concern reflected in Konan's eyes. Ignoring the gazes of the villagers, he pulled her into his embrace. Hey, how could someone as strong as me possibly come to harm?" He produced 2 sealing scrolls from his robes, forcefully placing them into Konan's hands. One scroll was filled with explosive tags, while the other contained the severed heads of Umbu and Root ninjas, which could fetch a handsome bounty in the black market, allowing for the acquisition of more explosive tags. After dismantling Danzō's root, he had discovered numerous explosive tags and ninja tools. Since Konan had a penchant for them, he decided to give them all to her. As for the heads of the Umbu and Root ninjas, they were, of course, from Danzō and Sarutobi's men. Such a splendid opportunity to weaken their powers while earning money was not one he could overlook. "Of course, before we proceed, we must inform my little brother of our safety," he added. "Little brother?" Konan's expression revealed a hint of exasperation upon hearing Shisui's words. In Amigakure, only he dared to address Nagato in such a manner. "By the way, why are we converting all the bounties into explosive tags?" Konan asked, puzzled. While she was indeed accumulating explosive tags, their organization had numerous operations that required significant funding. She couldn't be so selfish. In response to her question, Uchiha Shisui playfully pinched her nose, laughing heartily. "It's all for the sake of our little goal, 6 trillion explosive tags." At his words, a faint smile graced Konan's previously stoic face. He had not deceived her. He genuinely remembered what she desired. "Thank you," she silently expressed in her heart. As the two engaged in their heartfelt conversation, with Konan attending to Uchiha Shisui by offering him fruits, the villagers of Amigakure looked upon him with eyes filled with envy. "Have you heard? That person has also gained the recognition of the divine and has become a messenger of God." "Indeed. How enviable it is for that esteemed messenger to share such a close bond with our angelic master." "My angelic master, how could you be?" Uchiha Shisui paid little heed to the villagers' discussions. Before long, the pair arrived at the cave where Pain of the 6 Paths resided. Upon entering, Deva Path Pain spoke in a detached tone. "Abandoned one, why have you returned so late? We feared you had been dealt with by the leaf. The Forsaken One has lingered in Konoha for far too long. He must thoroughly interrogate whether the other party possesses any issues. Would release, would clone technique." Yet, before the words of Pain could fully escape his lips, Uchiha Shisui commanded the wooden figure to strike with a powerful punch. After all, the persona of this forsaken individual is one of arrogance and defiance. Why would he report the reasons truthfully? Let him take a few hits first, and then we shall see. "Ha ha ha, my dear brother, I have indeed dispatched numerous leaf ninjas, particularly from the Umbu and Root." "Impressive, isn't it? Come, let me witness your recent progress. If there is none, I shall gladly accept the position of leader." Preposterous. Upon hearing Shisui's words, a certain figure concealed in the shadows, Nagato, bore a grim countenance. How could he forget that though this individual possesses considerable strength, he is rather single-minded? Why did he foolishly choose to engage? Was he not inviting trouble upon himself? Nevertheless, despite his inner displeasure, Nagato commanded Pain to act. As the leader of the organization, he could not show weakness. "Shinra Tensei." Boom. Moments later, having exchanged blows with Pain, Uchiha Shisui plopped down onto the ground, bursting into laughter. "What a thrill. No doubt. My little brother, your strength is commendable." Observing Uchiha Shisui before him, Nagato shook his head in exasperation. Were it not for Konan's intervention to manage the organization, this stubborn individual would likely continue his ruckus. But in the next moment, Nagato seemed to recall something and directed Pain to gaze upon Uchiha Shisui. Inquiring with a calm demeanor, by the way, having just returned from Konoha, have you heard of Senju? Upon hearing this, a fleeting glimmer of unusual emotion crossed Uchiha Shisui's eyes before he promptly replied, I know him. In fact, I am quite familiar. He had already prepared this response on his way here. Trying to extract information from him? Hiki, prepare to be misled, little brother. As Uchiha Shisui contemplated, Nagato's expression grew exceedingly grave upon hearing his answer. The atmosphere in the room became palpably tense. Nagato, utilizing the shared vision of pain, scrutinized Uchiha Shisui intently, and the chakra within him began to search. Should the other party display any discrepancies in their response to his inquiries, he would strike with ferocity and deliver a devastating blow. I have heard that Senju is quite powerful, and like you, he can also utilize wood release. I find myself intrigued. Since you claim to know him, why not share some insights? What do you think you are? Just my little brother. Why should I answer you? Uchiha Shisui disdainfully waved his hand at pain and reclined upon Conan's lap. Even his eyes were closed, a look of utter contentment gracing his features. In that moment, he seemed completely oblivious to the fact that Nagato would seize this opportunity to strike. Upon witnessing Uchiha Shisui's demeanor, Nagato was momentarily taken aback. To receive such a response from his counterpart was something he had never anticipated. Ahem, this information could indeed prove beneficial for Akatsuki's forthcoming plans. But frankly, what do I care? Today is my day off. Uchiha Shisui remained comfortably reclined on Conan's lap. Just tell me, the bounty will not be lacking for you. Do you think I'm in need of such trifling sums? Casually, Uchiha Shisui retrieved a sealing scroll from his pocket and tossed it to Conan. Instinctively, she unfurled the scroll, and in the next moment, an avalanche of banknotes erupted from within, swirling through the air. Nagato, witnessing this spectacle, found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Engaging in dialogue based on ideology seemed futile, as his counterpart was utterly obstinate. Attempting to sway him with money appeared equally futile, for he seemed even wealthier than Nagato himself. What he truly desired was the vital intelligence regarding that Senju. Just as Nagato was overwhelmed with frustration, Conan suddenly spoke up. The identity of that Senju is crucial for our forthcoming endeavors. Could you possibly share it? You wish to know? Conan nodded. Why didn't you say so earlier? As my partner, sharing intelligence is only natural. Uchiha Shisui adjusted his position, leaning slightly upward. Conan showed no signs of resistance to this, as if everything were perfectly reasonable. Did I not mention that it makes no difference who speaks? Nagato, perplexed, inquired. You are my little brother, not my partner. What use is it for you to ask? As Nagato found himself once again at a disadvantage, Conan felt her spirits lift unexpectedly. Ever since Yahiko's incident, Nagato had been sullen, his demeanor consistently cold and detached. Even when he occasionally spoke, it was solely concerning the organization's operations, never addressing personal matters. Yet now, after spending some time with the man before her, Nagato exhibited a sense of helplessness and awkwardness, something he had never shown before. Indeed, he was truly exceptional. While Nagato remained silent, Conan reflected inwardly. Uchiha Shisui chose not to continue his verbal sparring with Nagato. Instead, he sat up and declared, the Senju you speak of, I know him. He is a disciple of Senju Hashirama, quite formidable. Before I left that place, we clashed a few times. Our strengths were evenly matched. That place, Nagato, sensing a crucial lead, inquired eagerly. If I tell you then, it's delicious. As Uchiha Shisui was about to be confronted once more, Conan quickly picked a grape and placed it in his mouth. All right, for your sake, I shall answer your question. By the way, Conan, have you grown taller? Are your measurements still 88, 58, 85? It seems that indeed, you have matured somewhat, she mused, glancing down at her body and nodding slightly. Uchiha Shisui continued. That is splendid. Young brother, were you just about to inquire about the origins of myself and Senju? Yes. At this moment, Nagato's eyes sparkled with excitement as Uchiha Shisui finally addressed the matter at hand. Actually, it is no secret. With the third Hokage's oversight, the Senju clan's status in the village deteriorated over time. Ultimately, to evade the senseless power struggles, some members of the Senju clan chose to retreat. Uchiha Shisui shrugged nonchalantly, and Senju was among them. By the way, the last time he and I parted ways during training, he seemed to have sustained an injury. Injured? Upon hearing Uchiha Shisui's words, Nagato furrowed his brows, suddenly reminded of someone, Uchiha Obito. However, Nagato was unaware that the Uchiha Madara he believed to be real was actually Obito in disguise. How strange. Why would Uchiha Madara deceive me? Nagato murmured thoughtfully. Obito had previously informed him of encountering a formidable enemy in Konoha who wielded would release. Yet, the adversary was supposedly injured? If even an injured individual could not be dealt with, does that imply he did not exert himself on the mission? Or was he preoccupied with other matters unbeknownst to me? Lost in contemplation, Nagato spoke softly, prompting Uchiha Shisui to feign ignorance, wearing an impatient expression. Young brother, do you have any further inquiries? If not, kindly refrain from interrupting my conversation with my partner. No, I do not. Nagato gently shook his head, gesturing to him and Conan. Conan, since the abandoner has returned, you should accompany him on a recruitment task. The organization is currently in dire need of personnel. I understand. Conan nodded slightly in response. In the next moment, Nagato turned and departed. He needed to ascertain what that individual had done in Konoha on the night the Nine-Tails broke free from its seal. After his departure, Conan then looked down at Uchiha Shisui and spoke softly. Shall we proceed to recruit new members? What's the hurry? I mentioned today is a holiday, and it has been quite some time since I last left the organization. Tell me, how have you been lately? Me? Conan paused momentarily, a gentle smile gracing her features. I am well. The entire day that followed, Uchiha Shisui gleaned insights from Conan regarding the recent plans and circumstances of the Akatsuki organization. As for venturing to the largest black market near the hidden rain village, such matters posed no concern for him. Tomorrow would suffice. Yet, unbeknownst to Uchiha Shisui, while he engaged in profound discussions with Conan, a man with icy eyes was stealthily approaching the largest black market near the hidden rain village. A bag in hand containing several bloodied heads. Had Uchiha Shisui been present, he would undoubtedly have recognized this individual. This man was none other than Kaku, the immortal who wielded forbidden techniques. On the following morning, Uchiha Shisui, accompanied by Conan, entered the largest black market near the hidden rain village. A notification sounded. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the sign-in. Location, the largest black market near the hidden rain village. Another chime followed. Ding. Congratulations, host, for receiving the sign-in reward. Mastery of wood release. Ranking technique. The wood release. Ranking technique? This was the very ninjutsu once employed by Senju Hashirama to counter Uchiha Madara's Susanoo. Remarkable indeed. It is known that Uchiha Madara once enveloped the Nine-Tails with his Susanoo, ultimately transforming it into the formidable complete-body Susanoo. In that form, the Nine-Tails possessed terrifying destructive power. Yet, even so, Senju Hashirama managed to successfully thwart its attacks with the wood release. Ranking technique, underscoring the might of this ninjutsu. As Uchiha Shisui pondered this, he approached the reception area of the black market, preparing to present the heads of the Anbu and Root ninjas from Konoha for settlement. At that moment, a pair of cold eyes suddenly turned toward them. Uchiha Shisui did not hesitate. He swiftly brandished his Kusanagi sword. Cunning rat, reveal yourself. Clang. The Kusanagi sword clashed with a shuriken, sparking fiercely in midair, even forcing the opponent back 2 steps. Dust swirled, obscuring the vision of those present. You possess notable strength. The assailant remarked coldly as he regained his footing. Uchiha Shisui, taken aback, recognized the fortuitousness of encountering a potential recruit for the Akatsuki organization so soon. The man before him was indeed Kakuzu, the immortal adept in forbidden techniques. With this realization, Uchiha Shisui spoke directly. You are impressive. How about joining our organization? Although Nagato remained the current leader of the Akatsuki, Shisui contemplated subtly guiding Nagato to expand the rift between him and Uchiha Obito, while gradually using Koto Amatsukami to influence everyone else within the organization. In due time, the true leader of the Akatsuki would be none other than himself. Upon hearing Uchiha Shisui's proposition, Kakuzu's brow furrowed slightly. Initially, he contemplated eliminating 2 individuals to procure some funds, but at this moment, he began to scrutinize the attire of Uchiha Shisui and Conan. Your mask appears as a mere trinket, your garments are of commonplace quality, and your coat is barely acceptable. Her clothing is likewise unremarkable, and the combined worth of both individuals is negligible. It seems your organization is in dire financial straits. Thus, I shall refrain from joining. Uchiha Shisui, upon hearing this, wore an expression of utter disbelief. Truly, you are something else, Kakuzu. Your vision is solely fixated on wealth. In the next instant, Kakuzu brushed past the 2, discarding a bloodied head before the handler. The handler, upon witnessing this, promptly handed him a pouch of coins. After receiving the pouch, Kakuzu deliberately flaunted it before Uchiha Shisui and Conan, saying, Behold, with a single assassination, I can amass such a bounty. Can your Akatsuki match this? In response to his ostentation, Uchiha Shisui and Konan remained silent. Such matters hardly required their own validation. Soon, others would speak for them. Indeed, moments later, the handler cautiously produced several sealing scrolls and presented them to Uchiha Shisui, his face alight with reverence as he bowed and proclaimed, "Esteemed lords, here lies your bounty." Just moments ago, the identities corresponding to those severed heads had been thoroughly verified. They hailed from Konoha. He could not fathom what manner of status these seemingly youthful individuals possessed. What audacity allowed ordinary ninjas to confront the foremost ninja village, Konoha? Moreover, they were not just any ninjas. They were members of Konoha's Umbu and Root. Simultaneously, upon seeing the sealing scrolls in Uchiha Shisui's hands, Kakuzu was utterly astounded. Sealing scrolls. The bounty for these two was enclosed within sealing scrolls. In the black market, standard bounty payments are typically dispensed in bags. However, for higher-tier bounty missions or when a killer completes an extensive number of bounties, the handler would seal substantial sums into scrolls as payment. The bounty contained within a single sealing scroll is astonishing. Even I scarcely receive such payments more than a few times a year. How could you acquire so many in one go? At this moment, Kakuzu appeared to have an epiphany, his eyes sparkling with realization. No, what mission did you undertake? And what exactly is your organization? Kakuzu was genuinely anxious, his curiosity about these two individuals intensifying. In contrast, Uchiha Shisui, while idly handling the sealing scrolls, responded with unhurried composure, "Do you wish to know how to earn such wealth? Do you seek information about our organization? Desire it? Simply join our ranks, and I shall divulge everything to you." Upon hearing the words of Uchiha Shisui, Kakuzu hesitated for a brief moment before promptly acquiescing. "Very well, I shall join." For him, the act of joining any organization held little significance. The crux lay in the pursuit of greater wealth. However, witnessing Uchiha Shisui so readily accept Kakuzu into the Akatsuki aroused a subtle furrow of concern on Konan's brow. Are you truly so confident that this individual possesses the requisite strength to meet the organization's standards? Before Shisui could utter a word, Kakuzu interjected with urgency. What do you mean by that? Do you doubt my prowess? Very well, let us engage in combat. After making this declaration, Kakuzu added, "Once we finish, you must allow me to join your organization and divulge the means by which you amass such wealth through the sealing scrolls." "That is understood." Moments later, Uchiha Shisui and Konan led Kakuzu to an open expanse. Observing the scene, Kakuzu impatiently gestured to the two. "You may attack together. I can handle it alone." Suddenly, the ground beneath them began to tremble violently. With a resounding crash, trees erupted from the earth, enveloping the entire area. Wood release. Advent of the trees. Faced with this unexpected display, Kakuzu's body froze, his expression transforming into one of sheer horror. This is impossible. He never anticipated that after so many years, he would once again witness the wood release of that individual. No, that is not the crux of the matter. The pressing question now is, who exactly are these two? Do you not wish to prove your strength? Uchiha Shisui taunted. Then show us, Kakuzu. The rogue ninja from Takigakure who once encountered Senju Hashirama. You. Kakuzu's countenance darkened instantly upon having his identity so effortlessly unveiled. Could it be that these two hailed from the Senju clan? Had they come here today to take his life? The more he pondered, the more frantic he became. Cautiously eyeing Uchiha Shisui while gradually retreating. This place was no longer safe for him. To survive, he had to flee immediately. However, just as Kakuzu prepared to escape, towering wooden walls suddenly materialized without warning, crashing down and severing all avenues of retreat. You scoundrel, do not be alarmed. Let us converse for a moment. Uchiha Shisui replied, with Konan nestled comfortably in his arms, his hands clasped together as he regarded Kakuzu with a benign expression. At one time, you were dispatched by the higher-ups of Takigakure to assassinate Senju Hashirama, yet ultimately failed and returned only to be met with cruel punishment from your superiors. Abandoned in such a manner, you eventually escaped, seizing the village's forbidden techniques, such as the Earth Grudge Fear, and used it to claim the hearts of the then leaders. Am I correct, Kakuzu? And what of it? Jiaodu remained vigilant, his gaze fixed upon him. Yet, in the very next moment, Uchiha Shisui unexpectedly extended his hand to applaud. Indeed, I hold the utmost admiration for those who distinguish between gratitude and enmity. You dared to risk your life to assassinate the illustrious Senju Hashirama for the sake of your village. That exemplifies loyalty. You vanquished those repugnant individuals who cast you aside, purging the atmosphere of Takigakure that signifies righteousness. Upon hearing this, Jiaodu's vigilance was now tinged with a hint of confusion. What scheme lay hidden within this fellow's intentions? If he admires me, why did he unleash such a formidable technique right from the start? This was the wood release, birth of the trees. And had he been a fraction less cautious, he would have surely met his demise. You have fulfilled all the criteria for my admiration. In theory, I could spare your life, allowing you to join my organization and instruct you on how to amass great wealth. Spare me, and teach me to earn riches? At that moment, Jiaodu's eyes sparkled with intrigue. However, just as he was about to voice his thoughts, Uchiha Shisui clasped his hands once more. Wood release, forest barrier technique. In the next instant, a wooden shield, resembling a fearsome demonic visage, was seized by another wooden figure beside Uchiha Shisui. If you wish to claim all that I promise, you must prove your strength and strive to survive my onslaught. For I refuse to admit weaklings into my ranks. As Uchiha Shisui's words resonated, the wooden figure, brandishing the grotesque shield, advanced towards Jiaodu with a thunderous crash. The shield came crashing down. Is it over just like that? Shaonan, nestled in Uchiha Shisui's embrace, questioned with a hint of bewilderment. Do not be hasty, the game has only just begun. In that moment, a flicker of surprise crossed Shaonan's eyes. Before her, within the immense crater created by the wooden figure's shield, Jiaodu had transformed his hands to a shade of black, enduring the wooden figure's strike with sheer force. Though his insides quivered violently, and he spewed forth a copious amount of blood, narrowly avoiding obliteration, he had ultimately succeeded in withstanding the attack. Wood release, Earth Spear? The Earth release, Earth Spear can harden the body, providing both offense and defense. Very well, let us continue. With Uchiha Shisui's voice echoing, the wooden figure launched another assault. Having learned from his previous encounter, Jiaodu chose to evade, fleeing from the confrontation rather than engaging head-on. After all, the opponent had stated that as long as he could survive, that sufficed. Why then should he opt for a direct clash? Noticing the wooden figure's lack of agility, he decided to test another technique. Wood release, wood clone technique. As Uchiha Shisui clapped his hands, two wooden clones surged from different directions towards Jiaodu, coordinating their attack alongside the wooden figure. Damn it! Confronted by the two wooden doppelgangers charging towards him, Kakuza gritted his teeth and swiftly formed a hand seal. His palms pressed together. The speed of these wooden clones matched his own, and if he continued to evade, he would inevitably find himself struck. Rather than resigning himself to fate, he resolved to confront them head-on, eliminating the doppelgangers to seize a fleeting chance of survival. Secret technique, tentacle fist. In a flash, eerie black threads surged forth from Kakuzu's body, ensnaring the two wooden clones before him. The adversaries had yet to close the distance, and as long as he could dodge the punches of the wooden figures while delivering a decisive blow, he might endure this onslaught. Fire style, head-scorching technique. In the next moment, from the cursed mask of the earth grudge fear, a torrent of flames erupted, spreading like an ocean of fire towards the wooden figures. The inferno quickly enveloped the area, impeding their advance. Fire indeed overcomes wood, proving effective. However, this reprieve would last only a moment. He needed to unleash a more devastating ninjutsu. With this thought, the earth grudge fear mask of wind suddenly expelled a powerful gale. The resulting vortex caused the massive vines beneath him to erupt violently. Wind style, pressure damage. Utilizing the chaos of the explosion, Kakuza narrowly evaded the subsequent assault from the wooden figure after the doppelgangers attacked. Yet at that moment, one of the wooden clones, singed and battered by the flames, charged at him once more. Taking a deep breath, Kakuza prepared himself. In the next instant, the earth grudge fear masks of both fire and wind unleashed their techniques simultaneously. Fire style, head-scorching technique, and wind style, pressure damage. Instantly, a tempestuous sea of flames erupted, far more terrifying than before. Combined ninjutsu, flame wind turbulence, spectral eruption. This time, not only the two wooden clones but even the towering wooden figure was engulfed by the seemingly endless inferno. Yet, it was not entirely obliterated and continued its relentless advance towards him. Though its speed had diminished, it would not be long before it reached him again. Witnessing this, Kakuzu gritted his teeth with determination gleaming in his eyes. Since he had committed to this technique, he would eradicate both the doppelgangers and the wooden figure entirely, proving his strength to his foe. Resolutely, he gathered the chakra from the three earthgrudge fear masks, wind, fire, and lightning, into his right arm. Before the assembled onlookers, a chakra cannon brimming with a sense of annihilation began to charge with fervor. Earthgrudge fear. Final shot. Boom. Amid the blazing inferno, Uchiha Shisui's two wooden clones and the wooden figure now lay helpless, engulfed in the flames. The clones were on the brink of dissipating, while the wooden figure, targeted deliberately by Kakuzu, had both its feet obliterated. At present, he could merely throw punches, posing no conceivable threat to Kakuzu. Uchiha Shisui glanced down at Konan nestled in his arms. "What do you think of his strength now?" he inquired. "Satisfactory," Konan affirmed with a nod. Observing this, Uchiha Shisui gently toyed with her small hand, casting a meaningful look downward. There, Kakuzu, whose garments were in tatters, was staggering unsteadily towards them. "At last, I have endured." Yet, just as Kakuzu uttered these words, a shadow abruptly appeared before him. "Little brother, do not let your guard down before the battle concludes." Alarmed by Uchiha Shisui's words, Kakuzu instinctively attempted to retreat. However, tragically, just as he was about to defend himself, a sweeping kick sent him flying. Once he regained his footing, his expression darkened ominously. Before him stood 5 wooden clones atop a wooden barrier, staring at him impassively. The shadow that had just struck him was also a wooden clone. 6 in total. Now he had to confront 6 wooden clones simultaneously. With a grunt, it seemed Uchiha Shisui's words had incensed Kakuzu, who immediately spat a mouthful of blood. "You." Yet, before he could voice his curses against Uchiha Shisui, the 6 wooden figures launched their assault. They refrained from using any wood-release techniques, opting instead to engage in close combat with the now exhausted Kakuzu. Even though these wooden clones utilized only pure physical prowess, it was more than sufficient for Kakuzu, whose chakra reserves were nearly depleted. Bang, bang, bang. Ah. In an instant, cries of anguish and dull thuds reverberated throughout the area, each punch landing with brutal force. Before long, Kakuzu was reduced to a bloodied mess, lying on the ground and trembling slightly. Moments later, Uchiha Shisui snapped his fingers. Enough. As his voice resonated, the 6 wooden clones vanished simultaneously. Witnessing this, Kakuzu, who lay on the ground clutching his head, could not help but exhale a sigh of relief. He had passed the test. He had finally succeeded. With measured strides, Uchiha Shisui approached Kakuzu, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Little brother, how do you feel now?" I concede, Kakuzu replied bitterly. Throughout the battle, he had never seen his opponent move from his original position, while he himself had already fallen. Faced with such a vast disparity in strength, could he not feel aggrieved? "Congratulations on passing. Next, I will escort you back to the organization for a formal introduction, and at that point, you will truly be one of us." How to earn a few scrolls as bounty. Upon hearing the next words from Uchiha Shisui, Kakuzu immediately flipped over and stood up. His gaze fervently fixed upon Uchiha Shisui. How to earn a few scrolls as bounty. In response to his current reaction, Uchiha Shisui merely shrugged, then, embracing Konan, turned to walk towards the wooden giant's hand. In the next moment, the wooden figure lifted both of them back onto its shoulder. "If you wish to know, then keep up. I shall share along the way." Very well. With Kakuzu's agreement, the 3 of them commenced their journey back to the Akatsuki's headquarters. Uchiha Shisui and Konan rode upon the shoulder of the wooden giant, while Kakuzu excitedly chased after them. Following this battle, Uchiha Shisui had gained a fundamental understanding of Kakuzu's current strength. Next, he merely needed to utilize the Kotoame Tsukumi during an upcoming mission to thoroughly comprehend him. Afterward, he would lead him to continue seeking the remaining members of the Akatsuki organization, all except Nagato. He intended to recruit every individual of the Akatsuki. Rain Village, Akatsuki headquarters. "So, you are the rogue ninja from Takigakure, Kakuzu?" After listening to Konan's report, Nagato, in his Devapath form, turned to Kakuzu and spoke indifferently. "Indeed, that is I." Although he had already been defeated by Uchiha Shisui and had become his subordinate, that did not imply that he would treat everyone with the same cordiality he showed Uchiha Shisui. "You are the leader of the Akatsuki? I see no remarkable qualities. You are merely comparable to my own leader." Upon saying this, Kakuzu glanced at the Akatsuki cloaks draped over Uchiha Shisui and Konan, as well as their interlocked hands, a smug expression adorning his face. He understood that the reason his leader had chosen to associate with this so-called Akatsuki was solely for his sister-in-law. Otherwise, why had he refrained from sharing any information about the other party along the way, only to return and directly ignore them? In short, if his leader chose to disregard the other, why should he extend any courtesy? "So, you are feeling defiant?" Nagato fixed his gaze on Kakuzu, the chakra within him slowly emanating, indicating signs of action. It is quite normal for a newcomer to feel discontent. A thorough defeat will suffice to rectify that. As for Kakuzu acknowledging Uchiha Shisui as his leader, Nagato did not intervene at all. Because as long as the members within the organization could fulfill all the tasks he assigned, he would not interfere with their personal relationships or actions. Just defy me. What can you do? Kakuzu let out a cold snort. After recovering while running on the way, the chakra he had consumed had mostly returned. Engaging in another battle posed no issue whatsoever. In response to Kakuzu's retort, Nagato simply pointed towards the nearby plains. Let us step outside to fight. If you win, you shall become the leader of the organization. If you lose, you will obediently follow the tasks assigned by the organization. Let us go. Who fears whom? Upon hearing this, Kakuzu exhibited no trepidation and promptly followed Pain of the six paths outside. Along the way, he did not forget to wave at Uchiha Shisui. Boss, await my good news. Observing Kakuzu's hurried departure, trailing behind Pain, Uchiha Shisui's face revealed a knowing smile. Before long, in the nearby plain, Pain's voice suddenly echoed, I am Pain, the god of this world. What? In front of Kakuzu, Pain began to levitate slowly, looking down upon him with an air of superiority. How many floors can a bag of rice carry? Immediately after, a terrifying surge of chakra exploded in that area, engulfing Kakuzu's body in an instant. Shinra-tensei. At that moment, a colossal mushroom cloud erupted alongside Kakuzu's anguished cries, resonating throughout the region. It hurts, it hurts. In full view of the onlookers, Kakuzu braced his waist and followed Pain step by step, murmuring softly. His clothing was tattered, and his complexion appeared exceedingly grim. Were it not for the fear of embarrassing himself before the boss, he would have already collapsed to the ground. I apologize, boss. I have brought shame upon you. No matter, you may not be able to defeat him, but he cannot best me either. Next time I confront him, I shall permit you to observe. But only this once. Truly the boss, Kakuzu exclaimed with enthusiasm. Meanwhile, Nagato, who had shared information with Pain, nearly spewed blood in disbelief. How had he ended up with such a troublesome companion? As Nagato controlled Pain to turn away, unwilling to face Uchiha Shisui again, Kakuzu began to realize something significant. Within this organization known as Akatsuki, he seemed to be the weakest member, when he had just been bested by Pain. The latter had informed him that the strengths of the other 5 members were only slightly inferior to his own. If they were not deceiving him, then the title of the weakest truly belonged to him. Wait. Suddenly struck by a thought, Kakuzu turned to look at Konan, who stood beside Uchiha Shisui. Could I defeat her? Perhaps he could. However, she was the boss's woman, and it was evident that he could not lay a hand on her. Thus, he would once again find himself as the weakest. As Kakuzu began to grapple with this dilemma, a peculiar vortex unexpectedly manifested among the crowd. Upon witnessing this scene, Kakuzu's eyes gleamed with excitement. Is this individual also part of the organization? If so, defeating them would transfer the title of weakest to them. Unaware of the peculiar light in Kakuzu's eyes, Uchiha Obito spoke up, his cold voice resonating throughout the area. How is the recruitment plan progressing? As Uchiha Obito made his entrance, he regarded the newly arrived Pain of the Six Paths with an air of superiority. In the eyes of the latter, he was none other than Uchiha Madara, the man capable of standing toe-to-toe with Konoha's first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Everything seemed to be progressing well. Especially with the recent addition of Kakuzu from Takigakure, aside from the previous outcast. Kakuzu's prowess was indeed commendable. Obito nodded slightly in acknowledgement. By the way, where is that outcast? It is said that he can use would release, just like Shinji Yagura from Konoha. They are right behind you. Behind me? Upon hearing this, Obito instinctively turned to glance at Uchiha Shisui and the others. Then, he sensed it, Senju Yagura. In an instant, Obito felt an overwhelming urge to activate Kimui and escape, recalling vividly how the latter had once ruthlessly subdued the Nine Tails and defeated him. However, before he could initiate his technique, Pain coldly interjected, clarifying that the individual was not Senju Yagura. With that, Pain revealed the truth regarding Uchiha Shisui's information to Obito. After a moment of contemplation, Obito scrutinized Shisui once more, nodding in tentative belief. So that is how it is. Although he remained uncertain of the authenticity, it appeared that his adversary was not inclined to attack him at that moment. Furthermore, even if the opponent were indeed Senju Yagura, he was confident that, having learned from past mistakes, he could retreat unscathed this time. With such confidence bolstering him, Obito turned his attention to Kakuzu. You are Kakuzu of Takigakure? As Obito directed his gaze, Kakuzu responded with a question of his own. Are you also a member of the Akatsuki? Indeed, you before Obito could complete his thought. Kakuzu unleashed a barrage of black threads in an unexpected assault. The sudden attack caught Obito off guard. especially as it did not originate from the individual he had been most wary of, but rather from a mere rogue ninja of Takigakure. This infuriated Obito. Yet in order to preserve the image of Uchiha Madara, he stood his ground, coldly inquiring, "What are you doing? Let us see who is stronger between us." Kakuzu answered without hesitation, revealing his intent. He had aligned himself with a leader who promised substantial riches, thus resolving any monetary concerns. Simply put, he was eager to demonstrate to his superior that he was not the weakest link in the organization. As for Obito's Sharingan, the Manjiki Sharingan is not a definitive measure of strength. Why should he feel intimidated? He was convinced that he might not necessarily lose this battle. In the next moment, from the mouth of the Earth Grudge Fear, lightning release mask upon Kakuzu, a sharp lightning lance was directed at Uchiha Obito. Lightning release, false darkness. The swiftness was astonishing, allowing the black lines to strike Uchiha Obito simultaneously with their release. Observing the unfolding events, a faint smile graced Uchiha Shisui's face. Was it the lightning release, false darkness? A technique that unleashed a formidable lightning spear from the mouth of the masked beast, intended to pierce and annihilate the target. Indeed, it was quite an impressive move. Regrettably, today he faced Uchiha Obito, whose Manjiki Sharingan possessed the power of Kamui. As Uchiha Shisui pondered this, the black lines in the lightning spear abruptly passed through Obito's body, crashing against the stone wall behind him. Witnessing this bizarre scene, Kakuzu furrowed his brow in confusion. Immunity to lightning release? Then let us test other techniques. Wind release, pressure damage. In the next moment, the wind release masked beast on Kakuzu unleashed a high-pressure wind ball, directed at Uchiha Obito. The swirling tempest created a devastating explosion upon contact with the ground, sending debris flying in all directions. Yet, even amidst the swirling dust, Uchiha Obito stood unscathed, a mocking glint evident in his Manjiki Sharingan. Finished already? Would you care to employ a few more jutsu? He taunted, laughter lacing his voice. The power of your techniques is commendable, but your intellect leaves much to be desired. You ought to discern who is worth provoking and who is beyond your capacity to challenge. Infuriated by Obito's words, Kakuzu's expression darkened, his gaze fixed intensely upon him. In this moment, Uchiha Shisui placed a reassuring hand on Kakuzu's shoulder and remarked with a soft chuckle, "Kakuzu, you are indeed no match for him." "But Shisui," Kakuzu stammered, his thoughts racing on how to defeat his opponent, only to be halted by Shisui's assertion. The truth struck him. Shisui had no reason to deceive him. This man before him was indeed an insurmountable foe. Thus, he realized he remained the weakest link in their organization. Time and again, he had been bested within the Akatsuki, leaving Kakuzu's spirits in disarray. What was happening to him? Why had he suddenly become so feeble? Just as he contemplated withdrawing, a chilling smile crept across the visage beneath Obito's mask. "Pain," he declared, "allow me to discipline the newcomer. Otherwise, this might hinder our future endeavors." His voice was icy and laced with derision, suggesting that should he intervene, Kakuzu's fate would be sealed. Cursed. Witnessing this enigmatic figure preparing to strike, Kakuzu's expression turned grave. He had yet to devise a means to counter the mysterious power of the Manjiki Sharingan. Engaging in a direct confrontation would only squander his chakra in vain. However, now that the opponent has made their move, he must brace himself for the confrontation. In the next moment, Kakuzu's hands transformed into a dark hue. Earth release, earth spear. An impressive display of reflexes, yet an eerie vortex appeared unexpectedly behind Kakuzu. The shuriken held by Uchiha Obito pierced mercilessly towards Kakuzu's head in plain sight. "Not in my presence. It is said that even if your heart is pierced, you can survive. I wonder, if your head were to explode, could you still live?" Just as Uchiha Obito believed his strike to be certain and began to mock Kakuzu, the expression beneath his mask shifted dramatically. The sensation would release chakra. The Forsaken One has finally made his move. Immediately, the eerie vortex reappeared. Soon, it retreated to stand beside the now emerging Nagato, observing Uchiha Shisui with grave intensity. Indeed, it would release. The reason Uchiha Obito was targeted by Kakuzu was not due to a personal clash, nor was it a lesson for a new member from Nagato. He aimed to provoke Uchiha Shisui into action. However, given the current circumstances, the individual before him does not seem to be the Senju Hashirama from Konoha. If he were indeed Hashirama, why would he merely erect a wooden wall when such an opportune moment arose? Had he been Hashirama, he would have struck with thunderous speed to annihilate the enemy. Of course, this is merely based on the current situation. No one knows what hidden motives this individual may harbor, compelling him to remain as an undercover agent in the Akatsuki. At the same time that Uchiha Obito contemplated this, Uchiha Shisui dispersed the wooden wall and cast a glance at Kakuzu. Upon seeing this, Kakuzu showed no hesitation and retreated to the back. Concurrently, a chilling voice echoed throughout the area. One must consider the master even when striking a dog. Moreover, Kakuzu remains my subordinate. Boss. Hearing Uchiha Shisui's words, Kakuzu's emotions grew complex. It seems he has found a worthy leader. Meanwhile, Uchiha Obito, having retreated to Nagato's side, showed no signs of retreat, continuing to speak. I am a collaborator of your organization's leader, of equal standing with him, your senior. Is there a problem with a senior teaching the newcomers? The sarcasm in Uchiha Obito's voice intensified. Yet, I now suspect you may be connected to the sudden emergence of Senju Hashirama from Konoha. To facilitate the organization's investigation and to prove your own innocence, you should remove your mask. At this point, Uchiha Obito's crimson Sharingan glimmered ominously. Should you fail to provide a reasonable explanation, I possess numerous methods to compel you to reveal your face. If the adversary dares to make a move now, that would be even better. This is the stronghold of the Akatsuki, where Nagato controls the 6 paths of pain, and Konan is present as well. Such formidable power could undoubtedly subdue the infiltrator. However, just as Uchiha Obito harbored these thoughts, Nagato, who should have been on his side, now controlled the Deva path of pain, placing a hand on his shoulder. I need a reason from you. A reason? What reason? Although he was oblivious to the current situation, Uchiha Obito feigned calmness and spoke lightly. What reason? Why? Despite having the 9 tails under your control, were you still defeated in the absence of the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and with Senju Hashirama grievously injured? Upon hearing this, Uchiha Obito fell silent. Are you truly that feeble, or are you concealing some scheme from me? Just as the Deva path of pain uttered these words, Konan, standing beside Uchiha Shisui, discreetly began to produce sheets of white paper from her sleeves. Should the situation turn dire, she would swiftly extend her support to the Deva path of pain. Ever since she allied with that individual who claimed to be Uchiha Madara, she had sensed something unsettling about him. Her instincts warned her that he was not to be trusted. Yet, lacking evidence and with Nagato endorsing his ideology, she chose to remain silent, quietly amassing explosive tags. Thus, if the day came when he truly betrayed them, she could lend her strength to Nagato in overcoming him. After all, if that man truly was Uchiha Madara, relying solely on Nagato's power would prove insufficient. Earth Release, Earth Spear. As Konan prepared to act covertly, Kakuzu also took action. Although his jutsu proved ineffective against the mysterious figure, he could still bear the brunt of the confrontation, witnessing the unforeseen predicament before him. Uchiha Obito's expression darkened considerably. He could not fathom how Nagato was aware of Senju Hashirama's current condition, nor why the newcomer, referred to as the Abandoned One, had garnered the support of Konan and the new member, Kakuzu, despite having only recently joined the Akatsuki. Even Nagato seemed to place considerable trust in him. Who exactly was this Abandoned One? Nevertheless, this was not the time for such contemplations. The most pressing issue at hand was to extricate himself from the current predicament. What do you mean by this? Suspecting me? Heh. A ninja capable of using wood release must possess formidable strength. I believe you. Who can also wield wood release, should be well aware of this. At this juncture, Uchiha Obito turned to face Uchiha Shisui. The crimson Sharingan flickered slightly, as if he were striving to discern a flaw within Uchiha Shisui's gaze. After all, that was the tremendous power that quelled the chaos of the world, was it not? Abandoned One? Regrettably, in response to Uchiha Obito's remarks, Uchiha Shisui merely shrugged slightly. He then reached out to draw Konan into his embrace, simultaneously suppressing her hand that had intended to launch a stealthy attack. There is indeed some truth in that statement. At this point, a subtle smile graced Uchiha Shisui's lips. However, if you claim to have been defeated by Senju Yagura, does that not render you inferior even to my subordinates? Such a feeble individual. What audacity do you possess to act so brazenly before me? Worthless. A weakling? This fellow dares to label himself as such. Upon hearing Uchiha Shisui's words, Uchiha Obito's expression darkened considerably. After all, until he could ascertain the other's identity, he had no desire to engage in a genuine confrontation. Just moments ago, he had merely been probing, using the angle of attack as a means of testing his opponent. However, now that the other had publicly referred to himself as a weakling, and considering that he was perceived by Nagato and Konan as the formidable Uchiha Madara, who could contend with the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, he realized that if he were to retreat at this moment, it would likely raise further suspicions about his identity in Konan's mind. potentially leading her to break free from his control. Obito was already aware of Conan's doubts regarding his authenticity as Uchiha Madara. He had refrained from eliminating her due to her significant standing in Nagato's eyes, as she was an important ally. As Uchiha Obito remained silent, contemplating his course of action, Uchiha Shisui continued to speak, his voice laced with mockery and intrigue. By the way, my young friend, when has the Akatsuki ever needed to collaborate with such weaklings? If such frail creatures could stand on equal footing with the leader of our organization, then, wait, allow me to clarify, my position is justified because, yet, Uchiha Shisui did not grant Obito the opportunity to elaborate further, clapping his hands together with an audible thud. Boom. In the next moment, the ground began to tremble violently, fissures spreading rapidly and erupting. Before long, colossal wooden figures and fearsome wooden dragons gradually rose to their feet. Kakazu, Pain of the Six Paths, along with himself and Conan, now stood atop the shoulders of these wooden giants. The four of them towered over Uchiha Obito, the situation swiftly spiraling beyond his control. Weakling, will you challenge us all one by one, or shall we collectively confront you? Witnessing this scene, Uchiha Obito's expression soured instantly. That individual had even summoned a wooden figure beneath the feet of Pain of the Six Paths, effectively forcing Nagato into an oppositional stance. Such a scenario was utterly intolerable to him. Pain, what is the meaning of this? Is not the leader of the organization you? How can you permit someone who has only recently joined to act with such arrogance? Pain of the Six Paths remained silent, calmly observing the unfolding spectacle. Would he intervene to stop the Forsaken One? Do not assert that it is an arduous task. Even if it were feasible, it would necessitate an exorbitant cost. Moreover, this individual who refers to himself as Uchiha Madara is merely a temporary ally of him and the organization. To expect him to bear grave injuries for the sake of another, putting himself in peril of betrayal at any moment? Absolutely not. His life must culminate at the fiery end along the path to realizing Yahiko's envisioned world. Furthermore, after this period of interaction, he has come to regard the value of the Abandoner as no less significant than that of the self-proclaimed Uchiha Madara. In terms of identity, the Abandoner hails from the Senju clan and possesses intelligence that is far from inferior to that of Uchiha Madara. In terms of strength, the current circumstances suggest that the Abandoner seems to outmatch the self-proclaimed Uchiha Madara. As for trust, both individuals share a consensus on his and the organization's ideals, rendering them evenly matched. However, compared to Uchiha Madara, the Abandoner is undoubtedly more amicable. It is precisely for this reason that Nagato has chosen to observe. Showing no inclination to command Pain to intervene, Nagato, perceiving Pain's reluctance to act, Uchiha Obito cast a sinister glare at Uchiha Shisui. What do you mean by this? Do you truly intend to engage me in combat? There is no deeper meaning. I simply find you displeasing. Furthermore, if you genuinely wish to fight, then come forth rather than dilly-dallying. Boom. Just as Uchiha Shisui's words echoed, the wooden figure upon which Kakuza sat delivered a forceful punch. In an instant, the entire earth began to tremble violently, dust swirling around. Witnessing Uchiha Shisui's immediate action, Nagato felt a pang of headache. To strike without hesitation. As expected of you, Abandoner. Nonetheless, seizing this opportunity to unearth more of Uchiha Madara's hidden cards would not be amiss. However, just as Uchiha Shisui was about to command the wooden figure to continue its assault, Uchiha Obito below suddenly bellowed. I have unraveled the truth. It is all a misunderstanding. Cease your actions at once. Beside him stood a white Zetsu, who had just informed him that Senju had appeared at the Uchiha clan's stronghold. In the company of Uchiha Fugaku. In essence, the Abandoner and Senju are indeed two distinct individuals. Regrettably, Nagato gently shook his head at Uchiha Obito's plea for reconciliation. To think that a single statement could compel that thick-headed individual to relent. Utterly impossible. As anticipated, the next moment, Uchiha Shisui's boisterous laughter resonated throughout the vicinity. You expect me to halt merely because you asked? That would be quite the embarrassment for me. You, a weakling, wasting my time with your hesitations. Let me first vent my frustration by giving you a good beating. Would release. Would blockade. Would release. Four-pillar prison technique. Would release. Would release. Boughs of the forest. Would release. Advent of the forest realm. What a madman. Upon hearing Uchiha Shisui's words, Uchiha Obito's mind was immediately flooded with thoughts. In the next instant, Nagato and others could only witness the towering trees, entwined with vines, rising from the ground and swiftly enveloping the entire area. Simultaneously, the wooden figures grasped grotesque shields, while the wooden dragons whipped their tails, and the wooden clones brandished shurikens, all directing their assault towards a singular point. Then, a thunderous roar erupted. The entire region began to tremble violently, with explosions resonating in succession. Lingering in the air, after an indeterminate period, Uchiha Shisui, having consumed a grape handed to him by Konan, nonchalantly waved his hand towards Nagato, reclining lazily on Konan's lap. "Little brother, I'm all set here. What were you about to say?" Can't recall. Never mind, you all continue your discussion, don't mind me." He chuckled heartily. Upon hearing Uchiha Shisui's laughter, Nagato could only cover his face with his hand, feeling an overwhelming headache. "You've left everything in disarray. And now I must deal with this mess? Truly, you are the Forsaken One." Despite his throbbing headache, he managed to nod slightly with the Deva Path. The next moment, the Deva Path turned to gaze into the unfathomable pit before him. Surely, the individual must still be alive? Let us wait until today's affairs are settled. And then I'll have Konan take him out to recruit more. This individual truly cannot remain still for even a moment. Coughing, White Zetsu inquired. "What exactly transpired just now? Why was I met with such devastation upon my arrival?" Casting a glance into the pit, where the remnants of a shattered clone lay, his face was riddled with confusion. He had merely come to report the situation. How could he have vanished so quickly? Moreover, this place was not Nagato's territory, theoretically ensuring safety. As for White Zetsu's intellect, Uchiha Obito chose to dismiss his words entirely. Regarding the figure reclining on Konan's lap, Uchiha Shisui, Obito opted to ignore him as well. It had become apparent to him that the Senju clans would release heir indeed possessed overwhelming strength. However, in terms of intellect, there were concerns. According to the intelligence he had gathered from Uchiha Madara, the original Hokage, Senju Hashirama, had exhibited numerous rather foolish actions, often requiring his brother, Senju Tobirama, to clean up after him. The Forsaken One before him was no different. With an emotional intelligence almost akin to a single-minded brute, he resorted to reckless actions at the slightest provocation, ultimately needing Nagato to rectify the situation. Engaging with such a character was futile. The best course of action was to avoid him as much as possible. In the next moment, Uchiha Obito turned to face Nagato and began to explain. "I just received news from Konoha's informants. Senjuyuru remains in Konoha, which means the Forsaken One is not Senjuyuru." His statement served to clarify the rationale behind his earlier actions. Regarding the Nine-Tails incident, one might ponder why he could not even contend with a wounded Senjuyuru. Uchiha Obito casually offered an excuse about excessive ocular power consumption, dismissing the matter with indifference. Although Nagato perceived the underlying truth, he still engaged in a brief conversation with the other party, ultimately determining the course of their future actions. Moments later, Uchiha Obito turned and departed, as he no longer wished to encounter that individual who would strike at him at the slightest provocation. As for Uchiha Obito's hasty retreat, Uchiha Shisui refrained from immediately revealing his identity to Nagato, allowing him to leave without interference. For now, it was not yet the opportune moment. He required additional time to gain complete control over the entire Akatsuki organization. When that time arrived, it would signal Uchiha Obito's total collapse. At present, Nagato was instrumental in restraining him. After all, certain relationships, once fractured, are exceedingly difficult to mend. A confrontation between Uchiha Obito and Nagato was inevitably on the horizon. At that moment, as Uchiha Shisui contemplated these matters, Deva Pathpain turned to him and Kakuzu, tossing aside a scroll that contained the names of numerous skilled ninjas from the Hidden Mist Village. Those listed were formidable talents that could potentially be absorbed into their organization. Deva Pathpain then added, "Konan and I will remain to guard the village. You and Kakuzu shall set out to bring back those who meet our criteria." "Very well," Kakuzu replied. "If you insist, we shall depart tomorrow. By the way, do remember to fill this pit. I usually take my afternoon rest here." "Understood," Nagato replied, exasperated, as he utilized the universal pull technique to fill the gaping chasm before him. Once he received acknowledgement from the others, Uchiha Shisui closed his eyes once more, silently enjoying Konan's lap as a pillow. This behavior was not new to Konan and Nagato. They had grown accustomed to his principle that tasks were always addressed the following day. Forcing him to set out immediately was utterly impossible. The following afternoon, after Uchiha Shisui savored a meal prepared by Konan and enjoyed his nap, he set off toward the Hidden Mist Village alongside Kakuzu. However, just as they were about to enter the vicinity of the Hidden Mist, Uchiha Shisui activated his Manjiki Sharingan while Kakuzu remained vigilant of their surroundings. "Kakuzu, what is the situation ahead?" Upon hearing Uchiha Shisui's inquiry, Kakuzu instinctively turned to look. Yet, the moment their gazes locked with his blood-red eyes, he froze in place. No, not the deity. This stalemate lasted but an instant before Kakuzu resumed speaking. Boss, we are about to enter the Hidden Mist territory. What shall we do next? Kakuzu naturally asked Uchiha Shisui, unaware that his thoughts had been subtly manipulated by the latter's powers. From the moment he fell under the spell, Uchiha Shisui became his master, and his commands were to be followed without question. Regarding Kakuzu's inquiry, Uchiha Shisui cast a glance at the mist before him, a playful expression gracing his face. How to proceed? Naturally, one would charge directly through the front. After all, at this point, the fourth Mizukage, Yagura, had long been manipulated by Uchiha Obito using the Manjiki Sharingan. Consequently, both he and Kakuzu had come here, a fact that their adversary would undoubtedly have anticipated. In fact, it was highly probable that their opponent was watching them from a distance within the territory of the Hidden Mist Village. Moreover, in the eyes of this foe, he was perceived as rebellious and single-minded. The notion of stealth? Such a concept did not even exist in his mind. Armed with this belief, Uchiha Shisui led Kakuzu directly into the dense fog enveloping them. Hidden Mist Village, here I come. The Hidden Mist Village, belonging to the Land of Water, occupies a unique position nestled deep within the mountains. Its territory is perpetually shrouded in thick mist, rendering it nearly isolated from other ninja villages. At this time, the controlled fourth Mizukage, Yagura, was ruthlessly governing the village, persecuting those possessing bloodline limits. It is colloquially known as the Village of Bloody Mist. In such a place, a figure clad in a mask, not a ninja of the Hidden Mist, stood calmly behind the fourth Mizukage, silently listening to the report delivered by White Zetsu. This individual was none other than Uchiha Obito, who had recently faced defeat at the hands of Uchiha Shisui. Have they finally arrived? Their speed is considerably slower than I anticipated. Yet, it is understandable. The ability to wield wood release is formidable on its own. If he were to possess the terrifying speed akin to Senju Hashirama of the Leaf Village, our subsequent plans would likely be rendered futile. Upon uttering these words, a sardonic smile crossed Uchiha Obito's face. Beside him, White Zetsu, lounging on the sofa, responded lazily, do we really need to go to such lengths? He currently has only 2 companions. Can they truly rival the entire Hidden Mist Village, which has a Jinchuriki? He chuckled, who knows? However, he is certainly deserving of our efforts. Uchiha Obito sneered coldly, his gaze drifting toward the window, in the direction of the Hidden Mist Village's entrance. He intended to seize this opportunity to thoroughly challenge the so-called outcast, while simultaneously probing further into their capabilities. After all, this adversary commanded the formidable power of wood release, and he needed to fully comprehend their strength before making a move. He was unwilling to repeat the mistakes of the Ninetales incident. Outside the Hidden Mist Village, bounties, bounties. Kakuzu exclaimed with excitement as he tossed severed heads of the Hidden Mist Village's Umbu ninjas into the burlap sack he held. His spirits were particularly high. After all, these heads could be exchanged for a handsome reward in the black market, equivalent to carrying a hefty sack of money. Indeed, following the leader provided opportunities for substantial profit. Hey, boss, wait for me. After collecting the initial bounty, Kakuzu suddenly realized that Uchiha Shisui had already distanced himself, prompting an urgent pursuit. The blood-soaked sack dragged along the ground, leaving a trail of ominous crimson stains. Scattered behind them lay numerous headless corpses. Throughout their journey, the pair encountered several rogue ninjas from the Hidden Mist Village, all of whom met a swift demise, without Uchiha Shisui even lifting a finger. Kakuzu single-handedly dispatched them all. This scene did not escape the notice of Uchiha Obito in the office of the fourth Mizukage, who remained unfazed, a glimmer of amusement dancing in his eyes. The real spectacle was only just beginning. In the next moment, as Obito contemplated, 3 elite ninjas from the Hidden Mist Village launched a simultaneous attack from different directions. Their target not Kakuzu, but Uchiha Shisui. This individual was presumably the bodyguard hired by that young man. Eliminating him would naturally cause the Guardian to depart. Indeed, they all attacked together to eliminate him. In the face of the combined assault from the 3 elite ninjas, Uchiha Shisui displayed no sign of agitation. He turned to Kakuzu and inquired with a calm demeanor, how long will it take? Boss, with such weaklings, it will be a swift resolution, Kakuzu replied, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. I'll be claiming your bounty. In the next instant, Kakuzu's wrists and arms disjoined, unleashing a flurry of dark lines that erupted from his limbs. Tentacle punch. What is this? The three elite ninjas from the hidden mist village wore grave expressions as they confronted the rapidly advancing dark lines. Regrettably, they had underestimated their opponent. With a burst of crimson, one of the black lines shot through the heart of an elite ninja. One down, Kakuzu grinned, a sinister smile stretching across his face. However, just as he was about to target the remaining two, one of the last two elite ninjas circled around Kakuzu to approach Uchiha Shisui from behind. Being elite ninjas, they were not without their skills. This particular one excelled at speed. "I've got you now, Kakuzu. You were careless." With everyone watching, Uchiha Shisui extended his hand, enveloped in chakra, and caught the descending blade with a single hand. What? The hidden mist ninja, who had anticipated a fatal strike, felt his expression freeze in shock. The figure before him was no ordinary foe. But just as the hidden mist ninja distanced himself from Shisui, a pair of eyes, filled with deep resentment, coldly fixed upon him at that moment. Upon entering, Uchiha Shisui had made an agreement with Kakuzu. The bounty for every Kiri ninja slain here would belong entirely to Kakuzu. However, there was one stipulation. He must not be touched during the process of eliminating his adversaries. Should he be harmed, the bounty would revert to him. "This is all your fault. Return my bounty," Kakuzu exclaimed, raising his hardened arm, a result of the Earth Release, Earth Spear technique, forcing the special J-nin from Kirigakure before him to retreat. In the next instant, he formed hand seals, his hands coming together. Lightning Release, False Darkness. The special J-nin, who had just failed in his ambush on Uchiha Shisui, could not react in time. A spear of pure lightning chakra erupted from the mouth of the Earth Release, fire-masked creature, piercing through the air. In an instant, it reached his chest. Then, with a sickening squelch, a massive gaping wound appeared in the special J-nin's torso. He was beyond saving. "You." The J-nin's face twisted in disbelief as he collapsed to the ground in defeat. Kakuzu, with an expression of indifference, turned his gaze to the last remaining special J-nin from Kirigakure, forming hand seals once more. Fire Release, Head Hardening. With a booming voice, Kakuzu unleashed a torrent of flames, akin to a surging sea, from the mouth of the Earth Release, fire-masked creature. The flames spread rapidly, engulfing the final special J-nin in mere moments. The air was filled with his anguished screams. "Ah, humph. A bunch of useless fools." Kakuzu cast a disdainful glance at the last special J-nin before inquiring, "Boss, they are all dealt with. Shall we proceed to earn our bounties? Cough, cough. Or perhaps seek suitable new recruits?" Uchiha Shisui did not respond immediately. Instead, he turned to the rooftop ahead, his voice cold and detached. "Are you planning to continue hiding? Your comrades are all dead." As soon as Shisui's words fell, the figure concealed on the rooftop, utilizing the mist as cover, revealed a playful smile. What keen battle instincts! Though discovered, this individual exhibited no signs of panic. Instead, he raised his dual blades, arcs of lightning coursing along their edges. "Let us see your true combat prowess." Lightning Burial, Feast of Thunder. In the next moment, brilliant bolts of lightning erupted from the dual blades, racing towards Uchiha Shisui. Concurrently, the lightning-infused sphere coalesced at the tip of the lightning blade, held by Kurikaji Raya, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. The sphere, charged with lightning and chakra, locked onto Uchiha Shisui's head, lying in wait for an opening to strike. A lethal blow awaited. Upon recognizing each other's identities, Uchiha Shisui directly instructed from a nearby angle, "I have found a suitable newcomer. From now on, feel free to eliminate any of the Mist Village ninjas. Except for that brat, the bounty will be entirely yours." As Shisui spoke, the lightning on the ground had already reached before him. Witnessing this scene, Uchiha Shisui clapped his hands together. A flaw. Seeing Uchiha Shisui daring to form hand seals before him, Kirigane Raiga unleashed the spheres of lightning from his dual blades. Die. The thunderous roar erupted as Kirigane Raiga shifted his gaze away from that area, focusing instead on Kakuzu. "Humph. An arrogant fool will never meet a favorable end. Now, it is your turn." Clearly, Kirigane Raiga believed that Uchiha Shisui, who had recklessly attempted to withstand his 2 jutsu, must have lost his combat capability by now. However, Kakuzu merely shot him an exasperated glance, ignoring Kirigane Raiga and charging towards the approaching Mist Village Umbu ninjas. This action incensed Kirigane Raiga, who simultaneously raised his lightning blade and began to accumulate electrical energy. Just as he prepared to employ the same trick to subdue Kakuzu, a faint voice suddenly resonated. "Lightning blade? An intriguing weapon. How is it possible that you remain unscathed?" At that moment, Kirigane Raiga was utterly astonished. In front of Kirigane Raiga, Uchiha Shisui stood at ease, without a single scratch upon his body. Witnessing this, Kirigane Raiga's expression darkened significantly. Where had his powerful attack gone? How could this man be entirely unharmed? Wait. Suddenly realizing something, Kirigane Raiga unleashed a bolt of lightning to disperse the mist and dust in front of Uchiha Shisui. In the next moment, he comprehended the truth. Would release. The individual before him, who had seemingly appeared out of nowhere, was capable of would release. Who exactly are you? Kirigane Raiga no longer paid attention to the shattered wooden wall before Uchiha Shisui, but instead fixed his gaze on him intently. Should the opponent make any move, he would unleash his strongest form to determine the victor. Me? I am your superior. You shall follow my lead from now on. Follow you? Haha. Upon hearing Uchiha Shisui's words, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck Kirigane Raiga. Yet, despite being hit, he bore no injuries. The electrical power coalesced around his body, forming a suit of armor. Lightning release, armor of thunder. If you wish for me to recognize you as my leader, you must possess the capability to warrant such a title. Lightning release, lightning sphere. Boom, boom, boom. In the next moment, a series of spheres infused with lightning chakra surged towards Uchiha Shisui, filling the air with an ominous energy. The density of the onslaught severed all avenues of retreat for him. Clearly, upon realizing that Uchiha Shisui possessed the would-release technique, Kirigane Raiga had adopted a serious demeanor. Unfortunately, utilizing the same ninjutsu consecutively? My dear brother, I find that hardly challenging. Would release, would pillar wall? With Uchiha Shisui's voice echoing. He clapped his hands before the crowd. In an instant, towering wooden walls erupted from the ground, intercepting the entirety of Kirigane Raiga's assault. Witnessing this spectacle, Kirigane Raiga suddenly leapt from the rooftop. At the moment of landing, he crossed the lightning blades in his hands and swiftly sliced forward. Lightning blade technique, falling thunder, crackle. In an instant, the tempestuous electrical force atop the lightning blade surged violently toward Uchiha Shisui. Moreover, just as the ferocious lightning approached Uchiha Shisui, Kirigane Raiga abruptly raised the lightning blade high. In that moment, a thunderous roar erupted from the clouds overhead, followed by a bolt of lightning descending directly upon his head. The magnitude of the attack was utterly astonishing. You may successfully defend against the assault before you, but how will you counter the expansive lightning strike and the falling thunder? Do not struggle. Your demise is inevitable. Hearing Kirigane Raiga's taunts, Uchiha Shisui nodded slightly. This fellow, indeed a member of the legendary 7 Ninja Swordsmen of the Mist, exhibited commendable combat prowess. Upon recognizing the strength of his opponent, without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed a combination of lightning techniques, aiming for an all-encompassing, flawless bombardment. The goal was to eliminate the enemy in the shortest time possible, thus minimizing the risk of unforeseen circumstances. This combination attack, one could surmise, few Nin would be able to withstand unscathed. Regrettably, the foe Kirigane Raiga faced today was not an ordinary Nin from any ninja village, but rather, he was Uchiha Shisui. My dear brother, you are indeed remarkable, having reached the threshold of a potential member, merely awaiting the final processes for acceptance. As he noted that his opponent still refused to abandon attempts at persuasion, Kirigane Raiga's brow furrowed. Could it be that this individual possessed other means to thwart his impending strike? At that very moment, as Kirigane Raiga pondered this, Uchiha Shisui clapped his hands once more. Would release, would pillar wall, would release, would golem technique, would release, would barrier technique. Boom. In full view of the onlookers, an enormous wooden golem burst into Kirigane Raiga's line of sight. Following this, the golem raised a menacing shield with its bare hands, positioning it above Uchiha Shisui's head. The surrounding lightning assaults were mitigated by the wood pillar wall, while the falling thunder was surely countered by the wood barrier technique. The figure before him, a colossal wooden statue that withstood his lightning assaults, rendered Hei-Chue Leia incredulous. The chakra fluctuations were terrifying, and the mastery of wood release at this level was overwhelming. He was utterly outmatched, despite the awareness that he was no match for Uchiha Shisui. Hei-Chue Leia gritted his teeth and hoisted the thunder blade, high above. He was determined to test once more the extent of the disparity between himself and this formidable opponent. Lightning release, lightning dragon tornado. In full view of the onlookers, Hei-Chue Leia summoned a fearsome tempest of lightning with his blade, causing it to whirl at breakneck speed, ultimately transforming into a vicious lightning dragon tornado. Such tenacity. Uchiha Shisui mused, shaking his head slightly. The wooden statue beneath him, wielding a menacing shield, struck fiercely at the lightning tornado. With a thunderous roar, an explosion erupted. illuminating the area with dazzling lightning, sending Itachi Leia staggering backwards several paces. Yet, before he could regain his footing, a barrage of wooden spikes descended from above, ensnaring him within their grasp. Moreover, Uchiha Shisui's right hand morphed into a colossal wooden spike, crashing down with immense force. Rest now, little brother. The battle here shall soon conclude. With a resounding thud, as the massive wooden spike struck, Itachi Leia lost consciousness on the spot. After expending so much chakra through numerous lightning techniques, he was already drained, and such a brutal blow rendered him incapable of remaining awake. Having subdued Itachi Leia, Uchiha Shisui turned his attention to his surroundings. Headless corpses lay strewn about, the stench overwhelming, and pools of blood were beginning to form. Yet, he paid no heed to the ominous presence of the Umbu members from the Mist Village, instead directing his gaze towards the direction of the Mizuki's office. A genial smile gracing his features. Is this the hospitality of your Mist Village, 4th Mizuki? However, the 4th Mizuki, Yagura, sat in a daze, bloodied and silent. Unable to respond to Uchiha Shisui's provocative inquiry due to his state of control, Uchiha Shisui, fully aware of this outcome, feigned ignorance and bellowed. Given the unique hospitality of the Mist Village, we must surely adhere to local customs. Kakuzu, unleash your wrath. Sparing them would be a sign of disrespect towards our esteemed 4th Mizuki. Ha ha ha, understood, boss. The office of the 4th Mizuki was filled with a palpable tension. The defeat of Itachi Leia had come with alarming swiftness. White Setsu gazed out the window at Uchiha Shisui and Kakuzu overwhelmingly crushing the hidden Mist Village's Umbu operatives, chuckling softly. Uchiha Obito nodded in response, his eyes scanning the streets of the hidden Mist Village. There was someone who should have been fighting alongside Black Zabuza, one who had yet to appear. One of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist, Hoshigaki Kisame. As for Hoshigaki Kisame and Momochi Zabuza, the Umbu operatives sent to retrieve them had yet to report back. For now, they were out of the equation. Just as Obito pondered this, a chorus of agonized screams seized his attention. His brow darkened instantly. Before him, Hoshigaki Kisame brandished the decapitated blade, shattered by might die, swinging it wildly through the crowd. He slaughtered indiscriminately, cutting down his own comrades, the Umbu of the hidden mist. Lord Kisame, what are you doing? Spare me. Spare me. Lord Kisame has lost his mind. Ah. Deaf to their pleas, Kisame continued his rampage until, moments later, he examined the nearly restored blade in his grasp. A savage grin twisted his features. Ha ha ha. Finally, it's enough. Then, his gaze shifted toward the street where Uchiha Shisui and Kakuzu stood. The targets the 4th Mizuki personally ordered eliminated. They must be strong, no? Perfect sacrifices to celebrate the rebirth of my blade. The decapitating carving knife, one of the Mist's 7 legendary blades. It could regenerate by absorbing the iron in its victim's blood, while the wielder regained stamina from the same source. Yet who could have imagined Kisame would exploit this mass Umbu mobilization to slaughter his own allies? All to fully restore his weapon? Under normal circumstances, Obito wouldn't have cared. Had Kisame obeyed orders, assisting Black Zabuza in testing the so-called outcast's true strength, he might have overlooked the bloodshed. But reality proved otherwise. Not only had Kisame ignored his command, failing to aid Black Zabuza in probing the outcast's limits, but he had also butchered their own forces at the rear. Now, he was charging ahead recklessly. This one is beyond saving. Obito sighed faintly, then turned his attention to the 4th Mizuki Yagura. It seemed he would have to intervene personally to gauge the outcast's power. Hearing this, White Setsu burst into laughter. A battle between the Three Tails Jinchuriki, Yagura, and would release? Now that should be entertaining. Ha ha ha. Obito's gaze shifted toward another direction, silent. By Ju, I need you to perform a task at once. What task? Go find the dried persimmon Kisame and the watermelon mountain pufferfish demon, and bring them to join this battle. Understood. Baiju nodded and then vanished beneath the surface. At the same moment, Paipa Shizu had arrived not far from Uchiha Shisui and Kakuzu. Mist concealment technique. In the next instant, thick fog enveloped the entire battlefield, further diminishing visibility in an already obscure environment. That figure seems to be Uchiha Shisui, who had just dismissed the wooden puppet, attempting to lure out the remaining members of the 7 ninja swordsmen from the hidden Mist Village using taijutsu. At that moment, a faint smile crept upon his lips. Paipa Shizu, is it? Just in time for him to claim the second of the 7 ninja swordsmen from the hidden Mist Village. As Uchiha Shisui contemplated this, Paipa Shizu, utilizing the cover of the fog and his exceptional assassination skills, silently approached from behind. Then, Paipa Shizu raised his executioner's sword, mercilessly swinging it towards Uchiha Shisui's neck. In this assassination, victory belonged to him, Paipa Shizu. However, just as Paipa Shizu believed his triumph was assured, a wooden wall suddenly erupted from the ground, propelling him away. What? Before he could regain his balance, a shadow lunged towards him. A terrifying surge of chakra erupted from Uchiha Shisui, stunning Paipa Shizu. Seizing the opportunity, Shisui delivered a powerful elbow strike to his opponent's head. Paipa Shizu, may I borrow your executioner's sword for a moment? Bang! Before Paipa Shizu could comprehend the situation, he was sent flying through the air, concealing oneself before the kaleidoscope Sharingan. How laughable! Would release, would dragon technique. Simultaneously striking Paipa Shizu aside, a wooden dragon sprang from the side, ensnaring his body. In an instant, cries of anguish echoed throughout the area. This fellow. Paipa Shizu could hardly believe that a nameless adversary could disarm him in a single encounter while binding him with their jutsu. He was defeated in an instant. Silence. I will borrow your sword for now, and I promise to return it shortly. Uchiha Shisui laughed heartily, brandishing the executioner's sword as he charged towards the surrounding Umbu ninjas of the hidden mist village. The massacre began anew. Upon witnessing Uchiha Shisui's actions, Paipa Shizu's expression fluctuated between despair and disbelief. He could not fathom the true intentions of this individual who had come to the hidden mist village. He clearly had the opportunity to kill him, yet he refrained from doing so. Moreover, beside him, Kurokuro Raiga, who had been knocked unconscious by a barrage of wooden spikes, had also managed to preserve his life. At a certain moment, it seemed that Paipa Shirzong became aware of something. Abruptly turning to gaze at the wooden dragon behind him, his countenance transformed into one of sheer horror. He was utterly astonished. Would release. The technique that had ensnared him and vanquished the Black Ho-Raiga was akin to that of the legendary first Hokage of Konohagakure. The wood release had re-emerged in the ninja world. With this realization, cold sweat instinctively trickled down Paipa Shirzong's back. Who exactly was he? Meanwhile, as Paipa Shirzong assessed Uchiha Shisui, the latter was wielding his great sword, annihilating the Umbu ninjas of the hidden mist village. Suddenly, a chilling voice resonated in his mind. Ding! A new sign-in location has been refreshed. The sign-in point is the office of the 4th Mizukage, Yagura. Time limit, 1 minute. 1 minute? The office of the 4th Mizukage, Yagura? Upon hearing the system's announcement, a playful expression emerged on Uchiha Shisui's face. Currently, he was regarded as an outcast, perceived as an entity devoid of advanced body flicker technique. Thus, to reach the 4th Mizukage's office within a minute, the most effective approach was to employ absolute power, disregarding any obstacles. With this thought, Uchiha Shisui clapped his hands together. Would release. Would golem technique. In the next moment, colossal wooden figures appeared before the crowd, one after another, especially beneath the feet of Kakuzu, Raiga, and Paipa Shirzong. They were directly lifted, landing upon the shoulders of the wooden golems. Hey, boss. The 4th Mizukage has just welcomed us so warmly. We must return the favor. Boom. Would release. Great force technique. Would release. Would dragon technique. Would release. With Uchiha Shisui summoning the wooden figures and dragons, the Umbu ninjas of the hidden mist village, who could previously offer a modicum of resistance, now fell like fragile chives. The wooden golem struck. The wood dragons whipped, instantly obliterating a multitude. The ground was strewn with bloodied corpses and anguished cries. Despite not understanding the sudden aggression of Uchiha Shisui, Kakuzu clasped his hands together in a seal and earnestly proclaimed, "Boss, you go ahead. I'll cover you." Wind release. Pressure damage. In the next instant, from Kakuzu's mask, a high-pressure wind ball erupted. Upon striking the enemy, it transformed into a swirling tempest, forcing the Umbu members of the hidden mist village retreat from Uchiha Shisui's path. Good. Upon hearing Kakuzu, Uchiha Shisui nodded slightly. He then commanded the wooden golems beneath him and the wood dragons flanking him to charge forward. As Uchiha Shisui commenced his assault, the ninjas of the hidden mist village, who had just received orders from the 4th Mizukage, were taken aback. At this moment, both the members of the Akatsuki and ordinary ninjas were relentlessly attempting to halt Uchiha Shisui's advance. Observing this scene, Kakuzu let out a cold snort. In the next instant, he clasped his hands together with great intensity. Do they dare to lay hands on my leader? Preposterous. With Kakuzu's voice resounding, the masks of the Earth Grudge Fear, Fire Release, and Wind Release simultaneously unleashed the techniques of Fire Release, Head Cut, and Wind Release, Pressure Damage. In an instant, A vast inferno engulfed the ground, obstructing the path of the majority of the Mist Village ninjas. Yet, even so, a portion of the Mist Village ninjas managed to circumvent the flames, launching an attack toward Uchiha Shisui's back. Witnessing this, Kakuzu's expression darkened. Damn it! Although the elite forces of the Mist Village were either dealt with by Uchiha Shisui or had yet to appear, the sheer number of ninjas deployed was still overwhelming. Relying solely on himself, even with the assistance of the Woodman and Wood Dragon, it was impossible to completely thwart their advance. Moreover, having employed such an array of techniques, his chakra reserves were dwindling. Unless, perhaps, they could summon additional forces suddenly struck by an idea. Kakuzu dispatched a shadow clone to borrow the decapitating sword from Uchiha Shisui. He then turned to Kirok Raiga and Peepajus, exclaiming, "My leader mentioned upon arrival that the Mist Village is currently embroiled in internal strife and rampant slaughter. Even ninjas of your caliber, the 7 ninja swordsmen, cannot guarantee their survival. Therefore, rather than languishing here in a state of constant dread, it would be far better to join my leader and venture forth together." Kakuzu reflected for a moment before adding, "Furthermore, there are ample bounties to be earned by following my leader." In response to Kakuzu's proposal, Kirok Raiga and Peepajus did not immediately acquiesce. Instead, they began to ponder the implications, weighing the pros and cons. After all, once they became rogue ninjas, they would be condemned to a life of turmoil, perpetually wary of being hunted. However, there was one point in Kakuzu's argument that was undeniably true. Ever since their 4th Mizukage seized power, the village had engaged in the indiscriminate slaughter of those possessing bloodline limits. It was from that time onward that the village's atmosphere grew increasingly sinister. Each day, individuals would mysteriously vanish, only to be discovered later as lifeless corpses. The mist in the air had transformed from its former white hue to a menacing red, suffused with a metallic scent. Indeed, there seemed to be little worth clinging to in this place. Rather than remaining here, it might be better to venture out. The first to see this clearly was Peepajus. It was evident that he was deeply dissatisfied with the atrocities committed by the 4th Mizukage, Yagura. As soon as he voiced his thoughts, Kakuzu's shadow clone promptly tossed the decapitating sword to him. "Catch it, old friend, we meet again." After receiving the lethal blade, Pai Pa Shirzong leapt directly in front of the mist-hidden village ninjas who had circumvented Kakuzu. "Let it be known, should your organization prove to be excessively dull and feeble, I shall not hesitate to exterminate you all." In the next moment, Pai Pa Shirzong swung the lethal blade in his grasp. Splatter! Ah! In an instant, cries of agony and the splatter of blood echoed throughout the area. As for Pai Pa Shirzong's threatening words, Kakuzu chose to disregard them. Their organization weak? Once Pai Pa Shirzong joined their ranks, should he remain too arrogant, he would likely end up beaten down just as he once was. And as for boredom, such a notion was utterly inconceivable. Accompanying their leader guaranteed ample rewards. How could such a life be dull? Whoosh! At a certain moment following Pai Pa Shirzong's entrance in a battle, Kakuzu suddenly turned to strike at Heichui Leia. Lightning release, false darkness. A spear of lightning shot forth through the air. Yet, just as Heichui Leia instinctively prepared to defend himself, the lightning spear pierced through, striking down a mist-hidden village Umbu ninja who was preparing to ambush him. Witnessing this scene, Heichui Leia, wielding the lightning blade, Fong, fell silent for a moment before lifting his gaze towards the office of the 4th Mizukage. He murmured softly, "Have you already assumed I would betray you without awaiting my response, 4th Mizukage? If so, then I find myself with no other choice." In the next moment, Heichui Leia turned to Kakuzu, the lightning on his blade flickering ominously. "Why are you assisting me? Who is assisting you? Do not flatter yourself. This is merely my leader's command. Otherwise, I would rather see you perish swiftly and exchange your head for a bounty in the black market." Heichui Leia scoffed at the remark. His command, was it? Intriguing. Just as he pondered this, 2 mist-hidden village Umbu ninjas simultaneously launched an assault. Stealthily approaching his rear, their weapons aimed directly at his vital points. They intended to take his life. Heichui Leia had already betrayed the village. There was no need for courtesy. He must be eliminated. Indeed, eliminate Heichui Leia. You call me a traitor? The lightning blade, Fong in Heichui Leia's hand surged with fierce radiance. If that is the case, then I shall now have the right to eliminate you. In an instant, a thunderous lightning bolt descended from the heavens, consuming both targets. Boom. Meanwhile, as Heichui Leia and Pai Pa Shirzong formally betrayed the mist-hidden village and joined the fray on the other side, Uchiha Shisui hurled the corpse of a mist-hidden village Umbu ninja, crashing it through the door of the Mizukage's office. amidst the swirling dust and flying wood splinters. He emerged slowly, stepping upon the corpse of the mist-hidden village ninja, his face adorned with a benevolent smile. Fourth Mizukage. It is a pleasure to meet you for the first time. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have successfully checked in. Check-in location, the office of the fourth Mizukage, Yagura. In the hidden mist village. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received a check-in reward, mastery of wood release, the all-purpose bag technique. All-purpose bag technique, you say? Not bad. As Uchiha Shisui contemplated this, his body suddenly tilted to the side, effortlessly evading a punch thrown by the fourth Mizukage, Yagura. He chuckled. Our fourth Mizukage remains as enthusiastic as ever. While speaking, Uchiha Shisui deftly dodged Yagura's attacks. Though you were quite rude, allow me to offer a brief self-introduction. Akatsuki. The Abandoner. It is a pleasure to meet you. I look forward to your guidance. Boom. With those 7 words, the Mizukage office began to tremble violently. To be precise, the entire Mizukage building was shaking. Wood release, advent of the tree world. In the next moment, before the eyes of many, colossal trees began to sprout, and countless vines ruthlessly battered the structures of the hidden mist village. In an instant, the majority of the village was reduced to ruins, with casualties numbering beyond count. Observing the devastation before him, Uchiha Ibido, concealed within a certain part of the village, furrowed his brow slightly. The actions of this so-called abandoner seemed excessively reckless. Attempting to control him and make him an ally would prove quite challenging. Beside him, White Zetsu lamented, is this guy insane? To directly employ such a powerful technique as would release, advent of the tree world within the Mizukage building. The ferocity of his actions was on par with that of the legendary Hashirama Senju. Upon hearing White Zetsu's comment, a flicker of intrigue passed through Ibido's eyes. Wait. Despite the formidable power of this individual's wood release technique, he deliberately avoided attacking his allies during the onslaught, refraining from indiscriminate destruction. Does he enjoy gathering followers? That simplifies matters. If he expends a little effort to persuade Nagato and then fabricates a new identity to infiltrate Akatsuki, acknowledging this individual as the leader, he would then have ample opportunities to test him. With this thought, an enigmatic vortex appeared abruptly. Are you leaving already? I have devised a method to deal with him. If that is the case, there is no need to remain in the hidden mist village for close observation. I can observe from outside the village as well. That makes sense. White Zetsu replied, and like Ibido, he departed from the scene. Meanwhile, as the two exited, Yagura was sent flying by a massive vine. Below, Kakuzu was forming hand seals. The head of the fourth Mizukage should be worth a considerable bounty. Lightning release, false darkness. In an instant, a spear of lightning locked onto the heart of the fourth Mizukage, Yagura, and shot forth with great velocity. However, in the midst of the air, a water mirror suddenly materialized before Yagura, a manifestation of the water release, water mirror technique. What? In the next moment, to the astonishment of all present, a figure identical to Kakuzu emerged from the water mirror. Simultaneously, this doppelganger could wield lightning release, false darkness, with equal potency. Boom. With the sound of an explosion, Kakuzu was forcefully repelled. Yagura merely cast a fleeting glance at him before a dark crimson chakra enveloped his body. This was the manifestation of partial-tailed beast transformation. Realizing that his human form could not contend with the adversaries before him, Yagura swiftly transitioned into his semi-tailed beast form. Upon successfully achieving this transformation, Yagura's speed surged dramatically. In the blink of an eye, he charged toward Kakuzu. Observing this, Kakuzu's arms morphed into a dark hue, shielding his vital areas. Earth release, Earth spear. Yet, just as Yagura's semi-tailed beast hand was about to strike Kakuzu, 2 shadows appeared simultaneously on either side of him, 3 ninja blades converging upon him. These were Korwa Shovel Raiga and Bawako Shizuku. Fourth, it seems you've forgotten about us. Attack. However, despite being flanked by the 2, Yagura, in his semi-tailed beast form, remained undeterred in his assault on Kakuzu. His focus had shifted from a single target to 3. In the next moment, Yagura unleashed a furious onslaught with his 3 tails, compelling Kakuzu, Raiga, and Shizuku to retreat forcefully. Boom. With a resounding thud, both Raiga and Shizuku found themselves kneeling on one knee, their expressions grave. Indeed, given their current circumstances, they stood no chance against the fourth Mizukage, the 3-tailed Jinchuriki, Yagura. As for Kakuzu, he shook his hand in discomfort, eyeing the semi-tailed beast Yagura with caution. Cough, cough, cough. So this is the power of partial-tailed beast transformation? Quite impressive, but alas, you have encountered me today. Just as Kakuzu prepared to execute the composite ninjutsu, Scorching Wind Wave, fiery face explosion, intending to breach the tailed beast cloak enveloping Yagura. Enormous hands surged from the ground, seizing the semi-tailed beast Yagura. Following this, countless wooden fists and tails rained down upon him. In that moment, explosions erupted incessantly. Boom, boom, boom. As for Kakuzu, he was unceremoniously hurled away by a wooden clone of Uchiha Shisui before the onslaught of wooden constructs commenced. Moments later, the area where Yagura once stood had vanished, replaced by a bottomless pit. How dare a mere half-tailed beast transformation be so audacious before me, the fourth Mizukage? I must inquire, who bestowed upon you such audacity? Uchiha Shisui stood atop the wooden figure, gazing down into the abyss where the fourth Mizukage, Yagura, lay battered and bruised. Meanwhile, hidden on the outskirts of the mist village, Uchiha Obito, who had been observing Shisui, found his brow furrowed in concern. Another technique of wood release. One he had never encountered before. Just how many unknown jutsu does this so-called abandoner possess? Should we continue to probe further? Asked White Zetsu. Proceed. I am eager to witness how the abandoner will confront the fully tailed beast-formed Yagura. As Obito spoke, his Sharingan glimmered with a sinister crimson light. At that moment, he resolved to ascertain the full extent of the abandoner's power. Until he comprehended the capabilities of this individual and the one known as Senju Yagura from Konoha, he would find no peace. Just as Obito contemplated, the fourth Mizukage, whose cloak had been shredded, suddenly let out a pained roar. His body began to swell, chakra surging violently upward. Clearly, this was the ultimate battle form of the Three Tails Jinchuriki, complete tailed beast transformation. Upon witnessing this transformation, all the ninjas of the Mist Village hesitated for not a moment and began to retreat. The fourth Mizukage has fully transformed. Everyone, evacuate this area immediately. Even if this invader wields would release, he stands no chance against the fully tailed beast-formed fourth Mizukage. Indeed, victory shall surely be ours. Hearing the words of the Mist Ninjas, Kiba Shizuku and Kirichu Reiga exchanged glances before turning to withdraw from the Mist Village, quietly observing from the edge of the village. Though they had previously pledged allegiance to the abandoner, if he were to be defeated here by Yagura, their words would hold no weight. As for Kakuzu, he had intended to launch another attack on Yagura but was deterred by a single glare from Uchiha Shisui. Keep an eye on those two. Once I deal with the fourth Mizukage, I will join you, he commanded. Understood, boss. Kakuzu nodded and approached between Kirichu Reiga and Kiba Shizuku, chakra subtly emanating as he regarded them with ill intent. The boss has instructed that you two must not wander off. Regarding the words of the cornered, Haishuleya and Biwa just paid them no heed. Their sole intent was to flee upon the demise of the individual known as the abandoner. Could the person standing before them truly obstruct their escape? Would release, for pillar prison technique. As the commanding voice of Uchiha Shisui resonated, a cascade of wooden spikes descended from the heavens, ensnaring the fully tailed beast-formed fourth Mizukage, Yagura. Yet, Yagura merely raised his head and let out a fierce roar. Grr. In the next instant, his immense form arched, and the formidable shell on his back enveloped his body. With a sudden surge, the fourth Mizukage, Yagura, rolled forward like a wheel, crashing into the wooden spikes ahead. The earth quaked violently upon impact. A spectacle of power, this was one of the two devastating techniques of the fully tailed beast transformation of the Three Tails Jinchuriki, Yagura. Shadow Crush? In essence, Shadow Crush utilized the immense size and weight advantage gained from complete tailed beast transformation to obliterate foes. Boom. With a thunderous crash, the wooden spikes faltered momentarily before being shattered by the fully tailed beast-formed fourth Mizukage, Yagura. Without losing momentum, Yagura charged fiercely toward Uchiha Shisui, who stood upon the wooden figure's shoulder. Witnessing this, a faint smile graced Uchiha Shisui's lips. So this is the true essence of complete tailed beast transformation? Even relying solely on physical strength can unleash such formidable devastation. Indeed impressive, yet, regrettably. In the next moment, Uchiha Shisui clapped his hands sharply. Suddenly, walls of wood erupted from the ground, rising before the fully tailed beast-formed fourth Mizukage, Yagura. Would release. Wooden wall. A rapid succession. Today, you face me. In response, the fully tailed beast-formed fourth Mizukage, Yagura, showed no hesitation and charged head-on. The sound of explosions echoed incessantly, causing the very earth to tremble. Boulders soaring through the air. Before long, under the gaze of all, the fully tailed beast-formed fourth Mizukage, Yagura, finally stood before Uchiha Shisui. Just as it seemed he would collide with the wooden figure at Shisui's feet, an overwhelming wave of chakra emanated from Uchiha Shisui. Would release. Advent of the forest. Would release. All-encompassing bag technique. Boom. At that moment, the entire territory of the hidden mist village began to tremble violently. Towering trees erupted from beneath the fully tailed beast-formed fourth Mizukage, Yagura, ensnaring him entirely. Simultaneously, colossal vines and hands surged forth from all directions, binding Yagura's limbs. Is this truly his genuine strength? As the previously flickering hope for a turnaround for Yagura was swiftly extinguished, Uchiha Obito, observing from the hidden mist village, couldn't help but let out a faint sigh. It became apparent to him that this self-proclaimed abandoner had not taken the battle seriously when he initially employed the wood release, advent of the tree's technique. From the very beginning, this individual had regarded the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails and the fourth Mizukage, Yagura, with utter disdain. Contemplating this, a peculiar glimmer flashed in Obito's eyes. If I could seize this formidable combat power for my own use, then when the time comes to strike at Konoha, I need not fear the likes of Senju Hashirama. At that very moment, Uchiha Shisui clapped his hands together once again. Seizing the opportunity, he declared, wood release, wood golem technique. In an instant, four colossal wooden figures materialized around the fully tailed beast-formed Yagura. Following this, giant fists descended upon Yagura's face. Roar, roar. Being mercilessly pummeled into the ground by the wooden figures ignited a furious wrath within the fully tailed beast-formed Yagura. The colossal chakra within him surged violently. Notably, his mouth opened wide, rapidly gathering and compressing a vast amount of chakra. In mere moments, a high-density black energy ball, imbued with a sense of annihilation, appeared in his mouth. Is that the tail beast bomb? Observing Yagura's actions, Uchiha Shisui maintained an air of composure, clapping his hands once more. Would release. Great shield technique. It was merely a tailed beast bomb. He had faced such an attack before. In the next moment, each of the wooden figures brandished a fearsome shield. At that precise moment, Yagura, having swallowed the high-density black energy ball, opened his mouth wide. Instantly, the black energy ball shot forth in a straight line from his mouth, aimed directly at Uchiha Shisui atop the shoulder of the wooden figure. Boom. However, the tailed beast bomb, capable of obliterating several mountains, halted abruptly upon contact with the fearsome shield held by the wooden figure. Not only that, but in the next heartbeat, the wooden figure lifted its shield high, altering the trajectory of Yagura's tailed beast bomb. The attack, which was meant to strike Uchiha Shisui, now soared into the clouds above. Then boom. The essence of destruction erupted in the heavens, while the raging chakra rampaged through the air. Even though Uchiha Shisui redirected the trajectory of Yagura's tailed beast bomb, the residual violent chakra still bore down upon the hidden mist village. Under the weight of this force, the ground cracked and exploded, and structures disintegrated into nothingness. Despair engulfed the entirety of the hidden mist village. As for this, the three wooden figures, armed with menacing shields, were already prepared. They swiftly intervened to block three directions in the hidden mist village. One direction was where Kakuzu, Haiden, and Tenzo resided, while the other two led to those whom he sought to win over. Meanwhile, the direction devoid of Uchiha Shisui's protection was instantly consumed by an aura of destruction, evoking a scene reminiscent of an apocalyptic descent. At the fringes of the hidden mist village, the surviving ninjas bore expressions filled with despair and incredulity. How could the fourth Mizukage have been defeated so easily? Was there truly no way to vanquish that individual, even with full transformation into a tailed beast? Who among us could possibly halt his relentless advance? It was over. The hidden mist village was doomed. In stark contrast to the despair of the hidden mist ninjas, Kakuzu and Tenzo exchanged knowing glances before nodding in unison. In the next instant, each drew a shuriken and made a decisive cut across their forehead protectors. Henceforth, they would be known as rogue ninjas of the hidden mist, following in the footsteps of that man. After this act, Kakuzu and Tenzo gazed at Uchiha Shisui, who stood atop the wooden figure's shoulder, at the very heart of the ruins, and mused, is this truly the extent of his power? How formidable indeed! It appears our days ahead shall be anything but dull. As for Kakuzu, he merely cast a calm glance at the two and refrained from elaborating further, for he had always held steadfast belief in his leader's triumph. By the way, the fourth Mizukage of the hidden mist, the three-tailed Jinchuriki Yagura, must have a substantial bounty. Right? Indeed, as long as we follow our leader, great wealth awaits us. With a soft patter of footsteps, Uchiha Shisui had no time to concern himself with the situation involving Kakuzu and the others. Standing before him was an incredibly alluring woman, the future fifth Mizukage of the hidden mist, Terumi Mei. My lord, could you please spare our fourth Mizukage? Terumi Mei bit her lip, her face paling to the point of appearing devoid of color. Yet, despite her trepidation, she mustered the courage to meet Uchiha Shisui's gaze. desperate to prevent him from striking Yagura further. She wished to save his life. Witnessing this scene, Uchiha Shisui, though intrigued by Terumi Mei, who possessed 2 bloodline limits, maintained an outwardly cold demeanor. Reason? Reason? I have my reasons. Upon hearing Uchiha Shisui's words, Terumi Mei felt a glimmer of hope and hastily began to explain, "My lord, though I currently lack evidence, I believe the 4th Mizukage predicament is due to manipulation by others with ulterior motives." And then, upon hearing Uchiha Shisui's unexpectedly cold words, Terumi Mei's heart began to race uncontrollably. Summoning all her courage under the scrutinizing gazes of the crowd, she bowed respectfully to Uchiha Shisui and implored loudly, "Then, I hope you can spare his life." Spare his life? Uchiha Shisui's icy gaze fixed upon Terumi Mei. In the next moment, he reached out and lifted her chin, a terrifying wave of chakra pressing down on her, making it nearly impossible for her to breathe. "My dear, you indeed appear to be a beauty, but alas, your 4th Mizukage has indiscriminately slaughtered users of bloodline limits, so you too must be lacking in merit." With that, Uchiha Shisui cast Terumi Mei aside towards the gaping maw of the wooden dragon. "I have no interest in worthless vases. Thus, it would be best for you to meet your end." Though he understood that Terumi Mei possessed 2 rare bloodline limits, the customary greeting still had to be observed. Roar. In the next moment, the wooden dragon opened its gaping mouth and lunged towards the trembling Terumi Mei, whose face had turned ashen, devoid of any color. "I am not worthless. I possess bloodline limits. 2 of them." In the face of death, Terumi Mei revealed her abilities without reservation. "Oh." Uchiha Shisui's face revealed a hint of intrigue at Terumi Mei's declaration. Yet, he feigned surprise, pressing down on the dragon's menacing mouth while smiling down at her. "Let me make this clear. If you deceive me, not only will your 4th Mizukage perish." Uchiha Shisui leaned closer to whisper in Terumi Mei's ear, "but you too shall meet a grim fate." Upon hearing this, and recalling Uchiha Shisui's earlier actions, Terumi Mei's body trembled in fear. "My bloodline limits are liquid release and boil release, granting me water, fire, and earth chakra natures." "Then show me." "Show you?" Despite her overwhelming fear of Uchiha Shisui, Terumi Mei ultimately gritted her teeth and prepared to strike. The presence before her was one capable of suppressing even the fully tailed beast's transformed 4th Mizukage. With her meager strength, how could she possibly harm him? With this thought, Terumi Mei cast aside her mental burdens, her hands trembling as she formed the seals. Liquid release, liquid monster technique. In an instant, she expelled a viscous and highly corrosive acidic liquid from her mouth. However, just as the acid was about to reach Uchiha Shisui, a wooden wall surged upward from the ground. Wood release, wooden shield. The acidic liquid made contact with the wooden wall, and while it did not completely corrode it, the effects were nonetheless evident. "Oh, this is rather interesting." Uchiha Shisui, instead of dismissing her feeble attack, smiled with amusement. After all, Terumi Mei was still quite young, and her abilities had yet to reach their full potential. Weaknesses were only to be expected. As long as he invests more effort in developing Terumi Mei, the future will undoubtedly not disappoint him. "You have preserved your life. Continue onward. If you truly possess 2 bloodline limits, I might consider sparing his life." At this point, Uchiha Shisui cast a glance at Yagura, still pinned beneath the wooden figure. Witnessing this scene, Terumi Mei appeared invigorated, nodding earnestly, her cheeks flushed. After all, she was merely a child in her teenage years. Boil release, skilled mist technique. In the next moment, Terumi Mei combined her fire and water chakra, exhaling scalding, highly acidic steam. The moment this steam made contact with the wooden wall before Uchiha Shisui, it began to evaporate and corrode with remarkable speed. Observing this, Uchiha Shisui nodded slightly. He then commanded the wooden figure to lift its foot off Yagura, applauding while smiling. "Is this boil release? Its corrosive strength surpasses that of the previous dissolution release and seems to possess a certain penetrating effect. Quite impressive." Upon hearing Uchiha Shisui's praise, Terumi Mei could not help but breathe a sigh of relief, her excitement evident as she spoke. "My lord, if that is the case, may we now, your 4th Mizukage Yagura may leave, but you cannot." "What?" Upon hearing Uchiha Shisui's words, Terumi Mei was momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend. In response, Uchiha Shisui dominantly cupped her chin, leaning closer for a direct gaze. "I am a bounty hunter. Do you think that if you wish to peacefully take away what rightfully belongs to me, you should not offer me a more valuable prize? Such as, for instance, you." "Me?" Terumi Mei, who had anticipated that proving her worth would lead to her safe departure, now found herself frozen in place, struggling to process his words. "Indeed. From now on, you shall be my personal possession. Well, for the time being, you can serve as my maid. I happen to be in need of someone to do laundry and cook. Doing laundry and cooking. What does that have to do with my bloodline limits? Just as Terumi Mei grappled with her newfound identity, Uchiha Shisui playfully patted her head, then commanded the wooden figure to kick Yagura away with a swift motion. Bang! Fourth Mizukage. Upon witnessing Yagura being forcibly propelled away, Terumi Mei snapped back to reality, calling out anxiously. Yet, just as she prepared to rush forward to rescue him, a ferocious wooden dragon surged toward her, ensnaring her entirely. The spikes protruding from the wooden dragon pierced deeply into her body. In the next instant, Terumi Mei's form was drenched in blood, transforming into a vision of horror, as the anguished cries of Terumi Mei echoed through the air. The chilling laughter of Uchiha Shisui resounded once more. One hand delivers, while the other releases. We are now even. You are no longer a ninja of the Mist Village, but rather my personal attendant. At this juncture, Uchiha Shisui's demeanor underwent a sudden transformation, a formidable wave of chakra emanating from him. Do you comprehend my intent? I understand. I will obey from now on, Terumi Mei replied, suppressing the excruciating pain coursing through her body, her head nodding in frantic agreement. Observing this scene, Uchiha Shisui gestured for the wooden dragon to release her, extending a hand to assist the battered Terumi Mei. His tone softened slightly. Rest assured. As long as you harbor no unnecessary thoughts, I tend to be quite benevolent towards my own. I know. Despite the gentler tone of Uchiha Shisui, Terumi Mei remained curled up, her eyes filled with trepidation. Uchiha Shisui was in no rush. He needed her to fear him first, ensuring she would not rebel or flee. As for how he treated his own, that understanding would come with time. In the next moment, Uchiha Shisui lifted his gaze towards a certain direction in the Mist Village, one that was distinct from where Kakuzu and his companions were situated, as well as Terumi Mei's location. It was the final bastion he protected, the domain of Kisame Hashigaki. Naturally, if all went as expected, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, the formidable Suigetsu, would likely be there as well. However, by the time he arrived, it was highly probable that his adversary would have already met his demise. With this thought, Uchiha Shisui waved his hand towards the area where Kakuzu and his companions were located. 2 new recruits had been acquired, one of whom was a maid. Thus, the mission could be deemed a success. Let us return to the black market with these heads and claim our bounty, then indulge in a meal. Uchiha Shisui added with enthusiasm. It's on me. Ha. Very well, boss. Upon hearing that their leader would treat them, the one burdened with 2 bags containing the heads of the Mist Village's Umbu felt elated. Not only would he spend no personal money, but he could also feast at will. Indeed, following the boss was a delightful experience. Nearby, Kirok, Reiga, and Peepishes swiftly began to clear the battlefield, collecting the heads of the Mist Village's ninjas. Indeed, although they had acknowledged this individual known as the Abandoner as their leader and joined his organization, the scattered heads of the Mist Village ninjas represented a wealth of opportunity in the black market. Not seizing them would be a missed opportunity. Uchiha Shisui did not interfere with the actions of Reiga and Shiz. Under the watchful eyes of many, he guided the wooden figure towards the outskirts of the Mist Village. Kisame Hashigaki, I hope you can take your time. I would love to witness a splendid spectacle. In a certain forest beyond the Mist Village, a creature with flowing orange hair, the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Demon, meticulously bandaged its arm while displaying a sinister grin, revealing its sharp teeth. The palpable chakra fluctuations indicated that our esteemed 4th Mizukage had dispatched the invaders with a tailed beast bomb. Upon uttering these words, the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Demon turned to survey the corpses strewn upon the ground, a contemptuous smile gracing its visage. Just a mere swarm of ants, daring to thwart my grand design. How absurd. The fallen, like itself, were ANBU ninjas from the hidden Mist Village, loyal subordinates of the 4th Mizukage, Yagura. Alas, their betrayal, trading intelligence for profit with neighboring nations, had led to their untimely demise at the hands of these fools. Thus, it was only fitting that he compassionately guided them to their final resting place. Let us depart, Kisame. After completing its task and securing its wounds, the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Demon turned towards the hidden Mist Village, beckoning its formidable ally, Kisame Hashigaki, to follow. Yes, Lord Watermelon Mountain. Kisame cast a glance back at the lifeless bodies and the sword he wielded, a flicker of intrigue crossing his eyes. It seemed the time was not yet ripe. He would await a moment when the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Demon's injuries were more severe to strike with fatal precision. The traitor who had betrayed the village and slain comrades must perish. Without delay, Kisame followed the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Demon, leading a contingent of ANBU members away from the scene. However, just as they were about to enter the hidden mist village, two ninjas appeared on their path, Kisame and Terumi-me. One was a rogue ninja from the Takigakure, while the other was, with a narrowed gaze. The Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Demon beheld Terumi-me, her forehead protector marred by a slash, signaling her defection from the hidden mist village. Initially lamenting the village as plight and seeking a pretext for their delayed support, the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Demon had now found its justification. In an instant, the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Demon grasped the Samahata, raising it menacingly towards Kakuzu and Terumi-me, bellowing, Terumi-me, in collusion with infiltrators from other villages. You have betrayed your comrades and inflicted grievous losses upon the village, a crime of the highest order. All ANBU members, charge with me. Capture this wretched traitor. Yes, Lord Watermelon Mountain. With a resounding cry, the dozen or so ANBU ninjas surged forward at his command. In quick succession, an array of jutsu and weapons rained upon Kakuzu and Terumi-me. Even Kisame began forming hand seals, invoking water release, great shark bullet technique. Soon, a shark-shaped water bullet surged forth. Yet, Kakuzu remained unfazed, merely shifting his stance. His hands morphed into a dark hue. Earth release, earth spear. With all eyes upon him, Kakuzu unleashed a powerful punch, striking the shark-shaped water bullet squarely on its head. As Kakuzu believed he was on the verge of dismantling Kisame's jutsu, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The water projectile, astonishingly, began to absorb the chakra from his fist, rapidly augmenting its own power. Intriguing. In the next moment, Kakuzu forcefully flung the shark-shaped water projectile away while deftly evading the attacks of several ANBU ninjas from the hidden mist village, retreating beside Terumi-me. Remember the mission your leader assigned you. I understand. Upon hearing Kakuzu's indifferent words, Terumi-me, who had initially felt anxious, now clasped her hands together in a prayer seal. For that man had stated that if she failed to eliminate more than 3 ANBU ninjas, she would be sold to the black market. Being sold to the black market meant she would never live as a person again. She refused to accept such a fate. Dissolution release, dissolving monster technique. Dissolution release, dissolving monster technique. As Terumi-me unleashed a viscous and highly corrosive acid, the nearest ANBU ninja from the hidden mist collapsed to the ground, howling in agony. His face was directly struck by her acid, leaving naught but exposed, ghastly bones. Witnessing the terrifying potency of Terumi-me's acid, Suigetsu Zuki dared not underestimate her any longer, urgently calling out to Kisame, who was forming seals. Kisame, hold them off for a moment. I need to fuse with Samahata. Yes, Lord Suigetsu. In the blink of an eye, Kisame leapt into action, channeling chakra into his throat, and unleashed a torrent of water aimed directly at Kakuzu and Terumi-me from above. Water release, exploding water shockwave. Observing this, Kakuzu was equally unyielding, forming seals and proclaiming, wind release, pressure damage. While Kisame unleashed a deluge, Kakuzu countered with a tempest. Boom. The clash of 2 vastly different chakra types resonated, creating a formidable shockwave that forced all present to stumble back a few steps. Even Suigetsu, who was in the process of merging with Samahata, was not spared. The disturbance coupled with his recent injuries caused him to cough up blood. Damn it, Kisame. Don't let them disrupt my fusion with Samahata. Yes, Lord Suigetsu. Hearing Suigetsu's command, Kisame utilized the water he had just released to form seals anew. Concurrently, Terumi-me had already opened her mouth once more, exhaling a scalding mist. Boil release, skillful mist technique. Once again, piercing screams echoed around Suigetsu Zuki. This wretched woman. The sight of his subordinates being devoured by the mist emitted by Terumi-me rendered Suigetsu's expression exceedingly grim. He was not concerned about the lives of his subordinates, rather, he feared that if these fellows perished too swiftly, his own safety would be significantly compromised. As Suigetsu and the others contemplated this, Kisame swung his hand down onto the waterlogged ground, bellowing with fervor, water release, rain of 4 sharks. In an instant, 4 water sharks leapt vertically around Kisame. As the sharks soared into the air, they descended toward Kakuzu and Konin under his command. Witnessing this scene, Konin exhibited no hesitation and promptly turned to flee. After all, her nominal master had already tasked her with eliminating a sufficient number of the ANBU from the Mist Village. With that accomplished, there was no reason for her to linger any longer, although the individual beside her may have been unaware, as a ninja from the Mist Village. She was acutely aware of the sheer magnitude of chakra contained within Kisame. Should she choose to remain, the likelihood of her demise would be considerably high. As for Conan's retreat, Kakuzu paid it little mind, for this had been previously discussed with their leader. It was all part of the plan. As they battled and withdrew, Kakuzu and the Umbu from the Mist Village did not even attempt to counter the 4 oncoming water sharks. After all, who could say whether this technique might absorb their chakra, just as the previous one had? Fools, are you all daft? That guy isn't attacking Kisame's water sharks. And yet you do nothing? The furious Suigetsu, who was merging with the shark skin, watched in exasperation as his subordinates allowed the 4 water sharks to descend unchallenged. Missing an opportune moment for a surprise attack, it was evident that reliance on these imbeciles was futile. Ultimately, it would fall to him, Suigetsu, to take action. Just as Suigetsu prepared to complete the final stages of his fusion and confront Kakuzu and Conan in his most formidable form, 2 indistinct figures flashed behind him without warning. Suddenly, a massive spray of blood erupted from his body. As Suigetsu's anguished cries echoed, Uchiha Shisui, situated some distance away, sat comfortably upon the shoulder of a wooden figure, enjoying Conan's attentive ministrations while wearing a mysterious smile. The performance is about to commence. A performance? What kind of performance? Conan inquired. You'll see. Noticing the gleam of amusement in Uchiha Shisui's eyes and recalling his previous actions, Conan instinctively shivered and fell silent. Although she was uncertain about what would transpire next, she understood one thing. Among those below, someone was bound to face a dire fate today. Meanwhile, upon hearing the anguished cries of Suigetsu Haitangui, those who had initially prepared to continue their assault on Kakuzu, a member of the hidden mist village's Umbu, felt their hearts tighten with trepidation and began to retreat. Lord Suigetsu, has Lord Suigetsu been ambushed? What is happening? Protect the Lord. Protect the Lord. However, as these individuals turned to flee, Kakuzu, who had just been their target, clasped his hands together. Fire style, head hardening. In the next moment, a torrent of flames erupted from Kakuzu's mask, resembling a deluge of seawater. Simultaneously, the ground before the Umbu ninjas of the hidden mist began to convulse with rampant lightning. Thunder burial, feast of lightning. In an instant, these Umbu ninjas found themselves ensnared, unable to advance or retreat. After trapping his adversaries, Kakuzu cast a cold gaze over the members of the hidden mist village's Umbu, his expression marked by frigid disdain. Had it not been for his leader's orders to leave survivors, he would have already unleashed the composite ninjutsu, fiery wind turbulence, peculiar face blaze, annihilating these wretches. Damn it. Kurochi Raiga, Pai Pa Shirzong, why have you traitors turned against the village? Suigetsu Haitangui glared fiercely at the traitors, Kurochi Raiga and Pai Pa Shirzong, his eyes ablaze with unparalleled fury. Were it not for the grievous wound at his waist and the disruption of his fusion with Samahata, he would have charged at them without hesitation, confident in his ability to overpower the two if he could merge with Samahata. Alas, in this world, there are no ifs. Suddenly, as Suigetsu Haitangui berated Kurochi Raiga and Pai Pa Shirzong, he seemed to realize something, instinctively attempting to wield Samahata. Yet he was a step too slow. Suigetsu Haitangui glanced down at the katana that had pierced his chest, disbelief filling his eyes. Kisame, why do you also turn against me? Why? Suigetsu Haitangui could not fathom why his fellow members of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, Kurochi Raiga and Pai Pa Shirzong, would strike at him. Even now, his trusted aide, Kisame Hashigaki, had also turned against him. In response to Suigetsu Haitangui's scolding, Kisame, who had successfully ambushed him, did not waste words. With his right hand, he formed a series of seals and shouted, water style, great exploding water wave. In that moment, Kisame unleashed a torrent of water, which swiftly coalesced into a massive, elliptical water prison, ensnaring Suigetsu Haitangui. The ability to unleash such a formidable wave to ensnare his foes was the true power of the tailless beast, Kisame Hashigaki. Water style, water prison shark dance. Kisame, you bastard. Ugh. Faced with the overwhelming water prison created by Kisame's full power, Suigetsu Haitangui could only stare in disbelief, roaring in frustration. Even after the elliptical water prison was fully formed, he struggled to breathe. The Watermelon Mountain pufferfish demon was already injured, and now he bore the vicious wounds inflicted by the Black Hoe Thunderfawn and the Loquat Tenzo, alongside the stab wound dealt by the dry persimmon shark. At this moment, he was perilously close to death. Yet, despite his dire condition, the dry persimmon shark continued to weave hand signs. In the next instant, before the watchful eyes of the crowd, he slapped the water's surface with his right hand. Water release, 1,000 feeding sharks. Roar. As the dry persimmon shark's voice echoed, thousands of sharks opened their gaping jaws, lunging towards the watermelon mountain pufferfish demon trapped within the water prison. In an instant, the air was filled with screams, and the crimson blood stained the water prison, a sight both shocking and horrifying. After the dry persimmon shark dispatched the watermelon mountain pufferfish demon, Terumi Mei gazed incredulously at the scene before her. One of the 7 ninja swordsmen, the watermelon mountain pufferfish demon, had been killed just like that? Truly, the dry persimmon shark was formidable. However, before Terumi Mei could continue her reflections, the blood-red water prison suddenly erupted. Immediately, the scarlet seawater surged violently, flooding outward in all directions. Witnessing this, Black Ho Thunderfang and Loquat Tinzo retreated simultaneously, landing atop a great tree. Yet, just as they ascended into the air, the crimson water below erupted uncontrollably. In an instant, the blood water formed spheres around them, ensnaring them. Water release, water prison technique. After executing this, the dry persimmon shark, having successfully merged with the shark's skin, took advantage of the cover provided by the explosion of the elliptical water prison to swiftly slip away in a half-human, half-fish state. Having slain the watermelon mountain pufferfish demon, he knew he could no longer remain in the hidden mist village. Rather than stay and wait for the leader from Terumi Mei's side to show up, it was better to flee now and avoid any unforeseen circumstances. Unfortunately, the dry persimmon shark was a moment too late. Bang, bang, bang. Just as he had swum a few dozen meters, enormous wooden hands burst forth from the ground, capturing his body. Wood release, all-encompassing bag technique. So they have indeed made their move, this friend. Although the dry persimmon shark was trapped, his face bore no signs of anxiety. Instead, he turned to gaze in a certain direction behind him. There stood a man holding Terumi Mei, calmly observing him. Quite the perceptive one. In the next moment, Uchiha Shisui leaped, carrying Terumi Mei onto the shoulder of a wooden figure. Meanwhile, the trapped Black Ho Thunderfang and Loquat Tinzo were pulled out by 2 wooden figures. Thank you. Much appreciated. Finally freed, Black Ho Thunderfang and Loquat Tinzo nodded at Uchiha Shisui. However, they did not address him as boss like Kakuzo had. Despite his formidable strength, both of them retained their prideful and untamed spirits. In response to this, Uchiha Shisui remained unperturbed. Once the cool-down period of his Kodo Amatsukami had elapsed, he would confront his opponent, unafraid of their potential deceit. With purposeful strides, he descended from the wooden figure and approached the trapped Kisame Hashigaki. Ensnared by the wood release, all-encompassing bag technique. Kisame, having slain the likes of Suigetsu and the others, it is evident that you, much like Kakuzu and JZ, can no longer remain in the land of water. Since you are destined to leave this place and venture forth, why not accompany me? Upon hearing Shisui's proposition, Kisame fell into a brief silence, only to soon shake his head gently. Perhaps in the future I may join you, but for now, in an unexpected turn, Kisame, once merged with Samahata, returned to his human form, significantly smaller and regaining his original appearance. This transformation granted him a modicum of movement within the confines of the wooden giant's grasp. Water release, great exploding water colliding wave. With a thunderous voice, Kisame unleashed a torrent of water from his mouth, obscuring the vision of all present. Water release, water clone technique. Utilizing the water clones and the massive wave to mask his presence? A commendable strategy, albeit. In an instant, Uchiha Shisui vanished from sight, appearing directly before Kisame. What? You fiend! Before Kisame could finish his exclamation, Shisui's eyes transformed into a menacing crimson hue. Kodo Amatsukami, activate. A resounding explosion echoed through the air as the enormous blast erupted amidst the towering waves. Countless trees and vines sprang forth, creating a scene of utter chaos. Wood release, birth of the world tree? Observing the unfolding spectacle from the shadows, Uchiha Ibito furrowed his brow slightly. Deploying this technique might allow the one known as the Abandoner to subdue Kisame, but persuading him to join their cause seemed implausible. Such a rogue as Kisame was not easily swayed. Look, those two have emerged. As Ibito pondered, Black Zetsu interjected. They've come together. It seems he has succeeded. Succeeded? Ibito's confusion deepened at Zetsu's words. How curious. In the fleeting moments of the wave's rise and the explosion, what exactly did he accomplish? However, just as Uchiha Ibito's face was filled with confusion, the words spoken by Uchiha Shisui nearly provoked an expletive from him. Makoto, you previously mentioned that your 4th Mizukage is under the control of someone with ulterior motives, correct? Indeed, Makoto replied, nodding in bewilderment. In that case, You and Kisame should return with the head of the Watermelon Mountain Toad and report the recent events. I will be residing in the Hidden Mist Village for a while. If he wishes to meet me, I will grant him an opportunity. Mikoto was still somewhat dazed, unsure of the current circumstances. However, Uchiha Shisui's subordinate, Kakadu, suddenly spoke coldly. What the boss means is that he has undone the control over your fourth Mizukage. The control has been lifted? Upon hearing Uchiha Shisui's words, Uchiha Obito's expression turned grave. If that were true, then the card he held from the Hidden Mist Village would be rendered useless. No. While the opponent remains unaware of his presence, he must quickly return and reassert control over Yagura. This way, he could also glean insights from the upcoming conversation between the Abandoner and Yagura, just as Uchiha Obito was preparing to act. The combined form of Kisame Hashigaki suddenly turned his gaze towards him. Water style, rain for sharks. In the next instant, four shark-shaped water projectiles surged into the sky. At the moment they were about to descend, Kisame swiftly threw a shuriken. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, thousands of shark-shaped water bullets flew towards the area occupied by Uchiha Obito and White Zetsu. Uchiha Shisui's expression darkened upon witnessing this. It seemed the card from the Hidden Mist Village would have to be sacrificed for now. Although he felt somewhat displeased, he quickly dismissed the thought upon considering the rapidly growing power of the Akatsuki organization. Once the Akatsuki strength was fully established, the plan to capture the tailed beasts could officially commence. At that point, the Hidden Mist Village card, along with the fourth Mizukage Yagura under his control, could all be abandoned. In the next moment, just as the thousands of shark-shaped water bullets were about to strike Uchiha Obito and White Zetsu, a strange vortex appeared. Before long, Uchiha Obito and White Zetsu found themselves on a hillside outside the Hidden Mist Village. Would they truly abandon the Hidden Mist? There is no longer a need for us to linger here, Uchiha Obito remarked, turning to glance back at the Hidden Mist Village, a rich expression of amusement and mockery gracing his features. Abandoner, your strength is indeed formidable, and you are quite adept at gathering subordinates. Yet, ultimately, you will become my tool for capturing the tailed beasts, won't you? Nonetheless, I must swiftly mend my relationship with Nagato. Only then can I join the Akatsuki under a new identity and observe that Abandoner closely. A few days later, at the entrance of an inn in the Hidden Mist Village, the sound of footsteps echoed. Is this the place? Under the guidance of the fourth Mizukage, Yakura, accompanied by Kahaku Mei and Kisame Hashigaki, finally arrived at their destination. Indeed, Lord Fourth Mizukage, that esteemed individual is inside, Kisame affirmed. Kisame, you will remain at the door to guard. Should anyone dare to intrude, do not hold back. Understood, Lord Fourth Mizukage. After arranging for Kisame, Yakura then led Kahaku Mei to the door of Uchiha Shisui's residence. However, upon witnessing Kahaku Mei's anxious demeanor, Yakura knocked on the door and turned to her. It seems the teacher you recognize is rather strict. It's, not too bad. Kahaku Mei replied, her face flushed with embarrassment. Indeed, it is a matter of apprenticeship. To facilitate her departure from the Hidden Mist Village, considering recent events, Uchiha Shisui instructed Kahaku Mei to inform the fourth Mizukage Yakura that she had acknowledged him as her teacher, and since they are now master and disciple, it is only natural for Uchiha Shisui to assist his pupil in awakening the fourth Mizukage of the Hidden Mist, Yakura. Creak. Before long, the door to Uchiha Shisui's room opened. The person who opened the door was none other than Kakuzu. The boss is inside. You may enter. After saying this, Kakuzu, like Kisame, quietly stood guard at the entrance. Clearly, this was Uchiha Shisui's intent. The fourth Mizukage Yakura paid little mind to this, and directly led Kahaku Mei into the room. You are the one who abandoned Kahaku Mei. The one from the Senju clan outside of Konoha? That would be me. Uchiha Shisui nodded slightly, casting a glance at Kahaku Mei behind Yakura. Upon noticing this, she did not hesitate and immediately went to prepare tea for the two. It seems this child truly fears you. A strict teacher produces outstanding pupils. A teacher must naturally take responsibility for their disciples' success. Quite right. The fourth Mizukage Yakura nodded in agreement. Yet, the next moment, he produced a sealed scroll from his robe and placed it on the table. I have come today primarily to express my gratitude for your assistance that day, as well as for awakening me from the illusion. This is a token of my appreciation. Within the scroll are some gold, ninja tools, explosive tags, and other basic supplies. At this point, the fourth Mizukage Yakura turned to Kahaku Mei. Since you intend to take this child away from the Hidden Mist Village to venture forth, I, as the fourth Mizukage, will not obstruct this child's opportunity. My only request is that, should I encounter peril or find myself unable to endure, you would bring this child back to inherit my position. Upon hearing the fourth Mizukage Yakura's words, Kahaku-me, who had just brought in the tea, stumbled and accidentally dropped the teapot. Witnessing this scene, Uchiha Shisui expressionlessly caught the entire tea set with his chakra while simultaneously wrapping his arm around Terumi-me's waist. Be careful. No matter how careless you are, I cannot afford to lose you. Lose me? Terumi-me mistakenly believed that Uchiha Shisui's words signified the same kind of annihilation as that of the likes of Suigetsu and the other formidable foes. Panic ensued, and she quickly bowed her head in apology to Uchiha Shisui, offering him a cup of tea with her own hands. Teacher, I was wrong. Please do not cast me aside. Uchiha Shisui remained silent. Thud. Observing this, Terumi-me bit her lip, ready to kneel down. She understood all too well that the reason the fourth Mizukage, Yagura, was still alive was entirely due to the pact she had made with the person before her. Thus, if he were to abandon her, not only would she face certain death, but the fourth Mizukage of their village would also meet a grim fate. Yet, just as Terumi-me was about to kneel, Uchiha Shisui intervened once more, lifting her back up. Remember, you must act with composure. Do not be flustered or overly dramatic. Yes, I understand. Terumi-me replied, her head bowed, her fingers fidgeting, clearly still anxious. The fourth Mizukage, Yagura, thought little of this, simply perceiving it as a sign of Terumi-me's strict teacher. Soon after, he shared with Uchiha Shisui all his recollections of the entity that had once controlled him. Although their conversation was brief, Yagura felt an overwhelming sense of joy, for Uchiha Shisui had promised him everything he desired. What Yagura did not realize was that Uchiha Shisui's intention in bringing Terumi-me here and accommodating her was to ensure she emerged as the hero of the impending events in the Mist Village, thereby allowing her to let her guard down. This way, once the cool-down period of the deity's technique was over, he could directly manipulate the fourth Mizukage, Yagura. By then, Yagura would be under his control, the 7 ninja swordsmen would pledge their allegiance to him, and the 5th Mizukage, Terumi-me, would also become his pawn. The Mist Village would ultimately transform into a powerful asset in his hands. A few days later, at the entrance of the largest black market near the Rain Village, Uchiha Shisui emerged with Kakuzu, Terumi-me, Raiga Kurasuki, and Kiba TK. As for Kisame Hashigaki, Uchiha Shisui had instructed him to remain in the Mist Village. Once the strength of the Mist Village had sufficiently recovered, he would depart to join the Akatsuki. After all, the Mist Village was currently a significant card in his hand. If its strength was too feeble, how could he employ it effectively? However, just as Uchiha Shisui was about to lead the 4 to the Akatsuki, he received some startling news. Tsunade has already set off back to Konoha. Pain regarded Conan. The information is reliable. She should return to Konoha within a few days. Should we send our people to intercept her? There's no need. Our primary objective now is to recruit new members and strengthen ourselves. At this juncture, Nagato, known as Pain, noticed Uchiha Shisui and the 4 individuals accompanying him. The surviving ninjas of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist had all been drawn into his fold. They had returned. Nagato cast a fleeting glance at Kurozai Raiga and the others before fixing his gaze on Uchiha Shisui. However, Uchiha Shisui appeared indifferent, dismissively waving his hand. Raiga, Shizai. They are my newly acquired subordinates. Assess whether they possess the qualifications to join our ranks. Go converse with him. At this moment, Shisui's mind was preoccupied with the recent information he had received. Tsunade was en route back to Konohagakure. Consequently, he contemplated whether to alter the target of his recently cooled Kotoeme Tsukumi. After all, even without direct control, the 4th Mizukage, Yagura, would not oppose him in the near term. Firstly, there was a debt of gratitude to consider. Yagura lacked a valid reason to act against him. Secondly, both he and Yagura shared a common goal: to uncover the identity of the individual who had previously manipulated him. Shisui was well aware of the truth, yet he chose to remain silent. This silence would ensure that Yagura remained under his influence, reliant upon him. Moreover, while he could not directly control Yagura at this moment, once the cooldown for Kotoeme Tsukumi concluded, the Mist Village would still be firmly within his grasp, devoid of unexpected complications. Conversely, Tsunade posed a different challenge. Should she return unimpeded? Shisui feared she might be swayed by Sarutobi Hiruzen and align herself against him. After all, the title of Master of Brainwashing, attributed to Sarutobi, was not to be taken lightly. If Tsunade were to be brainwashed by him, and then Shisui made his move, he risked drawing the attention of Sarutobi and his cohorts. Thus, the most prudent course of action was to intercept Tsunade on her journey back to Konohagakure and employ Kodo Amatsukami to ensure her compliance, thus eliminating any future complications. However, the method of control and the nature of their relationship warranted careful consideration. Meanwhile, as Uchiha Shisui pondered, Kurosai Raiga and Shizai, upon hearing his directives, gripped their respective swords with malicious intent, surveying Pain with eyes ablaze with provocation and fervor for battle. They had been curious about the overall capabilities of this organization during their journey, and now an opportunity had presented itself. A free sparring partner stood before them. Uchiha Shisui, fully aware of Raiga and Shizai's intentions, chose not to address their thoughts directly. Instead, he continued, "As for this girl, she bears no relevance to you." With that, Uchiha Shisui took hold of Konin's hand, disregarding the reactions of Nagato and the others, and approached Konin directly. "Xiaonan, this is my newly acquired maid. From now on, all our garments shall be entrusted to her care, along with the household chores. You can leave everything to her. Ming, this is my partner." "Xiaonan, did you really take me for a maid?" Upon hearing Uchiha Shisui's words, Konin was momentarily taken aback. Initially, she had believed that her induction into this organization known as Akatsuki would lead her to undertake various ninja missions. However, it turned out she was merely destined to serve as a maid here. If that were the case, why was she even required to prove her possession of a bloodline limit? As Konin pondered this, Xiaonan regarded her like an elder sister, assessing her appearance and physique while gently adjusting her attire and silky hair. "You look quite lovely." Thank you," Konin replied, feeling a bit bashful. "Come, let me explain." In front of everyone, Xiaonan took Konin aside. "We typically keep our clothes together, right here, and the tea set is over there." Following this, Konin began to note various household responsibilities under Xiaonan's guidance. In the midst of this, she glanced at Xiaonan's figure and then at her own. No wonder she had been relegated to the role of a maid. It became clear that she fell short in many aspects. Don't overthink it, rest assured. You are still young and will grow. Upon hearing Xiaonan's words, Konin's face flushed crimson as she buried her head, gathering Uchiha Shisui's and Xiaonan's clothes, and began to scrub them fervently. "Sister Xiaonan, I will go wash the clothes." Witnessing this scene, Uchiha Shisui smiled slightly and, as usual, reached for Xiaonan's hand, pulling her close. Moments later, Uchiha Shisui reclined against his knee, playfully toying with her small hand while chuckling. "Xiaonan, how long do you think those two can last?" Xiaonan, upon hearing this, rested her finger against her chin, contemplating for a moment before responding. "Well, if Pain goes easy on them, they might hold out for a round or two. But if he doesn't tea..." Before she could finish her thought, Uchiha Shisui shifted forward, adjusting his position, his eyes gleaming with a profound significance. "It seems my little brother isn't inclined to take it easy." Bang! Before Uchiha Shisui and Xiaonan, Heichileya and Pai Pa Shirzong simultaneously brandished their ninja blades and charged forward. Just as they were about to close in on Devapath Pain, they swung their blades. "For the sake of his reputation, I'll give you a concession in the first round." "Concession?" Devapath Pain's voice suddenly turned grave. In the next moment, a terrifying surge of chakra erupted from within him. Something is amiss. The instant Pain finished speaking, the two, who had been poised to strike, widened their eyes in shock. Almost instantaneously, they altered their course. Water style, hidden mist technique. The mist emanating from Pai Pa Shirzong enveloped the surroundings, obscuring the line of sight of the Devapath Pain. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, Heichuleyu was entirely shrouded in lightning. The Raikiri in his grasp pulsated with brilliant arcs of electric light. Lightning release, lightning armor, lightning release, lightning dragon tornado. With a ferocious roar, a menacing lightning dragon lunged towards Devapath Pain, ready to strike from above. Meanwhile, Pai Pa Shirzong stealthily maneuvered through the dense mist, approaching Devapath Pain from behind. Death. However, just as their attacks were about to land, the voice of Devapath Pain resonated throughout the battlefield. Shinra Tensei. A tremendous explosion erupted, resonating in a deafening roar. Kakuzu, at this moment, leisurely tossed a few rudimentary medical supplies from his sealing scroll to tend to their wounds. This time, Pain's assault was even more ruthless than before. These two newcomers were in for a rough time. Yet, this suited Kakuzu just fine, as he could raise his prices when he handed over these supplies. "Ah, it hurts so much. Damn it, it's the Rinnegan." Heichuleya and Pai Pa Shirzong lay on the ground, their eyes filled with agony and disbelief, observing the two. whose injuries were more severe than his own, Kakuzu approached with medical gear and spoke plainly. Cash on delivery. The faces of Heichualeya and Pai Pa Shirtsong darkened. Were they charging their own people? It felt as if they had stumbled into a den of thieves. Despite the excruciating pain from their wounds, they defiantly turned their heads away, refusing to acknowledge Kakuzu. He was more than willing to wait. If they chose to bleed out slowly, they could do so at their own pace. It was worth noting that personal matters within the organization were of no concern to the leader and the higher-ups. Thus, the medical supplies in his possession held significant value for the two of them, as they were well aware. Concerned that Heichualeya and Pai Pa Shirtsong might lash out, potentially drawing the ire of Devapathpain again, Kakuzu added, "Prices are set by the time. Don't scream when the rates increase. That will only irritate the leader and result in another beating." Upon hearing Kakuzu's words, the expressions of Heichualeya and Pai Pa Shirtsong darkened further. Even Nagato, currently controlling Devapathpain as he entered the cave, coughed discreetly. Pondering the situation, was Kakuzu influenced by the abandoned? Why did he sound so contemptible now? Perhaps it would be best to find an opportunity to send Leia and Shirtsong away on their own, ensuring they did not get involved with the abandoned or Kakuzu. Otherwise, who knows what will become of the Akatsuki organization painstakingly established by myself, Yahiko, and Konan. As Pain departed, Uchiha Shisui lay sleeping on Konan's lap, while Terumi Mei and Konan rested side by side. At that moment, Kakuzu and Haiden could no longer contain themselves, their faces turning exceptionally pale. Old man? Kakuzu had just begun to seek assistance from Uchiha Shisui when he was silenced by Haiden, who stuffed his mouth with a bundle of bandages. Do you not have ears? What did I just say? Be quiet. By the way, this bundle of bandages is not free. I've been keeping tabs in contrast to Kakuzu, who stared wide-eyed at Haiden. Haiden was more straightforward. He retrieved a sealing scroll from his own cloak and tossed it to Haiden, weakly stating, "Kakuzu, right? Give me a set." Although his Executioner-S blade could restore his vitality by absorbing the blood of enemies, his body had grown so feeble that even standing was a challenge, let alone fighting here. Look at Haiden, how decisive he is, unlike you, dragging your feet. After a moment, Kakuzu ultimately chose to compromise, purchasing a set of medical supplies from Haiden. Uchiha Shisui, while aware of these transactions, showed no inclination to intervene. After all, his subordinates were not in mortal peril, so those three could do as they pleased. He simply wished to enjoy a couple of leisurely days before setting off to intercept Tsunade in the Land of Fire. A day later, at the black market on the borders of the Land of Fire, he finally arrived. According to Nagato, Tsunade should be nearby in a casino, so he decided to search casually. In the next instant, Uchiha Shisui utilized the body flicker technique and vanished. This time, he had left the Rain Village under the pretense of seeking suitable candidates in the Sand Country, departing alone. Kakuzu was left behind to foster a bond with the newcomers Haiden and Haiden, allowing them to familiarize themselves with each other's combat abilities. As for Terumi Mei, it was impossible for him to take her along. She would have to remain with Konan for the time being. With Nagato's 6 paths of pain and Konan present, Terumi Mei should encounter no danger. Bang! Just as Uchiha Shisui arrived at the largest casino on the borders of the Land of Fire, a tremendous crash echoed unexpectedly nearby. Hehehe, it seems the target is right there. However, when Uchiha Shisui used the body flicker technique to rush over, a meaningful smile crept across his face. Before him stood a voluptuous, golden-haired beauty with a generous heart. At this moment, she slammed her left hand on a pile of promissory notes on the table and shouted, "What do you mean by what you just said? Who can't afford to play? It's just a bit of money. How could I, Tsunade, not be able to repay it? Let us go again. This time, I will win back everything with interest. Hurry up. Why are you big men so slow?" Regarding Tsunade's words, the people around her who had been gambling together, as well as the casino manager, were all feeling rather exasperated. If they continued playing against her, even if they won, they would only receive an IOU, no tangible benefits whatsoever. After all, Tsunade had long since lost all her money to them. But if they refused to continue, just look at Tsunade's right hand, freshly withdrawn from the table, still dusted with traces of dirt. This woman, after all, was the granddaughter of the first Hokage of Konoha. Her strength was beyond question, while other matters remained uncertain. One thing was clear: if Tsunade decided to demolish this place by force, no one present could stop her. No one could stop her, and no one dared. Because she was the granddaughter of the first Hokage, the princess of Konoha, the foremost shinobi village in the world. Who would dare oppose her outright? Are you men really this cowardly? Not a single one of you? After speaking at length and still finding no one willing to gamble with her, Tsunade's mood soured further. Bang! Both hands slammed onto the table as she abruptly stood up. Come on. All that bulk for nothing. The surrounding crowd remained silent. After a long pause, seeing that no one truly intended to gamble with her, Tsunade sighed in disappointment, gathering the IOUs from the table before turning to leave. If there was no gambling to be had, she might as well go drink. How tedious. Yet, just as this thought crossed her mind, a shadowy figure materialized beside her. In full view of everyone, the stranger's hand pressed down firmly over her pale fingers and the IOUs, his voice calm and amused. You're right. Men shouldn't be so timid. If they won't gamble with you, then I will. Name your stakes. Having exchanged the heads of Konoha's ANBU and root operatives, as well as those of Hoshigaki Kisame and Kirigakure's ANBU, for bounties on the black market, Uchiha Shisui was currently least lacking in one thing: money. Who are you? Tsunade yanked back her hand and the IOUs, eyeing Uchiha Shisui warily. Though she did want someone to gamble with, she was reluctant to engage with a stranger like this. Bang! Without waiting for her response, Shisui unceremoniously slammed a sealed scroll onto the table. In the next instant, towering stacks of bills, reaching the ceiling, materialized before the stunned onlookers. Instantly, all eyes were on him. Damn, that's a fortune. Where did this guy come from? Never heard of him. No kidding. Never seen him before? Maybe a merchant traveling between nations? Very likely. However, this fellow's luck truly seems to be abysmal. Of all the people he could encounter, he had to cross paths with Tsunade. Even if he were to emerge victorious today, there would be no reward awaiting him. Indeed. This group of individuals. Upon hearing the remarks from those around her, Tsunade's previously elevated spirits once again erupted into fury. You lot, when it comes to gambling. You dither like a bunch of cowards, even less resolute than women. And yet, you still prattle on without placing a bet. What a disgrace. With that, Tsunade brazenly pulled Uchiha Shisui to her side, their arms and shoulders pressed closely together. He wants to gamble with me, and I have consented. What of it? If anyone dares to object, step forward and join us for a few rounds instead of merely standing there spouting nonsense. Upon hearing Tsunade's words, the surrounding crowd fell silent, their eyes brimming with palpable displeasure. Yet, while being labeled cowards stung their pride, the prospect of losing money and accumulating more IOUs was far more disheartening. They preferred the current scenario. They could enjoy the spectacle of Tsunade losing while simultaneously witnessing that mysterious wealthy individual win yet leave empty-handed. Once the crowd quieted, Tsunade turned her attention back to Uchiha Shisui, her excitement radiating as she exclaimed, Come, let us commence this game swiftly. Very well. However, as the gambling continued, Tsunade's mood began to deteriorate further. Eventually, she slammed her hands down on the table, her face contorted with rage. Had she truly lost every single one of the 10 rounds? How could this be possible? It was inconceivable. How could she, the great Tsunade, lose so many rounds in succession? Young man, you better explain yourself. Are you cheating me? Upon hearing this, Uchiha Shisui felt an overwhelming urge to retort. For, every time it seemed she might triumph, Tsunade would falter. Whether it was due to overconfidence leading her to misplay her hand or her sudden change from calling high to calling low, only for the correct answer to be high. In any case, Tsunade's gambling skills could be considered remarkably unique, an innate talent for losing. I am not cheating. My skills merely surpass yours by a hair's breadth. Ha. You truly crack me up, just a hair's breadth indeed. I knew Tsunade would undoubtedly lose. Not only has she suffered 10 consecutive defeats, but I have also personally witnessed her endure a staggering 66 consecutive losses, a record that remains unbroken to this day. After all, the legendary Big Fat Sheep is no mere jest. Tsunade's passion for gambling is matched only by her incessantly poor fortune. Consequently, she has garnered a nickname among the casinos, the legendary Big Fat Sheep. Ha. Hee. Upon hearing the mocking laughter surrounding her, Tsunade lowered her head slightly, her hair obscuring half her face, while her chakra began to surge uncontrollably. In an instant, before the eyes of all present, Tsunade rose from the table and hurled a punch towards Uchiha Shisui. The terrifying chakra surged wildly from her body at that moment, transforming into a stream that enveloped her fists. This was the manifestation of monstrous strength, a unique ability of the Senju clan. It allowed for precise control over chakra, concentrating it in any part of the body to unleash a powerful gust of energy. Its might was sufficient to cleave mountains and shatter the earth. You deceitful scoundrel. Let us wager something else. This time, let us bet on. Whoosh. There is no need. Tsunade's words were left unspoken as Uchiha Shisui sidestepped her punch. The chakra-infused air also evaded perfectly. Indeed, Tsunade's strike was astonishingly powerful. An ordinary ninja would likely be rendered incapable of combat upon being struck. Alas for him, the speed of her punch was simply too slow. In the next instant, Uchiha Shisui's voice echoed once more within the gambling hall. "If you wish to strike me, I shall oblige, but there is no need for a wager." Tsunade, who initially intended to engage in a contest of strength, suddenly darkened her expression and charged out of the casino. "Let us fight outside. If we battle here, I shall be liable for damages. Although the debts have accumulated to a point where I could never repay them in this lifetime." Naturally, whoosh. In the next moment, Uchiha Shisui executed the body flicker technique and pursued her. Now, as a member of the Leaf Village's Senju Knight, it was only natural for him to possess such skills. Bang! As soon as she landed, Tsunade struck the ground with such force that it created a deep crater. Yet she disregarded the state of the earth beneath her. Instead, she focused intently on Uchiha Shisui, her expression grave. "The body flicker technique? You." To be capable of utilizing the body flicker technique to such an extent, in her understanding, there could be none other than that Uchiha from the Uchiha clan, Shisui. However, how could Uchiha Shisui possibly appear here at this moment? Could it be that her teacher, the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi, dispatched him? That must be it. After all, Uchiha Shisui was a member of the Umbu, and it would be entirely normal for him to follow his teacher's orders. With this thought, Tsunade called out, "Uchiha brat, you. Allow me to interject. I am not from the Uchiha clan. You have mistaken me for someone else." Uchiha Shisui casually waved his hand and added, "Are you not here to fight? It is not time to hesitate. You insufferable brat." Bang! In the next moment, Tsunade stomped the ground and charged forward. The terrifying force instantly caused the ground to collapse, sending debris flying. Her body propelled by this might, she lunged toward Uchiha Shisui. "You little brat, take my punch." Tsunade, the granddaughter of the first Hokage of Konoha, the princess of the village, has yet to recognize my identity? Very well, today. Let me assist you in revisiting those memories you have long forgotten, on behalf of your teacher. Upon hearing this, confusion filled Tsunade's face. Teacher? What teacher? Yet soon, her confusion transformed directly into shock. Before her stood an enigmatic man who suddenly clapped his hands. Instantly, a familiar chakra erupted from within him, causing the ground to tremble violently. Would release. That was the chakra of would release. Uchiha Shisui's lips curled into a slight smile. In the next moment, would release, advent of the tree world. Would release? How is this possible? As she witnessed Uchiha Shisui performing would release, Tsunade's expression became complex. Her grandfather's would release. Ever since her loved ones and companions had departed one by one, she had taken to wandering the ninja world, emulating Jiraiya. However, while Jiraiya was on a so-called mission, she was merely escaping from reality. If she ventured alone to a distant land, perhaps she would not have to confront such painful separations again. Bang, bang, bang. While Tsunade was lost in thought, enormous vines surged forth, binding her in midair. Damn it. Bound and immobilized, Tsunade snapped back to reality. All the chakra within her surged wildly, attempting to break free from the constricting vines. Alas, no matter how fiercely she struggled, she could not escape Uchiha Shisui's would release, advent of the tree world. Stop struggling, my dear sister. Dear sister? Who are you? Why can you use would release? Why? As Tsunade thrashed violently, she simultaneously concentrated chakra into her hands, forming a blade-like shape. That was an A-rank ninjutsu, chakra surgical knife. Moreover, her hands exhibited a peculiar quality. Could it be the palm sage technique that disrupts the flow of chakra within a body, inducing a state of slumber? Faced with Tsunade's furious outbursts and relentless questions, Uchiha Shisui merely shrugged slightly. Unfortunately, it was futile. Then, under her incredulous gaze, his eyes transformed into the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. You truly are Kodo Amatsukami. Without indulging in further conversation, Uchiha Shisui activated Kodo Amatsukami, altering her will. In the next moment, as the kaleidoscopic Sharingan faded, the wood release, advent of the tree world dissipated as well. Uchiha Shisui and Tsunade landed simultaneously, gazing at each other. At one moment, Uchiha Shisui reached out to ruffle Tsunade's hair, a gentle smile gracing his face. Tsunade, it has been a long time. You have worked hard over the years. This scene left the distant observing ninjas from the gambling den in a state of shock. They then began to murmur gleefully among themselves. Although they did not know who that young man was, they believed he was doomed for teasing the princess of Konoha at the borders of the Land of Fire. Indeed, even if he managed to preserve his life, he would suffer substantial financial losses. After all, Konoha was the foremost ninja village in the ninja world, a fact not to be underestimated. However, just as the ninjas in the casino were brimming with sarcasm, preparing to witness Uchiha Shisui's disgrace, Tsunade's subsequent exclamation left them utterly dumbfounded. "Brother!" In the next moment, before the astonished crowd, Tsunade exuberantly struck Uchiha Shisui's shoulder with her fist, exclaiming with delight. Fortunately, Uchiha Shisui's current physical prowess was sufficiently robust, otherwise, he would have struggled to withstand her blow. A regular ninja would likely have coughed up blood from such a punch. Naturally, Uchiha Shisui would not let Tsunade's playful assault go unchallenged. In an instant, he extended his arm and embraced Tsunade, assuming the role of the late Senju Hashirama's young apprentice, with Tsunade as his nominal senior sister, akin to a doting older brother. "Brother, you have finally returned. I was beginning to think you, like grandfather and the others, were." At this point, Tsunade's eyes turned red, and tears began to flow uncontrollably. Uchiha Shisui, observing this, pulled her tightly into his embrace, feigning a sorrowful sigh. "Indeed, we have endured much during this time, but fortunately, I have returned safe and sound. Do not fear, Tsunade. Though our teacher is no longer with us, you still have me. From now on, I shall cherish you. Yes, I knew you would be the best to me." Tsunade gently nuzzled Uchiha Shisui's arm, her face alight with happiness. However, her current display left the ninjas in the casino below, as well as the Leaf ninjas hastily rushing to the borders of the Fire Country, wearing expressions of disbelief, as if witnessing a ghost. "Is that Tsunade-sama? How has she suddenly become so adorable?" Cough, cough, cough. While those individuals were momentarily stunned, a voice from the system suddenly echoed in Uchiha Shisui's mind. "Ding! A new sign-in location has been refreshed. Sign-in location, headquarters of the Fire Country Border Station. Sign-in deadline, 1 minute. The headquarters of the Fire Country Border Station? How delightful. It lies just ahead." However, before departing in the next moment, Uchiha Shisui turned to the crowd in the casino, swiftly tossing out several sealing scrolls. Immediately, a powerful wave of wood-release chakra surged from his body, enveloping the entire area in an instant. "The debts incurred by Tsunade, as her brother, I shall repay. Should it be insufficient, feel free to come to Konoha and find me." Whoosh. In the blink of an eye, Uchiha Shisui, with Tsunade in his arms, utilized the body flicker technique to dash towards the headquarters of the Fire Country Border Station. Witnessing this scene, the expressions on the faces of those in the casino were filled with incredulity. Tsunade actually has an older brother with such terrifying strength. As they stood in shock, Uchiha Shisui had already landed with Tsunade, arriving at the headquarters of the Fire Country Border Station. "Ding! Congratulations, host, you have completed the sign-in. Sign-in location, headquarters of the Fire Country Border Station. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the sign-in reward. Mastery of Ninjutsu, the true transformation technique. The true transformation technique allows one to completely alter their aura, appearance, and voice, evading any form of scrutiny, with no one able to see through it." The mention of the true transformation technique brought a subtle smile to Uchiha Shisui's lips. As the ninjas of Konoha approached, Uchiha Shisui slowly unveiled the mask from his face. His long black hair danced gracefully in the wind as he tossed his head. The gentle smile he wore momentarily captivated the Konoha ninjas rushing towards him. "Is that the first Hokage?" they wondered. No, it couldn't be the first Hokage. Yet, he bore an uncanny resemblance. They could hardly fathom that this man, skilled in wood-release, resembled their esteemed first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, so closely. In contrast to the astonishment etched on their faces, Uchiha Shisui smiled slightly and remarked, "What is this? Has it only been a short while, and you no longer recognize me? That voice, it is Lord Senju. Upon recognizing Uchiha Shisui's identity as Senju, the Konoha ninjas promptly knelt on one knee in unison, respectfully addressing him. "We were unaware of your esteemed presence. Please forgive us. Please forgive us. Please forgive us." Before Uchiha Shisui could respond, Tsunade beside him furrowed her brow, chakra swirling around her fist as she flashed a beautiful smile. "Brother, shall I teach them a lesson for you? Brother, I see." It became clear that Lord Senju was the disciple of the first Hokage, thus making him Tsunade's elder brother. Just as the Konoha ninjas broke into a cold sweat, fearing the wrath of two formidable figures, Uchiha Shisui merely smiled at them. "This matter does not concern you. In the next moment, Uchiha Shisui reached out and pulled Tsunade into his embrace. She offered no resistance, blissfully snuggling against him. I have come to take Tsunade back to the village. You all may disperse now. Yes, my lord. In that case, we shall not disturb you two esteemed individuals. As the Konoha ninjas retreated, Uchiha Shisui turned to face the direction of Konoha, a slight smile gracing his lips. Konoha, I have returned.